In Lin County, the rain gradually stopped. Since the first day here, everyone's clothes have been wet. They have either been soaked in the rain or submerged in water. Zhang walked in front, directing and actively helping, half of his body standing in the water. The flood rushed by, causing landslides and debris to flow down with the water. A moment of carelessness could send someone into the raging current. Fortunately, after more than 30 hours of rescue efforts, all the villagers trapped in 2 villages were moved to safety. Zhang and his soldiers were responsible for the most dangerous areas, carrying villagers out repeatedly. Finally, they had a moment to catch their breath. Everyone gathered on a slightly higher, where a temporary resting point had been set up. Water dripped from his hair, and his soaked shirt clung to his skin, outlining his lean figure. Tuan, the vehicles will arrive soon to transfer people to the city. Okay. Zhang looked at the rough, simple map, his brow furrowed. The disaster situation in Lin County was manageable, but the surrounding low-lying villages were severely affected, and the follow-up resettlement work would be quite complicated. However, they were only responsible for rescuing people. The rest would be handled by Lin County. Once people are sent back to Lin County, those injured should go to the hospital first, then regroup at the military district. Yes. Deputy Commander Wen Changzhao's face was pale, but he spoke resolutely. After stating the task, he hesitated and said, Tuan, thank you for saving me. The flood rushed through the village, and the destroyed beams and boards came crashing down. Zhang had helped him avoid it. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the water just now, with uncertain survival. Zhang glanced at him coldly and replied, It's nothing, go back to work. Yes. When Changzhao turned back several times, deeply admiring the commander. The 18th District was the most disciplined and tough unit, with soldiers selected and trained to handle the most difficult tasks. Zhang had been transferred suddenly, at that time, when Changzhao was already the deputy commander, with another commander above him, a strong and respected leader, Zhao Kong. Unexpectedly, Zhang was transferred and directly replaced Zhao Kong as the team leader. Some in the team knew that his father, Pinghua, was a high-ranking official, making the situation complicated. Who knows if he is just a rich kid here for training, possibly using this as a stepping stone to gain some experience in the 18th District. When Changzhao was the most dissatisfied because he had been brought into the 18th District by Zhao Kong and only recognized him as the leader. He even challenged Zhang to a duel under the encouragement of the younger soldiers. The soldiers in the 18th District all had strong personalities and refused to back down from each other, only listening to the strongest. In this match, when Changzhao lost badly, he couldn't compete in shooting or physical fitness. Even in hand-to-hand combat, he was far behind, and Zhang seemed to be holding back. At the end, Zhang simply said, If this is your best, don't waste my time again. This statement spread throughout the military district, and those who wanted to challenge him backed down. Later, after completing several missions, everyone finally realized how capable team leader he was. They felt ashamed of their earlier thoughts and worked even harder, significantly improving the combat ability of the 18th District. Late at night, with a cool autumn breeze and a cold moonlight, the Suyuan community was quiet. Below the small building, 3 figures were quietly climbing over the wall. The last one, a heavy-set man, was about 6 feet tall and weighed around 200 pounds, making it a bit clumsy for him to climb. Lu Li was in the lead, bending his back, with He Zhifei following closely behind. The 3 had a drink before coming, so they weren't afraid of anyone now. There was no sound from inside the house as they approached the door and spoke softly. Are you sure it's on the 2nd floor? Yes, Li Go. We've been waiting for 2 days. Lin Shuyan is sleeping on the 2nd floor, but He Xiaoyu is also here, and she's on the 1st floor. We should be careful not to wake her. Lu Li shot a warning glance at He Zhifei. You better behave. Let's get the money first, and once I leave with the heavy-set guy, you can do whatever you want. He Zhifei's eyes lit up. Of course, of course. Yao Ling said that no matter what, he had to take advantage of this woman to get that 200 yuan. Thinking of Lin Shuyan's pretty face made He Zhifei greedy, stirring up his desires. He had already bought a train ticket, and after night, once he got the money, he would take the train south and come back in a year or two. What was there to be afraid of? The door was open with a wire, and Luli went in first. Wow, this place is really something. Of course, Lika, I wouldn't lie to you. That girl has plenty of money. Luli looked at the new furniture and thought today was going to be a big day. He waved for the two to follow him upstairs. They climbed to the second floor, and instead of going to the master bedroom, they went to the study. After searching around and not finding any money, Luli pocketed a fancy pen from the desk. It looked expensive. Next, they moved to the adjacent room, which was empty. Luli remembered that a child usually slept there, but they figured the child might have been taken to another room, which was fine with them. They began to search quietly, but the cabinets were empty. Luli's expression darkened. The money should be with the woman. Just as they were about to leave, the chubby guy rummaging through the bedside table got excited and called out, "Bro, there's money here." He held up a roll of cash secured with a rubber band, estimating there were about $500 or $600. Luli's eyes lit up as he put the money in his pocket. There's money here, and that woman must have even more. Let's go, but keep it quiet.
Got it.
The three of them crouched down and moved to the next room, which had a closed door. Luli led the way and reached for the doorknob. In the dark, Xiaoyu trembled, holding a small. "Lin, what if we can't handle this?" Lin Shuyan replied calmly, "Haven't you practiced?" Xiaoyu almost stood up, speaking urgently in a whisper, "But my dad trained me alone. I have no real experience." "What are you afraid of?" "You'll get some today," Lin Shuyan said, patting her shoulder and tightening her grip on the rolling pin. "Show." The room was large and moonlight filtered in, casting a gray glow. The doorknob turned slightly, creating a small gap. Luli was the first to peek in and noticed the bed was empty, which seemed strange. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind rushed at him. Bang! A sharp pain struck his forehead, and Luli screamed, seeing stars. Before he could finish cursing, he was hit on the leg with something hard, causing him to stumble forward, clutching his leg. The chubby guy squeezed in, followed closely by Hijifei. "The girl isn't asleep." Lin Shuyan gripped the rolling pin tightly and began to swing wildly, hitting wherever she could. Xiaoyu struck at knees with her small. Chaos erupted in the room. The chubby guy, having taken a couple of hits, pushed forward despite the pain, grabbing Lin Shuyan's hand and tossing it to Hijifei. "Take care of the girl you want." Hijifei held onto Lin Shuyan's hand.
Wow.
"She's fierce. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." I will kill you all." Fuyong stepped forward, but someone else entered the room first, kicking the hand with precision and causing the dagger to clatter to the floor. Accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating, Hijifei screamed, "Ah, ah." His wrist twisted at an odd angle, clearly broken. By the end, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Zhang stood by the door, his usually clean shirt now stained with half-dried mud, adding to his fierce presence. After sending the villagers back to the city and letting Wen Changzhao take the injured to the hospital, he immediately drove off. A 4-hour journey took just over 2 hours. "Brother, you're back." Xiaoyu rushed over, but before she could say anything, Zhang coldly interrupted, "Take them downstairs first." Fuyong grabbed Xiaoyu by the collar and instructed his men to take her downstairs. TSK, so eager to return. As the footsteps faded, Lin Shuyan looked at Zhang, surprised by his sudden appearance. The atmosphere in the room felt heavy and oppressive. "Why are you back?" Zhang stepped forward, pulling her close and checking her from head to toe. Zhang. Lin Shuyan raised her hand but was turned around, feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'm fine." The man's gaze swept over her, and seeing she was unharmed, his expression softened slightly as he adjusted her crooked collar. Just as Lin Shuyan felt a bit touched, the man spoke. "Why didn't you let Fuyong and the others come in to protect you? What if Hijifei had come in with a knife? Did you think about that? So reckless." Zhang didn't dare to imagine what could have happened if there had been an accident. Lin Shuyan paused, then retorted, "But he didn't have a knife, did he?" They were after money and wouldn't easily cause a death. Just for money? Zhang knew the disgusting look in He Zhifei's eyes all too well, and his anger grew. Captain Fu would have arrived in time. If they had been guarding the house, He Zhifei and his group wouldn't have dared to act. And if they didn't act, then what? Zhang shouted, feeling that this plan was full of flaws. If they approached every mission with such assumptions, who knows how many lives would be lost. But he forgot that Lin Shuyan was not his subordinate, nor his soldier. Concern can lead to chaos. Zhang, usually calm, couldn't control his emotions now. His eyes darkened, filled with a burning intensity. Lin Shuyan's eyes turned red, her porcelain-white teeth biting her lip, stubbornly refusing to speak. She thought Zhang had returned to check on her, but instead, she received a scolding. "I'm so angry." "Stupid man, it would be best if you just kept quiet. You won't even let me get close, and all you do is scold me. It's like the whole world is your army." Lin Shuyan was unhappy and waved her hand to leave, saying, "It's none of your business." Then someone grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Her soft body bumped into a strong chest, and a powerful arm held her tightly. He was breathing heavily, and his anger was replaced by urgency. "Who else should take care of you, if I don't?" The eldest son of the chief, who is now capable and has a strong personality, wanted to keep her close as she tried to walk away. The man was hot, his shirt still damp, and it had a bad smell. But Lin Shuyan didn't notice at all. Her head was pressed against his chest, and all she could hear was his heartbeat. It was deafening. "What is this?" Lin Shuyan's sleeve was pulled up, and his hand gripped her delicate arm, leaving marks on her soft skin. Because of their height difference, she slightly stood on her toes, her slender ankles lifting. Small and fragile, like a flower clinging to a rock. He had a hard jaw, and his deep eyes were hard to read. He cared about Lin Shuyan. Even during breaks while rescuing from the flood, he couldn't help but think of her. Now that he was holding her, his racing heart felt suddenly calm. Lin Shuyan was held tightly, and through the thin fabric, she could feel his strong muscles, making it hard to resist. "Uncle, they're leaving." He Xiaoshu's voice came from outside the door. Lin Shuyan snapped back to reality, her body trembling slightly. "Got it, we'll go down," Zhang replied through the door, then leaned down and kissed her forehead before letting go and leading her outside. The door opened, and it wasn't until they reached the stairs that the warmth on Lin Shuyan's face faded. He Zhifei lay in the middle of the living room like a lump of mud, while the other two were handcuffed and held. He Xiuyu stood with her hands on her hips, shouting at Lu Li, "Stupid thief, you came to my house to steal. Humph, I can take on 3 of you little guys." Lu Li hated being called short. His face was cold. Today, he had bad luck getting caught by 2 girls. "Go ahead." Last time, Fu Yang had to let him go. What's going to happen this time? When his uncle arrives, he would still be taken out of the police station. "Ha! I'm scared of you. Go ahead and act tough if you can." Zhang was so angry that he almost laughed. He reached out and twisted the man's left arm, disarming him. "Ah! You dare to hit me." The scream was loud, like a pig being slaughtered. Zhang punched him on the shoulder again, his fierce gaze terrifying enough to make Lu Li shut his mouth, sweat rolling down his forehead. Fu Yang leaned against the door, a cigarette in his mouth, the glowing tip flickering in the dark. He chuckled softly, thinking how there are foolish people in the world who think they can bully others without knowing their limits, unaware that some people are not worth provoking. "Are you leaving?" The clock in the living room showed 2 o'clock. Zhang said in a low voice, "Take him back first. I'll come by tomorrow morning." "Okay." Fu Yang flicked away his cigarette. "Let's go." Once the group left, the house fell silent. He Xiaoshu stood next to Lin Shuyan, having just run out to call for help. He had been hiding in a small room on the first floor. Lin Shuyan ruffled his hair. "It's okay now. Brother, is He Zhifei crazy? He dared to bring people to steal. But I was really brave just now, making that fat guy scream," He Xiuyu said, her hair messy, completely forgetting who had scared her earlier, still boasting. "Go to sleep." Zhang ignored her and told her to rest. He Xiaoyu was not done yet. Wow, that was fierce. Xiaoshu, come here, let me tell you about my brave deeds. Before he Xiaoshu could escape, he Xiaoyu pulled him away. Only 2 people remained in the living room. He Zhuang stepped forward to lock the door and set the fallen chair upright. Are you hurt? Lin Shuyan noticed a red stain on the back of his white shirt and moved closer to pull at his shirt. He Zhuang didn't pay much attention, saying, "It's just a small injury. Let's go upstairs first." There were others on the first floor, and it wasn't appropriate to linger here. Lin Shuyan ran to get a first aid kit and followed He Zhuang upstairs. The bedroom was a mess as they entered He Zhuang's room. Where's Fu Bao? He's with Xiaoyu. You should take off your shirt. It's dirty and could get infected, Lin Shuyan said, moving to the closet to find him some pajamas. He Zhuang frowned slightly, looking at his dirty clothes, and pulled off his shirt. His well-defined muscles and broad shoulders were exposed to the air, giving off a strong presence. Lin Shuyan found him a shirt and pants, but when she turned to face the shirtless man, her gaze lingered on his abs. His skin must feel really nice. Who isn't a little vain? Her face flushed, and she blinked her large eyes. He Zhuang stepped forward and took the clothes. I'm going to take a quick shower. Be careful not to get your wound wet. Okay. The man went into the bathroom, and the sound of running water soon followed. Lin Shuyan sighed in relief and sat on the edge of the bed. Her heart raced slightly as her fingers absent-mindedly fiddled with the medicine box's clasp. She recalled the recent hug and the kiss on her forehead, her lips pressed together lightly. What did He Zhuang mean? He had deliberately kept his distance before leaving. Lost in thought, she soon heard the bathroom door open again. He Zhuang emerged, still damp. He didn't seem to care about keeping his wound dry. When he saw the person sitting on the bed, his gaze softened. I told you not to get it wet, Lin Shuyan murmured, motioning for him to sit on the edge of the bed. Last time, you told me not to take a shower, but now you don't follow your own advice. The young girl reached out and lifted his shirt. The wound on his lower back was about the size of half a palm, small but a bit deep, and it had bled quite a bit, surrounded by bruising. Lin Shuyan frowned, thinking about how dangerous it must have been. He Zhuang sat at the foot of the bed with his back to her and said in a low voice, "It's just a small injury. I've had worse." He didn't finish his sentence as her cool fingers brushed against his lower back, making him feel a bit ticklish. Hold your shirt up, Lin Shuyan said, rolling up his shirt so he could hold it himself. Disinfecting, applying medicine and bandaging, her hair occasionally brushed against his back, sending tingles through him. He Zhuang's gaze deepened, his eyes fixed on a spot on the wall as a sudden urge surged within him, warmth coursing through his body. How could you be so careless? Lin Shuyan said softly, her tone a mix of reproach and concern. Once she finished, she tossed the bloodied gauze into the trash and bent down to tidy up the medicine box, saying worriedly, "All done. You should still see a doctor tomorrow." As he lowered his shirt, He Zhuang turned back. The warm yellow light in the bedroom illuminated her hair, which was soft and dark, making her skin look even more delicate. Were you scared today? Lin Shuyan looked up, caught off guard by his question. Not really. I noticed someone lurking outside a few days ago. Later, I found out it was He Zhifei, but I pretended not to notice. That day, I planned to find Fu Yang when they weren't around, but as soon as I stepped out, he showed up. Did you ask them to keep watch outside? He Zhuang nodded. Yes. So there's nothing to be afraid of. With them around, you won't let anything happen to me. She seemed to remember something and asked him, "Why did you come back so late? How did things go in Lin County?" The situation is stable, and with a deputy leading the team, I can leave the follow-up matters to him while I'm on leave. Okay. The two rarely spoke like this, and after finishing, they fell silent again. Lin Shuyan bit her lip and asked, "Why did you kiss me just now?" Cough cough. He Zhang choked on her bold question, almost losing his breath. In this era, people rarely talked about love or expressed their feelings openly. He thought that a kiss clearly showed affection. But the young girl asked seriously, her doe-like eyes looking at him, leaving He Zhang feeling stuck. Seeing he was silent again, Lin Shuyan frowned slightly. Forget it. You know that day I kissed you and the next day you ignored me and wouldn't let me touch you. Lin Shuyan had been feeling frustrated about this for days. She didn't like this back-and-forth relationship. It was hard to guess and made her uncomfortable. Zhang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Should he mention that he suspected her identity and was investigating? Or say something else? He had always been the one making others speechless, but now he was at a loss because of a young girl. Seeing he didn't respond, Lin Shuyan moved a little closer, tugging at his sleeve. You are my wife, so why can't I kiss you? Zhang remained calm. After so many years in the army and numerous missions, he had learned to keep his emotions in check, no matter how turbulent they were. There had been admirers in the past, many in fact from the cultural troop in the military district, from the compound, and from families of certain leaders, but none caught his eye. Given the era and Zhang's cold demeanor, no girl dared to approach him, especially not someone like Lin Shuyan. With kisses and playful tugging, he found it hard to resist, and couldn't help but care. Lin Shuyan was thinking about how to win over Zhang. It was better to act sooner than later. Now that they had reached this point, with kisses exchanged, what was the point of being shy about feelings? Zhang had never married in all these years, so he probably had no dating experience. He was a straightforward and old-fashioned man. She pulled back slightly. Other people's wives don't kiss like this. Zhang found her words amusing. When did you learn how other people's wives kiss? Where did you sneak a look? Oh, she couldn't argue with the logic of a military husband. Other couples have their own secrets, she murmured quietly. Zhang didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Seeing the serious man, who approached love like defusing a bomb, Lin Shuyan had a thought and got up from the bed. She ran to the wardrobe, rummaged around, and found the divorce papers. When Zhang saw what she had, his expression turned unfriendly. Lin Shuyan sat back down on the bed and placed the divorce papers between them. Otherwise, let's consider this valid. You write me a letter of introduction, and I can go anywhere. The kids' household registrations are already taken care of. Zhang frowned. Her voice was soft and a bit pitiful, making it easy for anyone to feel sympathetic. You kiss your wife, and whoever your wife is, you kiss her. It's not because you like me. What you did that day kept me up for 2 nights. I have dark circles under my eyes, Lin Shuyan said, leaning in a bit and tilting her face up to him. Her eyes were pleading, and Zhang couldn't help but glance at her. Where are the dark circles? If I say there are, there are. She shoved the divorce papers into his hands, and he felt a twinge of regret for rushing to sign them. Now it felt like a hot potato, and she was pulling at his strings. I'm not divorcing. If you do, where will you go? You're a woman. Do you know it's dangerous out there? Zhang's voice was serious, trying to teach her a lesson. She was just a young girl, unaware of how chaotic the world could be. He raised his hand and tore the thin paper into pieces, tossing them aside, which left Lin Shuyan stunned. Then his tall figure leaned over her. Lin Shuyan felt a mix of courage and fear, not having the experience to handle the situation, and she fell back onto the bed. Zhang was strong, with broad shoulders and long legs, and he supported himself on one side, not moving, smelling of fresh soap. What do you want me to say? Lin Shuyan swallowed hard. Say you rushed back because you were worried about me, that you don't want a divorce because you like me, and that you kiss me. Because you like me too. Her eyes darted around, her lips moving but her voice getting softer. Are you too shy to say it? In this day and age, she had never seen anyone so bold, coming close to kiss her and talking about liking and not liking. If it weren't for being married, it would just be pure mischief, deserving of punishment. Go to sleep, Zhang said curtly. Lin Shuyan wanted to say more, but seeing his faint dark circles reminded her that he must have been busy for 2 days. She realized that discussing this at such a moment was indeed inappropriate. Have you not slept for 2 days? Haha. Isn't it you who hasn't slept for 2 days? Zhang found it amusing, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. It was a bit dazzling to see someone usually serious smile. Anyway, he had made a lot of progress today, and Zhang didn't deny it, which was an acknowledgement. Lin Shuyan decided to stop while she was ahead, pushing against his firm chest, urging the man to move a little. She sat up and prepared to go back to her room. Then you should sleep. Before she could take a step, someone grabbed her wrist. Your room is so messy, sleep here. Oh right, after all that commotion, she hadn't had time to tidy up over there. But she wanted to take a step further, just not so boldly. Zhang stood up, and before he could say anything, Lin Shuyan darted out. I'll go get my pajamas. When she returned in her pajamas, taking her time, Zhang had already made the bed. He leaned against the headboard, holding the torn divorce papers. Although Lin Shuyan was acting a bit strange, with her innocent demeanor, she couldn't possibly be a spy or anything like that. He wanted to investigate, but he didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings or do something he would regret. As she entered, he casually lifted the blanket. Sleep. Lin Shuyan, wearing light pink pajamas, had a delicate face. She burrowed under the covers and tightly closed her eyes, feeling a bit shy lying next to him. The warmth from the side of the bed near Zhang made her aware of his gaze on her face, causing her eyelashes to flutter. Finally, she couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. This was so strange. Turn off the light. It's time to sleep. Her soft voice was muffled in her palms, shy and bashful. Zhang reached out to turn off the light, and then he lay down, hearing the rustling of the blanket. Just as Lin Shuyan was about to relax, warmth pressed against her, and she felt his warm hand move hers away, followed by a gentle kiss on her lips. Another kiss. His breath enveloped her, and his large, warm hand gently caressed her cheek, their breaths intertwining. Lin Shuyan felt her skin tingle, her breath caught, and her heart raced. As he patiently kissed her, she finally couldn't hold back and opened her mouth, allowing him to deepen the kiss. Their tongues danced together, like fish gliding through water. A soft moan escaped her lips, sending shivers through her. Hearing this, Zhang, who intended to keep it light, found himself kissing her more deeply, stirring up a wave of emotions. The night heightened all senses. The sounds of breathing and heartbeat seemed to be right next to her. Lin Shuyan felt weak all over, and just when she thought she might faint from the kiss, the man finally pulled away. She breathed heavily, her soft lips tingling, still keeping her eyes closed. Huh. A light laugh came from Zhang, his voice low. Are you asleep like this? Early the next morning, a few people went to the police station. Xiaoyu insisted on going along, so they had to leave the two kids at home. They had been interrogating all night at the police station, first waking up Zhifei, who cried out loudly. Zhang was harsh, and his actions were severe. But where could you argue about it? There was no place to complain. He had pulled a knife, and the other party could claim self-defense. They arrived early, just as the police were changing shifts, and Fuyang was waiting for them in the office. How did the interrogation go? Zhang asked him. Fuyang took a sip of strong tea and led them to the temporary holding cell. That kid Zhifei, after you dealt with him, what else could he spill? He thought he could steal money, and he glanced at Lin Shuyan, and Xiaoyu frowned, recalling how Zhifei had dared to pull Lin Shuyan onto the bed yesterday. Ugh, that scoundrel. If I had the time yesterday, I would have kicked him hard. Fuyang looked at her and said, but there's more to it. You guessed right. He was being directed by someone else. He took their money to do their bidding. Zhang raised an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh. Lin Shuyan understood the situation well. Only Xiaoyu was confused. What? He has someone above him? As they spoke, they reached the temporary holding room. Zhifei sat in the corner, his face wet with tears, eyes vacant, clutching his twisted hand, in great pain. Meanwhile, Luli looked fierce, his face stern, still shouting, "Call my uncle. I want to tell my uncle." Seeing Fuyang made Luli even more agitated, banging on the cell door, "Let me out. Let me out. Fuyang, let me out. What's all this noise?" Fuyang shouted. "Luli, do you really think you're important?" "Captain Fu." A serious voice came from outside, and Fuyang turned to look. Oh, what a coincidence. It was Lu Li's uncle, Lu Tongnian, the current deputy chief of the police station. Lu Tongnian had come straight here after hearing the news, without even going to his office. At about 45 years old, he had no sons of his own, so he had always been very fond of his nephew. In his view, although his nephew was a bit unruly, he would never really do anything bad enough to get arrested. This person, Fu Yang, just looked down on him and took out his anger on Lu Li every time. Lu Tongnian quickly walked over and paused when he passed He Zhang, feeling that this person looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall who he was. Just looking at him was intimidating. "Uncle, you're here. Please let me out, I'm dying. They want to hurt me." Seeing Lu Tongnian arrive, Lu Li became excited and began to accuse Fu Yang and his group. "Uncle, my hand is broken. I was beaten. It was him, that person who hurt my hand." Lu Li gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he remembered how that man had injured him last night. He had been in pain all night long. Lu Tongnian looked at his nephew's injured hand, shot a fierce glare at He Zhang, and then turned to Fu Yang. "Even if you've arrested someone, you can't use excessive force. This is against the rules. And if someone is hitting others, they should be arrested too. Are you out of your mind?" He Xiuyu couldn't hold back any longer. As a lady from a prominent family, she had never faced such treatment. "So, because your nephew stole from our house, we can't defend ourselves? If you're going to protect him, I'll report you." Fu Yang smirked slightly, but quickly suppressed it. "If Deputy Lu wants to talk about rules, let's discuss them properly. Don't rush." He turned and shouted outside, "Get a few people to take them to the interrogation room." A few subordinates rushed in, opened the door, and dragged the three of them out. "Be gentle." Lu Tongnian hurried to support his nephew. No matter what, even if it was just a theft, they could settle it with money and wouldn't be locked up for long. But this beating was different. "Arrest the one who hit him too. Interrogate them together," he shouted at He Zhang. The guards stood still, glancing at Fu Yang.
"Captain Fu?"
Before Fu Yang could respond, He Zhang sneered, "Interrogate me? You should check if you're qualified. Breaking into a private residence, stealing money, and injuring someone, taking off his hand is too lenient." He turned to Fu Yang, ice in his expression. "Where's Director Li? I think he needs to be here for this." Fu Yang looked up and pointed to the end of the corridor. "Isn't he coming now?" The police officers were puzzled. Why is Director Li coming just to deal with a thief? Usually, Fu Yang would handle such cases directly, whether it meant locking someone up or sending them for community service. However, Lu Li is the nephew of Deputy Director Lu. I heard they are very close. He treats Lu Li like a son and plans to have him take care of him in the future. Why is Director Li here again? He hasn't come for over half a month, and isn't the higher-ups busy with a big case right now? I don't know. If you ask me, who should I ask? The people below whispered quietly, stretching their necks to see the drama unfold. Everyone was taken to the interrogation room. Director Li sat behind the table with a large teacup, and a recorder was beside him. Compared to Lu Tongnian, Director Li was quite friendly, a bit plump, with a cheerful face. He took a sip of tea and spat out 2 tea leaves. His gaze swept over He Zhang. "Well, today the notorious figure from District 18 is here. What does he have to do with this?" He remembered that political commissar Li had called to ask him to take care of He Zhang. Director Li shook his head. He would rather see the report on He Zhang approved, so he could transfer him to his department. The higher-ups had many cases, and Fu Yang couldn't handle them all alone. Having He Zhang would be great, but he knew that was impossible. In such a small police station, there was no room for someone like him. "All right, let's talk about it. What's going on?" Director Li set down the teacup and leaned back. The people were interrogated last night, and Fu Yang briefly explained he Zhifei, Lu Li, and that chubby guy broke into the Sioux Garden community to steal and hurt someone, and they were caught. "Oh, why did you call me here for a petty thief? You're getting worse as a captain." Director Li shot him a glance, which was clearly not a reprimand. Fu Yang replied lazily, "How could that be? I was just about to handle it, but Deputy Director Lu had some objections." Lu Tongnian stepped forward, sounding indignant. "Director Li, whether the theft happened is still under review, but my nephew was indeed hurt by this person. They should be arrested for intentional injury. Xiao Zhou, the interrogation record from last night. The recorder handed the interrogation record to Director Li, which clearly noted the testimonies of the three from last night. Lu Li and the chubby guy were indeed after money and did use violence, while He Zhifei's situation was more complicated, involving other matters. Director Liu, this has already been interrogated. The theft is a fact. Lu Tongnian didn't believe Lu Li would dare to steal from someone else's home. To him, Lu Li was just a kid. Impossible. In the middle of the night, Lu Li had his hand broken. Who knows if he was just scared? I demand a re-examination. Fu Yang's expression turned serious. So, Deputy Director Liu is implying that I colluded with the victim to frame him? I didn't say that, I just asked for review. Zhang leaned against the table, clearly fed up, and scoffed. I didn't know that the police department was like this. If Commissioner Li found out, he might be laughing from this year to the next. His tone was mocking, as if he was watching a joke unfold. Director Li's face turned red. Hey, how can you talk like that? Lu Tongnian looked back and forth at Zhang, surprised that he dared to speak to Director Li like that. He wondered who Commissioner Li was. The only one he could think of was. Fine, let's review it now. Zhang stood up straight and took out his officer's ID. The officer's ID from District 18 was special. As a regiment leader, he could use special methods for special situations. For example, if he caught someone no matter what they did, he could interrogate them and even work with the local police to impose a sentence. He slammed the officer's ID on Director Li's desk, his voice stern and his demeanor completely different from before. Lin Shuyan lowered her gaze, seeing Zhang handle things for the first time. To be honest, she was impressed. Who doesn't like a capable man? She hadn't dared to look at Zhang all day. That kiss last night was too intense, and just thinking about it made her weak in the knees. When she woke up in the morning, thankfully, Zhang was already downstairs. After changing and having breakfast, she came to the police station with someone and hadn't said a word since. Lu Tongnian glanced at the officer's ID but hadn't seen it clearly when He Zhifei, who had been quiet in the corner, suddenly shouted, "Brother, cousin, I was just talking nonsense last night. I didn't steal anything. I'm your cousin. I just went to your house to see you. I didn't steal anything." Lu Tongnian's face lit up. Oh, so you're relatives. That makes sense. Your cousin brought a friend to visit, so how could that be stealing? I knew there was a misunderstanding. Lu Li quickly chimed in. Exactly. You wouldn't intentionally catch your own cousin, right? Zhang ignored them and turned his attention to Lin Shuyan. The young girl was quiet today, standing with He Xiuyu, avoiding eye contact. But at this moment, Lin Shuyan looked at He Zhifei. When you came in last night, I didn't open the door for you. Coming to my house at 1 or 2 in the morning and prying the door open. How is that a visit? Sister-in-law, you stayed at my house for 2 months. We're family. Ouch! He Zhifei said excitedly, but his hand started to hurt again, and he couldn't help but wince. Huh. Not familiar, Lin Shuyan glared at him. Captain Fu, I lost a roll of money yesterday, 300 yuan, tied with a rubber band. Lu Li felt uneasy. Last night, when they were searched, he had hidden the money in his pants, so it wasn't taken. But what if someone found out that his 300 was the missing money? We didn't take your 300. We haven't seen it, he replied. Zhang's gaze was cold as he glanced at Lu Li, his tall figure exuding a strong sense of pressure. Lu Li immediately fell silent. He didn't know why, but every time this man looked at him, he felt scared. Search them, Zhang ordered. The guard looked at Director Li, who was sipping tea, and nodded for him to proceed. The guard immediately began searching the 3 of them. Then, from a pocket sewn into Lu Li's pants, they found the roll of money. It was strange. Last night, Captain Fu had told them not to search too thoroughly. The roll of money was placed on the table. Lin Shuyan looked a bit disgusted. Why would it be in his underwear? How could she use it later? That money is mine. Why do you say it's yours? Lin Shuyan exclaimed angrily. 300 yuan with a rubber band. By the way, I like to write serial numbers on my money. If I'm correct, there should be numbers in the lower left corner. Lu Li stood there, awkwardly squeezing out a few words. I also like to write numbers, lower left 1. 1 to 30. 10 yuan apiece, 300 yuan. Lu Li thought he was clever. Sorry, I remembered wrong. It's in the lower right corner. Here are numbers 66 to 96, the guard said. The guard looked at Lu Li. This lady is right. The money is hers. He Zhuang scrutinized Lu Li. What else is there to say? 300 yuan plus what Captain Fu and the police witnessed. You also have a record of violence. I believe the regulations are clear on how to handle this. At this moment, they were strictly enforcing the law. 300 yuan theft and violence could easily lead to a sentence of 7 or 8 years. Lu Li looked desperately at Lu Tongnian. Uncle. Lu Tongnian was furious and reached for the officer's ID on the table. What right do you have to interfere with police matters? The words caught in his throat. The officer's ID from District 18 had the name He Zhuang on it. He Zhuang, the commander of District 18. There weren't many He Zhuang in the capital. Lu Tongnian looked at He Zhuang in disbelief, then at Director Li, his lips trembling. You are from Commander He's family. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing him for the first time. He was overwhelmed by his presence. He Zhang Liang spoke. It doesn't say anything about Chief He. Deputy Lu should be able to read. I don't have time to deal with your nephew's issues. Li Ju should make the decision on how to judge this. Now Deputy Lu can leave. Lu Tongnian didn't dare to speak. His earlier displeasure faded, and he lowered his head in silence. It's bad enough to offend someone, but to offend He Zhang. Now, not only Lu Li, but he himself could be in trouble. Lu Li still didn't understand the situation. What, Chief? What is going on? Uncle. Why are you afraid of him? Who is he? He can't be better than you. Smack. Lu Tongnian raised his hand high and slapped Lu Li across the face, sternly saying, I can't control you if you steal. Fuyang waved his hand, signaling to take Lu Li and the chubby guy away, leaving He Zhifei alone. Li Ju stood up with a large teacup. Hey, I'll leave this to you. Lu Tongnian, come with me. The interrogation room fell silent, with the 4 of them facing He Zhifei alone. He Zhifei's teeth chattered. What do you want from me? I didn't do anything. He Xiuyu couldn't help but shout, He Zhifei. You're shameless, daring to bring others to steal from our home. Are you crazy? He Zheng's tone was cold, who said he only stole things. He Xiaoyu remembered, right? Who did you take money from? Why did you come? You said it yourself. Or should I interrogate you? He Zhang raised his leg and kicked He Zhifei's calf with his heavy military boot. He Zhifei shivered, the fear in his heart more overwhelming than the pain in his leg. Tears streaming down his face, he said, I'll tell you, it was Yao Ling who made me bully Lin Shuyan. I was scared, so I brought Lu Li and the chubby guy to pretend to steal. The 3 present understood this answer, except for He Xiuyu, who stood there in shock. What? How does Yao Ling fit into this? He Zhifei, what are you talking about? Don't spread rumors. Yao Ling had always treated her well since childhood. Regarding the broken engagement, He Xiuyu had always heard Yao Ling say it was her parents' pressure. Now, what was going on? He Zhifei trembled all over, shouting, it was Yao Ling. That day when I went to your school to find you, you had left. Yao Ling stopped me and asked me if I was interested in women, and said if I bullied Lin Shuyan or harmed her, she would give me money. He Zhang kicked again, and He Zhifei, along with a chair, crashed to the ground, the wooden chair shattering into pieces. Brother. He Xiaoyu had never seen He Zhang so angry before. She trembled uncontrollably and turned to Lin Shuyan, her face filled with guilt and fear. So, He Zhifei came to bully Lin Shuyan, even wanting to harm her. How cruel and despicable. He Xiaoyu had always been protected by her family. Even though her mother passed away early, she had never suffered much. As the youngest daughter of a high-ranking official, she had never experienced the harshness of life, surrounded only by people who tried hard to please her. She thought everyone was like that. But how could it be like this? In shock, she couldn't think clearly, her eyes red and disbelieving. She felt a sense of responsibility in this situation, biting her lip as she looked at Lin Shuyan, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Shuyan glanced at her, feeling calm inside. I want to find Yao Ling. I want her to explain why she treated Lin Shuyan like this. She turned and rushed outside, tears on her small face, ready to confront someone. At the door, she was stopped by Fu Yang, who said, "What's going on? Don't make things worse." He Xiuyu cried, "Why does she get to treat my sister-in-law like this?" The Fu family and the He family were close. When the He family had no one around, they left He Xiuyu at his house. Among the others, Fu Yang was the most familiar with He Xiuyu and, aside from He Zhang, was the person she feared the most.
"Come with me."
Fu Yang frowned, his voice serious. He Xiaoyu was no longer a child. She needed to learn to distinguish right from wrong. He Xiaoyu bit her lip as Fu Yang led her away. He Zhifei was still on the ground, wailing. He regretted everything now. All the talk about He Zhang being powerless and the He family declining was a lie. He was sure He Zhang would make him pay.
"And now?"
Lin Shuyan asked him calmly. She was not as angry as expected. Yao Ling's actions were within her expectations. She was just surprised at how the situation had changed, but with Yao Ling acting so recklessly, locking her up would solve everything. Thinking about how He Zhifei barged into her home with an agenda, He Zhang decided not to let her stay in his sight and had someone take He Zhifei away. Go find the person who should be held accountable. 5th Army Corps in the capital. Meng Xiaoqi had just returned from the training ground when he heard the orderly calling for him. "Deputy Commander Meng, there's a young lady outside looking for you," the orderly said with a smile, winking at him. Meng Xiaoqi asked, "Who is it?" The orderly lowered his voice. "It's the daughter of Commander Yao. Yao Xinqing is the leader of the 5th Regiment. Although he has moved to a civilian position due to his age, the people in the regiment still call him that. Yao Ling has visited a few times before, so many people know her." Meng Xiaoqi's gaze deepened, and he responded with a soft He walked toward the office, where Yao Ling was waiting in the hallway. Their last blind date hadn't gone well. Yao Ling felt uneasy at home today. She hadn't heard from He Zhifei in 2 days and was unsure when he would take action. She wanted to keep Meng Xiaoqi close, so she decided to visit the regiment to find him. When she saw Meng Xiaoqi, she instinctively looked away for a moment, but quickly composed herself. "Did you just finish training?" "Yes," he replied. Meng Xiaoqi smiled, looking friendly and approachable. Knowing how intimidating he could be, Yao Ling bit her lip and tried to act natural. "My dad came to pick up some documents today, so I thought I'd see if you were free to have lunch together." "Sure, let's have lunch," he said. "Okay." Yao Ling nodded, feeling shy. It was break time, and soldiers who had just finished training passed by on their way to the cafeteria, glancing at the two of them with curiosity. However, before they could go to eat, a group of people entered and surrounded Yao Ling. "Are you Yao Ling?" Yao Ling was taken aback and slowly nodded.
"What do you want with me?"
Even Meng Xiaoqi was confused. "Who are you?" "We're from the Public Security Bureau. Yao Ling is involved in a case, and we need to ask her some questions. Please do not interfere." This statement was quite disrespectful, and Meng Xiaoqi's expression darkened. The people were sent by Fu Yang, who was currently in the office discussing matters with the political commissar of the 5th Regiment. When he came out, he waved his hand, and in front of everyone, they took Yao Ling away. At that moment, Yao Xinqing learned of the situation and hurried over, only to see the police car leaving. At the Public Security Bureau, He Xiaoyu sat quietly in a chair. Yao Ling's situation was connected to the earlier incident in Xiaoqiao village involving Lin Shuyan, who also couldn't leave and was worried about the 2 children at home. "Xiuyu, you should go home. Little Tree and Fu Bao are still at home," Lin Shuyan said. He Xiuyu, with her big eyes, looked down and didn't dare to meet her gaze. During these days at home, she had seen how well Lin Shuyan treated Little Tree and Fu Bao, caring for her brother and even being kind to her. Although she was asked to help out, He Xiuyu appreciated it. It felt like being treated as family, with Lin Shuyan teaching her. "I'm not going home. I want to ask Yao Ling why she did that." Lin Shuyan sighed, worried about the He family members, He Zhang, He Xiaoshu, and now adding Xiuyu, each one more stubborn than the last. Helpless, I turned to Zhang and said, "I'm worried about the child. It's almost noon." "Wait, I'll have Xiaoshang go over," he replied. Zhang went to Director Li's office, as he was the only one in the police station with a phone, and asked young Xiaoshan to go to the house. Yao Ling was quickly taken to the police station. Due to the political background of the Yao family, Director Li was also involved and was overseeing the situation. Yao Ling couldn't believe that such a simple matter had gone wrong, and that He Zhifei had actually implicated her. Her heart raced as she wondered how things had turned out this way. She had been reborn, thinking this life would be smoother and more successful than the last. How could she possibly fail here? "No, I didn't instruct him. I wasn't involved in this," she insisted. He Zhifei confronted her, his face flushed, detailing the money he had received that day. He then pulled out a note that was clearly an IOU written by Yao Ling. He was afraid she wouldn't give him the remaining 200 yuan, so he insisted on her writing the note. With black and white evidence, Yao Ling had no way to deny it and change her story, claiming she only told him to steal money. Stealing was certainly a lighter charge than murder or assault. She glared at Lin Shuyan, thinking that even if she was caught, what would it matter? The worst that could happen was a few days in detention, and her father could get her out. What was there to fear? "Lin Shuyan, I was just jealous of you, so I had He Zhifei steal something. What does it matter if they catch me? He didn't steal anything anyway. You can't keep me for long." "That's nonsense." He Xiuyu suddenly stood up. "You're lying. You clearly had He Zhifei go after my sister-in-law." "You." By the end, He Xiaoyu's eyes were red with emotion. Yao Ling scoffed, tucking her hair behind her ear. "Isn't it a bit late for you to call me Sister Yao Ling? What right do you have to say anything to me?" He Xiaoyu was caught off guard, feeling guilty and regretful. How could she have listened to Yao Ling? They had grown up together, but why had she become so malicious? The interrogation room was tense. Lin Shuyan spoke calmly, directorly. "Besides this incident, I want to report Yao Ling for pushing me off a cliff in Xiaoqiao village, trying to kill me." Her eyes were clear, and her voice was calm and steady as she stated the facts. As soon as she finished speaking, the interrogation room fell silent. Yao Ling's eyes widened. "Don't slander me." Just then, Zhang pushed the door open, and outside was He Yanyan, who had met with He Zhifei. He Yanyan talked about the day when Yao Ling went up the mountain with her, including a moment when Yao Ling disappeared from her sight. When she went to look for her, she saw Yao Ling pushing someone. To help her brother, He Yanyan had to clarify everything. At this point, the truth was revealed. Yao Ling could no longer argue. No, it was all not true. Clearly, in this life, she would choose Zhang, enjoying his wealth and companionship. She would escape Meng Xiaoqi and become the youngest and most successful female entrepreneur. How did everything change? No, she couldn't believe it. Yao Ling glared fiercely at Lin Shuyan, losing her earlier calmness, and shouted hysterically, "It's you, Lin Shuyan. You caused this. Why aren't you foolish anymore? You must have been reborn too. You can't arrest me. Zhang, don't you like me? You wouldn't take me away." Zhang's gaze was cold. Where did this woman get her confidence? Everyone thought Yao Ling was just excited and rambling, but Lin Shuyan was shocked to realize that Yao Ling was indeed reborn. No wonder she noticed her own differences and was eager to resolve her situation. Everything made sense now. Lin Shuyan stepped forward, but Zhang held her back. She glanced back to signal that she was fine. She stood in front of Yao Ling and lowered her voice. "Reborn? I see. If only you had focused on using your memories from that life to become rich instead of trying to deal with me, it would have been better." With a sharp blow to Yao Ling's heart, she regretted her past choices. Lin Shuyan smirked, "And let me tell you a secret. I'm much more powerful than being reborn." She took a step back before Yao Ling could go wild, standing tall. "Lin Shuyan, you deserve to die." Yao Ling screamed in madness, and He Xiuyu, seeing this unfamiliar side of her, couldn't say a word. Director Li had Yao Ling and He Zhifei locked up again. It would take time to determine their guilt. By the time they left the police station, it was already 2 p.m. Zhang drove the car, and the three of them headed back to Suyuan community. Lin Shuyan sat in the front seat, while Xiuyu was in the back, silent the whole way. Lin Shuyan felt no obligation to provide psychological counseling to a teenage girl. She relaxed and looked out the window. She was shocked to learn that Yao Ling was reborn, but considering her own situation of being in a book, it seemed reasonable. Now that there was no one in the way to complicate things, the biggest threat was gone, and Lin Shuyan felt much lighter. Yao Ling would never have expected things to turn out this way. She deserved it. She could have achieved great things but chose to seek shortcuts. She brought this upon herself. Choosing Zhang must mean she knew about his money and the He family's return to power from a past life. Thinking this, she unconsciously glanced at the driver. The man held the steering wheel, sitting upright, focused on the road, and noticed her gaze from the corner of his eye. "What's wrong?" Lin Shuyan shook her head, a smile spreading across her face. "Nothing. I'm just hungry." It was already past lunchtime, and none of them had eaten. The car happened to pass by a state-run restaurant. Zhang said, "I'll go buy some dishes." Okay. She didn't feel like cooking anymore and preferred to eat something ready at home. The car stopped by the roadside, and Zhang opened the door to buy food while Lin Shuyan leaned back to rest. She heard a soft sniffle from behind and turned her head to glance. "What's wrong? Are you crying?" "No, I'm not," Xiuyu replied defensively, her eyes swollen like walnuts. After a moment, she managed to say a few words. "Yao Ling, how could she be so mean?" "Can't understand? Weren't you a big supporter of hers before?" This was true. Xiuyu was picking at her nails. Fuyong had also criticized her, saying she acted impulsively, was self-centered, and only listened to one side without thinking things through. She wiped her tears again, her voice tiny. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law." Lin Shuyan chuckled. "What?" "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry." Xiuyu raised her voice, looking at her with big eyes. "I shouldn't have gone against you, and I shouldn't have believed everything Yao Ling said. I was wrong." She acknowledged her mistakes and promised to change in the future. "All right, from now on, you'll wash all the dishes at home." Thinking she misheard, Xiuyu blinked. She thought Lin Shuyan would at least give her a big lecture and make her write a long reflection. "What's wrong? Don't want to?" "I do, but why is the punishment so light? When I did something wrong before, my dad made me write a reflection." Lin Shuyan nodded. "Oh, okay, then write me a 10,000-word essay." Xiuyu wished she could tear her mouth apart, but she also felt that writing 10,000 words was a bit of a bargain, so she fell silent. In just over 10 minutes, Zhang returned, carrying not only the food but also a small cake that Lin Shuyan liked. When the car got home, Xiaoshu was leaning on the coffee table reading. Fu Bao was lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly, and Yang Xiaoshan was nearly asleep too. "Hey, you're finally back," Lin Shuyan said gently. "You've worked hard, Xiaoshan." "It's not hard, sister-in-law. Haven't you all eaten yet? Have you eaten? If not, let's eat together." "I'll take the little one upstairs to sleep," Lin Shuyan said as she picked up the small child from the sofa and took them back to the room. When she came downstairs, the food was already set up. Yang Xiaoshan had brought some food and had eaten with the two kids. He didn't stay long when the family returned, just exchanged a few words with Zhang, and shook his head upon hearing about Yao Ling's situation before leaving. After lunch, Xiuyu voluntarily went to wash the dishes. When she came out, Lin Shuyan had gone up for a nap, and her brother was sitting on the sofa waiting for her. After being scolded by Zhang, Xiuyu just wanted to say that her sister-in-law was too good. She pouted as she watched Zhang go upstairs, lying down with Xiaoshu. She wrote a reflection while Xiaoshu practiced writing. Once things settled down, Lin Shuyan, who hadn't slept well the night before, fell asleep as soon as she got into bed. With the little one beside her, listening to the child's peaceful breathing, she slept soundly. She didn't even notice when Zhang came in to check on her. After Yao Ling was caught, life was calm for a few days. Lin Shuyan felt relaxed. Xiaoyu went to school during the day and willingly did housework after school. The two kids were well behaved. Most importantly, someone was getting closer to her. After lunch, Lin Shuyan made sweet red bean balls. The sweet and sticky red beans bloomed beautifully, and with sugar and dried osmanthus, it was just right to warm her up. After finishing with the kids, she took a portion upstairs. Zhang was in the study looking at documents. His vacation was almost over, and he needed to return to the military district soon. The door was quietly pushed open, and Lin Shuyan entered wearing a white shirt and a light yellow floral skirt. She had altered the collar herself, transforming the originally stiff shirt into something soft and fitted. There was everything near the state-run restaurant, including tailor shops. She had sent several outfits for alterations. Some were taken in at the waist, some had their collars changed, and some had buttons added. In short, the originally ordinary clothes had become fitted and stylish, accentuating her lovely figure. Having just made sweet red bean balls, the kitchen was a bit warm. A few strands of hair fell on her cheeks, and she unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt. At that moment, she walked in with a flushed face, her neck and collarbone smooth and pale. Zhang, have something to eat. The kids were downstairs and the second floor was quiet. Lin Shuyan set down the bowl and showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she walked to the window and opened it. A cool breeze rushed in, and she tilted her head back, feeling comfortable, standing there to enjoy the wind. Zhang looked up and saw her, who would stand by the window with an open collar. If someone walked by below, everything would be visible. He frowned, got up, and went to the window, pulling her back. You didn't button up properly. After saying that, he reached out and neatly buttoned her shirt. I'm hot. Being hot doesn't matter. The man had a serious expression. Lin Shuyan wrinkled her nose and let him do as he pleased, thinking to herself that he was such a stickler for rules. His hands were buttoning the small flower-shaped buttons. Why were they so tiny? It was quite troublesome compared to the buttons on military uniforms. Fortunately, Commander, he was always quick in his actions. After buttoning her up, he looked her over and felt relieved. Go drink the sweet soup. Fu Bao and Xiaoshu really liked it and almost didn't leave any for you. Zhang wasn't very fond of sweet things, but he never turned down anything Lin Shuyan made. The soft and sweet taste melted in his mouth, and he finished the bowl in just a few bites. Lin Shuyan stood by the table, watching the way his throat moved as he swallowed, and the neatly buttoned shirt made her imagine how strong and handsome his muscles must be underneath. Thinking back to that kiss a few days ago, Lin Shuyan felt a bit unsatisfied. Why hadn't he kissed her again? It had already been 3 days. She licked her lips, her tongue brushing over her petal-like lips, feeling a bit tempted. Zhang set the bowl down and met her gaze, which was soft and full of affection. What's wrong? Lin Shuyan leaned closer. Is it good? Is it too sweet? Not really. The girl leaned in closer, her small nose almost touching his. Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly. I forgot if it's sweet or not. After saying that, Lin Shuyan wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her soft lips against his. The faint fragrance immediately filled Zhang's senses, and her tongue sought entrance. Zhang's heart raced. He couldn't resist. He knew if he didn't kiss her, he'd only see her eyes turn red again. Besides, he had already tasted Lin Shuyan's sweetness and often thought about it. With a long reach, he pulled the petite girl onto his lap, holding her waist firmly. His body was hard and muscular, and Lin Shuyan felt even warmer being so close to him. His lips captured hers, prying them open and deepening the kiss. She tilted her head back slightly, a soft sigh escaping her lips, making his grip on her waist tighten even more. Sitting on his strong thighs was a bit uncomfortable, so Lin Shuyan wrapped her arms around his neck and let them slide down to his shoulders. The muscles under his shirt bulged slightly from the effort, making her unable to resist touching them. As their breathing grew heavier, just when Lin Shuyan felt a bit dizzy, she heard soft footsteps outside the door, stumbling lightly. Both of them were surprised. Just as they separated, little Fu Bao appeared at the door, making cute sounds. With a tilted head and big, grape-like eyes, he looked at Lin Shuyan as if he wanted to ask what they were doing. Lin Shuyan quickly got up from He Zhang's side. Her legs felt weak for a moment, but the man supported her waist. Her face turned red as she shot He Zhang a glare, completely forgetting that she was the one who had approached him first. He Zhang remained calm, but his deep gaze revealed a growing desire that made Lin Shuyan's heart race. She adjusted her dress and walked to the door, bending down to pick up Fu Bao. "What's wrong, baby?" Fu Bao wrapped his little arms around her neck and pointed at his aunt's bright red lips, making sounds. Lin Shuyan's ears turned red, and her lips tingled, knowing what the child was thinking. Ahem, Annie had some spicy food. Ye Dao, Fu Bao shook his head anxiously, as if expressing that spicy food was not good. Feeling the gaze from behind, Lin Shuyan quickly hugged Fu Bao and slipped away. It was all because of certain people who looked too reserved. The more reserved they were, the more irresistible they became. She didn't even realize she had such feelings. 2 days later, He Zhang contacted the school in Little Tree City to send the child to school. He kept going to the contact point, leaving Lin Shuyan and Fu Bao at home during the day. Her main task every day was to teach Fu Bao to speak. One day, when He Xiaoyu returned, she excitedly wanted Lin Shuyan to look at her face. "Sister-in-law, have I gotten whiter?" "Not only that, but I haven't had any pimples lately." Lin Shuyan looked closely. After using the face cream with Snow Lotus essence, it indeed showed results. Although it wasn't as obvious as when she soaked in Snow Lotus herself, it was still better than any face cream or pearl powder available on the market. She thought about researching how to make money using Snow Lotus. "Let me see." Lin Shuyan pulled He Xiaoyu closer. Her skin was noticeably whiter. If it was originally 3 parts white, now it was 4. In just over a week, there was this effect. It was noticeable but not exaggerated, just the right amount in Lin Shuyan's opinion. Right? At first, after using it for 2 days, I just felt my skin wasn't as dry, and it felt refreshing. The more I used it, the better it felt, and the little bumps on the side of my face went away. My dorm mates all praised me. He Xiaoyu looked excited. It was great. If she could keep using it, she would have skin as smooth and white as her sister-in-law's in the future. Lin Shuyan withdrew her hand, looking pleased. "Of course, it's good. Can you tell me how much the face cream you usually use costs?" Why do you ask? Are you planning to sell it, sister-in-law?" "Of course. Why not make money from such a great product?" She hadn't thought about how to sell it yet, but now that He Xiaoyu was at school, she could start with students. Teenage girls care a lot about their appearance, and those who can attend girls' schools usually come from families that value their daughter's development. These young girls won't lack money, and once they start using it, they will continue to buy it for a long time, even into their 20s, 30s, or 40s as long as the product is good. In her past life, Lin Shuyan had never run a business, but as long as she had the Snow Lotus flower, her product would be good. The rest she could figure out slowly. She believed she could succeed. He Xiaoyu sat down on the stool. "But didn't you give me the face cream from the Southern Trading Company last time?" "I changed the formula." "Ah, sister-in-law, you can do this too?" Lin Shuyan's eyes shifted as she recounted her prepared story. "I suddenly became better and remembered many things, as if I had met a wise person in my childhood who gave me a recipe. They said some herbs could be used to whiten the skin and make people glow. When I was in Xiaoqiao village, I went up the mountain to gather mushrooms and found the herbs, so I added them to the face cream and tried it. The results were indeed good." He Xiaoyu said, looking incredulous. "So, I'm your second test subject?" Sometimes, being easy to convince was one of He Xiaoyu's strengths. "Don't worry, I used it myself, and it worked well, which is why I let you try it. Isn't it good now?" "That's true." He Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. "That's amazing. I will definitely have skin as white as snow in the future. So can we talk business now?"
Right.
The students at our school love to buy that face cream from the Southern Trading Company for 5 yuan a box. If they really can't spend that much, they buy the state-owned department store's snow cream for 3 yuan. The best one is the foreign brand's Jasmine Pearl Cream, which costs 12 yuan. I only bought a small bottle once, and it hurt my wallet.
Okay.
Lin Shuyan wrote down a few numbers on paper, estimating that the basic spending for girls' schools was between 5 to 8 yuan, with a small portion willing to spend over 10 yuan. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, He Xiuyu raised her hand, looking eager to please. Lin Shuyan looked up. What is it? Ahem, I can help you sell it and promote it. Does that mean I can use it for free? Lin Shuyan smiled as she looked at He Xiuyu. She was the daughter of a high-ranking official, always dressed in the best clothes, and she was quite pretty, likely someone other girls at school admired. If it weren't for He Zhang controlling her pocket money, she wouldn't mind spending a few dozen yuan. Getting He Xiuyu to promote products was the best idea. Okay, but it depends on how well you can shout. I can definitely do it. He Xiuyu was confident, not just with classmates she didn't know, but also with many who often gathered around her. All right, Fu Bao should be waking up now. Take her downstairs to play.
Sure.
Teach her to talk a bit more. She can barely say 2 words these days.
Got it.
He Xiuyu woke Fu Bao from her nap and took her downstairs. With no one in the room, Lin Shuyan entered the spiritual spring space. The snow lotus had 12 petals. One had fallen off the cliff, one was used for a bath, and another was in He Zhang's medicine and face cream. Now, with 9 petals left, Lin Shuyan examined them closely and counted again. To her surprise, she found that the softest part in the middle had grown a new petal, very small but definitely a snow lotus petal.
Lin Shuyan felt a bit dazed.
Could she have miscounted before? That seemed impossible. She was careful and had counted 3 or 4 times, so there was only one explanation. Planted in this soil and nourished by the spiritual spring, the snow lotus could regenerate. It was a multi-petal flower that could grow new petals after losing some. This discovery thrilled Lin Shuyan. As long as it could keep growing, it would be a sustainable resource, and even if it took time, that was fine. Looking at the other 3 empty spots, she was excited about what plants she could grow there in the future. After leaving the empty space, Lin Shuyan quickly jotted down some notes. Recently, she had been studying and writing with He Xiaoshu, so it wasn't strange that she wrote less. Considering the rarity of the snow lotus, she didn't set the price too low. The essence of the snow lotus in He Xiaoyu's face cream was just a bit left over from making the medicine. She figured 1 petal could make a batch. The southern merchant's face cream was called Yuhua cream, about 50 grams per box. She didn't have a way to produce face cream, so she could only mix it based on Yuhua cream. 50 grams would last a long time, and Lin Shuyan planned to buy some small boxes to divide 1 box into 2. This would save costs and speed up consumption. Also, with new boxes, no one would think of Yuhua cream. Cough, cough, it might be a bit unethical, but given the current situation, she would focus on growing her business first. The first batch plans to purchase 30 boxes of jade flower cream, divided into 60 boxes, using 1 petal and slightly higher concentration for a more noticeable effect. The second and third batches can then produce 100 boxes. As for the pricing and the name of the face cream, Lin Shuyan still needs to think about it. She scribbled on a piece of paper and neatly folded it before placing it in the drawer. She just caught a glimpse of the mushrooms in the space and thought she should find time to make mushroom meat sauce, selling a bottle for 5 yuan, which could earn quite a bit of money. With that in mind, Lin Shuyan headed downstairs. He Zhang had not returned yet, and downstairs, He Xiuyu was teaching Fu Bao to talk. Auntie, Fu Bao called me auntie. Fu Bao looked at her with big round eyes, making 2 sounds before giggling. Come on, just say it once, Annie.
Ah.
He Xiaoyu, feeling a bit defeated, pinched her chubby cheek. Yu. Lin Shuyan thought Fu Bao had made great progress and brought little Doding over. Fu Bao immediately jumped into her arms. Auntie, Mom. Haha, it's actually your uncle's wife. Fu Bao pouted her little lips, trying hard to say 2 words. Auntie, wow, so good. Auntie will make delicious food for Fu Bao tonight. Fu Bao, yay. All right. So it was just that you weren't cooperating with me, He Xiuyu said, feeling frustrated. Fu Bao tilted her head and acted silly. In the military family area, the Yao family, the sound of shattering glass rang sharply. The police were holding back the news, and by the time Yao Zhenqing figured out what was happening, Yao Ling had already been convicted. Instigating others to commit murder, though unsuccessful, was a repeated offense with serious circumstances, likely leading to over 20 years in prison, just waiting for the paperwork to come through. Yao Zhenxing, who valued his reputation, never expected that at such a critical moment his daughter would betray him, causing a major incident. Yao Zhenxing's face turned pale, and he swept a cup off the coffee table, shattering it into pieces. She really had to follow Zhang. What's the use of saying this now? You agreed to let her go to the countryside. Old Yao, we only have one daughter. You can't just ignore her. Yao Zhenxing maintained a stern expression. Am I ignoring her? How can I manage this? This is being watched by Zhang and Fuyang. Who can intervene? Murder is murder. If it were a minor issue, Yao Zhenxing could naturally get Yao Ling out, but now with Zhang in the way, he knew Director Li from the police station well, and he had a long-standing friendship with Commissioner Li from the 18th District. This time, it was a deadlock. Xue Honghua felt darkness cloud her vision and collapsed onto the sofa, as if all her strength had left her. She cried out, I don't care. I only have one daughter, and I will do whatever it takes to get Yao Ling out. Then, remembering something, she lifted her tear-streaked face and said, Right, Zhang, I will beg him. I will kneel before him. His wife is still alive, so how can he ruin my daughter's life? Xue Honghua got up and staggered toward the door. Come back, Yao Zhenxing said angrily. If Zhang had any feelings for the past, he wouldn't have sent her in. What good will it do for you to go? Don't cause more trouble and make it harder for me to get promoted. Yao Zhenxing's words left Xue Honghua stunned, unable to believe what she heard.
Promotion?
How can that be more important than my daughter? The Yao family was in chaos, and Lu Xiaomei's family was not doing any better. He Zhifei was likely facing a 12-year sentence, and instead of being in jail, he would be sent to the countryside for labor reform. Lu Xiaomei lay in bed for 2 days with a patch on her forehead, lamenting, My son, Zhifei. My Zhifei. Mom, you should get up, He Yanyan said with a frown. She was trying to comfort Lu Xiaomei, but inside, she didn't care much about He Zhifei being arrested. Most of the family's money had been spent on He Zhifei in the city, and she had even given him her bicycle, which she still wanted. It's not so bad that he was taken away. Now the family's money would only be spent on her. He Qingguo was smoking a homemade cigarette and spat. I think Zhang is just taking out his anger on Lin Shuyan, hoping she won't pursue it anymore. There might still be a way. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Shuyan would love to see our whole family locked up, Lu Xiaomei said, sitting up while holding her forehead. He Qingguo huffed. I'll go find Lin Dayo. His daughter caused this mess. He should deal with it. Hey, that makes sense. Wait for me, old man. Lu Xiaomei tossed her headscarf aside and hurried out the door in her shoes. Late at night, everything was quiet. When Zhang returned, the small building was dimly lit by a warm yellow lamp in the living room, and everyone was asleep. He had originally planned to return to the military district, but for some reason, that was postponed. After turning off the light, Zhang went upstairs. After taking a shower in his room, he quietly went next door. The room was silent, with a small lump under the covers. Lin Shuyan was sleeping soundly, her little face half buried in the blanket, completely unaware that someone had entered the room. Zhang mentioned that a guard post had been added to the small building and several doors would be locked at night, leaving only the front door open, which made things much safer. The man gazed at her sleeping face in the dark, bent down to tidy her messy hair, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before leaving. He thought to himself that it was time for the child to start sleeping alone. The next day, Lin Shuyan woke up early and went downstairs to make breakfast. With 2 children going to school, Xiuyu would take Xiaoshu with her, and they usually preferred to buy buns from a nearby shop instead of having Lin Shuyan wake up early to prepare breakfast. So, it was rare for her to get up this early. The eggs had been boiled the night before, soaked in tea leaves overnight, and she just reheated them. She also made some pancakes, frying them until they were fragrant and brushed a savory sauce on top, sprinkling some chopped green onions. There were also beef buns and sweet steamed buns that she had made a couple of days ago, stored in the freezer, ready to eat once heated. Feeling cheerful, she enjoyed cooking, humming a little tune as she cut the pancakes into small pieces. Her hair fell softly by her cheeks, and the kitchen window was open, letting in a gentle breeze that made her skirt and hair flutter. It was at this moment that Zhang came down, standing in the doorway and watching her for a while. His deep gaze fell on her fair, delicate face, gradually softening. Once the pancakes were cut, Lin Shuyan picked up a small piece and put it in her mouth, savoring the salty flavor. Her rosy lips touched a bit of sauce, and she licked it with her tongue, her eyes squinting in delight. Delicious. I, Lin Shuyan, am a cooking genius. But the rest of her words got stuck in her throat when she noticed Zhang standing by the door. Cough, cough, cough. Startled, she coughed and covered her mouth. Zhang quickly stepped forward to gently pat her back. Why are you so easily scared? Cough you. You startled me first, she replied, tears welling up as her eyes turned red from coughing. Zhang poured her a glass of water, which helped her calm down. My fault, he said, his lips pressed into a straight line, looking slightly guilty. Lin Shuyan recovered, her eyes still glistening, and her voice a bit hoarse. Are you eating at home?
Yes.
She picked up a piece of pancake and handed it to him. Try it and see if it's good. Zhang took it, chewed and swallowed. Very tasty. I knew you would like it. Although Zhang wasn't picky, Lin Shuyan had noticed that he didn't like spicy or sweet foods, preferring savory or marinated dishes. Seeing someone enjoy her cooking made her happy. The two stood side by side, with Zhang helping her occasionally, their shoulders brushing against each other, talking closely, creating an intimate atmosphere. After a while, Xiaoshu woke up. He didn't need Lin Shuyan to worry about him anymore. He got up, changed his clothes, and washed up by himself. Seeing breakfast, he happily bounced down the stairs. When he reached the kitchen door and saw Zhang there, he paused and called out seriously, Uncle. Xiaoshu, wait until after breakfast to go out, Lin Shuyan said as she turned to talk to him. Xiaoshu nodded and walked in to help carry the buns from the stove. The door to the room on the first floor opened, and Xiaoshu came out, her eyes brightening. Wow, there's breakfast. Seeing Xiaoshu working, she didn't want to be outdone and rushed into the kitchen to bring out the savory pancakes. The two exchanged glances, and Xiaoshu put down the buns and quickly dashed back into the kitchen to get tea eggs. Lin Shuyan found it amusing. Xiaoyu was a few months older than her, but her maturity level seemed similar to Xiaoshu's. Slow down, you two, or you'll break something. After serving the millet porridge from the pot, Lin Shuyan and Zhang sat down at the table. Wow, this is delicious. Sister-in-law, what kind of pancake is this? It looks simple but smells so good. Of course, it smelled good. The dough is made with spring water and a special sauce. Savory pancake. Sister-in-law, I think you could make a fortune anywhere you go. This savory pancake is better than the buns and steamed buns at breakfast shops. The meal was lively, with Xiaoyu chatting nonstop. Once everyone had left, only Lin Shuyan and little Fubao remained at home. She fed the child a bit and took him outside. Lin Shuyan had thought about making cream for a while. She planned to visit the Southern Trading Company to check on the cream, hoping to buy in bulk for a better price. If she asked Yang Xiaoshan, she might get a discount, but she didn't want to trouble him for such a small matter. Yang Xiaoshan was friends with Zhang, not with her. It was best not to owe favors if possible. However, she had no idea that Zhang's friends would love for him to ask for help with small things. Fubao was too small, and Lin Shuyan didn't feel confident riding a bike with him. She could only walk and carry him. Fortunately, Fubao was very understanding and usually let her hold his hand while walking. When he got tired, he would squat down in a pile of fallen leaves, panting. The golden leaves were full of autumn vibes. It would be great to have a camera to take a series of cute pictures of Fubao. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the Southern Trading Company. At the entrance, someone was selling candied hawthorn skewers, bright red and tempting. Lin Shuyan bought a skewer for Fubao. Our Fubao is so strong. Don't you want your aunt to carry you because you're tired? Fu Bao nodded obediently, her little face flushed from walking. Lin Shuyan handed a candied hawthorn stick to the little girl. Then we should reward Fu Bao with a big candied hawthorn. The two stood by the road chatting for a while, creating a warm scene that caught the attention of passers-by. They wondered whose little girl was so delicately beautiful, and her mother was so gentle and lovely. As Fu Bao nibbled on the candied hawthorn, Lin Shuyan took her into the store. The face cream was prominently displayed on the first floor. Lin Shuyan directly asked the salesperson for 30 boxes and requested her to pack them up. Such a large order surprised the salesperson. The cream sold very well, and most people in the city could afford it. Every woman loves to look beautiful. But it was the first time someone ordered 30 boxes at once. How many faces could that cover? Lin Shuyan paid first, and then went upstairs to choose suitable small boxes, preferably sealed, and glass ones if possible. It was not easy to find the right boxes, as such small jars are not very useful in daily life. After looking around without success, Lin Shuyan thought about checking back at the state-run department store, as the southern store mainly sold popular items. The state-run department store had a wider variety of small items. After finishing her shopping there, she finally found suitable small glass bottles with simple plastic lids, which would do just fine. With her purchases in hand, Lin Shuyan took Fu Bao home. After walking for a while, Fu Bao was sleepy as soon as they got home. She still had 3 pieces of candied hawthorn left, but her little body was already resting on the sofa. Reluctant to let go of the candied hawthorn, she kept trying to lick it even with her eyes barely open. Lin Shuyan set down her things, stifling a laugh, and picked her up. "Come on, our Fu Bao is sleepy. Let's go upstairs to sleep, and you can have the candied hawthorn when you wake up, okay?" Hearing the gentle, familiar voice, Fu Bao reluctantly released her little hand. Lin Shuyan placed the candied hawthorn on a small plate and took her upstairs. The little girl nestled in her arms, looking very sleepy. Even when placed on the bed, she still held onto Lin Shuyan's collar. Remembering the past, Fu Bao used to fall asleep like this, always clutching something tightly. A child who lacks affection often feels insecure.
Good girl, sleep now. Mom, mama.
The little girl murmured those 2 words, making Lin Shuyan's eyes feel warm. The word aunt was a bit difficult for her. After a few days of practice, she still couldn't say it clearly, but she had learned to call mama first. Lin Shuyan sighed softly, feeling a mix of sweetness and sadness that was hard to describe. She gently comforted her. "Sleep well, baby. Mama is here." Fu Baoan had fallen asleep, but Lin Shuyan sat quietly by the bed. Suddenly, she remembered her previous life and her home. Her father drank heavily and was abusive. Since college, she had earned all her tuition and living expenses herself. Even so, her father would still ask her for money. If she refused, he would come to her school and insult or hit her in front of her classmates. As for her mother, that weak woman who never dared to speak up, she would only say to understand her father. "If he hits you, just endure it." She even urged Lin Shuyan to tolerate it. Lin Shuyan wanted to escape, to break free. She remembered the day she saved up 2,000 yuan and even considered giving up her studies to leave that city. When her father went out drinking, she went home and told her mother she wanted to take her away. But what was in her mother's eyes at that moment? Shock, anger, and even a bit of disappointment. How can you abandon your own father? He is your father. So, what if he hits you or asks for your money? Lin Shuyan could only stand there, unable to believe it. She realized how foolish and naive she was, trying to save the woman in front of her, who didn't even want to leave. In the end, Lin Shuyan couldn't take her mother away. Her father returned and beat her, taking the 2,000 yuan. From that day on, she knew she couldn't rely on anyone. She dropped out of school, started live streaming, and made plans to escape. However, later on, she stopped worrying. She completely broke free from that cycle. Because she got sick with a terminal illness. The high medical bills made that man cut off their father-daughter relationship, fearing she would burden him. Her mother visited her once in the hospital and secretly gave her 2,000 yuan. Lin Shuyan accepted it, It was her money anyway, so why refuse? With an incurable illness, she gave up on surgery and expensive treatments, choosing to just stay in the hospital. She continued to build her popularity through live streaming to support herself. Until her death, she never saw those two again. A cool breeze blew in through the window. Lin Shuyan got up to close it. The sky was overcast and it was about to rain. She had the memories of her previous self, but had never set foot in Linjia village. In her memories, that home was just like her last life, with a few more siblings. Lin Dao and Wu Huifang were her original parents, just like the ones who abandoned her before. Identical. In the bedroom, there was a table with a white surface and stylish European patterns on the edges. Lin Shuyan focused her mind, went downstairs to rinse a small glass jar with hot water, disinfecting and drying it. Then she returned to her room and neatly arranged the cream she had taken out. The face cream from the Southern Trading Company has a floral scent that is sweet and rich, with a thick, yogurt-like texture. Lin Shuyan took a careful sniff, her small nose twitching slightly. At that time, not many people used perfume, so they preferred strong fragrances. However, she didn't like it much. She preferred the light and subtle scent of snow lotus. Fortunately, after using the snow lotus essence, it would cover the original scent, which is why Lin Shuyan felt comfortable using the improved jade flower cream. She worked diligently, using a small spoon to carefully portion the jade flower cream, smoothing it out evenly. She sat there for an entire afternoon, finally dividing 30 boxes of jade flower cream into 60 smaller boxes. She rubbed her sore neck and stood up to stretch a bit. The years spent lying in bed taught her how to endure loneliness and pass the time, so she was afraid she wouldn't have the patience to finish this task. On the bed, Fu Bao was sleeping, her cheeks flushed, with long eyelashes fanning over her eyes. Lin Shuyan smiled and pulled down the blanket that was covering her mouth before returning to the table. A petal from the snow lotus fell. It pained her to use one petal for 30 boxes. The essence from the snow lotus could easily make thousands of boxes, far surpassing other face creams. If it weren't for its ability to regenerate, Lin Shuyan wouldn't have been able to bear it, given all the upfront investment. Golden light entered the face cream, instantly filling the air with a light fragrance. She also bought some paper, a light blue pattern paper, and tried writing a few words. Snow Beauty Cream. The word snow represents fairness and delicacy, with skin as white as snow. The word beauty signifies a beautiful appearance, which is also part of her name. Simple yet nice. After writing the words, she cut them out and stuck them on the glass bottle, making it look much better. She was glad that during this time, people weren't too picky about the ingredients. As long as it worked well, they would buy it. She only had 60 boxes, so there shouldn't be any issues. Once she finished writing and sticking the labels, she heard Fu Bao's voice from the bed.
Auntie.
Lin Shuyan turned around and couldn't help but smile at the little girl, who seemed to have woken up a while ago but hadn't disturbed her. Now, she was tugging at her crooked pants, clearly needing to go to the bathroom. Her round little face was scrunched up, looking quite pitiful. Our Fu Bao is awake. Lin Shuyan quickly went over to pick her up and took her to the bathroom. Not long after, He Xiaoyu and Xiaoshu returned. Lin Shuyan called her upstairs and handed her the 10 boxes of face cream she had prepared. Wow, sister-in-law, is it called Snow Beauty Cream? How much does one box sell for?
18.
Lin Shuyan replied calmly, noticing He Xiaoyu was stunned. 18? That's so expensive, even more than the jasmine pearl cream? Lin Shuyan asked, so tell me which product do you think works better after you apply it? Of course, this one. After using the jasmine pearl cream, I still didn't get any lighter. In this era, products are mostly about hydration. Concepts like whitening and acne treatment are not even common. So, 18 is already very cheap. After all, clothes from the Southern Trading Company cost dozens of dollars each. If it weren't for the fact that beauty treatments are still in their early stages, Lin Shuyan would want to sell them for a higher price. Her target customers are those who are picky and care about quality. No need to rush to sell, Lin Shuyan said, waving her hand, and Yu leaned in closer. She whispered a few selling strategies, suggesting they shouldn't rush to sell but instead subtly showcase the effects first. When buying, she only mentioned it was a personal blend from someone they knew, which was quite complicated. People are like that. When they want something, they tend to question and hesitate. But if something is hard to get, they will find a way to buy it. When it comes time to pay, they might feel that $18 is a great deal. It's similar to hunger marketing. But this is real hunger. The snow lotus has only a few pitiful petals. If one day they have a factory, they could use spring water to ensure a steady supply. Yu looked at Lin Shuyan in confusion. Sister-in-law, how do you know everything? It feels like my studying was for nothing. You're so impressive. Lin Shuyan tapped her on the head. What are you thinking? Knowledge is power. All right, Yu said, picking up her small bag as she headed outside. But should I tell my brother? It doesn't matter. If he asks, I'll explain. Okay, when Zhang returned, it was just in time for dinner. After eating, Lin Shuyan went back to her room to take a shower. She didn't like washing dishes but enjoyed cooking. In the past, Zhang would wash up, but now Yu took care of it. She was even happier cooking. After mixing spring water with hot water, Lin Shuyan enjoyed a relaxing bath. When she stepped out, she saw Zhang standing by the window. The room still held a faint scent of snow lotus, and Lin Shuyan was in her pajamas with wet hair. Hearing a noise, Zhang turned around. All done?
Yes.
The man was tall and lean, his white shirt always tucked into his belt, highlighting his fit waist. His long legs could reach her waist. Lin Shuyan sat on the edge of the bed, and the man walked over, taking the towel from her hand. Let me dry your hair. He leaned slightly, his back arching like a mountain. His hands were large. One hand dried her hair while the other supported her head as it moved around. After taking a shower, Lin Shuyan's skin felt hot. Her face was small, like it was resting in his palm. It was nice to have someone help, but it hurt too much. Zhang was too strong. If he kept rubbing, he might pull out her hair. Lin Shuyan moved her neck and said, Zhang, it hurts a bit. Her cheek, where he pressed, turned slightly red. Zhang paused and released his grip, leaving a few fingerprints on her fair face.
Sorry.
How could someone leave marks just by touching? It's okay, Lin Shuyan said, pressing the towel and gently wiping her face. Do you need something?
Come with me tomorrow.
Lin Shuyan blinked. Wasn't Zhang busy? Where are we going?
To see my father.
He's on leave, and news will come soon. We might need to send him to an island in the south. Yes, Zhang's father had been on the island for 2 years. Lin Shuyan recalled the story and suddenly realized this was like meeting the in-laws. Should I prepare anything? It wouldn't be good to go empty-handed. No need to fuss, Zhang paused, then remembered something. Just make a couple of dishes. He enjoys good food and likes meat.
Sure.
That was her specialty, and Lin Shuyan agreed eagerly. Early the next morning, Lin Shuyan got busy. He likes meat, huh? She made braised pork knuckles, simmering it in a clay pot for an hour, adding soybeans and boiled eggs, filling the kitchen with a delicious aroma. She also prepared a few refreshing side dishes, stir-fried 3 shreds, bamboo shoots with meat, and a savory eggplant dish. Once everything was packed in lunch boxes, and she filled an enamel jar with chicken soup, she went upstairs to get ready, feeling a bit nervous. In her past life, she hadn't even dated, and now she was meeting parents with no experience. Plus, Zhang's dad was a high-ranking official, which made Lin Shuyan feel he would be serious and hard to talk to. Searching through her wardrobe, she found a slightly formal white shirt and a light blue long skirt. She let her hair down and wore a matching headband that Yu had bought for her. She looked gentle and well-behaved. Lin Shuyan buttoned her shirt and dressed her pet, Fubao, in a bright red outfit, festive and cheerful. She heard a car outside. Zhang had come to pick her up. Let's go, Fubao, we're meeting Grandpa. Fubao happily hopped along, knowing they were going out. Zhang came in to pick her up, placed the food in the back seat, and looked at her for a moment. She looked very nice. Lin Shuyan was still adjusting her shirt. He Zhuang, is this outfit okay?
Yes.
Is it bad to wear a dress? Should I change into pants? He Zhuang replied, no need, you look great like this. In his eyes, there was no difference between a dress and pants. Everything looked good on Lin Shuyan. The car started and headed towards the rest area. The rest area was quite remote and quiet. It took over half an hour to arrive. He Zhuang got out and opened the door for her, taking the bag of food with him. Lin Shuyan looked around. The rest area resembled a military family compound. Red stars were posted on doors everywhere, along with signs saying outstanding name, making it seem far from a place of exile. There were many people in the compound, mostly elderly. When they saw the car, several uncles and aunts gathered around, creating quite a lively scene. Wow, who came to visit? Most residents here were military families or officials whose children were away, only returning home occasionally. Seeing young people meant they were there to visit. That young man is really tall. The girl looks young. They must be newlyweds.
Ha, and you noticed that.
This girl is really pretty. Whoever marries her is lucky. Of course she's pretty. I'd be pretty too. Don't say that. Can't you see she's holding a child? How could she be newly married? Just because she's holding a child doesn't mean she's married. I can tell by the way she walks that she hasn't had a child. Her figure is nice. She looks healthy. The aunts were speaking loudly, even when trying to lower their voices. Lin Shuyan felt heat rush to her face, her ears turning red. What did they mean by her having a nice figure? It was called having a good shape. She bit her lip and pretended not to hear. Let's go. He Zhuang's deep voice reached her ears as he took her hand and led her inside. He held her hand while Lin Shuyan held onto Fu Bao. The three of them looked like a happy family from behind, making others envious. They passed through several stone gates, and as the crowd thinned out, the guard checked their belongings and let them in. Ahead was a small courtyard, empty. He Zhuang placed the bag on the table and called inside, "Old He." How rude. He Pingguo recognized his voice and, though his face was serious, his tone softened. He lifted the curtain, paused for a moment, and looked at Lin Shuyan and Fu Bao, his sharp gaze filled with scrutiny. He Pingguo has a strong presence as a former soldier, and he can be quite intimidating when he is expressionless. Lin Shuyan felt a bit uneasy when he looked at her, reminding her of the times she was called on by her teacher in school. When he held her hand for a moment, He Zhang turned to her, and Lin Shuyan moved a bit closer, appearing like a shy daughter-in-law. She hid beside He Zhang, while Fu Bao peeked out from behind her. Finally, He Pingguo spoke. "Who is this?" "Lin Shuyan, your daughter-in-law." Lin Shuyan politely called out Dad, feeling a little strange since she hadn't used that term in a long time. He Pingguo nodded in response, thinking that this girl had captured his son's heart. She looked lovely and had a gentle demeanor, not at all like someone from the countryside. She had a bit of a scholarly air about her. He felt somewhat satisfied. He Zhang said calmly, nodding towards a stone table, "Come and sit." They all sat down, and Lin Shuyan placed Fu Bao on her lap. He Zhang's sister had a falling out with the family and rarely returned home, so Fu Bao wasn't very familiar with her grandfather. Seeing He Pingguo's serious face, the little girl nestled quietly in Lin Shuyan's arms. Lin Shuyan gently stroked her soft hair. "Fu Bao, this is your grandfather."
Wow.
Fu Bao turned to look at her and snuggled closer. He Pingguo sighed, his eyes slightly reddening as he thought of his daughter. "Where is Xiaoshu?" "She is at school today. I will bring her to see you next time." "What's so interesting?" "School is more important," He Pingguo replied, then looked at Lin Shuyan. "Is He Zhang treating you well?" Lin Shuyan nodded, her eyes clear. "Yes. Now that you are together, you are family. Make sure to live well together. If you have any issues, you can talk to Dad and I will help you." Hearing this, Lin Shuyan felt he wasn't as hard to approach as she had imagined, and she smiled. "Okay." He Zhang frowned. "I will take good care of Shuyan. You don't need to intervene." The father and son seemed to clash, exchanging remarks that only added to He Zhang's irritation. "You've taken a month off. It's about time to return, isn't it?" "I need to go back in a few days." Lin Shuyan had almost forgotten about this and glanced at He Zhang. "Yes, about comradely. Not wanting to overhear their military discussions, Lin Shuyan decided to put Fu Bao down. I'll go make some tea. Seeing her understanding of the situation, He Pingwa felt relieved. The tea is in the room. In that small iron can on the cupboard, new mountain black tea.
Okay.
Watching Lin Shuyan enter the house, He Pingwa continued, You don't need to worry about me. Just take care of your little family. Let me know your plans when you return to the military district. Zhang hadn't really thought it through. Staying with the 18th Regiment meant he would rarely have the chance to go home, maybe just once or twice a month. In the past, he didn't mind not going home all year, but now he felt that once or twice was too little. Let's talk about it later. I haven't decided yet. He Pingwa said, You two just got married, and now you're living apart. When will you have your own child? He Pingwa was traditional at heart, thinking that after marriage, it was time to start a family. Zhang was silent. You don't need to worry about it. If I don't worry, who will? As they talked, Fu Bao's little hands were on the edge of the table, her big round eyes looking around. He Pingwa tried to tease her. Fu Bao, I'm your grandpa. Come here, and let grandpa hold you. Compared to He Pingwa, Fu Bao preferred to be held by Zhang. She shuffled over to him, moving until she was at his feet. He Pingwa sighed, You've raised her well. She looks much healthier than when she came back from Zhou. Her face is so round. Shuyan has always taken good care of her, so of course she has. You really know how to praise her. Zhang replied seriously, She deserves it. After their conversation, Lin Shuyan came out with tea, bending down to place it on the stone table. Let's eat first. It's about time. She brought Fu Bao back and said gently, I wasn't sure what Dad likes, so I made some food. He Pingwa nodded. He had seen the food earlier, but since he heard that Lin Shuyan used to live in a village and had some issues, he thought she might not be a great cook. He figured it would be some simple home-cooked dishes, and he still preferred the braised pork from the state-run restaurant. However, when the food containers were opened, the delicious aroma filled the air. The rice was perfectly cooked, with a few light yellow corn kernels mixed in. The braised pork was rich and tender, falling off the bone, and the soybeans were plump and shiny from soaking in the sauce. It looked great and smelled wonderful, and He Pingwa was immediately satisfied. He picked up his chopsticks, and the others joined in to eat. He Pingwa nodded frequently. The taste was really good. Nothing from the state-run restaurant could compare to this pork. Thinking of his role as the elder, He Pingwa controlled how often he used his chopsticks, realizing Zhang had married a remarkable wife. The meal was particularly enjoyable. After finishing, Lin Shuyan took the containers outside to wash them under the faucet. The faucet is shared, and there are other people around. A curious aunt who lives nearby saw Lin Shuyan, and her eyes lit up. Girl, you are the wife of the He family, right? Lin Shuyan nodded and smiled. Yes, aunt. How lucky you are. Although Chief he has some troubles now, his son is really good. I didn't notice at first. He must be a commander, right?
Yes.
That's wonderful. The aunt eagerly asked a few questions before sharing with others, then couldn't help but ask, How long have you been married? Is that child yours? She looked fortunate, and her words were not malicious, just casual chatting. Lin Shuyan replied, The child belongs to Sister He. We have only been married for a little over 3 months. Hey, I knew it. You look like you haven't had a child. I can tell just by the way you walk. Lin Shuyan felt her face heat up and quickly washed the lunchbox faster. Don't worry, with Commander He's health, in less than 2 months, you'll definitely be pregnant. Lin Shuyan didn't know what to say, and politely smiled. Yes, yes. She was still single. No, still a young lady. Before the aunt could say anything more shocking, Lin Shuyan finally finished washing the lunchbox and slipped away. After sitting for a while, she noticed it was getting late. He Pingwa hesitated to say something, finally just saying, Live well. Don't worry about me.
Got it.
The three of them left the rest area, and once in the car, Zhang handed Lin Shuyan a small cloth bag. This is from old He. Lin Shuyan reached out to take it. The bag was made of fine silk with embroidery, but it looked a bit old, probably a vintage item. She opened the bag to find a small wooden box and something else inside. What is this? Take a look. Lin Shuyan carefully opened the box and was instantly captivated. Inside was a beautiful bracelet. Even though she didn't know much about jade, she could tell it was something special. The bracelet felt smooth and transparent, a vibrant green with no impurities. Zhang, this is too precious. It was left by my mother. She said to give it to my wife when I got married. It's probably been passed down, and now it's yours. He took the bracelet and asked her, which hand will you wear it on? I'm afraid I might damage it if I wear it. A bracelet is meant to be worn. Zhang looked at her with a deep gaze that felt both affectionate and serious. Let's wear it on the left hand. Her wrists were small, and her arms were slender. The jade bracelet fit perfectly, complementing her fair skin. Beautiful, the compliment came in a calm tone. Lin Shuyan smiled. She liked it too. She thought that Zhang's mother must have been very concerned about her children before she left, making sure everything was taken care of for them. She closed the small box to reveal a booklet underneath. A savings book? Did they have savings books at this time? Lin Shuyan looked at the booklet, which had a brown paper cover labeled Current Savings. Zhang said softly, no wonder my dad asked me to help him deposit some money last time. You deposited it? Yeah, the money was left by my mom. Lin Shuyan opened the page and froze. It showed 10,000 yuan. That's a lot. That's quite generous. In the countryside at this time, who had 10,000 yuan? They would probably make the news as a wealthy household. She was a bit skeptical and looked again. You can take it out when you need it. It's for you to use. Lin Shuyan felt proud, thinking she could even start a small factory with that much money. But remembering it was left by Zhang's mother made her hesitant to spend it. Let's save it for now and use it later. Okay, Zhang agreed, knowing he would make sure she had enough money. The car started, heading back to the Su Yuan community. Lin Shuyan carefully put away the savings book. It would be a lie to say she wasn't happy. She raised her hand to look at the jade bracelet in the sunlight coming through the window. Fu Bao, doesn't it look nice? Auntie's bracelet is beautiful, right? Fu Bao, sitting in her lap, nodded and reached out to touch it, feeling its coolness. Lin Shuyan said to herself, it's really pretty. Seeing her so fond of it made Zhang feel a bit happier too. The car was on the road getting close to home. Lin Shuyan suddenly remembered something. When are you going back to the military district? In 5 days. Once I finish things here, I have to leave. 5 days.
So soon.
Will you be gone for a long time?
Yeah.
Lin Shuyan felt a bit sad. He was leaving soon. Her brows furrowed again, sighing inwardly. Her emotions had been all over the place today. Zhang was about to mention his discharge, but the car had already turned into the gate, and they saw a crowd gathered in front of their house from a distance. Lin Shuyan focused her gaze and saw Lu Xiumei shouting loudly. Oh no, what a disaster. Do you think this is too serious? It's been over 10 years. More than an hour ago, Qinghua arrived at Linjia village. Lin Dao had just finished 2 bowls of rice at noon and was now sprawled on a long bench, snoring loudly. In the main room, a woman finished cleaning the dishes and came out to sweep the floor. She looked numb, with bruises on half of her face, limping as she walked, appearing to be in her 50s. This was Lin Shuyan's mother, Chen Dawan. Her left cheek throbbed with pain, and her leg hurt too, making it hard to move. Hey, is Lin Laoch home? Qinghua called from outside, peeking into the yard with a look of disdain. The Lin family was truly poor. The money earned by the family was not even enough for Lin Dao to buy alcohol. Normally, Qinghua wouldn't bother with them, but now, for the sake of his only son, he had to swallow his pride and come over. Chen Dawan walked to the door, took a look, and didn't recognize him. Are you looking for Lin Dao? Yes, I'm Zhang's uncle. Lin Shuyan used to live at my house. Hearing Lin Shuyan's name, Chen Dawan's expression changed to one of worry. Where is Shuyan? What happened? Did you come here for something? Qinghua looked at her. The injuries on her face were clearly from being hit. He had heard that Lin Dao was a drunkard who would hit women and children when he drank, and it turned out to be true. Lin Shuyan is fine, but our family is almost falling apart. Just then, Lu Xiumei arrived, overhearing part of the conversation. She shouted, "Call Lin Dao out. Does he even care about his daughter? That good daughter of yours dared to send my son to the police station." After that, Lin Dao woke up. Lu Xiaomei explained the situation and threw a stack of cash on the table, feeling heartbroken but knowing she only had one son. "Here's the money. Just make sure Lin Shuyan tells the police not to blame my son and not to arrest him." Lin Dao looked at the money and scoffed. He realized that these two only had one son, who was their lifeline. Lin Shuyan had some skills and could help her father earn money. He kicked his feet up and muttered, "So your son is only worth this much? Not enough." Lin Dao demanded 300 yuan, and Lu Xiaomei nearly lost her temper. Just then, more people arrived, including Xue Honghua, who hurriedly came over to teach Lin Shuyan a lesson. "Forget 300. If you let her not pursue my daughter Yao Ling, I'll give you 500. After some back and forth, Xue Honghua agreed to pay 500, and Lu Xiaomei would give 300, which finally made Lin Dao agree to fine Lin Shuyan. Chen Dewan tried desperately to stop them, but Lin Dao slapped her hard, sending her to the ground. By the time she got up, several people had already gotten into Xue Honghua's car and left. On the way, Lin Dao learned that that foolish man's daughter had moved to the city, while he, as her father, was still suffering in the village. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing loudly, making everyone in the car feel sick from the smell of alcohol. The car stopped outside the crowd, and when Lin Shuyan and Zhang got out, they heard Lu Xiaomei's voice. It had been a while since they last heard it, and it felt oddly nostalgic. Lin Shuyan calmly stood outside the crowd, not rushing to approach. "Everyone tell me, isn't Lin Shuyan heartless? She stayed at our house for 2 months and just left without a word, even sending my son to jail on her way out." She took a breath and continued, "Even if she doesn't care about us, look at her father. Lin Shuyan has been married for a long time and has moved to the city without even telling her parents, who raised her. She only thinks about her own comfort. It's truly unfilial." The people around, not fully understanding, were just there for the gossip and nodded along, agreeing, yeah, it does seem a bit unreasonable to not return home after being married for over 3 months. Someone, slightly more sober, asked, "Hey, what did your son do to get sent there?" "The police station isn't Lin Shuyan's doing, is it?" "Exactly. Does she have the power to make the police arrest people?" Wu Xiaomei's eyes darted around. "She just can't stand my son. He lived in my house, ate well, and she still scolded him. Her husband is a military officer, so, of course, she can pull some strings." Only Wu Xiaomei, Xue Honghua, and Lin Dao were present. He Qinghua had left halfway, as he always preferred to stay in the background during such matters, letting Lu Xiaomei argue. Xue Honghua, who prided himself on being wealthy and educated, stood to the side. Seeing Lin Dao remain silent despite his daughter being criticized, the crowd thought he was agreeing with the comments. Lu Xiaomei continued, "Anyway, I'm here to seek justice. Even her father admits she wasn't raised well. I'm here to discipline her today." Lin Shuyan followed the sound and saw the man squatting on the ground. Long-term drinking had made Lin Dao as thin as a skeleton, with sunken cheeks, dirty clothes, and cloudy eyes. His face looked just like Lin Shuyan's father from her past life. She didn't understand why it was such a coincidence and stared intently at Lin Dao. Zhang was about to step forward, but Lin Shuyan held his hand, gently shaking her head. A slight smile appeared on her lips, but it didn't reach her eyes. Inside, Lin Shuyan scoffed. "Sorry, but I no longer need to care about your opinion. Reborn in this life, she feels fortunate to have the strength to stand up against this drunken, abusive man. Discipline? What do you want to teach me today?" A cold voice came from outside the crowd. She smiled lightly, standing there calmly as the wind lifted her hair and skirt, causing the onlookers to unconsciously part to make way. Lin Shuyan slowly walked in, her gaze sweeping over Lu Xiaomei and Xue Honghua, finally landing on Lin Dao. Seeing her like this, they could no longer connect her to the foolish girl they once knew. Lin Dao stood up from the ground, fully sober now. So, she really has been living well. That outfit. That dress. and the large bracelet on her wrist. The two had moved here for some time, and everyone had seen them coming and going, occasionally exchanging a few words. Lin Shuyan, your dad said to go to the police station and ask them to release my son. Shui Honghua quickly chimed in, and my daughter. Lin Shuyan let out a cold laugh, her pretty face showing a hint of mockery. She truly couldn't understand these people's thought processes. She looked at the crowd and said, have you all noticed that security personnel have been added at the entrance recently? Yeah, I've seen them coming and going. Right. I even asked about it. They said someone tried to steal something the other night. Yes, I heard that too, and there were screams. Later, I saw a car leave. Someone must have been caught. Lin Shuyan said, so Lu Xiaomei-san, he's Yifei, was the one who came to our house to steal with two others the other night and was taken by the police.
What?
How dare he steal, especially in our community? A delicate voice from the crowd, probably from a wealthy lady, exclaimed, oh, that's so frightening. They must be caught. Not only stealing, but there were just my sister and me at home with two kids, and he even brought a knife. Lin Shuyan added fuel to the fire, not revealing everything but making the crowd angrier. That delicate woman spoke again. Oh, that's too scary. I need to tell my husband. They must be punished. How could they come in here? Lin Dayo glared at the woman, dressed extravagantly, looking like a frivolous person. What are you saying? I'll beat you up. Lin Shuyan, you ungrateful daughter. Aren't you living well? Hurry and get the police to release them. An annoying voice rang out, bringing back those oppressive, terrifying memories. How interesting, Lin Dayo. No matter which world you're in, you always look so disgusting and crude. You can't let go. What can you do? Lin Shuyan sneered. A man who only drinks and hits women is no different from a pile of mud. Lin Dayo, how much did you take today to vent your anger on these people? In Lin Dayo's eyes, this daughter was always just a foolish outlet for his frustrations, someone he could hit and scold, and after crying, she would just smile foolishly. Who do you think you are to control me? What's wrong with hitting you? You are my daughter, Lin Dayo, and I can hit you whenever I want. You've been foolish for so many years, and I didn't abandon you. It's already good enough that I provide for you. Now that you've become something you dare to talk back to me? I'll make sure you regret it. Lin Dayo shouted loudly and was about to charge forward. Lin Shuyan coldly warned, you dare. Her eyes were filled with anger, icy and clear, which startled Lin Dayo in his tracks. When I was 2 years old, you wanted to throw me into the water to drown me. It was my mother who cried and saved me. This was something Lin Shuyan remembered from her sister's stories. She had a vague memory of that mother, who looked like her own and often got beaten. The rest was hard to recall. In any case, she probably didn't understand how to resist. Lin Shuyan gathered her thoughts, channeling all her anger from 2 lifetimes toward Lin Dayo. You say you raised me, but you're the only one in this family who is lazy and unproductive. You spend all the family's money. Why do you claim you raised me? A useless waste. Selfish and worthless. With those last words, everyone understood. This father seemed to have taken money from those 2 families, disregarding his daughter's life, and even spoke up for them while someone was threatening her. What kind of person is this? Someone said indignantly. So, for money, he doesn't care about his own daughter's life? How can he call himself a father?
Exactly.
Supportive voices echoed, and Lin Shuyan added, oh, I forgot to mention, it's the daughter of Shui Honghua from the art troupe who's been calling the shots, so why not catch her instead? If people like her aren't caught, today she might try to steal from my family, and tomorrow who knows whose family she'll target? Yes. She should be caught. With just a few words, Lin Shuyan turned the situation around. Lu Xiaomei was so angry her eyes nearly rolled back, and Lin Dayo's hands trembled into fists, a clear sign he was about to hit someone. Lin Shuyan knew this well, but didn't back down. Because she knew, Zhang had been standing beside her all along. Lin Dayo gasped for breath. He was still drunk from the alcohol he had before coming here. At home, he always had the final say, and no one dared to oppose him. With Chundawan and her children, he could hit or kick them as he pleased, and no one would stop him. Now, being pointed at by a crowd made him furious. He wished he could drag Lin Shuyan to the river and drown her. You should have drowned long ago. You should have been drowned back then. The sharp words pierced Lin Shuyan's ears. In his past life, Lin Dao had said the same thing. I should have choked you to death. You're just a short-lived ghost. Lin Dao approached Lin Shuyan, and Zhang frowned, ready to intervene. Suddenly, a small, hunched figure rushed forward. Lin Dao, if you dare to hit my daughter, I'll fight you. Chundawan limped toward Lin Dao, and a worried voice called out, Mom.
Don't.
Lin Xianglian was surprised by her mother's boldness. Ever since her younger sister got married, their mother had been restless, even arguing with their father multiple times. Lin Dao never expected Chundawan to suddenly appear. Stumbling from the alcohol, he was knocked to the ground and immediately began to curse. Crazy woman, you crazy woman. I haven't finished with you yet. He got up and was about to kick Chundawan when Zhang took Fubao from Lin Shuyan and stepped in to hold him back. What's going on? Lin Dao was restrained and couldn't move, his wrist feeling like it would break.
Who are you?
How dare you interfere?
Ah.
If it weren't for Lin Shuyan, his hand would have been injured. Security was called, and with the residents complaining, the three were taken away. Before leaving, Lin Dao pointed at Chundawan. Let's see if you make it home tonight. I'll make sure you regret it. Lin Shuyan looked at her mother in confusion. Don't bully my daughter. Chundawan's words echoed in her mind. She frowned, closed her eyes tightly, and felt an indescribable emotion swell in her heart. Younger sister, help me out. Mom hurt her leg a couple of days ago, and it must be worse now, Lin Xianglian said as she helped Chundawan up, sighing. Lin Shuyan remained silent, stepping forward to assist, and then met Chundawan's tearful gaze. Half of her mother's face was bruised, one eye squinted shut, and her lips trembled as she reached out to touch Lin Shuyan but hesitated. Yan, don't be afraid. Mom is here. Lin Shuyan's heart raced, and she took a small step back, looking at Chundawan. Chundawan thought that her daughter didn't like her. After all, how could a child like a mother, who is weak and often beaten? She wiped her eyes and said, Don't be afraid. It's okay. Mom will make sure Lin Dao won't come back. In her past life, Lin Shuyan's mother never said such things. She would only say, Don't argue with your dad, just endure it, it will pass. Every child gets hit sometimes, and don't let others know about our family troubles, no calling the police. But this frail woman, with the same face, said, Don't be afraid. Mom will stop him, and you can't hit my daughter. She had longed to hear those words before. She didn't understand why her mother didn't protect her or why she wouldn't leave such a man. She remembered the 10 yuan bills that the original owner had brought out, which Chundawan had secretly given her, not knowing how long they had been saved. Lin Shuyan felt exhausted, overwhelmed by a deep fatigue that made it hard to think. The delicate woman approached her and said, Sister, your mom is good. Your dad is not a good man. Don't be soft-hearted. Lin Shuyan nodded. Thank you for earlier. No need to mention it. I'm leaving now. People around began to disperse. Lin Xianglian looked at her sister, who seemed completely different now, feeling a bit strange, as if there was a distance between them. Yan, is your mind better now? Lin Shuyan nodded. Yes, it's better. Good, that's good.
So, is that
your sister's husband, Tuan? Lin Xianglian knew who her sister had married, but hesitated to say the words brother-in-law. Zhang picked up Fubao and stepped forward, still looking indifferent, but replied, yes. After that, his gaze fell on Lin Shuyan's face, showing a hint of concern. Oh, okay then. Mom, and I will head back now. You two should go home quickly too. In such a nice place, Lin Xianglian felt she wouldn't have been able to come if it weren't for today's incident. Chundawan felt more at ease, seeing that this man seemed responsible. Looking at her daughter, it was clear he had not mistreated her. Chundawan said, Mom is leaving now, take care of yourself. She held on to Lin Xianglian as they walked away. Lin Shuyan bit her lip and finally spoke up. There are medicines at home, let's go inside to get some. Once Lin Xianglian and Chen Dewan entered the house, they stood there awkwardly, unable to move their hands or feet. What a nice house. The furniture is all new, and they have never seen anything like it. Chen Dewan has always been quiet and rarely comes to the city, feeling uncomfortable. Maybe we should go back, Yen Yen. Mom is dirty. Lin Xianglian, though not as quiet as Chen Dewan, also stood still, afraid to sit or touch anything. Fu Bao sat on the floor, curiously watching the two of them, then ran back to hug Lin Xuyen's leg. He Zhuang came down from upstairs, holding a medicine box, and handed it to Lin Xuyen. I need to go out again.
Can you stay home?
The man looked at her, sensing that Lin Xuyen was not happy and seemed downcast. Lin Xuyen nodded. You can go. I'll be fine at home. He Zhuang nodded slightly to Chen Dewan and Lin Xianglian before leaving the house. He wasn't good with words but tried to be gentle. Once He Zhuang left, Lin Xianglian sighed in relief. Her brother-in-law was quite intimidating. Sis, help Mom sit on the sofa. Lin Xuyen hadn't called her that in a while, and it felt strange to say it, considering the time that had passed. It had been 8 years. She had been lying in bed for 6 years. The last time she wanted to help her mother escape their abusive father was 2 years before she got sick. Now, saying it felt a bit awkward. She took the medicine box to the sofa and saw the two still standing.
She sighed. Sit down.
I'll help Mom with her medicine. We'll stay here tonight. Who knows what chaos will happen if we go back. She handed the medicine box to Lin Xianglian. What happened to your foot? Days ago, Dad hit me. Lin Xianglian looked at her sister, feeling a bit closer. I was planning to take Mom to the hospital today when I saw her running out of the house, saying she wanted to find you in the city. How did you know I was here? Shui Honghua knowing was normal, but how did they find out? Lin Xianglian glanced at their mother, feeling a bit awkward. After you got married, Mom worried about you and asked me to check on you. I ran into someone from Xiaoqiao village who told me you lived in the city. A few days ago, I saw you at the state-run department store and couldn't help but follow to see. In her memory, Lin Xianglian liked to earn money and often went to the city for odd jobs. Okay, Lin Xuyen replied, telling her what medicine to use. I'll go make some tea. Chen Dewan finally sat down on the sofa, which was soft and the most comfortable place she had ever sat in her life. Lin Xuyen went to make tea, and Fu Bao followed closely behind her like a little tail. The child was sensitive and seemed to sense her emotions, quietly watching her with wide eyes. Good girl. Lin Xuyen squatted down and gently patted her head. That's your aunt's mom and sister.
Wow.
When Lin Xuyen finished making the tea and had applied the medicine, she looked at Chen Dewan's face and felt a bit uncomfortable, her words carrying a sharp edge. He hit you, why didn't you fight back? But when he hits me, he charges at me quickly. Seeing her daughter talking to her, Chen Dewan forced a smile. Mom is used to it. He stops after a few hits. But you are my daughter, and I can't let you get hurt. Lin Xuyen bit her lip, her fair face showing her displeasure. Lin Xianglian was confused. Now that her sister was better, why did she seem unhappy with their mom? What was the reason? Chen Dewan was a bit worried. Yen Yen, the medicine is applied. Mom and Xianglian should go back. It's not good to stay here. Will Commander he be upset? Her daughter had finally started to live better. She couldn't hold her back. It's fine. You can stay comfortably.
He just
looks a bit serious, but he's very nice and won't mind. Chen Dewan rubbed her hands, feeling reluctant. Oh, okay. They would only stay one night, see how their daughter was doing, and leave tomorrow. Seeing that they weren't insisting on leaving, Lin Xuyen sighed in relief. I'll go prepare dinner. You both take a break. She turned to head to the kitchen, and Lin Xianglian followed her. Yen Yen, I'll help you. Entering the kitchen, Lin Xianglian was amazed. It was tidy, with a spacious countertop, neatly arranged spices, and a large sink beside it. There were 2 stoves, one big and one small. This kitchen is really nice. If you need to make something, just tell me and I'll help. Lin Xuyen checked the fridge and found plenty of vegetables, including a piece of beef. She wasn't shy about it. Let's do some beef. Can you help me cut it? Sure. Lin Xianglian was taken aback by the size of the beef. They rarely had such a big piece, even during the New Year. Yan, is that too much? It's not too much, just cut it into pieces. Okay. Lin Xianglian was puzzled. When Lin Shuyan was silly before, she loved to follow her around, but now that she was better, she felt a bit scared of her sister. But Yan was really beautiful now, much prettier. It seemed Commander, he treated her well. Thinking of this made Lin Xianglian feel a bit more at ease. Lin Shuyan found 2 potatoes and prepared to make tomato and beef stew. She picked up a small knife from the counter, washed the potatoes, and stood by the sink peeling them. She quickly got used to the knife after a few tries. Just then, Lin Xianglian took the knife from her, saying, "Go on, let me do it. You might cut yourself and then cry." After saying this, both of them paused. After a while, memories in her mind became clearer. Lin Shuyan recalled that her sister never thought she was silly and always kept her close, helping with everything. When Lin Xianglian was home, she even protected her from getting hit. Their older brother, Lin Yuan, married a sister-in-law who didn't like Lin Shuyan. Besides their brother, she didn't seem to like anyone in the family. Since their brother was the only man in the house, he had to do all the hard work, and their sister-in-law, feeling sorry for him, blamed the family. Their brother cared but couldn't help much. Most of the time, it was this sister who protected her. Lin Shuyan was silent for a moment and gently said, "Sister, I'm not silly anymore. I really have improved." Lin Xianglian thought she upset her sister and quickly rubbed her hands together, saying, "I didn't mean it that way. I just worry you might hurt yourself." "I know." Lin Shuyan smiled at her. "Look, I'm peeling the potatoes quite skillfully now. I do all the cooking at home, so I've learned a lot." Holding the small knife, her delicate fingers moved quickly, easily peeling the potatoes and placing the skins aside.
"See?
I did a great job." When she looked up, she saw tears in Lin Xianglian's eyes, who nodded vigorously. "Good, good. Yan has become so capable now." She wiped her eyes with her hand, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Oh, you know, the wind and sand made my eyes water. Let me cut the meat." With that, she quickly turned back to chop the beef. Lin Shuyan watched her sister's back without saying anything and continued washing the tomatoes. Both of them worked quickly. Lin Shuyan prepared the ingredients while Lin Xianglian cut the beef into even pieces. Yan, are you really going to cook all this?" "Yes, can you help me start a charcoal fire?"
Sure."
The beef was purchased brisket, perfect for stewing. She added cold water to the pot, then put in the beef with green onions and rice wine to remove the odor. After that, she heated oil in the pot, added sugar to caramelize it, and then added the blanched beef. The pot sizzled, splattering oil, and the beef quickly turned a golden color, releasing a delicious aroma. In the next step, peel and chop the tomatoes, then stir-fry them until they become soft. Add star anise, cinnamon, and slices, along with soy sauce and salt for seasoning. Once it becomes fragrant, transfer it to a clay pot, add 2 green onion knots, and let it simmer on a low heat. First, simmer for half an hour, then add the remaining tomatoes, she said calmly, working methodically without any rush. Lin Xianglian was surprised, thinking how impressive she was, especially since they never had meat at home for her younger sister to learn from. Since she couldn't use the spring water here, Lin Shuyan simply handed her 2 ears of corn. "Sis, go sit outside with Mom and help me peel some corn kernels." "Oh, do you not need help here? I can handle this." Lin Xianglian nodded, feeling reassured after watching her earlier work. "All right, I'll go peel some. Call me if you need anything."
"Okay."
After she left, Lin Shuyan added a bit of spring water to the beef in the clay pot and started preparing other dishes. She took out a bag of dried small fish, which were tiny freshwater fish that had been dried and were no bigger than her little finger. She had bought them a few days ago from a vendor. These small fish are perfect when stir-fried with green peppers. She sliced into thin strips, minced garlic, and cut green and red peppers into rings. When stir-frying the small fish, it's important to use plenty of oil. Add the minced garlic in strips and stir-fry on low heat until fragrant, then set it aside. Next, use a little oil to fry the peppers until fragrant, then mix everything together. The spicy flavor combined with the aroma of the fish wafted out of the kitchen, making one crave a bowl of rice. In the living room, Lin Xianglian was peeling corn kernels and shared what she had just seen Lin Shuyan do with Chen Dewan. Chen Dewan's expression softened. That's wonderful. Our Yan is blessed, and now that she has endured hardships, everything is getting better. It's truly great. Yes, Mom, you don't need to worry anymore. I see that Captain, he cares for my sister. I just hope he treats Yan well. That way, I can rest in peace when my time comes.
Don't say that.
It's not good to talk like that. Today is a happy day. Yes, Mom is happy. Though she thought this, Chen Dewan knew very well that after spending time with her daughter today, the drunkard at home would surely cause trouble. But it didn't matter. Knowing her daughter was doing well made everything else unimportant. As an elderly woman, she had always worried about her youngest daughter, while her eldest son and Xianglian could manage on their own. She was just afraid her youngest daughter wouldn't have anyone to protect her. Now, things were better. Thinking of this made Chen Dewan very happy. Wow, Fu Bao looked at the two people. Although she didn't know them, she recognized them as her aunt's friends, so she wasn't scared anymore. She ran to Lin Xiaolian's side and watched her peel corn. The fresh corn was sweet even when eaten raw. Lin Xiaolian touched a piece and gave it to the child, putting it in her little mouth. Fu Bao bit into it, and her big eyes lit up with the sweet corn flavor. She wanted more. This child is quite lovable. She really clings to her little sister.
Yes.
The two played with the child for a while until there was a knock at the door. Xiaoyu and Xiaoshu had come home from school. When they saw Lin Xianglian opening the door, they paused.
Hey, who are you?
Lin Xianglian looked at Xiaoyu, who was dressed neatly in a skirt, and felt a bit shy again. I am Xian's older sister, and that is my mother. Xiaoyu looked down to change her shoes, glanced at the sofa, and smiled brightly. Hello, big sister. Hello, Grandma. You can call me anything, that's fine. Hello. My name is Xiaoyu, and I'm Zhang's sister. This is Xiaoshu, and that's Brother Fu Bao. She was confident and showed no signs of discomfort or dislike, which made Lin Xianglian and Chen Dewan feel relieved. They were worried that their presence might upset Xian's family. Xiaoyu changed her shoes and looked at Xiaoshu. Call her uncle. Not knowing what to say, Xiaoshu pursed his lips. Lin Xianglian quickly waved her hand. It's okay. Come in, please. Sorry for the trouble. We ran into some issues today, so Shuyan asked us to stay for dinner. We'll head back soon. Back? To the countryside? Yes, we live in Linjia village, Lin Xianglian quickly replied. Don't go back. It's rare for you to come here. Sister-in-law must be missing you. During the day, we are at school and my brother is busy. Sister-in-law must be bored alone. With you and Grandma here, she will be happy. She chattered on, quite familiar, and after finishing, she put down her bag. I'll go help sister-in-law. We need to take this corn inside. Xiaoyu took the small basket from Lin Xiaolian's hands and hurried to the kitchen. What a joke. With her sister and Grandma here, what if she didn't get a chance to show off? Just having Xiaoshu was enough to be annoying. She was the sister-in-law's favorite little helper. Sister-in-law, it smells so good. I'm here to help you. There were several dishes already prepared on the stove. Lin Shuyan served the steamed green beans, shredded potatoes, and shredded carrots, all colorful and wrapped in cornmeal. She had always loved steamed dishes, especially with the prepared dipping sauce, which was refreshing and delicious. Chili, soy sauce, sugar, and a little salt. If only there were mint leaves and lime, that would be even better, but unfortunately, there aren't any now. She added a couple of drops of vinegar to make it refreshing. Serve the dishes and bring me the corn. She quickly made a corn cake, sprinkled a bit of sugar on it, which the two kids loved. When Zhang returned, the dishes were just arranged. The plates were beautiful, showcasing different colors of food. While steaming the dishes, Lin Shuyan also made steamed pork in a small steamer, which looked quite nice. The tomato beef brisket was served in a clay pot, with thick broth topped with cilantro, along with steamed vegetable shreds, corn cake, spicy dried fish, and stir-fried vegetables. Each dish was colorful and fragrant. Zhang washed his hands and came out. He was usually reserved with his family and not very talkative, so he just greeted them briefly before sitting down at the table. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was lively and couldn't stop chatting. Wow, sister-in-law, this beef is so delicious. Big sister, you don't know, ever since sister-in-law came, I don't even want to eat at the school cafeteria anymore. I've gained weight. Lin Xianglian smiled simply. It's okay, a little weight is good. It means you're blessed. Hee, I think so, too. Mom, you should try this. It's my first time eating steamed dishes. It must be, because you all came that I get to enjoy so much good food. Lin Shuyan looked at her. Have you been treated well usually?
Not really, sister-in-law.
Lin Shuyan felt conflicted. Although she noticed that this Chundawan was different from her past life, the knot in her heart remained. Facing the identical face, it was hard to smile easily. The steamed dish was wrapped in cornmeal, soft and fragrant, with a hint of vinegar. The beef brisket was stewed until the broth was rich and the meat tender, soaking up all the flavors, making it very tasty. She lowered her head to eat, occasionally feeding Fubao a bit. Suddenly, someone picked up a piece of beef for her. Zhang was watching her, and Lin Shuyan smiled slightly. Chundawan, sitting across from her, noticed everything. The table was filled with delicious food, a feast she had never experienced before, but seeing her daughter getting along well with her son-in-law was what truly reassured her. Yen, Mom. We'll go back after eating with your sister. Seeing you doing well makes me feel at ease. Her face showed signs of wear, thin and aged, but her eyes were filled with love. Lin Shuyan frowned. If they went back now, she might get scolded by Lin Dayo. Why don't you stay a few more days? We can talk about going back later. People's thoughts were still quite traditional. Chundawan felt that having a son meant she shouldn't stay at her son-in-law's house, which seemed inappropriate. It's okay, don't worry. We've managed for decades, so we can get through this too. Lin Shuyan wanted to say more, but Zhang spoke first. Let's settle in for now. Shuyan mentioned she missed home recently, so let's stay with her for a few days. He understood how Lin Shuyan felt. Although he didn't know why there was some distance between her and her family, he was still concerned about her mother and sister. He went out to speak with the security team, informing them not to let Lin Dayo in anymore. It was safe for them to stay here, and as for their family matters, unless Lin Shuyan brought it up, he wouldn't interfere further. Since Zhang had spoken, Chundawan felt she couldn't say much and agreed for now. After dinner, Lin Shuyan took some bedding to the first floor. Xiaoyu had an empty room next door, so she bent down to make the bed. Outside, Xiaoyu volunteered to take the two of them to wash up. It was rare for the house to be this lively. Lin Xianglian and her daughter were careful not to dirty the bedding as they washed their faces and hands. The two kids were in the living room, drawing and writing. When they finished washing up, Lin Shuyan had also made the bed. Sis, you two can sleep in this room tonight. Lin Xianglian nodded. The room was very clean, and the bedding looked comfortable. Chundawan still felt a bit awkward and approached Lin Shuyan, taking her hand. Yen, you don't have to worry about it. Mom and sis can just sleep here for one night. Feeling the hold on her hand, Lin Shuyan felt a bit uncomfortable but didn't pull away. It's not a hassle. You can stay as long as you want. Zhang won't mind. You used to always be with your sister or your mom at home. Why does mom feel like there's some distance now? Chundawan couldn't help but say it. In the past, this girl would follow her around and call her mom obediently, but today, she hadn't called her that even once. Feeling the bond between mother and daughter, Chundawan's eyes became moist. Is it because mom married you off for money? Lin Xianglian quickly stepped forward. Little sister, you can't blame mom for this. It was dad who took you away. Mom cried for a long time when she found out and wanted to go to Xiaoqiao village to bring you back. But then dad. Chundawan pulled her back, stopping her from speaking. It's mom's fault. I wasn't strong enough. Lin Shuyan could guess what was left unsaid. It was likely that Lin Dayo had kept her from leaving the house. She sighed and made a decision in her heart. I want to ask you both a question. What is it? Ask away. Mom will tell you everything she knows. Chun Dawan thought her daughter was going to ask something else, but instead Lin Shuyan said, "Do you want to live like this for the rest of your lives? Sister, you work so hard to make money, but he just takes it all to drink. And Mom, you get hit by Lin Dio at home. Are we going to live like this for the rest of our lives?" These words were direct and hurtful to several people. When Lin Shuyan called her mom, Chun Dawan felt a pang in her heart and reluctantly replied, "Mom wants to change things, but it's not easy. Your sister is older and still not married. If she doesn't find a partner soon, she'll be seen as an old maid. But with your father like this, who would want to marry her? He comes to ask for money every day. He's not my father. A person like that doesn't deserve to be called a dad. He has never done anything for this family or for us kids. What kind of father is that? Do you really want to keep living like this? Cut ties with Lin Dio." The last few words were firm, and Lin Shuyan looked at them with intensity. This was an opportunity for the two of them, and for herself as well. In this time, divorce is hard to talk about, especially for someone like Chun Dawan from the older generation with old-fashioned views. What does it mean to cut ties or separate? They would be laughed at by the villagers and talked about behind their backs. Chun Dawan hesitated, unable to speak. Beside her, Lin Xianglian frowned and clenched her fists. She wanted to escape this life. Instead of earning work points, she went to the city to do odd jobs, saving every penny. She hoped for a day when she could live differently, but she couldn't let go of her mother and couldn't help but go back to see her. Each time she returned, all her money was taken by Lin Dio. If she didn't give it, her mother would suffer more injuries next time. She didn't want to live like this for even a day longer. But everything depended on her mother. Chun Dawan stood there, just a simple rural woman, uneducated and without skills, living a confusing life, suffering from Lin Dio's abuse for decades, with her 3 children suffering alongside her. But she had never thought about separating or cutting ties. Lin Shuyan's gaze was cold, and Chun Dawan felt that if she rejected her daughter this time, she might lose her forever. After all, she loved her youngest daughter the most. Compared to her, Lin Dio was nothing. "Mom will listen to you, but I'm afraid that if we go against Lin Dio, he might cause more trouble." Hearing this, Lin Shuyan sighed in relief. She was truly afraid that Chun Dawan would say something like, "It's okay, just endure it. Okay, from now on you will listen to me. You can stay here, and I will take care of everything else. He won't be able to come in here anymore, and with Zhang protecting me, you don't need to worry." Even without Zhang, Lin Dio could manage, but mentioning him would make the two in front feel more at ease. "All right, Mom, we'll listen to you." After talking to the two, Lin Shuyan went upstairs to take a shower. When she finished and came out, it was getting late. She stood in the hallway and looked down. "Xiaoshu, bring your sister up to sleep." "Okay." Xiaoshu quickly packed his notebooks and pens into his backpack and took Fubao upstairs. Fubao walked slowly, and when they reached the stairs, Lin Shuyan picked her up and carried her back. Next door, Zhang was still showering. Lin Shuyan took Fubao back to the room and changed her into her pajamas. "Fubao, it's time for bed." Fubao obediently let her dress her and reached out her little hand. "Kiss."
Mom.
"Yes, your aunt is here."
Wow, yay.
"What are you saying, little one?"
Oh.
The two were not quite on the same page. Lin Shuyan finished changing her clothes and applied some moisturizer on Fubao's face, since the wind had made her cheeks a bit red. Just as she was about to put Fubao into bed, someone knocked on the door. The door was not closed, and she turned to see Lin Xianglian. "What's wrong, sister?" Lin Xianglian glanced around and saw only her younger sister. Yan, where's the medicine you applied to Mom earlier?" "I need to apply it again." "Oh, okay. I'll get it for you." Lin Shuyan went to the cabinet, took the medicine box, and handed it to her. "You can leave it in your room, and we can take Mom to the hospital tomorrow." It's nothing serious, just some surface injuries. I think applying it will help."
All right.
After Lin Shuyan spoke, Lin Xianglian didn't move. Where's Captain He? Is Fubao sleeping in this room?" She wondered and lowered her voice. Little sister, are you sleeping with Fubao? Lin Xuyan didn't catch her meaning. Yes.
Yan, I'm done showering.
I'll take Fubao to sleep. Zhang came from the hallway, his hair slightly damp, clearly just finished showering. What does he mean by taking Fubao somewhere? Lin Xuyan didn't understand, and was about to ask. Seeing Zhang's expression, it seemed he didn't want her to speak. Has Fubao changed her clothes? I'll take her to sleep. Lin Xianglian turned her head, not daring to look at her intimidating brother-in-law, but she didn't want to leave just yet, so she listened closely. Lin Xuyan noticed Zhang glance at her sister and suddenly understood. Ah, it's ready, you can hold it. Okay. Zhang entered the room. As soon as he left, Lin Xianglian quickly said, then you and Captain he should go to bed early. I'm heading down. She took the medicine box and left. Lin Xuyan pressed her forehead, sighing. She almost forgot that if they knew she was sharing a room with Zhang, they might overthink things. Turning back, she saw the man had already picked up Fubao. She didn't know what he said to the child, but Fubao was calm, resting on his shoulder. Seeing Zhang really walking out, Lin Xuyan's eyes widened slightly, and she whispered, My sister has already gone downstairs, implying that it was okay not to sleep together. Zhang stopped, his tall figure blocking the light easily. Go lie down, don't lock the door. After saying that, he walked away. Lin Xuyan's cheeks flushed. Who would lock the door? She never locked it when she went to sleep. Entering the room, she looked at the empty bed and felt a bit anxious. Although they had slept together before, they hadn't progressed much then. But now, what if Zhang became overly bold? Should she just go along with it? Or should she hold back a bit longer? Lost in thought, Lin Xuyan unconsciously walked to the table, took out some face cream, and reached for the perfume. The perfume was something Zhang bought for her at a southern shop, and she hadn't used it yet. Her mind was a bit chaotic, and she accidentally sprayed some perfume. Cough, cough. The scent was a bit strong, so she opened the window to let some air in and couldn't help but laugh. Almost 30 years old in this life, and the last. What was there to be afraid of? Thinking this, she climbed into bed and covered herself with the blanket. The guest room only had one bed, and since Fubao was still small, Zhang had taken a small blanket, giving each child one, and used a pillow to separate Fubao. Little Tree, sleep with your sister first. Little Tree was confused. Why sleep with my sister? Where is Uncle going? Having spent a lot of time with Xiaoyu, he had become much more lively and asked questions openly. Zhang replied calmly, Of course, I'm sleeping with your aunt. After saying that, Zhang left the room. Lin Xuyan curled up more under the blanket, turning to look out the window, her heart racing. As she lay there, she actually started to feel a bit drowsy. When Zhang pushed the door open, he saw her curled up and found it somewhat amusing. Sometimes she was bold, and other times she was shy like a rabbit, easily embarrassed by a touch. He quietly sat down at the edge of the bed and felt the person in the blanket subtly shift away a little. The man was very patient, like a wolf with its prey, as he pulled back the blanket and lay down. Then, he boldly reached out and pulled the small figure along with the blanket into his arms. What are you hiding from? His deep voice was close to Lin Xuyan's ear. She was trapped under the blanket and couldn't move, her face burning with embarrassment. The man's strong nose brushed against her ear, and his warm breath made her shiver. Lin Xuyan couldn't help but defend herself, saying, I'm not hiding, I just thought you might not have enough space to sleep. With a bed that was 1.8 meters wide, there was plenty of space. He chuckled softly and kindly turned her to face him. Under the soft light, the usually stern man seemed a bit gentler. You're lying. The girl's small face was flushed, resembling a sleeping baby, her eyes sparkling as they looked at him, making his heart soften. The man felt her gaze and swallowed hard, changing the subject. I told the security team that Lin Dio won't come here anymore, so they can stay here comfortably. Lin Xuyan was slightly surprised and said quietly, How did you know what I was thinking? I've interrogated enough criminals. Lin Xuyan. I was thinking it might be nice to open a small shop, like a breakfast place or a noodle shop, to give my mom and sister something to do, and they could earn some money. She looked at Zhang, her voice soft. Although she knew Zhang didn't mind, asking for help for her family was still a delicate matter. Zhang frowned slightly. In a few days, I need to go back to the military base for about half a month. If you want to open a shop, you won't have anyone to help you. Realizing he was concerned about this made Lin Shuyan feel warm inside. It's okay. I can manage. Besides, it's not urgent. I haven't told them yet. I was just thinking. What do you think? Since they were family, Lin Shuyan wanted Zhang's opinion. Sure, if you want to do it, go ahead. He could see that Lin Shuyan's sister was capable and hardworking, and her mother loved her. Opening a shop wasn't a big deal. Since they were her family, Zhang had no objections. He was glad that someone cared for Lin Shuyan. Lin Shuyan blinked and stared at him. Zhang, why are you so good to me? Because you are my wife. His simple words stirred something in her heart. She had once felt like a lost soul in this world, with no one to rely on. But now, the man before her was the closest person in her life. She no longer felt like a drifting. She had taken root and found a home. It was an incredibly comforting feeling. She doesn't have big dreams. Living a peaceful and happy life is enough for her.
Hey, Zhang.
Yes. The man murmured a word, lowering his gaze to look at her, his deep-set double eyelids reflecting tenderness.
Thank you.
At this point in the atmosphere, she couldn't help but lean closer. Lin Shuyan tilted her head back, her hand slipping from under the blanket to wrap around his strong waist. The man's body was warm, and their closeness made her feel his heat instantly. She shivered slightly and softly called out to him. Hey, Zhang. Her voice rose at the end, sweet and inviting. For a man who had never experienced love, this sound was a huge shock. Even though Zhang was very composed, he couldn't hold back. His muscles tensed, and veins appeared on his neck. Lin Shuyan nuzzled closer, her lips brushing against his throat as she gently kissed him. Feeling a bit nervous, she unconsciously licked her lips, thinking he was indifferent, but suddenly everything spun, and she found herself pressed into the blanket. Her loose pajama collar slipped, revealing part of her shoulder, her fair skin exposed to the air, making Lin Shuyan shiver slightly. With her red lips and white teeth, she looked like an innocent little rabbit. It was hard to resist. Even though Zhang was skilled, he had never seen such a charming woman, her eyes glistening as she looked at him, her lips slightly parted.
Shuyan.
The man managed to say her name, restrained yet enduring. Lin Shuyan felt puzzled. What was he holding back? They were a legal couple after all. Unconsciously, she glanced down, confused. Was there something unspeakable? A hidden issue? Her gaze was undoubtedly provocative, and the capable Zhang felt a bit displeased. What are you doubting? Caught in her thoughts, Lin Shuyan swallowed hard, her petal-like lips pressed tightly together. In the dim light, her posture was irresistible to any man. Sweat formed on his palms, and Zhang's voice was hoarse, desire swirling in his deep gaze. I was afraid to scare you, but you seem unaware of the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, the man leaned down. Her soft, warm lips were captured, and Lin Shuyan's surprised gasp was caught in her throat. His dry lips were hot and urgent, like a sudden storm. For a moment, Lin Shuyan's eyes were dazed. What could possibly scare her? Lost in thought, the man had already captured her tongue, sending a tingling sensation through her as he pulled her into a fiery embrace. It was clear he was kissing her passionately. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Sweat from Zhang dripped at the corner of her eyes, rolling down with glistening tears, disappearing into her dark hair. The wind swayed with the rain. She let the man shape her, feeling helpless and crying softly, making a few wavering sounds. Of course, no matter how comfortable it was, she couldn't endure being tossed around until midnight. Her soft voice turned into broken sobs, mixed with quiet whimpers. Fearing others might see, she pulled the light away and continued in the dark, until the sky began to lighten with a hazy white. Of course, Lin Shuyan saw nothing. She had already fallen into a deep sleep. As the first light of dawn entered the room, Zhang looked at the small, tired woman in his arms, feeling deeply satisfied. In his life, he had faced many storms and brushed past death countless times, yet he never imagined that one day he would appreciate the good in the world like this. He was grateful to have married the person before him. His heart finally had a place to rest. He gently placed a few kisses and wanted to wipe away the redness at the corner of her eyes, his fingers gliding over her skin, feeling both pained and satisfied, a conflicting feeling. He felt pain, but he would dare again next time. The two of them were sticky, unsure if it was sweat or something else, thinking about how she always liked to be clean. Zhang turned to the bathroom to prepare warm water, then came back to hold her. The young girl was unaware, instinctively curling into his chest when he lifted her. Her fair, straight legs hung over his arm, gently swaying. She carried his scent, feeling incredibly close. Zhang carefully cleaned her up, thinking again that this person would be his from now on, a wave of satisfaction rising in his heart. He didn't know how long it had been when the bathroom door opened, releasing a cloud of steam. Lin Shuyan was in his arms, wrapped in clean clothes, her cheeks flushed. Zhang gently placed her on one side of the bed, changed the sheets, and tucked her in. The young girl sank into the blankets, and he lay down beside her, pulling her into his embrace. Her soft body trembled slightly, the after-effects of their intimacy still lingering, unaware of her sensitivity. Lin Shuyan seemed to wake for a moment, letting out a soft, pitiful sound. Zhang lightly touched her cheek. "Keep sleeping, I'll hold you." Her small hand climbed onto his chest, and she steadied her breathing again, her pale face showing signs of fatigue. So obedient and pitiful. Around 9 o'clock, sunlight streamed through the window. Lin Shuyan woke up groggily, stretching her arm out from under the blanket. Just as she was about to turn over, she froze. Her whole body felt like it had been run over by a truck, and any movement brought an indescribable discomfort, especially around her waist. She blinked her eyes open, confused, and saw faint marks on her arm, memories flooding back. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm still feeling unwell," Lin Shuyan said, her big eyes glistening with tears. She pressed her lips together. Yesterday her lips were pink, today they were red. Zhang took her hand gently and said, "Let's go downstairs to eat. If you're still tired, you can come back up to sleep." "What about Fubao?" "He's playing downstairs." Downstairs, a simple breakfast was set on the table. There were steamed corn, egg pancakes, plain porridge, and a few dishes of pickled vegetables in jars. Lin Xianglian looked up at the stairs and quietly whispered to Chindawan, "Mom, why is my younger sister still not awake?" Even Captain he went upstairs to call her, and she didn't respond. Chindawan, older and used to waking early, had been awake since 4 or 5 in the morning. She lay in bed, thinking she heard noises, feeling like her youngest was crying. "Just wait a moment." After she spoke, the door upstairs opened, and Lin Shuyan came out behind Zhang. Seeing them, Lin Shuyan felt a bit uneasy. "Mom, sister." Lin Xianglian, not married and inexperienced, didn't think much of it and just invited her to sit down for breakfast. "Hurry up and eat something. It's late, you must be hungry." "Okay." Lin Shuyan nodded and sat at the table. Fubao ran over from the sofa, climbed onto the chair beside her, sticking out his little bottom. Chundawan glanced at Lin Shuyan's neck and then looked away. Coughing, she thought, so that's what the noise was about last night. Sigh. With Captain he being such an adult, it's no wonder his daughter was upset. "The food might not be great, but you all make do with it," Lin Shuyan said. She nodded and focused on her porridge, her fair fingers holding the spoon. After a few bites, she felt something in her stomach and wasn't as weak anymore. She turned her head and saw the man looking energetic, which made her a bit annoyed. Zhang placed an egg pancake on her plate. "Have some pancake." After breakfast, Zhang said he would go out for a while and would be back in the afternoon, telling her to sleep a bit more. After being close last night, they felt a bit more intimate today. He tucked her loose hair behind her ear and chatted a bit more before leaving. In the end, Lin Shuyan pushed him out. Since there were others at home, and she wasn't one to sleep in, once Zhang left, she sat on the sofa talking with Chen Dewan. Fu Bao, who hadn't slept with her all night, clung to her, resting on Lin Shuyan's lap. After chatting for a few minutes, Lin Xianglian looked at the time and said she was going out. Sister, where are you going? Lin Xianglian smiled. I can still find some work to do by 10 o'clock. I'll see what's available. What kind of work do you usually do? Doing the dishes. There's nothing else to do right now. Lin Shuyan frowned, and Lin Xianglian thought she was unhappy, so she nervously asked, What's wrong, little sister? Sis, maybe you shouldn't go today. I have something to discuss with you. After Lin Shuyan said this, Lin Xianglian decided not to go out. I was thinking, do you and Mom want to open a shop and start a small business? Lin Xianglian was surprised. Of course, she wanted to do business. After spending time in the city, she knew that individual entrepreneurship was encouraged. Being a business owner meant not having to search for odd jobs every day. But starting a business was not that easy. Chen Dewan said, to run a business, you need a storefront and supplies. How can we manage that? Money isn't a problem. I have some, Lin Shuyan replied. I think we could open a breakfast shop or a noodle restaurant. We wouldn't need to stock much, just having cooking skills is enough. Lin Xianglian rubbed her hands together, but I can't cook well. They only had a few dishes at home throughout the year, and she didn't even have a place to practice cooking, so how could she make delicious food? Lin Shuyan said, I cook well. I can teach you. If we have a shop in the city, we can earn some money. Lin Xianglian's eyes lit up. Yes, little sister's food is really delicious. Opening a noodle shop is actually quite suitable. We can serve noodles for breakfast, and we can also make dumplings and wontons the day before. Sauce-flavored pancakes would be great too.
Ah,
What are sauce-flavored pancakes? Fu Bao lifted her little head, touching her mouth with her hand. Delicious, very tasty. She was starting to speak word by word, and it was adorable. The others laughed at the child. Since they had time, Lin Shuyan decided to make a little sample for them to try. This pancake is simple. You don't need to wake up too early to prepare. You can make the batter anytime, and the sauce can be prepared in advance. Lin Xianglian tasted the sauce-flavored pancake, and it was so good she felt like swallowing her tongue. Wow, little sister, this pancake is really tasty. And it only needs flour and sauce, no meat, which is much cheaper than meat buns. She had a bit of a business mind, which was why Lin Shuyan was willing to open a shop. Lin Xianglian was resourceful and could make it work. Chen Dewan was still a bit worried. She had never thought about opening a shop in her life. Yan, opening a shop requires a lot of money. We can't let Captain He. Lin Shuyan knew what her mother wanted to say. Mom, I have money. A lot of it is what I've earned myself. I've already discussed this with Zhang, and he agrees. Don't worry about the money. Once we start making profits, I'll share. Lin Xianglian quickly added, Of course, it's your money. I'll help you as a partner. Lin Shuyan smiled. Money isn't the main point right now. I'm investing, and you're helping out. We're both bosses. Fu Bao chimed in, Baba.
just take it easy for now.
Stay home for a few days, and then we can look for a shop. Lin Shuyan still had over 1,000 in cash and didn't need to touch her savings. Buying a shop was an investment in her eyes. This was the capital city, and in a few decades, a courtyard or a shop could appreciate hundreds or thousands of times in value. She had long thought that as long as she had extra money, she would buy more properties. As for what kind of noodles to cook, she would think about it later. At noon, when Lin Xianglian said she would cook, Lin Shuyan happily took a break and just told her what ingredients to use. She stayed in the living room with Fu Bao, drawing, while Chen Dewan hesitated to speak. Yan, what is it, Mom? Do you and Captain He plan to have your own child? Lin Shuyan choked a bit, her cheeks warming. They had just been intimate the night before, and she hadn't thought about children yet. After all, she was only 19. Although it's common to have kids early now, it still felt too soon for her. She wanted to study, make money, and enjoy their time together. There's no rush. I'm still young. That's true, but I heard Captain He is 27. Will he be in a hurry?
Lin Shuyan had forgotten about that.
Haha, 27. He was 8 years older than her, an old man. Just as she thought this, the door opened, and the old man walked in with a few others. Are there guests? Zhang brought them in and replied, no, they're here to install a phone. A phone? Yes, later when I go back to the military district, you can call me. It was indeed a necessity. Lin Shuyan nodded without saying much. Lin Xianglian heard the commotion from the kitchen and came out, shocked by the scene. Oh my, installing a phone must cost over 10,000 yuan. Hearing those words, Lin Xianglian felt like she was living in a dream. Just to install a phone was so expensive. Lin Shuyan was also taken aback.
Over 10,000.
She looked at Zhang with doubt, and he nodded slightly. Almost, but this is applied through the contact point, so it will be a bit less. A bit less means it won't be much less. Lin Shuyan felt a pinch in her heart, but thinking about how Zhang wouldn't be home and she wouldn't even hear his voice made her feel sad. Besides, if he went on a mission again, she would at least know if he was safe. At worst, she could just use it more later and not let it go to waste.
All right.
Let's install it. Lin Xianglian felt dizzy and went back to the kitchen, thinking she could open several shops with all this energy. The installers got to work, and Zhang pulled Lin Shuyan aside. He squeezed her hand and asked, do you want to sleep a bit more? I'm not sleeping anymore. I'm not tired. Then remember to give me the military district number, so I can call you anytime? Call me during your break. There's an operator, and I'll call you when I have time. Lin Shuyan nodded. Oh, okay. Zhang wanted to say something else but thought better of it. He would tell her later when he left. After lunch, the phone was installed. They all gathered around to look for a while, and once the novelty wore off, they went to sunbathe in the front yard. The small building was surrounded by a red brick wall, with a yard in the front and back. In the front, there were roses and some trimmed bushes, while the back was empty and unkempt, about 50 to 60 square meters, very spacious. Lin Xianglian couldn't sit still. Little sister, are you planning to plant flowers? Since you have some free time, let me help you tidy it up. That sounds good, Lin Shuyan smiled. She had wanted to clear the weeds and organize the space for a while but hadn't gotten around to it because it was too large. But since it's so big, let's work on it together. What's so big? Our vegetable garden at home is bigger than this. Your clothes are clean, so I'll take care of it. Lin Xianglian was quick and decisive. Before she finished speaking, she was already looking for tools. There's a small in the house. I'll go get it. Okay. The small was brought back from Xiaoqiao village, and although it was a bit small, Lin Xianglian didn't mind. She took it and started weeding. Chun Dawan wanted to help but was stopped. Mom, your injury isn't healed yet. Don't overdo it. Exactly. It's such a small piece of land. We'll finish it quickly. Sister, how about we plant vegetables? Lin Xianglian was puzzled. Plant vegetables? In such a nice house, we're going to plant vegetables? Yes, we can eat them. Peppers, green onions, leafy greens, and beans. You can see what's suitable to plant, and I'll buy some seeds. The gardening instinct deeply rooted in the flower planter awakened successfully. In Xiaoqiao village, Lin Shuyan envied the vegetables grown by Grandma Gao, and now her wish was fulfilled. When she was too lazy to go out to buy vegetables, she could just pick some from a garden. How wonderful! All right, what do you want to plant?
I'll grow it for you, she said.
Lin Shuyan felt warm inside. Having family felt so comforting and joyful. Guagua. Fubao tugged at her skirt and exclaimed 2 words. Okay, I'll plant some little cucumbers that Fubao likes, Lin Shuyan replied, picking her up. She noticed the child looked a bit confused. I'll take Fubao upstairs for a nap. You don't need to rush. Don't tire yourself out. Go ahead, I won't get tired. Once upstairs, she glanced at the study. Zhang hadn't closed the door and was inside reading documents. After washing Fubao's face and hands, she tucked the little girl into bed. The sunlight in the second-floor room was nice and bright. Feeling tired herself, Lin Shuyan changed into her pajamas and decided to take a short nap with Fubao. Perhaps because they hadn't slept together the night before, the little girl kept snuggling into her arms. Then, with her little legs kicking, she fell asleep. After a while, Lin Shuyan also started to feel drowsy. Her body was still sore, and lying down was more comfortable. Before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. But as she slept, she began to feel hot. She reached out to loosen her hold on Fubao, but instead touched firm muscles.
Fubao.
Her delicate hands searched around, but didn't find the soft little bundle. Lin Shuyan frowned and opened her eyes, still not fully awake. A gentle kiss landed on her forehead, and she heard a man's voice above her. "What are you looking for Fubao for?"
Ah.
Lin Shuyan gasped softly, realizing that it was Zhang lying next to her, and her hand was resting on his chest. She quickly pulled her hand back. "Where's Fubao?" "Next door." Zhang looked down at her. He had finished his work in the study and just wanted to check on her. While watching, he ended up taking Fubao away and lying down himself. It was broad daylight, and the window faced the backyard, where they could hear Lin Xianglian talking while weeding. Lin Shuyan felt her cheeks heat up a bit. In a small voice, she asked, "Are you sleepy too?" "Not sleepy." His words came out slowly, almost like Fubao's, with his Adam's apple moving, making it hard not to notice. Lin Shuyan felt a little mischievous. After all, he had taken everything from her last night, and since he would be leaving in a few days, she decided to enjoy every moment. She looked up at his slightly flushed face, his eyes still hazy from sleep. Lin Shuyan wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in to give him a kiss on the lips. She is not a conservative woman of this era. If she likes someone, she will kiss him. Not to mention a boyfriend, but right now, she is with her husband, so she can kiss him however she wants. He placed his hand on her slim waist, and after experiencing it last night, he was easily stirred today, responding silently to her movements. Their lips met, creating a soft sound. At some point, he took the lead, lifting her slightly and moving his hand up her delicate back to hold the back of her neck. She was playful and sweet, and with just a little pressure, he could hear her soft sighs, which were both tender and teasing, tugging at his heartstrings. What started as innocent kissing quickly turned into something more intense, and he took a deep breath, trying to hold back a bit. She continued to instinctively kiss him, and when their lips parted for a moment, she made a soft popping sound and looked at him with her wet eyes, confused. "We can't kiss like that anymore. It might be too much for you." "What does that mean?" Her mind buzzed, and her fair face quickly turned red as she buried it in his chest. "I'm not asking for anything more. But if we keep kissing, I won't be able to control myself." As he said this, he moved slightly, making his intentions clear. She felt the intensity of his feelings and trembled, not daring to move, feeling overwhelmed. After a long time, when her body was still tense, she couldn't help but pout. "Are we done yet?" He kissed her cheek gently, soothing her, "Just a little longer." When they finally came out of the room, she felt lightheaded, while he appeared fresh as if nothing had happened. She grumbled, feeling it was unfair. She ran next door to wake up Fubao, then went downstairs to take a look. The weeds in the backyard had been cleared, piled to the side, and the ground was turned over, ready for planting. She exclaimed, "Sister, you did an amazing job getting this done so quickly." If it were her, it would have taken days. "Yes, it's such a small piece of land. It won't take long. Then we can plant vegetables tomorrow." Lin Xianglian set the aside and walked over to Lin Shuyan. "Little sister, Mom and I just discussed it, and we want to go back to Linjia village tomorrow." Lin Shuyan frowned, feeling sensitive about going back. "What's going on?" "Don't worry, we just need to grab some clean clothes and let Big Brother know." Now that she understood, Lin Shuyan felt relieved. Going back for clothes meant they were committed, but she was actually quite scared. They had only promised each other in the moment, but their hearts were still tied to Linjia village. "Okay, I'll go back with you tomorrow. No need to trouble yourselves, it's a long drive. It's not a hassle. Besides, I haven't seen my older brother in a long time." Lin Xianglian nodded. That's true. During dinner, Lin Shuyan mentioned going back. Unexpectedly, Zhang wanted to join, saying, "I'll drive you." Chun Dawan waved her hand. No, it's fine. You all are busy. Honestly, I think Yan Yan shouldn't have to make this trip. It's too much trouble. Lin Shuyan thought it would be better if Zhang went. Not only would it be easier to transport things, but he wouldn't dare to act up if Linda was around. She turned to Zhang. Are you free tomorrow? Will it cause any issues? I'm free. He Xiuyu sighed beside them. I have school tomorrow. Otherwise, I would want to go too. Sister-in-law, are you planting flowers in the backyard? No flowers, just vegetables. When the time comes, tell me what vegetables you like, and we'll plant a bit of everything. Wow, can we plant watermelons? I love watermelons in the summer. Lin Shuyan shook her head. Winter is coming soon. All right then. They discussed what to plant for a while before cleaning up and resting. After sitting on the sofa for a bit, Lin Shuyan saw Zhang go upstairs to take a shower. Xiaoyu mysteriously crawled over to Lin Shuyan. Sister-in-law. Seeing the smile in her eyes, Lin Shuyan knew what she wanted to say. So, how's the sales of Shuyan Shuang? Xiaoyu straightened up, her face eager for praise. It's selling really well. Just like you said, first people around me started buying it, and then even my rival at school wanted to buy some. Lin Shuyan tackled rival? Yes, the one who always competes with me for first place in exams and tries to outshine me at events. Now she's coming to me. And then? Did you sell it to her? Xiuyu shook her head. I was planning to sell it to her, but when I got back to the dorm, it was sold out. Don't you have more? Yes, I do, but there's no rush. Wait a week and then take 20. 20? Lin Shuyan nodded. Just say the last batch was a special offer. From now on, it will be 21 boxes. Although she thought 20 was a bit pricey, considering the buyers were well off and those who missed out were willing to pay more, it wasn't too much of a problem. Okay, I'll give it a try. It was almost time, and Lin Shuyan looked over the excellent work written by He Xiaoshu. She took the two children upstairs and, after helping Fu Bao wash up, returned to her room. Zhang had already finished his shower and was sitting at the head of the bed looking at something. Lin Shuyan didn't disturb him and took her clothes to the bathroom to wash up. After what happened yesterday, their relationship had changed significantly. Zhang had become much closer, no longer the distant, stern military husband, but a loving partner. Thinking of this made Lin Shuyan feel much happier even while showering. When she came out smelling nice, Zhang was still in the same position on the bed, sitting straight as if at attention. Sometimes he could be very serious. Noticing her thoughts wandering, Lin Shuyan shook her head, wondering how she had become so distracted. She sat down at the table, fiddling with the skincare products, feeling the need to take care of her skin even after just bathing. There was something special about the ritual of skincare. She climbed onto the bed and asked, "What are you looking at? Are you busy?" Zhang shook his head slightly and placed the documents at the bedside. The military district is being rebuilt, so I'm looking at the ground plans. Really? Do you need to look at this? The training grounds need my approval, he said, his gaze falling on Lin Shuyan's fair face. Once I return to the military district, it might be a long time before I come back. I know. You said it would be more than half a month. Lin Shuyan blinked, unconsciously showing a cute and dependent expression in front of him. It might be like this in the future, coming back once or twice a month. Hearing this, Lin Shuyan felt a bit helpless. In her previous life, she admired military wives who might only see their partners once or twice a year. For her, seeing him twice a month was already quite good. I will miss you. Is the 18th district far? Can I come to see you? No, Zhang frowned. She was just a delicate girl, and the train ride would take 5 or 6 hours. Who knew what could happen on the way? Lin Shuyan leaned against his leg and sighed. Then what should I do if I miss you? Just call me if you miss me. Zhang paused for a moment before continuing. If you can't handle it, I could apply to retire and transfer back. He had intended to say this when he left, but since they were already discussing it, he brought it up. He had been willing to apply for retirement to take care of the 2 children before, and now he was willing to do it for her. Although he had grown accustomed to military life over the years, he could still contribute to building a new society after returning. Lin Shuyan shook her head. No need. If joining the army wasn't your favorite thing, you would have chosen a different path before. Zhang, I like you like this. Soldiers are impressive and earn my respect, and you are an excellent soldier. Just do what you love and excel at and shine brightly. As for me, I have things I want to do. Zhang felt warm inside from her words and gently tucked her hair behind her ear. What do you want to do? Nothing too big, just making money, starting a business, and I also want to study, take the college entrance exam, and learn more. When Lin Shuyan said this, her eyes sparkled. And then, after I finish the exam, I can go with the army and be with you all the time.
Go with the army?
Zhang never expected she would want to do that. Being with the army means not seeing family often. Life as a military family is good, but the locations can be remote and strict, so many families are reluctant to go. Yes, if I go with the army, I can watch you train, Lin Shuyan said, her thoughts completely different from Zhang's. She imagined hiding by the training ground, watching Zhang train, with his strong muscles and sweat glistening. How cool that would be. Ahem, you can't just go to the training ground anytime. Well, I can at least see you sometimes. As they talked, their conversation drifted, but both felt relieved. Lin Shuyan knew he was willing to change his position for her, and it touched her heart. Zhang thought about the person in his arms, who liked what he was doing, and was willing to go with the army. His heart felt both sweet and a little sour. Last night had been intense, and they would be traveling tomorrow, so Zhang didn't tease her. He held her close and let her sleep. The next day, after breakfast, they got in the car and set off. Lin Shuyan sat in the front seat, while Lin Xianglian held Fubao in the back. Chundawan and the others had never been in such a nice car before and didn't know where to put their hands. This car is great. The last time we took a bus, it smelled so strong of fuel. Lin Shuyan smiled. Sister, have you thought about what to pack? Just some clothes. There isn't much else at home. Mom even made you 2 pairs of shoe soles and insisted I remember to bring them. Really? Lin Shuyan glanced back, feeling warm inside. Lin Family Village is even farther than Xiaoqiao Village, taking about an hour and a half to get there, arriving close to noon. The jeep drove right up to their doorstep, attracting the attention of many villagers. The village is small, and one day Lin Dio drove a small car home, complaining loudly from the village entrance to his house. He said his ungrateful daughter had kicked him out of the city and that his wife had left him too. The villagers didn't like him, as he was known to be a drunkard. They listened to the commotion and thought his daughter must be foolish to send him back, dismissing his words as drunken nonsense. When they saw a large jeep heading to his house, they quickly followed at a distance, curious about what was happening. The car stopped and a few people got out. Lin Shuyan was dressed in a white dress, her hair neatly tied back, looking gentle and calm. No one from the village came out immediately. A few ants gathered to whisper, "Hey, who is that woman? She looks really pretty. I haven't seen her before, but she seems a bit familiar." Before they could figure it out, their attention was drawn by Zhang. Wow, that man is handsome. Look at him. He seems very proper. Is Lin Dio in some kind of trouble? That's a bit scary. Lin Shuyan looked at the house, which was just as she remembered. With Lin Dio's reckless ways, their house was one of the worst in the village. It was slightly better than the old house Lin Shuyan used to live in, a larger yellow earth house with 3 connected sections, a central living room, and 2 rooms on each side. Lin Xianglian and Chen Dawan also got out. Seeing so many people gathered, Lin Xianglian frowned and said, "What are you all looking at? Go home." The villagers weren't going anywhere. They enjoyed the spectacle as long as it wasn't trouble. A familiar ant asked her, "Xianglian, who are these 2? They look so handsome. When did your family get such wealthy relatives?" "They're my sister and Aunt He. This is Shuyan."
What? Shuyan?
The ant's eyes widened in surprise. The others turned to look as well. They examined her closely, unable to connect this delicate city girl with the Lin Shuyan they remembered, who used to be silly and messy, always getting dirty after going out, and smiling foolishly at everyone. Now, she looked clean and fresh, and more importantly, she seemed very alert. How is this possible? How could it be Shuyan? The ant didn't believe it and stepped forward to get a better look. Just then, Lin Shuyan came out holding a baby, met the ant's gaze, and said, "Aunt He, it's been a long time."
Ah.
"Aunt, He was one of the few villagers who treated Lin Shuyan well. Their families were close, and she didn't mind that Lin Shuyan was a bit slow. Occasionally, she would give her a couple of potatoes or corn to eat. She looked at Lin Shuyan and clapped her thigh, repeating, "Yes, yes, it's Shuyan, it's Shuyan." After saying this several times, the villagers finally saw her and couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Shuyan ignored them and turned to Chindawan, saying, "Sister, you and Mom should start packing." Right. Dad must have gone to the village to buy some liquor by now. We need to hurry." Usually, before lunch, Chindayo would go to the village to buy alcohol. Sometimes he would get drunk and end up napping in a field, so they timed their return around that. Chindawan walked inside with her head down, not as relaxed as Lin Xianglian. Although she had agreed to move to the city with her daughter, she felt uneasy about the whole situation. It was probably the first time anyone in the village had moved out at her age, especially since her husband was still alive. She felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Shuyan and He Zhang walked in last, and as soon as they entered the yard, they heard a woman's voice. "Hey, Mom. Why are you and Xianglian back so soon? Have you eaten?" The speaker was Mao Yanping, Lin Shuyan's sister-in-law. She was momentarily taken aback when she saw Lin Shuyan, thinking, "Who is this?" "Sister-in-law, it's me, Shuyan. Mom and sister are back to pack some things to stay with me in the city for a while." She glanced into the main room. "Where's Big Brother?" Mao Yanping's eyes were glued to her, almost unable to react, as if she were seeing a stranger. "He's at work. Mom isn't home, so I rushed back to cook." Mao Yanping wasn't a bad person, but she didn't like anyone in the family except Linda Wang. Especially not Lin Shuyan. If she weren't slow, they could share the workload instead of leaving everything to Linda Wang. While surprised at how her silly sister had changed, she still couldn't bring herself to be warm. "Oh, you're moving to the city? To your house?" "Yes, to my house. When Big Brother comes back, please let him know." Mao Yanping pouted and glanced at the tall, stern man behind Lin Shuyan, who seemed quite wealthy.
Got it.
Then she walked away to talk to Chindawan and the others. Lin Shuyan sighed and looked back at He Zhang, who reached out to hold Fubao. "Where's your brother?" "I know he is asking what to do about Linda Wang." Lin Shuyan frowned and said, "I asked my sister, and my brother definitely doesn't want to leave Lindayo in the village. First, we need to settle Mom and my sister, and then I will talk to him." Lin Shuyan wasn't pushing for a decision. After all, she didn't have much connection to this family. If it weren't for Chindawan and Lin Xianglian's support that day, she might not have cared at all. Lin Yiwang is a man, so he won't be bullied. With Chindawan and the others gone, he won't be stuck in the middle, and life might even get a little easier. He Zhang said quietly, "Okay, you decide." Lin Shuyan smiled at him, feeling reassured by his unconditional support. There really wasn't much to take. Soon, Chindawan and the others came out with 2 bags of clothes and some everyday items. That was about it. Mao Yanping followed behind, her face showing little emotion. Seeing Chindawan leave made her feel a bit uneasy. After all, she had been a daughter-in-law for 7 or 8 years. It was impossible not to have feelings. Chindawan had always treated her well, and her sister-in-law didn't cause trouble. If it weren't for that unreasonable father-in-law, this family would actually be quite nice. "He Zhang, please help Mom put the things in the car." He Zhang put down the baby and easily carried the items outside. Lin Xianglian immediately followed to help, saying, "Hey, Captain, I can manage." Chindawan was still talking to Mao Yanping about when to have a child and that she should come find her in the city if anything happened. Her son would take care of her. Mao Yanping had red eyes but remained silent. "Mom, I want to talk to my sister-in-law for a moment." Lin Shuyan stepped forward, leading Mao Yanping to a spot by the yard where they couldn't be seen. Mao Yanping was confused as she looked at the clear and beautiful Lin Shuyan, feeling a bit envious. She thought to herself, she really has good luck. She mumbled, "What are you doing?" Lin Shuyan took out an envelope from her bag, something she had prepared before leaving. There were plenty of tickets at home that would expire if not used during the new year. She packed some and added 200 yuan. To Lin Shuyan, this wasn't much. She gave it as a gesture, considering how Mao Yanping had once been kind to the original owner. Since she was using the original owner's body, it felt right to return the favor. Sister-in-law, please take this. Don't tell anyone except my brother. It's for you to get something nice. Mao Yanping wasn't someone who took advantage of others. If she were, she wouldn't have married into such a poor family. I don't want it. Why are you giving this to me? I can't accept it. I'm not taking it. You're my sister-in-law, my brother's wife. We're all family. Just take it, but don't let Lin Dao see it. Mao Yanping was still refusing when a voice came from outside. What are you doing, Chinduan? You dare come back, you old hag. I'll teach you a lesson. It turned out Lin Dao had returned. Lin Shuyan quickly stuffed the items into Mao Yanping's pocket and went outside. Chinduan said angrily, Lin Dao, what are you going crazy about again? The villagers are watching. Let them watch. I want them to see how this old hag gets beaten. Lin Shuyan reached the door and shouted, Stop. What do you think you're doing? Oh, Shuyan, my good daughter. Lin Dao staggered towards her, holding a half bottle of alcohol. Why did you only take that old hag to the city? You should have brought me too. That big house has 2 floors, I've seen it. You should have brought me along. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming, and Lin Shuyan couldn't help but frown. She replied calmly, Lin Dao, don't even think about it. I won't take care of you ever again. Hey, I'm your father.
You can't talk to me like that.
Don't think I'm afraid of you. You have to take me to the city today, or else I'll make you regret it. I'll do what I want. What father can't discipline his daughter? Lin Shuyan looked at him, wanting to laugh at his ridiculousness. Chun Dawan stepped in front of Lin Shuyan. Lin Dao, if you dare to hurt my daughter, I'll fight you. Get lost, old hag.
Who do you think you are to speak?
He swung the bottle at Chindawan, and the villagers gasped, but hesitated to intervene. Let's talk this out. No need to fight. Hey, Lin Dao, don't bully people. Lin Dao shouted angrily, Get away. All of you, stay back. A hand reached out and easily grabbed his wrist like a vice. A cold voice filled with anger said, Who do you think you are trying to hit? Lin Dao cried out in pain, Ah, my hand. Who are you to interfere? Ouch. It hurts. You're breaking it. Hejan shook him off a few steps, standing tall and serious. If you keep talking like that, I'll teach you some manners. Lin Shuyan didn't acknowledge Lin Dao, and Hejan certainly wouldn't treat him with any respect. Even Lin Dao's family wouldn't have much say in front of him. Lin Dao burped and crossed his arms, waiting to see Hejan clearly before becoming arrogant again. The alcohol gave him courage. At that moment, he feared no one. Lin Dao acted shamelessly, shouting, Look. Everyone look. The son-in-law is hitting the father-in-law. The crowd couldn't stand it anymore. And he shouted, Lin Dao, stop talking nonsense. Didn't you want to hit Shuyan? Not wanting to waste time, Lin Shuyan turned to Chindawan and asked, Mom, have we used up my bride price? 1,000 yuan for the bride price was hardly enough. Chindawan clapped her hands. Wait, I'll go get it. She knew where Lin Dao hid the money. She had never dared to take it before, but now that her daughter and son-in-law were present, she felt brave. Chindawan turned to go back inside, and Lin Dao panicked, trying to follow her. You dare touch my money, you old hag. I'll make you pay. Hejan stepped in front of the door, blocking it with his tall frame, and shouted, Step back. Lin Dao immediately stopped shouting, gritting his teeth as he took a few steps back. Chindawan pulled out the money from under the bed, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and ran out. I found it. I used some, but the rest is here. Chindawan. How dare you give it to her? You old hag, ah. Lin Dao began to go crazy, pacing back and forth, shouting in frustration. Seeing his madness, the villagers were unfazed. Chindawan instinctively trembled and handed the money to Lin Shuyan. Sis, help Mom into the car. Okay. Lin Xianglian helped Chindawan into the back seat, taking Fubao with them. Lin Shuyan glanced coldly at Lin Dao, having nothing to say to him. Hejan pulled her closer. Let's go back. As they walked to the car, just as they were about to get in, a villager shouted, Watch out. Lin Shuyan hadn't reacted yet. Hejan quickly blocked her, spinning around to kick a flying bottle back at Lin Dao, hitting him the shoulder. With a loud crash, the bottle shattered on the ground. Lin Dio fell to the ground, feeling like his bones had cracked, and he yelled in pain. Even a tiger doesn't harm its own cubs. He had thrown the bottle at Lin Shuyan's head, but now he was being taught a lesson, and no one felt sorry for him. Instead, the villagers cheered. Good. In the car, Chen Dewan and Lin Xianglian watched. What a madman. If that bottle had hit Xu Yan, the consequences would have been terrible. He deserved it. After hurting others for so long, it was finally his turn to be taught a lesson. This was what he owed Chen Dewan and his children. Chen Dewan no longer hesitated. She leaned out of the car window and shouted, Lin Dio, it's time to separate. Zhang helped Lin Shuyan into the car and turned back with a cold look in his eyes. He had just held back a bit of strength, enough to make Lin Dio suffer. Lin Dio, this is the city police department. If you do this again, you'll end up in jail for a long time. Lin Dio slumped on the ground, tears and saliva streaming down his face, unable to make a sound, only watching helplessly as the jeep drove away. After the car had gone a distance, Chen Dewan wiped her face. She deeply regretted marrying Lin Dio, but if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have had several good children. Shuyan, are you okay? I'm fine, Lin Shuyan replied softly, looking out the window. She was just reflecting that perhaps coming to this world was meant to resolve her heart's troubles. If she had had such confidence and a supportive mother in her past life, she wouldn't have died alone on a hospital bed. More than an hour later, the car returned to the city. Zhang dropped everyone off at home and went out again. Lin Xianglian and another person went to pack their things while Lin Shuyan took Fubao upstairs. She glanced at the money in the handkerchief. Perhaps because there weren't many places to spend money in the countryside, the 1,000 yuan was quite useful at this time, with over 700 left. However, considering the time, spending around 60 or 70 a month was still a lot. Lin Shuyan took out 280 yuan and went downstairs, wanting to give Chen Dewan and Lin Xianglian half each. Mom, take this money. Moving to the city will definitely require some new things, and you need new clothes too. Chen Dewan quickly waved her hands. She was startled by her daughter's casual way of taking out such a large sum of money. With a serious tone, she said, Shuyan, although this money is your dowry, you shouldn't spend it so recklessly. We don't really need anything new. We have everything here. Zhang gave the dowry for my family. You raised me, and I didn't take it all because I was afraid of losing too much. She paused. We're planning to open a shop, right? You should keep it. If you don't buy things for yourselves, you'll need to buy things for the shop later. Think of it as helping me share the burden. Otherwise, I have to oversee everything, and I won't have the energy for that, right? That made sense, and Chen Dewan was a bit swayed. Also, the shop will have customers every day, so we need to have clean and tidy clothes. Let's buy 2 sets of new clothes. Lin Shuyan knew that if she didn't give some reasons, these two wouldn't accept the money. She also didn't want to do everything herself. Teaching them was the easiest way. Even if they follow Zhang with the army in the future, they can still manage the shop independently. Okay, that's too much. Chen Dewan counted 80 yuan, splitting it into 40 for each of them, then handed the rest back to Lin Shuyan. Your sister is smart and has worked various odd jobs, including at the state-owned department store, right? Lin Xianglian nodded, holding her 40 yuan lightly. Yes, I've worked there, so I know what to buy. Exactly. Your sister can handle things in that area. Lin Xianglian felt a bit shy. No matter how clever she was, she couldn't compare to her younger sister. It's still early to open the shop. When the time comes to buy things, I'll let you know. Don't give us too much. Having this much money makes me a bit anxious. Lin Shuyan smiled. All right, we'll wait until then. I haven't eaten lunch. I'll go make some noodles, Lin Shuyan said before leaving the room. Little Fubao had been following her around and was still full of energy, trailing behind Lin Shuyan like a little shadow. She cooked Fubao's favorite noodles and added the leftover beef and tomato soup from yesterday. The child happily devoured most of the bowl, then leaned back in the chair, holding her little belly. Delicious. Everyone laughed. She was such a lively little one. Now that she could talk, she was even more entertaining. At the contact point in Area 18, Zhang confirmed the time again. The liaison officer looked at the most capable commander in the district. Yes, Commander He. The higher-ups require you to report to the military district before 11 tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Before 11, Zhang would travel back and forth in Area 18, driving from the capital in about 4.5 hours, faster than the train without detours. The liaison officer asked, "Are you going today?" "You have plenty of time." "No, I'll go tomorrow morning. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he turned and left the liaison office, leaving the officer puzzled. Hey, doesn't Commander He usually leave a few days early? When he got home, Lin Shuyan was upstairs. She had just finished putting away the clean clothes, neatly folding He Zhang's white shirts and long pants. The clothes smelled of soap and sunshine. She folded them once, then opened them again. Strange, I folded them just like this. She noticed He Zhang folded them this way, but every time she tried, they never seemed as neat. He folded them into perfect squares, while hers were more like uneven puffs. What are you doing? He Zhang entered from outside, noticing her serious expression, and instinctively lowered his voice. You're back, Lin Shuyan said with a bright smile as she ran over to him, her eyes sparkling. Then she quietly complained, Look at your shirt. Why can't I fold it like that? He looked at her little face and felt a sense of satisfaction, but then he remembered he would be leaving tomorrow, which made him feel uneasy. He took the shirt, glanced at it, and wanted to compliment the girl, but he knew it wasn't folded neatly enough. He took the shirt, stood by the bed, and with his clear hands pressed one side down, folding it expertly until it was neatly done. The corners were straight and even. It's very simple. Lin Shuyan bit her lip. How is that simple? All right, I'll put it in the cabinet, she said, taking the shirt, but he grabbed her wrist. No need. I'm leaving early tomorrow. I'll just pack it later. She was a bit taken aback. Tomorrow?
So soon.
Didn't he say 2 or 3 days? It felt like it wasn't time yet. Lin Shuyan always thought of herself as independent. Even in a relationship, she wouldn't be clingy like many girls. Last night, they talked about shining individually, but now hearing he was leaving tomorrow made her heart feel empty. It was a sad feeling, and she said, Why are you leaving so early? They had just gotten to this point, and it was a sweet time. He didn't want to leave her either. Seeing her eyes red, she put the shirt back on the bed, and he pulled her close, gently explaining, The military is busy. I need to go back to check on the new expansion. With my sister and the others here, I feel more at ease. You can open a shop if you want, and if you want to study, I can help you arrange that. Lin Shuyan buried her head in his chest, sniffing, I know, I just will miss you. In their lives, he was her first man, and since meeting him, she had grown dependent on his protection. He felt the same way, leaving such a lovely wife behind, who looked as delicate as a flower, was hard to bear. Don't worry, I'll come back to see you whenever I have a break, he said, rarely comforting someone, his large hand stroking the back of Lin Shuyan's head, caressing her soft, dark hair. Once the military expansion is done, there will be a new family area, and I can bring you with me. Okay. Lin Shuyan felt unhappy, and after he kissed her a few times on the head, she sat on the edge of the bed watching him pack. He took out a military backpack, kneeling beside the wardrobe. There wasn't much to pack, and he moved with purpose, his sleeves rolled up. He packed quickly, while Lin Shuyan sat on the edge of the bed, her straight legs gently swinging, still feeling down. Oh, wait a moment. She got up and ran downstairs, soon returning with 2 jars of mushroom meat sauce.
Take this with you to eat.
Don't rush so much. We're not leaving right now.
Oh.
At dinner, knowing Zhang was leaving, Xiaoyu also felt unhappy. Brother, you're leaving now? What about my sister-in-law? She'll be so lonely. That's why you should come back more often to keep her company. With the winter break approaching, Xiaoyu had exams and was staying at school for a few days, returning only tomorrow for the weekend. Got it. I'll definitely come back to keep my sister-in-law company. After dinner, the two went back to their rooms early. The atmosphere was heavy. Lin Shuyan couldn't lift her spirits. After taking a shower, She crawled into bed and stared blankly. Zhang finished organizing his documents in the study before returning to the room, noticing her expression. He felt both pity and a bit of amusement. Quietly, he took a shower before walking to the bedside. Lin Shuyan was even more upset. He was leaving tomorrow and took so long to come back, and now he was quiet and went to shower. He must not love her anymore. It had to be that. Her mind was racing, and after a while, she put on her shoes and walked to the bathroom door. The sound of water had just stopped, so she listened carefully.
Was he done?
Then, the door was suddenly pulled open and their eyes met. The man seemed to know she was by the door and tossed aside the towel in his hand. With his muscular arms, he gently picked her up. He wasn't even wearing a shirt, his body was steaming from the shower, and his muscles were slightly flushed from the warm water. Lin Shuyan's mind went blank. Her fair fingers poked him, feeling the warmth and softness in his embrace. Zhang couldn't help but lean down to kiss her. The light above flickered, shining brightly. Lin Shuyan blushed in his arms, and her slippers, which had been on her feet, somehow fell to the floor. Zhang moved to the edge of the bed and laid her on the blanket, one hand gently holding her calf. Her smooth skin felt soft in his palm, and he didn't know where he touched her, making her pull her legs slightly. Then she looked up at him and said softly, "It tickles." "Then I'll scratch it for you," the man said, and he really began to gently scratch her leg. Zhang felt strange. He never imagined he would do such things before. After being intimate with Lin Shuyan, just catching a whiff of her familiar scent made him want to hold her close and embrace her. Kissing her, hugging her. It turned out that true affection between a man and a woman is uncontrollable and cannot be hidden. For example, right now, he couldn't help but lean down to kiss her. Maybe it was because they had to part and both wanted to leave a mark on each other. Lin Shuyan tried to endure, only letting out soft sounds of discomfort, gripping his strong muscles. He, on the other hand, just wanted to pull her closer. The night felt long. There was a soft sound between their lips. He gently on her tongue, his deep eyes fixed on her, a mix of clarity and confusion rarely seen in a man's gaze. Her skin was so fair it seemed almost translucent, easily marked, like a red plum falling in the snow, and in front of her was a bright cherry. Their closeness was filled with tenderness. At 5 a.m, before dawn, only a faint light shone through the clouds. He looked at the person sleeping in his arms, completely defenseless and fully reliant on him. For the first time, he felt that parting was difficult. No wonder there were so many poems about farewells. His eyes were bloodshot, having not slept all night, yet he didn't appear tired. After a moment, he quietly got out of bed, carefully changed the sheets, and went downstairs to wash them, hanging them out to dry. When he returned, the person on the bed was still asleep, her brow slightly furrowed. He gently rubbed her forehead and whispered, "I'm leaving." Lin Shuyan didn't sleep late. She was worried about Zhang leaving and woke up around 7. But in an instant, she realized he was already gone. She put on her clothes and ran downstairs, still holding on to a glimmer of hope that he might still be there. But the downstairs was empty. She opened the door, and the chilly autumn wind hit her face, the air damp and cold. The car parked in front of the house was gone, leaving a hollow feeling in her heart. Xiu happened to wake up and saw her standing by the door, looking lost. "Sister-in-law, did my brother leave?" Lin Shuyan snapped back to reality and replied, then went back upstairs to lie down. If Zhang hadn't left, he would usually be having breakfast with her at this time. What a rascal, leaving so early without waking her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, clutching the blanket. The newly changed blanket barely held his scent, and only her aching body brought her back to reality. She turned over and noticed something on the table, getting up to take a look. There was a stack of cash and a bank book. The cash amounted to 2,000, and the number in the bank book left Lin Shuyan speechless. Where did he get so much money? Next to it was a note, written in a strong hand, clearly Zhang's. "Take the money and spend it. If it's not enough, go withdraw more. The password is XXXXXX. Lin Shuyan pouted. Typical of a straightforward guy, He only knew how to give money. There was a small bottle of medicine on the table, which she had bought the next day after injuring herself that first night. No wonder she didn't feel so much pain. Someone had applied the medicine for her. Lin Xuyan's face turned red as she angrily opened the drawer and tossed the medicine inside. She found a place to hide her bankbook, putting the 2,000 yuan with her original money. With this amount, plus what Zhang had given her before and the betrothal money she got back from Lin Dayo, she had over 3,500 yuan in cash. This was a significant amount nowadays. When she first came to this world, Lin Xuyan thought she would have a hard life in the countryside. Unexpectedly, she couldn't become a rich woman in her past life, but in this life, she had achieved a third of her wish. Thinking about the 2 bankbooks, well, maybe she had already achieved it. Unable to sleep, Lin Xuyan decided to go downstairs to prepare breakfast. After a night of tossing and turning, she was starving and felt like she could eat a whole cow. She took out the dumplings from the fridge, boiled a large bowl, and pan-fried 2 plates. With some fragrant vinegar and spicy oil, Lin Xuyan ate a big bowl, and the rest was shared with everyone. It was the weekend, and Xiaoyu and Xiaoshu were both at home. Lin Xuyan arranged for her and Xiaoyu to find a place to open a shop. Lin Xianglian and Chenduan took Fu Bao to the state-run department store to buy 2 outfits and look for suitable pots and dishes for the shop. Xiaoshu insisted on staying home to do his homework. Before leaving, Lin Xuyan reminded sister for the noodle shop, we need slightly larger bowls, as well as dipping sauces and small plates for side dishes. Don't forget the chopsticks. If you find suitable ones, buy a set to bring home for us to decide on. Lin Xianglian replied, I've worked in restaurants and noodle shops, so I have a rough idea of the sizes, but I might not choose the best patterns. That's fine, just pick simple and clean designs. After agreeing, they all left the house. The most important thing for a noodle shop is customer traffic. In her past life, Lin Xuyan noticed that noodle shops were usually located at the entrances of communities, near schools, office buildings, or shopping districts. However, the current era is different. Ordinary people usually eat at home and do not have the habit of dining out. Many workplaces also have their own cafeterias or people bring lunch boxes. Lin Xuyan thought of a few locations. One was on the street from the state-run restaurant to the Southern Trading Company, and the other was near the school. Ideally, it would be near a university. With college entrance exams reinstated for 2 years, Capital University is undoubtedly a place that students across the country aspire to attend, including many from nearby towns who cannot go home for meals. The school has a cafeteria, but the noodle shop offers great value, and students are more open to trying new things. When they see a new place, they are willing to give it a go. Thinking of this, she turned to Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, where is Capital University? Is it crowded? He replied, sister-in-law, it's near our school, close to the girls' school and Jingyi Middle School. Capital University is all in the southern part of the city, not far from here. We can take the bus there. That sounds good. Where do you usually eat? At the school cafeteria or nearby small restaurants. But there are many small restaurants over there, and they've been around for years. Do you think we can compete with them? Lin Xuyan calmly replied, so, do you think my noodles taste better or the ones from the small restaurants? Of course, yours are better. Xiaoyu answered without hesitation. She didn't know why, but she felt that the noodles made at home had a better texture and richer flavor. Even though the ingredients were similar, her sister-in-law's cooking was just amazing. Lin Xuyan was pleased with her response and said, then that's settled. Let's go find a shop. Her confidence in opening a noodle shop came from the system. With the help of the special spring water, the food she made would taste exceptional and unique. The area near the school was the first choice. She planned to continue studying and would often be in that area, so having a place to eat and relax would be great. The two walked down the street, stepping on fallen leaves, taking their time. They finally boarded the bus heading south after reaching the state-run restaurant. On the way, Xiaoyu chattered away, pointing out the sights to Lin Xuyan as they passed the state-run department store and Southern Trading Company. Sister-in-law, look over there. That big shop with glass windows is a Hong Kong goods store, and the things inside are quite expensive. Lin Xuyan glanced over and saw beautiful dresses and colorful decorations through the window. In modern terms, it had a refined, upscale vibe. She thought it would be nice to visit someday. Sister-in-law, that's Central Park. And over there is a church. They say they have Western-style weddings now. Last time, I saw someone getting married in a white dress. It looked strange but beautiful. If I wore that color for my wedding, my brother would probably be very upset. Thinking of Zhang's personality, Lin Shuyan smiled. It wasn't impossible. With Xiaoyu talking, many people on the bus glanced over, but they all wore friendly smiles and occasionally joined in the conversation. Two girls were beautiful and had calm personalities. They looked younger than the lively girl next to them, with fair and delicate skin, yet they were called sister-in-law by those nearby. It was unclear which lucky man married such a charming girl. About 20 minutes later, the bus stopped at a station. The station was right by the street, marked with a sign. As soon as they got off, the lively atmosphere hit them. Xiaoyu pulled her towards a street. The street was crowded with many young people, mostly students from nearby schools. On both sides of the street were hot pot restaurants, shoe repair shops, sesame cake stalls, photo studios, and bicycle repair shops, creating a lively scene. Indeed, no matter the era, areas near schools are bustling. Sister-in-law, is this place good? Not bad. There are more people here than I expected. Xiaoyu said proudly, linking arms with her, of course. The college entrance exam was opened 2 years ago. Beijing is the capital, a key area for the country, and they are very strict about it. They encourage everyone to study and change their fate with knowledge, to thrive through education. As she spoke, Xiaoyu's expression became serious. Lin Shuyan smiled lightly, feeling a strong sense of national pride. No matter the time, there are countless passionate young people who love their country. Knowledge can change fate, and hard work can create a better life, Lin Shuyan said with a smile. So, if we open a shop, we can create a new life too. Xiaoyu looked puzzled. Opening a shop is hard work. My mother-in-law and older sister will probably be very busy. Teaching them how to earn money is better than just giving them money, Lin Shuyan replied. Sister-in-law, I always feel like you are very capable, Xiaoyu said with bright eyes. You are the most amazing person in the world. Lin Shuyan sighed and poked her side. Stop flattering me. Let's go check out the shop. As they walked down the street, they occasionally brushed past students rushing out for meals, and some turned to look back at them. Lin Shuyan didn't mind. In the past, she might have felt a bit satisfied by the youthful gazes, but now her heart was filled with thoughts of a certain man, and others didn't catch her attention. Many shops along the street were still empty since individual businesses were just starting, and not many people were trying to open shops yet. A few stores on the street were old and had a sense of history. Many items still couldn't be sold. Only state-run department stores and supply and marketing cooperatives could sell them. So, usually there would be 2 closed shops between each open one. Lin Shuyan felt that now was the best time. If she waited another year or 2, the shops here would be fully opened, and housing prices would rise even more. Not to mention, in 10 or 20 years, this area would become a prime location for schools. Most of the houses here are 1 or 2 stories, some with a small yard in front. There are many alleys that crisscross each other. If it weren't for the nearby students or residents, it would be easy to get lost. As they walked near the girls' school, Xiaoyu excitedly said, Sister-in-law, this is my school. Will you come study here with us in the future? No, I will go to Jingyi High School, Lin Shuyan replied, looking across the street. Hey, let's check this way. They turned into an alley, which felt much quieter than the street. At the entrance, there was a small restaurant. It was close to noon and many people were inside. This place is doing well, Xiaoyu said, a bit uninterested. She glanced inside and murmured, it's the closest to the school gate, but the food is just okay and they charge extra for the dishes. Lin Shuyan sensed there was some dissatisfaction and thought there might have been some trouble before. Let's go inside and take a look. Sister-in-law, if we go further into this alley, there won't be many students around. The street is busier. Lin Shuyan calmly walked on, her low-heeled shoes tapping on the old stone pavement. The best food is worth the walk. You students have the energy to find good food everywhere. As long as our food is delicious, people will come. That's true, Hisui said, deciding to stay quiet. After all, listening to her sister-in-law was always a good choice. After walking a few steps, Lin Shuyan stopped in front of a small courtyard. The courtyard had gray walls and black tiles, with a bright red double door that was unlocked. She took a couple of steps closer and knocked, but no one answered. No one lives here. I've never seen anyone when I passed by, and the door is always left open. Lin Shuyan glanced back toward the alley entrance. Exiting this alley and turning left for a few hundred meters would lead to the girls' school, and directly across the street was the entrance to Jingyi High School. It was actually a very good location, and it wasn't as noisy as the street outside. Lin Shuyan thought it was quite nice. Two lively girls stood in front of the door, not drawing attention, when a voice called out from across the street. "Hey, girls, what are you looking at?" Lin Shuyan turned to see an older woman hanging clothes in the yard, who came out upon seeing them. She smiled and said, "Ma'am, whose house is this? Why is it empty?" The elderly lady is a long-time resident here, familiar with everything around. She looked Lin Shuyan up and down, wondering what this young girl was doing in this courtyard. She asked, "Are you two students from nearby?" Hisui replied with a smile, "Yes, ma'am. I'm from a girls' school, and this is my sister-in-law." "Ah, she's really beautiful," the lady said cheerfully. "You're talking about this courtyard, which belongs to the principal of Jingyi Middle School. That Director Yan's? What are you two doing here?" Lin Shuyan recognized her and thought she might have some connections. "Do you know him? Can you tell us more? We want to move nearby." "Sure, that would be great. Director Yan is selling this house, and it's perfect timing. You can go in and take a look. He's eager to sell," the lady said as she opened the gate and led them inside. Once inside the courtyard, it was even larger and more comfortable than Lin Shuyan had imagined. The layout was thoughtfully designed, with a two-part courtyard in a rear shape. The front yard was long and narrow, while the back was square. On both sides of the front yard were single-story houses, separated from the back by a wall. A round archway added a touch of charm, and beyond it was a square courtyard with houses on three sides. To the left, there was a wooden grape trellis attached to the wall, but in late autumn, the vines had already withered. Under the trellis were a stone table and stone benches, with two large jars in the center, one tall and one short, floating with duckweed and lotus flowers, creating a lovely scene. It was clear that this courtyard was well cared for. The lady said, "Director Yan comes here every day after school to tidy up. This house has been passed down through his family. His father loved to grow flowers and plants. It looked much nicer back then." "Why is it for sale then?" Lin Shuyan asked. "Well, let me be honest with you," the lady replied. Seeing Lin Shuyan was friendly and gentle, she felt comfortable and chatted more. "Director Yan only has an elderly mother who fell seriously ill and is in the hospital, spending money like water. He's selling to raise some funds for her medicine. He and his wife are living in the dormitory provided by the school, and they have a son in the school dorm too. This house has had several interested buyers, but they all want to lower the price." The lady didn't know the exact amount, but negotiations had not been successful so far. With everything clarified, Lin Shuyan felt relieved, saving her the trouble of searching for Director Yan. She looked around again. There were 12 rooms in the courtyard, with a corridor outside the doors. The pillars were bright red, giving it an antique feel, and the window frames were green, separating the glass windows. On the left side outside was the kitchen, and on the right side was a large common area. The kitchen was spacious and rectangular, which was quite sufficient. The front yard was a horizontal rectangle. If tables were set up, about 10 could fit. The large common area on the right could hold 7 or 8 tables. If a noodle shop opened, those who liked to sit inside could do so, and those who preferred to sit outside could enjoy that too. This was much better than just having a small shop. The front and back were separated, and the archway didn't affect personal living space at the back. Lin Shuyan liked it more and more. The elderly woman added, "Nowadays, people in the city prefer two-story houses. If there aren't many family members, such a large courtyard is indeed not suitable, so not many people are interested." I estimate that Director Yan will loosen up in the next few days. Lin Shuyan replied gently. Thank you so much, ma'am. I will go to school to find Director Yan now. The elderly woman watched them leave, standing at the gate to see them off at the intersection, thinking how nice it would be to have such a pretty and well-behaved girl as a neighbor. It was certainly better than the loud woman from the small restaurant nearby. She was furious. Today she had to sweep the trash next to her house again. The elderly woman angrily took her broom and began to sweep the road. Jingyi Middle School was different from the girls' school. It had both boys and girls. The entrance of the girls' school was delicate, while Jingyi Middle School was built more grandly. Lin Shuyan and He Xiaoyu arrived at the school before dismissal time, and there was someone at the gate. She approached the guardhouse. Hello, I'm looking for Director Yan. May I go in? The guard, an older man, glanced at them, took their information, and then let them in. Lin Shuyan asked around until she found the director's office. The door was open and there were 3 or 4 people inside. She knocked and quietly stood by the door. Come in, who are you looking for? Asked a person sitting near the door. Hello, I'm here to see Director Yan. Is he available? The teacher nodded. Old Yan, you have visitors. One person inside stood up. He was a middle-aged man, around 40, wearing glasses, with a few strands of gray hair that didn't quite match his age. He wore a blue traditional long coat, giving off an intellectual vibe. Director Yan set down his cup and walked to the door. Who are the 2 of you? During this time, most people coming to see him were discussing the courtyard house, and he had informed the guard to let anyone in who came to see him. However, these 2 young girls looked too young to be interested in buying a house. Lin Shuyan got straight to the point. Director Yan, I want to talk to you about the courtyard house. Director Yan was slightly surprised and gestured for them to step outside. Let's talk in this empty classroom so we don't disturb them. Okay. Once they entered the classroom, Lin Shuyan said directly, Director Yan, my last name is Lin, and this is my sister He Xiaoyu. I want to buy your courtyard house, so please give me a price. You've seen the house? Yes, we have. The house is great. It's clear that the owner has taken good care of it and has a lot of feelings for it, which is why I really like it. Her gaze was sincere, unlike the usual business people who come in pointing out flaws to negotiate a lower price. Director Yan hadn't sold the house yet, partly because of the price and partly because he didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands. Selling a house that has been passed down through generations is not an easy decision. He wanted to find someone who would treat it well. After some hesitation, he said 1,800. Some people before wanted to buy it for 1,500, but to be honest, that's the price I can agree to, and my mother wouldn't accept anything less. 1,800 is my bottom line. When Lin Shuyan came, she casually asked a few shops along the way, and the prices in this area varied greatly. Selling houses is very strictly controlled now, with many procedures to follow, and there aren't many outsiders. Most locals already own homes, so buying and selling is rare, leading to no unified pricing. However, residents of the 2-story buildings said they wouldn't sell for less than 2,000, and some with yards were asking for 2,005 right away. For the courtyard house, 1,800 is quite reasonable. Not to mention the future, even in 2 years, with more students and business people coming for the college entrance exams, the demand for houses in this area might exceed supply, and prices could rise significantly. Seeing her silent, Director Yan thought the young girl was intimidated by the price. He sighed softly, thinking it was understandable. Buying a house at such a young age might just be a whim. However, the next moment Lin Shuyan spoke up, all right, 1,800. At 10:30, the gate of the 18th Military District opened, and a jeep quickly drove in. Zhang got out of the car, and the first thing he did was report to Political Commissar Li. Entering the office, he dropped his backpack and gave a standard military salute. Zhang, commander of the 704th Regiment, reporting in. Welcome back, Political Commissar Li said, putting down his pen with a warm expression. Have a seat. Zhang stood still, and Political Commissar Li looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Are you being polite after just one trip back? No, Zhang sat down. What's up? You're back early today. Usually, you haven't even been found, and you report in ahead of time. Zhang replied softly, there's something at home. Your father. Not my father. Commissioner Lee looked at Zhang again, sensing some change in him, but unable to pinpoint it. He tentatively asked, "Could it be that you're busy with a divorce? Have you used the divorce papers?" Knowing Zhang didn't like to hear that, he couldn't help but continue. "Zhang, I'm telling you, this personal issue is a big deal. It's not easy to get married, so how can you get divorced? You're already 27. Zhang was silent, who said, "I'm getting divorced. I just meant that a second marriage is harder to find." You're not getting divorced? Commissioner Lee was surprised, staring at him for a long time without saying anything else. Zhang raised an eyebrow, his expression softening. "No, I'm not getting divorced." Commissioner Lee finally understood that the change he sensed was in Zhang's demeanor. In the past, when they spoke, he would only say a couple of words and then leave. Today, he could sit here for so long and looked so content, clearly satisfied with his wife. It was obvious it was a love match, not a forced marriage. The atmosphere felt refreshing and friendly. Seeing Commissioner Lee silent for a while, Zhang stood up, grabbed his bag, and headed out. "I'll go drop off my things and come back in an hour." Go on." Commissioner Lee waved his hand and sat back down. After a moment, he started humming a little tune. It seemed he and Liu had finally settled down. After getting married, he wouldn't be so fierce, saving the younger soldiers from trembling in his presence. Also, once someone has a family, they naturally value their life more. Commissioner Lee had always thought Zhang was too reckless with his personal safety. Being too sharp isn't always a good thing. Once back in his dorm, Zhang dropped off his things and went to the reception desk to borrow a phone. After a few rings, it was Xiaoshu who answered. After agreeing with Director Yan to handle the paperwork on Monday, Lin Shuyan didn't stay longer. She and Xiaoyu headed home. 1,800 yuan didn't feel like a waste to Lin Shuyan. She had bought the house she wanted and had a preliminary plan in mind. With one worry off her shoulders, she felt great. Xiaoyu, being less experienced and not having a strong sense of money, thought it would be impressive to have a shop near the school. Plus, she could live there instead of squeezing into the dorm with her classmates. The two of them were very happy as they passed by a store, and one of them bought a dress. When they got home, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Chundawan and a few others arrived before them, just in time for lunch. "Little sister, you're back. Hurry and eat something," Lin Shuyan said while changing her shoes at the door. "No need, sister. Xiuyu and I ate outside. Where's Fubao? He's taking a nap. Come and see how these look," Lin Xianglian said nervously, worried she hadn't bought the right things. The plates and bowls were arranged on the coffee table, in various sizes and colors, just as she described, quite simple and elegant. They were mostly white porcelain plates with a flower or some gentle waves. Lin Shuyan picked one up to check the size. Their shop was just a small noodle place, not fancy at all, located near the school where mostly students came to eat, so being down to earth was good enough. "These bowls and dishes are quite suitable. I really like them. Did you not buy chopsticks?" Hearing her approval, Lin Xianglian's face lit up with joy.
Chopstick arrêté urgent.
"I brought back 2 bamboo sticks. I'll carve them myself. Plus, I can use the bamboo tube for chopstick storage." Lin Shuyan was surprised. "Oh, you can carve chopsticks too?" "Of course. I can finish them in 2 days. Homemade is the best." After that, Lin Xianglian took out a piece of paper from her pocket. "This is the price for the bowls and dishes. I asked the salesperson to help me remember it, so you can keep track." Lin Shuyan was impressed by her thoughtfulness and put the paper away. "Okay, thank you, sister." Everyone was so considerate, which motivated Lin Shuyan even more to share the good news with them. "I also secured the house. We just need to go to the housing authority on Monday to handle the paperwork. You all should go check it out too." Chundawan asked, "You've already decided?" "Yes, I went for what I liked," Lin Shuyan said. She didn't like to procrastinate. The more she looked, the more hesitant she became. Besides, she really loved that courtyard. Xiaoyu ran overexcitedly. "Elder sister, mother, that little courtyard is amazing. I can't believe it. Once the shop opens, I can eat the noodles made by sister-in-law every day." "How happy will that be?" Lin Shuyan laughed. "What are you thinking?" Once the shop opens, the elder sister will be in charge. I won't have time to cook noodles for you every day. She was really happy now. The mushroom stored in her space would finally be useful once the shop opened. Currently, her space only had one compartment, which could only hold one type of item, and it was frustrating that it was all taken up by mushrooms. In the next couple of days, you can explore around the school to see if there are any markets or larger supply stores. We will need to buy some groceries then. Xiaoyu raised her hand. Me. I can take my sister. I'm familiar with that area. And so it was decided. As she noticed the sun beginning to set, Lin Shuyan got up to collect the sheets and duvet from the yard. The light blue sheets smelled fresh and clean from the soap. Lin Shuyan thought of Zhang again. Sigh, long-distance relationships are tough. It was only the first day, and she already felt it was hard to bear. Fortunately, she had things to do to keep her mind occupied. He must have arrived at the military district by now. Just as she took down the sheets, she heard Xiaoshu's voice from inside. "Aunt, Uncle is calling again." Lin Shuyan's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran back inside. The wind lifted her skirt as she hurried into the house, and her previously sad face broke into a smile. She tossed the sheets onto the sofa and ran to the phone. "Zhang, you made it." "I did. Where have you been?" His voice from the receiver was deeper, as if he were speaking right next to her. Lin Shuyan chattered away, almost as if possessed by Xiaoyu, and I went to check out some shops. I bought a courtyard near the school, and I'll go to the housing authority to handle the paperwork the day after tomorrow. It's really big and beautiful, with 2 courtyards. I plan to open a breakfast shop in the front and can set up more in the back. Zhang patiently listened, glancing at a person approaching with a planning map. That person froze in place under his gaze, too scared to move closer. Cough, comrade, he is quite intimidating. Zhang reported today, but formal training starts tomorrow, so he still had some free time. However, people eager to get started kept coming to ask him questions. "Zhang, are you listening?" Lin Shuyan had said a lot, and she hadn't had any water since arriving home, making her even thirstier now.
I'm listening.
"Just tell me the location of the courtyard, and I'll have Xiaoshan check it out another day." "Oh, okay." After a moment, Lin Shuyan asked, "I spent 1,800. Was that too much?" Zhang replied calmly, "Not too much. That area in the south of the city, close to the school and the import store, is priced like that. It's actually a good deal." "That's great." After saying all this, they both fell silent. It was their first phone call, and Lin Shuyan had a lot more to say. But since there were others in the living room, she felt a bit shy and mumbled softly, "I should have known to put the phone in my room." The person on the other end of the phone could hear everything clearly. He knew what he was doing and asked with a smile, "What do you want to say in the room?" Lin Shuyan lowered her voice and raised her hand to cover her mouth. "I wanted to ask if you're tired from driving and if you miss me." She spoke softly, her voice gentle and slightly rising at the end, like a kitten's meow, melting Zhang's heart. "I'm not tired, and I do miss you." Lin Shuyan's heart raced, feeling like someone who had never been in love. Well, she really hadn't. After feeling happy, she became annoyed. "How could you leave quietly this morning? I didn't wake up, didn't see you, and didn't send you off. I was afraid you would cry." "I wouldn't cry." Lin Shuyan bit her lip and warned, "You can't do that next time." Then she couldn't help but add, "Zhang, I really miss you." In the past, she rarely expressed her feelings, but coming to this world had changed her. Now, she was like a child, mumbling sweetly and feeling a mix of emotions, her free hand unconsciously tracing the pattern on the cabinet. On the other end, Zhang cleared his throat. "Shuyan. Why was he suddenly calling her by her name? At home, he called her Yen, but outside, it felt distant. Did he not love her anymore? There's a call from the military district, and there's an operator listening." Lin Shuyan froze, her hand stopping in place, stunned. She slowly swallowed. How could this happen?
So,
everything was heard?
Yeah.
Zhang wanted to laugh a little, feeling warm and soft inside. "Okay, I have to go now. I need to hang up." Lin Shuyan's face felt hot, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. Even hiding in the drawer would be fine. Then hang up. Goodbye, Comrade He. Then there was a busy signal on the line. Comrade He. Lin Shuyan, blushing, turned back to see the 4 people on the sofa looking at her, pretending nothing had happened. I'll go wake Fubao up. Lin Shuyan quickly ran to the stairs, and He Xiuyu hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, the sheets. Lin Shuyan turned back, grabbed the sheets, and twirled as she ran away. The living room was quiet for a moment, then after 2 minutes, He Xiuyu cleared her throat, trying to change the subject. Sister, why did my brother wash the sheets before he left? Lin Xianglian, who wasn't married, didn't understand. I don't know. Maybe they got dirty? Chundawan sighed. Let's go pick some vegetables. What does Xiaoshu want to eat tonight? He Xiaoshu said gloomily. I don't want to eat anything. Then he turned around and curled up in the corner, feeling down. Why does Auntie like Uncle the most? Before Uncle came back, Auntie liked him and Fubao the most. No, while Uncle is away, he has to be the best to Auntie. 2 days later, Lin Shuyan took her documents and money and went to the courtyard. The street in front of the school is called Winshu Street, probably meaning that students are blessed by the literary star. Both sides are lined with ginkgo trees, and the alley where the courtyard is located is called Qinghe Alley. It is deep autumn, and the ginkgo leaves are golden. When the wind blows, they fall like confetti. Lin Shuyan stood at the entrance of the alley, wearing a thin wool short coat in black and white checks, with black lines and a few red ones, making her look playful and eye-catching. A thin brown belt cinched the coat at her waist, highlighting her figure, while the hem flared slightly. She wore a black skirt, and this outfit was very fashionable, making her look like a star stepping out of a magazine. At this time, a movie had already been released, featuring styles like hers, trendy and stylish. The walls of the alley were covered in climbing ivy, making her stand out even more in the quaint surroundings. She stood there looking charming, occasionally brushing her hair back as the wind blew. Many passing college students couldn't help but stare. Before anyone arrived, a woman came out of a small restaurant at the alley's entrance. The woman, the restaurant owner named Li Meifong, was 25 years old. She was holding a 3-year-old boy dressed in thick clothes, with a large apron over them. Since she worked in a restaurant, the apron was stained with grease and dirt. Lin Shuyan glanced at them and thought to herself, how can a child be so dirty with a mother around? But it was someone else's business, so she just silently complained while thinking of her own adorable Fubao, feeling satisfied. There were 2 steps in front of the small restaurant leading to a low platform where Li Meifong sat on a chair by the door. She glanced at Lin Shuyan, curled her lip, and thought, a flashy woman like her must be up to no good. Then she pulled down the boy's pants, positioned his legs, and let him urinate right at the entrance of the restaurant. The child seemed to be in a hurry, and before his pants were fully down, he let out a large stream. Come on, can't you hold it? Lin Shuyan was speechless and turned her gaze away. Although she had seen children being potty trained, she had never witnessed such a bold act right in front of a restaurant. She thought that in warmer weather, the smell would be unbearable. The 2 people were separated by an alley, so it was unlikely for anything to reach Lin Shuyan, but she instinctively took a couple of steps back. The woman glanced over and scoffed. Humph, how special. After saying that, she adjusted her child's pants and went back into the restaurant. At that moment, Director Yen arrived, holding a briefcase and walking briskly. Sorry to keep you waiting. No problem, I just got here. Shall we go? Sure. They changed direction and headed to the housing authority. The housing authority was not far away. They stated their purpose and presented their household registration, introduction letter, and property deed. The staff inside worked quickly, and Director Yen had the old deed, which they would also update to the current property certificate. Lin Shuyan paid the fees, and both parties signed and stamped their fingerprints. The person handling the paperwork was a lady who occasionally glanced at Lin Shuyan, thinking how charming she was. No wonder she could buy a house for 1,800 so easily. Working at the housing authority was a coveted job, and aside from some bonuses, her monthly salary was 42. Saving up 1,800 would take 4 to 5 years without spending anything. This girl really is lucky. This matter was personally instructed by the director, and it had to be completed today, suggesting someone important was involved. Comrade Lin, here is your property certificate. With this, the courtyard on Qinghe Alley is officially in your name, and we have registered it on our end. Lin Shuyan took the green-covered certificate and sighed in relief, thinking it would take several days for various approvals. She said warmly, "Thank you for processing this so quickly." The lady waved her hand. "Oh, the director instructed us to be attentive." Lin Shuyan was puzzled. They had just finalized the house 2 days ago. Perhaps Director Yen had connections. She nodded slightly, and the lady returned to her work. After leaving the housing authority, she bid farewell to Director Yen. "Thank you for your help, Director Yen. You are welcome to visit any time." Director Yen waved his hand. "Thank you for making the purchase so straightforward. It solved a big problem for me." "May I ask, Miss Lin, what do you plan to do with this courtyard?" "I plan to open a breakfast shop, and during regular hours it will be a noodle shop, so you can come by any time to eat," Lin Shuyan replied with a smile, confident and gracious. "A noodle shop? This courtyard is in an alley. It might not be suitable." Lin Shuyan did not explain further. "Once it's open, you'll see." "All right, then I must come and take a look." "You're very welcome. I'll head back to school now. I have classes in the afternoon." Lin Shuyan nodded. "Take care, Director Yen." Once he was far away, she took out the property certificate. Wow, she bought a courtyard for just 1,800. In her past life, 18 million wouldn't have been enough. Once she makes money, she'll definitely buy a few more. Feeling delighted, she admired it for a moment before putting it away and happily walking home. With the house settled, it was time to think about opening a shop. The next day, Lin Shuyan took Chindawan to the courtyard. As soon as they entered, Lin Xianglian was stunned. "Little sister, is this big house really ours?" "It's so huge." "Yes, this is the front yard. The backyard can be used for living, and we'll open a noodle shop in the front." Lin Xianglian still couldn't believe it, wishing she had 2 pairs of eyes to see everything inside and out. "This is amazing. It looks so beautiful here. Wasn't this place once for an emperor?" Lin Shuyan laughed. Yes, it was for an emperor, and now it's your turn to live here." Chundawan was equally amazed. Yen, this shop can really work in the courtyard."
Of course.
"Don't worry, the house is clean, but we still need to tidy up a bit. Then I'll order some tables and chairs. This era is great. You can open a shop simply without much renovation." Lin Shuyan peeked into the kitchen. The stove looked new, with 2 large pots and a small fire pit for boiling water. There was also a separate small stove. Since Director Yan's family was small, they probably used this small stove most of the time. So the entire stove was still clean and well-maintained. "Shuyan, you go rest outside. I'll clean up here." "Okay, I'll check over there." As Lin Shuyan stepped out of the kitchen, a voice called from outside, "Sister-in-law, you're here." She turned to see Yang Xiaoshan coming in, followed by an older man carrying some tools, clearly a craftsman. "Xiaoshan, what brings you here?" "Yesterday, Zhang called me. He said we need to get some supplies, so he sent me over." "This is Master Zhou, our best carpenter." "Sister-in-law, just tell him what you need." Lin Shuyan's eyes lit up. Yang Xiaoshan's choice was definitely reliable. "Thank you, Master Zhou." "Not a problem," Master Zhou replied, slightly hunched, with calloused hands from years of carpentry work. Lin Shuyan took Master Zhou to measure the dimensions, while Yang Xiaoshan went to check the yard by himself. "Master Zhou, for the yard I want a square table, and in the big room I'd like a smaller, narrow, long table." She carefully explained what she needed for each spot. Master Zhou, being an experienced carpenter who had worked at a southern trading company and seen various new styles of furniture, quickly understood Lin Shuyan's ideas and offered helpful suggestions. "Yes, and I also want a platform shaped like stairs, where we can place some small dishes later." Lin Shuyan said this casually and made her decisions quickly. "What color should the table be?" Master Zhou asked her. The courtyard style was simple and traditional, with red beams and green eaves. She thought for a moment. maybe a dark red. Black is too dull, and white doesn't suit it. Dark red would work well, as the red pillars won't clash with it. Alright, I'll start working on it tomorrow. It should be ready in about half a month. Thank you for your hard work. Master Zhou waved his hand, indicating he would continue measuring the room. Lin Shuyan then went to the yard. In the meantime, Yang Xiaoshan had already become familiar with Chen Dewan and the others. He was smooth and considerate in his dealings, and Chen Dewan, who was not very talkative, was completely charmed, smiling widely. With Yang Xiaoshan's help, the progress of the noodle shop sped up significantly. In the afternoon, the two went to the business bureau. By this time, the business bureau was not too strict with small service shops like repair shops, restaurants, and barber shops. Yang Xiaoshan understood this and took Lin Shuyan to apply for the business license. The saying having someone to help is useful applies everywhere. Once all the documents were ready, they just needed to wait for the tables and chairs to arrive and finalize the menu before opening. The menu was important, so Chen Dewan and her partner stayed behind to organize things. Lin Shuyan went home to work on the menu. When the car stopped outside the state-run restaurant, Lin Shuyan got out. She saw someone delivering fresh vegetables, and the last person was carrying a basket of mushrooms. At this time, she could still catch the tail end of the mushroom season, and her storage was filled with so many mushrooms that she couldn't wait to use them. Half would be made into mushroom meat sauce for the shop. The other half, taking advantage of the nice weather, would be dried for winter mushroom chicken noodle soup. Fubao was at the courtyard, and there was no one at home right now. Without hesitation, she ran across the street to the butcher shop to buy some pork belly and headed home with it. Carrying several baskets of mushrooms was tiring. By the time Lin Shuyan got home, her delicate hands were red from the strain. She quickly sent the mushrooms to the kitchen, then collapsed on the sofa for a good 10 minutes before getting up to work. She gathered several baskets and large bowls, taking all the mushrooms out of storage. A huge pile of mushrooms spilled out, much more than she had expected, filling the kitchen with their unique aroma. The mushrooms looked amazing, just as fresh and plump as when she picked them from the mountains. Lin Shuyan estimated there were over 200 pounds of mushrooms, more than 10 baskets. She had been lucky while foraging, often bringing back an extra basket to store. Thankfully, the kitchen was spacious. She grabbed a washing basin, thinking how nice it would be if Zhang were there. Back then, before they expressed their feelings for each other, he would take on all the chores. He must have had some intentions toward her. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Shuyan smiled without realizing it, feeling less tired even while washing the mushrooms. There was no way she could finish all this by herself, and since it was already afternoon, she decided to wash some today and dry the rest tomorrow. She washed part of the mushrooms and started cooking a pot of mushroom meat sauce. She chose the larger mushrooms that weren't too fragrant, saving the best ones for soup. She had made the mushroom meat sauce before, so it was easy for her, but cutting the meat took quite a bit of time. By the time the sun set, she had everything chopped and her hands were sore. Just then, Lin Xianglian and her sister returned, staring in shock at the kitchen filled with mushrooms. "Little sister, where did you get so many mushrooms?" Lin Shuyan, looking at the pot, replied calmly, "On my way back, I saw someone bringing a truckload of mushrooms to the city, so I bought them all. This is way too much. Won't they go bad?" "No, they won't. Don't you both love mushroom meat sauce? We can make some for the noodle shop and dry the rest tomorrow." Lin Xianglian admired her quick thinking. "All right, what else do you need?" "I'll help you. Help me wash and chop a few more bowls. Let's do it all together." "Sure." Lin Shuyan considered herself quick, but when it came to work, Lin Xianglian was much better. She picked the mushrooms Lin Shuyan suggested and started washing them in the sink. Chen Dewan also came in to help, with one washing, one chopping, and one cooking the sauce. The kitchen was lively, just like during the New Year. Until the evening, a few people finally finished cooking 2 large pots of mushroom meat sauce, which filled 4 big enamel bowls. Dinner was not ready yet, so after He Xiaoshu returned, he quickly went to the state-run restaurant to buy a few dishes, and everyone made do with that. After taking a shower, Lin Shuyan ran downstairs. Zhang mentioned that he usually calls back after 8. Sure enough, not long after she went downstairs, the phone rang. Ding ding ding. She lingered near the phone and quickly answered it. Hello. The man on the other end sounded very energetic. Lin Shuyan couldn't help but smile. Zhang. What are you doing? Not much. Just finished showering and came downstairs. Zhang was in his office, just finishing looking over some expansion plans, and asked, What about during the day? Lin Shuyan blinked. I went to the courtyard to tidy up, then went with Xiaoshan to get a business license, and then I came home. After that, I made mushroom meat sauce. She chatted away, and at this point, everyone was inside except for Xiaoshu, who had peeked out from the second-floor hallway to eavesdrop for a moment. Never mind, Xiaoshu ran back to his room. Zhang seemed pleased with her detailed response. Don't overwork yourself. He didn't say much, but hearing that made Lin Shuyan feel even more tired. Earlier, she had used special spring water while soaking to relieve some fatigue. Her lips were bright red, and she said sweetly, My hands are so sore from cutting meat. If you were here, you could help me, right? Lin Shuyan said this playfully, but it didn't sit well with Zhang. Indeed, if he were by her side, he wouldn't let her struggle like this. He could only comfort her gently. Opening a shop isn't something that happens overnight. Take your time, okay? Don't tire yourself out. Got it? Lin Shuyan perked up again, chatting about Xiaoshu's exam and what Fu Bao said today. When there was nothing left to say, she fell silent but couldn't help adding, I miss you so much. Zhang sighed softly. Be good. Go upstairs and sleep. Okay, you should sleep early too.
Good night.
Okay. After hanging up, Lin Shuyan stood by the cabinet for a while, quietly recalling their conversation, and took a long time to head upstairs. Once their call ended, it was just that. The most shocked were the operators, who looked like they were about to lose it.
Did you say?
This is still Tuan? Why have you become so gentle in your speech? I heard last time that Tuan got married after returning. Sigh, no matter how brave a man is, he can't resist the charm of a beautiful woman. But there are many beauties in the art troupe. I've never seen Tuan fall for anyone before. I wonder how beautiful and wonderful his wife really is. Sigh, I really envy him. Her voice is lovely and sweet. Even I feel soft-hearted, let alone Tuan. The two operators sighed, believing that Tuan's wife must be a delicate beauty. Time passed quickly, about 10 days later. Lin Shuyan finalized the menu and taught Lin Xianglian how to stew meat and cook noodles. Yang Xiaoshan called home to say that the tables, chairs, and counter were ready and could be delivered to the courtyard today. Since it was the weekend, Xiaoyu and Xiaoshu were also there, so they decided to go together. It's easier to work with more people. When they arrived at the courtyard, Yang Xiaoshan was already waiting, alongside the serious-looking Fu Yang. The tables and chairs were set up in front of the courtyard. Yang Xiaoshan greeted them warmly. Sister-in-law, you're here? Xiaoshan, thank you so much for your help. Isn't Captain Fu on duty today? Fu Yang nodded slightly. Yes, I'm free. Compared to Yang Xiaoshan, Fu Yang was somewhat similar to Zhang. He spoke little and was serious, but very reliable. Yang Xiaoshan said, It's a small matter. No need to be polite. Zhang said, I'm always available. Just let us eat a few bowls of noodles later. Of course. Here's a card for unlimited meals. Come eat whenever you want, as much as you like. Yang Xiaoshan chuckled. We only brought half of it over. The truck went back. Another load will come later, and it's borrowed from Fu Yang. All right, let's move it inside first to avoid blocking the way. As the courtyard door opened, everyone helped out, lifting tables and moving stools. Even Xiaoshu was running around assisting. The commotion attracted the neighbors, who came to see what was happening. They knew the courtyard had been sold and had spoken about it a few days ago. Those who were a bit familiar rolled up their sleeves to help. Li Meifong from the small restaurant looked over a few times and scoffed. With so many men, it's clear there's trouble brewing. The front yard was shaped like a flat, tan character. On the left side was the kitchen, and on the right was a large room, with a small path running through. A vertical path led from the main gate to the archway at the backyard. The two paths divided the area into 4 open spaces, with a welcoming stone landscape in the upper right corner, built into a small artificial hill surrounded by a small pond with flowing water. Director Yen mentioned that in the past, there were fish raised inside, and the water was specially brought in with a lot of effort. Recently, Lin Shuyan bought a few small koi and added a bit of spring water to the tank every day. Now the fish are lively and swimming around. In front of the welcome stone, Lin Shuyan set up a two-tiered redwood rack with a rectangular sign on top, featuring 8 names of dishes written in an old-fashioned style. For mixed noodles, mahjong mixed noodles, scallion oil mixed noodles, minced meat and green bean mixed noodles, mushroom meat sauce mixed noodles, and braised beef mixed noodles. Then for soup noodles, tomato and egg noodles, mushroom chicken soup noodles, beef noodles, pig liver noodles, and pickled vegetable shredded mee noodles. Next are snacks, savory pancakes, grilled steamed buns, egg pancakes, tea eggs, and cold dishes. There aren't many varieties, and many are common in other noodle shops, which is good because it doesn't require preparing too many different dishes. The main offerings are braised beef and chicken soup, along with some pig liver. For breakfast, she didn't make buns, not only because buns are everywhere, but also because they are too troublesome to prepare, needing to be made before dawn. Instead, she decided to steam some buns when the morning was free, then coat them in egg and fry them with a sprinkle of sugar for a special taste that is easy to make. Tea eggs are boiled overnight in spring water to absorb flavor, and a small pot can hold dozens. Once sold out the next day, she doesn't worry about them anymore. She doesn't want everyone to work too hard. Making money should be easy so that spending it is twice as enjoyable. 3 empty areas were set up with tables. One space has 2 square tables and 4 long benches, which can seat 1 or 2 people each, allowing the front yard to accommodate 40 to 50 people. The benches in the main room are long and fixed against the wall, with a long table opposite that isn't used for seating. 2 people can sit side by side, allowing for about 20 people. A few osmanthus trees were planted in the yard. It's deep autumn, the flowering season, and the golden osmanthus blossoms hang heavily on the branches, filling the air with a rich fragrance. Lin Shuyan went to the backyard and brought out a bag of prepared candies, pouring them on the front yard table, saying, "Everyone, have some candy for your hard work today." The neighbors laughed and took some candy, enjoying the sweet treat. It was the weekend, and there were many children who were especially happy, helping to move several benches. Now, they were gathered around the little tree and Fubao, with candy in their mouths. The little tree never forgets to carry his backpack, which he treasures. It still looks brand new and contains Fubao's crayons. While everyone was moving things, Fubao sat at a small table drawing. Even in the city, crayons are a rare item. Most families just buy some books and pens, but rarely get crayons for their children. Moreover, that box had 18 colors and everyone was so envious. "Little sister, your crayons are so pretty. Can I draw? I want to draw too. I like green." A chubby little boy raised his hand, just like in school when answering questions. Fubao felt a bit scared being surrounded by 4 or 5 kids, but seeing that they were not fighting or grabbing, she generously pushed the box of crayons forward and said, "Draw, yay." The children picked their favorite colors and crowded around a piece of paper to start drawing. The parents eagerly came to help, and the children were mostly well-behaved. Seeing them getting along well, Lin Shuyan didn't stop them and instead grabbed a handful of candy to put on their little table. "Have some candy." The chubby boy's eyes sparkled, and he politely said, "Thank you, Auntie." Once everything was set up, Fu Yang and Yang Xiaoshan had to leave. The table was beautifully made, in a rich dark red color with fine details. Lin Shuyan walked them to the door, saying, "Please thank Master Zhou for me. The table is wonderful." "Sure thing, sister-in-law. Remember to let us know when you open." "Okay, I'll wait for your support." Xiuyu was called over by Fu Yang, and after a brief conversation, she hung her head, looking like she had been scolded. As the two left, the neighbors also began to disperse, leaving the children still playing in the yard. They were quiet, which Lin Shuyan didn't mind. She went into the kitchen to help organize the spices. Just a few minutes later, she heard Xiaoyu's voice outside. "Whose child are you? You can't just take things. Everyone should play and eat together. No destroying things." "I won't." I want to take it. The little boy glared at He Xiaoyu and broke his crayon in half, scribbling on the white paper. He Xiaoyu, with her temper, got angry and grabbed him by the collar, saying, "Hey, what's going on? Where did this inconsiderate child come from? None of your business. None of your business. If it's none of my business, then you can leave. You're not welcome here." After saying that, He Xiaoyu snatched the crayon from his hand and also took the candy he had in his pocket. She took all the candy away and couldn't believe he would break Fu Bao's crayon. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll write my name backward. Wah, wah, wah. Seeing the candy was taken away, the little boy started to cry loudly. Lin Shuyan came out of the kitchen and took a closer look. Wasn't this the child from the little restaurant next door? After listening for a bit, she understood what was happening and looked at the child, feeling speechless. A 3-year-old child, acting so unruly. It's no surprise considering the woman I saw that day. Lin Shuyan was not used to indulging naughty kids. She said softly, "Stop crying here, I'll take you home." The child didn't listen at all, still shouting, tears and snot streaming down his face, wiping it on his sleeve, looking messy. "Bad woman. Fox spirit," he yelled. He didn't know what a fox spirit was, but that's what his mom called her. He was almost 9 after the new year, having eaten well for a few months, and he stood out among the other kids. He stepped forward fiercely and said, "Shut up. If you say it again, I'll hit you." The child was startled. He wasn't afraid of Lin Shuyan, who seemed kind, but he was scared of this big kid, and his loud crying turned into sobs. "Get out, you're not allowed to come to my house again." He knew that fox spirit was not a nice term. With his uncle not home, he was the only man in the house, and he had to protect his aunt and sister. The child hesitated but started to walk outside when a loud voice suddenly called from outside, "Hey, look, bullying a child. Bullying a child. No candy, no touching the pens. The richer they are, the stingier they get. No sense of reason." Li Meifong watched as a few men left and deliberately sent her son to get candy. She waited in the alley, now stomping her feet and shouting. Seeing the yard so well kept made her even more jealous and angry. She ran a small restaurant, and with her husband not helping, she had to do everything herself. Why did this woman, with just a noodle shop, get so much help? If she wasn't a fox spirit, then what was she? It was disgusting and dirty how men came to help her. And those quiet neighbors, they only stuck around because they saw she was wealthy. Li Meifong glanced at the candy on the table, which was expensive from the state-run store. She was extremely jealous, rolling her eyes as she pulled her child close. "Tell Mom, what did they do to you?" He Xiaoyu was stunned, thinking, what does this woman mean? Is she saying we bullied her son? Get it straight. Your child took things. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing the crying, the neighbors who had just left thought it was their own child and rushed back in. As soon as they entered, they heard Li Meifong arguing, "Tsk, our child is so well-behaved. How could he steal from you? Isn't this candy meant to be shared? What's wrong with my child having one? If you can't share, don't show off." He Xiaoyu angrily said, "Who acts like your child, putting everything in their pocket and even breaking our crayons?" "Pa," Li Meifong shouted, "who saw it? Who saw it? You're just blaming us." He Xiaoyu had never seen someone so shameless and was furious. Seeing her speechless, Li Meifong felt proud and wanted to leave with her son. Everyone in Qinghe Alley knew what kind of person Li Meifong was, but with the two families in conflict, they didn't want to get involved. They worried that Lin Shuyan and her friends, being gentle, might get bullied. Just as Li Meifong took a couple of steps, the chubby boy at the table said, "I saw it. It was Fan Xiaoming who broke it, and he took all the candy and even yelled at Andy." With someone speaking up, the other kids chimed in, "Yes, it was Fan Xiaoming. We all saw it." Li Meifong turned around, glaring at the chubby boy. "What are you shouting about, Lu Dongdong? You shouldn't say things carelessly. Lying at such a young age. No one teaches you at home?" Lu Dongdong, the chubby boy, looked at Li Meifong with his big round eyes and said loudly, "I didn't lie." Li Meifong was about to scold him again when a calm voice interrupted, "That's enough. What are you making a fuss about in my house? Lin Shuyan had watched enough. She initially wanted to be friendly, but not everyone deserves kindness. This candy is from my family. Today, everyone came to help, and I brought it out to show my gratitude.
But you?
She paused slightly, glancing at Li Meifang, who instinctively shifted her body and pulled her dirty apron down to hold it. Lin Shuyan said softly, I really don't want to host you. Please leave, and don't come back. This is my home. Some people are like that. The more you argue with them, the more they think they matter. Li Meifang was clearly one of those people, looking for trouble to feel important. But Lin Shuyan remained calm, treating her like a simple nuisance, which nearly made Li Meifang choke on her anger. The parents of the other kids also spoke up. Exactly, Li Meifang, stop causing trouble. Just because one child lied doesn't mean they all did. Just take your child home. Always making a scene. Miss Lin is educated and reasonable. Don't let her be bullied. Seeing everyone support Lin Shuyan, Li Meifang got even angrier. What does it have to do with you? Go away and mind your own business. This broken courtyard, I wouldn't bother coming here. Only someone foolish would open a shop in a place like this. It's laughable. I want to see how long you can be proud of this. Li Meifang shouted, seeing Fan Xiaoming staring eagerly at the candies on the table. She angrily hit him and said, What are you looking at? This place is precious. If you're not welcome, hurry up and come back with me. While scolding Fan Xiaoming, her eyes were fixed on Lin Shuyan. Fan Xiaoming, having been hit by his mother, pouted and started to cry as Li Meifang pulled him away. Once they left, Xiaoyu huffed. Really, there are all kinds of people, so unreasonable. Lin Shuyan smiled and looked at the little chubby boy. Are you Lu Dongdong? The chubby boy nodded, thinking this aunt was very pretty and had a nice voice, making his face feel warm. You're such a good kid. Come over often to play with Xiaoshu and Fubao. The chubby boy's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Okay. As it was almost mealtime, everyone was heading home with their kids. In the kitchen, there were plenty of flour and seasonings. They had brought half a pot of marinated beef, so they just needed to knead some dough, boil it, and pour the hot beef on top to eat. There were 2 large cabinets in the kitchen, one for bowls and dishes, and the other filled with jars of pickled vegetables like sour radishes, sour green beans, and pickled. They took out a couple of dishes to enjoy with the beef noodles, which was incredibly refreshing. Lin Shuyan didn't help. She let Lin Xianglian practice kneading the dough. They had been eating noodles every day because of her practice, and if it weren't for the delicious marinated beef cooked with spring water, they might have grown tired of it. Fortunately, her hard work paid off, and the dough was now smooth and elastic, perfect for both mixed and soup noodles. There were 2 types of noodles, and today they were cooking the thicker ones, about 1 inch wide and flat. As the beef heated up, a wonderful aroma wafted from the kitchen into the courtyard, even overpowering the scent of osmanthus flowers. The courtyard door was open, and as students were leaving school, tired of cafeteria food, they caught a whiff of the delicious smell. A young man called out, Hey, come look. It seems like there's a shop here, and it smells amazing.
What?
Let me see. A girl with a bob haircut heard and ran over. They were already tired of the food at Jingyi Middle School and had enough of the nearby restaurants, so they were wandering around to see what was new. There wasn't a sign yet, but the tables in the courtyard clearly indicated it was a place to eat. How interesting. They even opened a shop in a courtyard. But it smells so good. It's the smell of meat. Yes. And it's beef. The beef is hot and ready. Lin Xianglian brings out the beef while Xiaoyu and Xiaoshu help with the noodles. Lin Shuyan is still in the kitchen serving side dishes. Bowls of noodles are placed on the table. Since there are many people, they set up 2 nearby tables. Lin Xianglian uses a big ladle to serve beef soup over the noodles, with tender beef soaking up the broth, steaming and fragrant. Anyone who eats it feels delighted. Lin Xianglian notices some movement by the door. When she was at Lin Xian's house, she felt shy because she had never seen such a big house, and there was also her intimidating brother-in-law, Zhang. Usually, when she is out, she runs around doing odd jobs and is quite bold. She cheerfully asks, What are you looking at, students? A few students step inside, full of energy. Sister, What smells so good? Are you opening a restaurant? Yes, we're opening a noodle shop and a breakfast place. It will open in a few days. Wow, that sounds great. We will definitely come to eat. One of the girls nudges her classmate's arm. This courtyard is so big and beautiful. It might be expensive. Sister, is your restaurant expensive? If it is, I need to save some money first. It's impossible to resist such delicious food. Lin Xianglian doesn't know the prices yet, but just then, Lin Shuyan comes out. The prices are on the wooden sign over there. You can take a look. It's not expensive. I promise you can eat here every day. Her voice is gentle, and she radiates a calm and warm aura when speaking to others, making the students unable to help but admire her beauty. Then they focus on the prices. Sesame noodles, scallion oil noodles, and plain noodles are 20 cents a bowl, with an extra 5 cents for fried egg. Noodles with meat cost 40 cents. At the cafeteria, they usually spend 35 cents for rice, 2 vegetable dishes for 10 cents, and an extra 5 cents for more rice, with meat dishes having only a small amount of meat. They just saw that here, it's real beef. If they eat here for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, a meal of plain noodles, a meal of meat noodles, plus breakfast, won't exceed 1 yuan, and they can have eggs and meat, which is acceptable. Beijing is the capital, not just a small town. Beijing No. 1 Middle School, the Girls' School, and Capital University are the 3 best schools in the city. Those who can study here usually have some financial means. So Lin Xian's prices are very reasonable. With a strategy of low prices and high sales, considering the foot traffic from the 3 schools, selling 20 to 30 meals a day is not a problem. After checking the prices, the students leave satisfied, promising to bring their classmates next time. In early autumn, the weather is cool. A few people enjoyed hot noodles while smelling the fragrance of osmanthus flowers, feeling very content. The back room was also tidied up. Lin Xianglian and Chenduan discussed and decided to move over here. The upscale house in Su Garden was originally for Xu Yan and Captain He, so it wasn't suitable for them to stay there. Here, they wouldn't have to run back and forth, making it easier to get up early and prepare breakfast. Lin Shuyan had no objections. She had her own room here and could come over to spend a few days with them occasionally. However, she needed to wait for a call from someone, so she would return to Su Garden for now. After discussing this, Lin Shuyan asked everyone to tidy up their rooms and went into the kitchen. On the kitchen counter were 2 jars. She glanced outside, saw no one around, and poured spring water into the jars. The kitchen had a sink, and these jars were specifically for storing spring water. Once filled, Lin Shuyan left the kitchen. She looked for Lin Xianglian.
Sister. What is it, Shuyan?
Remember to add a scoop of the water from the 2 jars in the kitchen when you knead the dough, marinate the meat, and boil the tea eggs. It's important. Lin Xianglian replied repeatedly. Okay, I'll remember. What's special about that water? Lin Shuyan wouldn't share the secret of the spring water with anyone. She simply said, I've added some ingredients to that water. It's especially sweet. Just a scoop each time is enough. Using spring water in the dough makes every dish delicious. Just a scoop is perfect for the tea eggs and stewed meat. She used it often at home because the spring water was abundant. In fact, just a little could enhance the flavor of food. Since she might not come every day, filling 2 jars would last several days. Lin Xianglian trusted her sister completely. After all, her younger sister always had good reasons for her advice, so following it was sure to be right. With everything nearly ready, Lin Shuyan planned to open in 3 days. Xiaoyu, come here. Xiaoyu ran out from the room after finishing wiping the table. What's up, sister-in-law? Lin Shuyan removed a bit of fluff from her hair. We have 3 days until the opening. Bring your classmates to eat then, and let everyone know that the first day is free. Free? Even though they are my classmates, we can't run a loss. Xiaoyu had never made money before, but after Shui Yan and Shuang earned some, she felt a sense of achievement. Hearing free made her heart race. Right, Lin Shuyan called the others over. Mom, big sister, on the first day of opening, everything in the store will be free. As long as there are people and space, everyone can eat. Those without a seat can line up outside. We will cook as much noodles as there are people. We must prepare extra braised meat and eggs, said Chindawan, stunned.
What? What did you say?
How can it be free? Yen Yin will lose a lot of money. Lin Shuyan smiled, saying that spending money on advertising was necessary. If they did it right, word would spread, and they wouldn't have to worry about it later. Lin Xianglian didn't understand either. Yes, little sister, what if too many people come? We could lose hundreds. Both were worried. Although Lin Shuyan wasn't foolish, it was their first time running a business, and they had no experience with this kind of operation. Just do as I say, and don't worry, she reassured them. Everyone thought they were ready, but as the opening day approached, there seemed to be endless tasks. Lin Shuyan and He Xiaoyu went to the supply store and the state-run department store, buying many dry ingredients for soup. Meanwhile, Lin Xianglian followed Lin Shuyan's advice and ordered from a vegetable delivery service and a meat supplier, saving them the trouble of shopping. The backyard had plenty of rooms, and they bought a whole truckload of flour to store in one of them. After all this, the sign for the door arrived, a simple wooden board that read Fragrant Noodle House. Why this name? Lin Shuyan explained that she used to love a certain county's fragrant, mixed noodles. Great name. It sounds delicious. He Xiaoyu clapped her hands. Lin Shuyan thought, is this something a middle school student would say? Sister-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. It's just really good. On Monday, as soon as class started, He Xiaoyu's first task was to share the news with her dorm friends. Then she spread it around the class. Once everyone heard about the free noodles, the news spread quickly without her needing to do much. Lin Xianglian also told the neighbors, and the kind lady across the street was excited to hear they were opening. She even wanted to share the news with passers-by to help bring in customers. Everyone thought that giving away free food on the first day could lead to losses, but secretly, they all wanted to go and have a meal. Li Meifeng also heard about it and laughed at home. That evening, she told her husband, that silly woman next door is giving away free noodles. I wonder if she'll close down the next day after opening, haha. Her husband waved his hand impatiently and turned over to snore loudly, sleeping soundly. Li Meifeng was so angry that she kicked him. For 3 days, Lin Shuyan rushed between the noodle shop and home, taking a quick shower before wanting to sleep. Luckily, the 2 kids were easy to manage. Xiaoshu did his homework by himself, while Lin Shuyan took a children's book to tell stories to Fu Bao. He Zhuang seemed busy too. He hadn't called in 2 days, and she wasn't sure if he would today. As it passed 9 p.m. without a call, Lin Shuyan took the kids upstairs to sleep. Fu Bao washed her face by herself, her hair sticking to her forehead, smiling at her with a clean face. Auntie, look, I'm being good. She spoke much clearer now, meaning she was proud of washing her face. Lin Shuyan touched her nose, instantly feeling better. Good girl, Fu Bao is so good. Let's go sleep with Annie. Fu Bao didn't need to be carried. She slid off her little stool and held Lin Shuyan's hand as they walked to the bed. They both fell asleep as soon as they got on the bed. The next morning, Xiaoshu went to school, and Lin Shuyan took Fu Bao to the courtyard. As they reached the gate, they bumped into a chubby boy peeking inside. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. Auntie, I'll help take care of Fu Bao. I'll play with her. After spending a few days together, Lin Shuyan knew Lu Dongdong was a good kid. At 6 years old, he could read and count. When he played with Fu Bao, he always called her sister and let her have her way. Just yesterday, he taught her how to count, and Fu Bao liked him a lot. Besides Xiaoshu, Lu Dongdong was her favorite big brother. Okay, you play with Fu Bao. Auntie will make you some toasted buns later.
Great.
Lu Dongdong was even happier. The toasted buns had sugar on them, sweet and delicious. Once inside the courtyard, Lin Shuyan let the 2 kids draw and play while she went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lin Xianglian was busy with 2 big pots, one steaming buns and the other braising beef, with steam rising everywhere. On the other side, Chundawan was making sauce for pancakes on a small stove. Little sister, why are you here so early? Don't you want to sleep a bit more? Isn't the opening tomorrow? Today will be busy, Lin Shuyan smiled, grabbing some chopsticks to check the buns. which were almost done steaming. It's fine, I can manage with Mom. After the beef is done, I'll make some tea eggs. The rest can wait until tomorrow morning. Okay, did you add water to the jar? Lin Xianglian nodded. Yes, I added it. Once the water is in, the meat smells so much better. Lin Shuyan glanced at the water in the jar. There was still some left. She thought about finding another way in the future, like making a seasoning that could crystallize, similar to salt and sugar, so she could just scoop a spoonful when needed. She couldn't stay here forever to provide them with the spring water. But this was something to think about slowly. Chundawan had finished making the sauce and asked her to try it. Lin Shuyan took a clean spoon, dipped it in, and tasted it. Mom, this is the right flavor. Let it cool down. Okay, Chundawan said, pouring the sauce into an enamel basin. The golden sauce was just right, slightly thick and savory. With a small pot empty, Lin Shuyan went to the steamer and took out a few steamed buns. She sliced them, dipped them in egg batter, and fried them in oil, watching the batter quickly set. The fragrant smell of the buns mixed with the eggs filled the air, and the golden slices were placed on a plate, sprinkled with a bit of sugar, which the children loved. Dong dong, Fubao, come eat the bun slices. Lin Shuyan came out of the kitchen and placed the plate on the table. Lu Dongdong excitedly said, Auntie, my sister can write one now. He lifted a piece of paper from the table to show Lin Shuyan. The ones on it looked like little worms, all crooked and wobbly, but they were indeed ones. That's amazing. Fubao can write now. Did Dongdong brother teach you? Fubao nodded obediently, and with Lin Shuyan's praise, her little chest puffed up. Fubao is great. You both are great, so you get a reward of bun slices. Hurry and eat. The two children happily devoured the food. Lin Shuyan casually chatted, Dongdong. Are you not in school yet? How can you write? With his mouth full of bun, Lu Dongdong struggled to swallow and replied, My sister taught me. My sister is really good at math and helps Grandpa make clothes. Your sister? Lu Dongdong nodded and took another bite of his bun. Lin Shuyan had heard him mention his grandpa and sister before, but he never talked about his parents. The clothes the children wore had patches, but they were very clean, and the stitching was neat and well done. Lu Dongdong was usually very sensible, never lied, and didn't bully others, which showed he was well taught at home. Your sister is so talented, and she can do math?
Yes.
Lin Shuyan thought of something. Wait here, Auntie will take you home. Lu Dongdong was puzzled. His house was just next door, and he could easily go back himself. Why did Auntie want to take him home today? But Auntie was pretty and kind, so he was happy to let her take him back. He could tell his sister that he spent time with her at Auntie's house. Lin Shuyan entered the kitchen, took a few warm buns, and pulled out a piece of beef from the pot, slicing it onto a plate before heading out with Fubao and Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong was very happy, bouncing ahead as he led the way, while Fubao chased after him with her little legs. After passing 2 courtyard gates, they arrived at Lu Dongdong's home, where he ran inside, and Lin Shuyan finally saw that his family owned a tailor shop. A sign at the entrance read, Making Qipao, alterations. Repairs cost only 10 cents each. That was quite cheap. Lu Dongdong shouted from the front, Grandpa, I'm back. My sister is here. Lin Shuyan stood by the door and looked inside. Their home was a small narrow courtyard, much smaller than Lin Shuyan's large courtyard. On the left was a single-story room turned into a small shop, with the door open, displaying zippers and fabric strips. Inside, there was a large table and an old sewing machine. On the right were 2 small rooms, likely for living, and there was a round stone table in the courtyard. Besides that, there was nothing else. A girl's voice came from inside, followed by footsteps. Dong dong, who is this, sister? The girl, wearing a blue short coat and gray pants, had her hair in a braid and was brushing off threads from her clothes as she walked. When she saw Lin Shuyan, she paused for a moment, thinking how beautiful she looked. She would probably wear a qipao very elegantly. She quickly asked, Hello, may I ask who you are? Lu Hihi had never seen Lin Shuyan before. Seeing her carrying something and with a lively little girl at her feet, she didn't seem like someone there to get clothes repaired. My name is Lin Shuyan. I live in the courtyard next door. We are planning to open a noodle shop and Dong Dong has been helping take care of Fubao these days. Please take this food and help me taste it to see how it is. Lin Shuyan spoke politely. She was thoughtful. From Lu Dong Dong, she could tell that his family was well-mannered. If she just offered food, they might not accept it, but saying it was for tasting made it easier to accept. Seeing the plate of real beef and steamed buns, Lu Hihi was surprised. This was more than just tasting. She waved her hand. No need to be polite. We are neighbors, and it's only right to help each other. Dong Dong also likes
Fubao.
So I need your help too. We are opening tomorrow, so please try it first. If it doesn't taste good, I can still make changes. After saying this, Lin Shuyan didn't wait for the girl to respond and placed the plate in her hands, which Lu Hihi hurriedly accepted. She took Fubao inside and changed the subject. Can you sew clothes too? No, it's all my grandfather's work, Lu Hihi said, becoming more talkative when it came to family matters. I only know how to do simple sewing. Can I take a look? Lin Shuyan had always wanted to make a chi pao. There were some at the state-run department store, but the styles were plain and not custom-fitted. A custom chi pao would highlight the figure better, and seeing the shop sparked her interest. Sure, I'll show you. Lu Hihi quickly walked a few steps, leading Lin Shuyan to the shop. Grandpa, Miss Lin from the courtyard next door, is here to look at clothes. Then, she anxiously looked at the old man, unsure whether to put down the plate she was holding. The old man was sitting at a table by the window, mending a small jacket. He looked up upon hearing her voice. Looking at clothes, huh?
We.
He then noticed the beef Lu Hihi was holding and became serious. Hihi, you can't take other people's things. Before Lu Hihi could speak, Lin Shuyan chimed in. Sir, this is specially brought for you to taste. Our shop is opening soon, and Hihi is helping me try the flavors. This explanation worked for the young girl, and the old man understood her meaning, relaxing a bit and thanking her. What kind of clothes do you want to see? We only make custom kipeos here. Look at those two on the wall. I made them. If you want to make one, you can choose your own fabric and pattern. First, see if you like my craftsmanship. After the old man finished speaking, Lu Hihi sighed in relief and placed the plate on a small cabinet. Miss Lin, let me show you. She led Lin Shuyan to the wall where two kipeos were neatly hung. However, Lin Shuyan's attention was drawn to something in a glass frame nearby, some old photos, and several military medals. What are these? These are my grandfather's and father's military medals. Grandpa has been to the battlefield, and my dad has completed many missions, but my parents are no longer here. Lu Hihi smiled, her bright eyes filled with pride. Lin Shuyan felt a pang of sadness. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. My parents were amazing people. Yes, they are the pillars of the country, Lin Shuyan said earnestly. The old man, hearing this, showed a hint of emotion in his eyes. The two fell silent, and Lin Shuyan began to look at the kipeos. One was a plain water green color, and the other had a jade pattern. Though simple in design, every stitch was exquisite, and even the frog buttons were neat and beautiful. This chi pao is really beautiful. I want to make one too. Lu Hihi repeatedly asked, Really? Miss Lin, do you really want to do this? She and her grandfather relied on this tailor shop for their living, but few people came to the small shops in this alley. Next year, Dong Dong would start school, and they needed to save enough for tuition. Lin Shuyan nodded. Yes, I want to make one. Do I need to buy the fabric myself? Lu Hihi replied, The shop has fabric, but there aren't many patterns left. If you don't like them, you can bring your own. Let's take a look first. Okay. Lu Hihi led her to the cabinet to see the fabric. There were indeed only 5 or 6 rolls, and the patterns were simple, but the colors were very flattering, and the fabric felt soft and comfortable. She liked the water green and warm yellow colors. She chose these 2 colors and then noticed a red plum blossom fabric nearby. She said gently, Our Fubao likes red. Would it be good to make her a New Year's outfit with this? Lu Hihi didn't expect her to notice it and was momentarily surprised, but she held back her excitement and reminded her, Miss Lin, why not make one set first? If you like it, you can order another. Once we finish it here, we can't return it. Okay, I'll follow your advice. Let's make one for Fubao too. Hearing her name, Fubao clapped her little hands and said, Red want. Alright, since it's cold now, we'll make a long-sleeved qipao. Using the shop's fabric will cost $2.50, and making one will be $8. Lu Hehe felt a bit anxious, worried that she might think it was too expensive and decide not to buy. However, Lin Xuyan thought it was quite cheap. Buying a dress at a state-run department store had cost her $12, and it wasn't even custom-made like this. She didn't say anything, and Lu Hehe quickly added, My grandfather has made kipeos for many important people before. His skills are really good. Lin Xuyan smiled and said, I think it's very reasonable. Please take my measurements. Okay. Lu Hehe's eyes lit up as she took a soft measuring tape and measured her, jotting down the numbers neatly in a small notebook. Her handwriting was very neat, and the numbers were precise. Miss Lin, you will look great in a qipao. This was not flattery. Their shop used to do well, and she had seen many people wear kipeos, knowing who looked best in them. The figure shouldn't be too thin, and the temperament should match the qipao well. My grandfather's skills in making kipeos are excellent. You can come for adjustments anytime. Good. Have you studied? Lu Hehe nodded. Yes, my mother used to teach me to read and write. Every family has its struggles. How did they end up in this situation? Lin Xuyan wanted to understand, but it was inappropriate to ask these questions on the first day of meeting. Just touch on the topic lightly. Fubao also measured the size and then ran outside to watch Dong Dong in the yard as they observed ants moving. When Lin Xuyan came out, the big and small ones returned to the courtyard. Lin Xuyan actually had a purpose for coming today. The noodle shop only had Lin Xianglian and Chindawan, which was not enough, and they definitely needed more help. If Lu Hehe was willing to help with counting and collecting money, that would be great. Originally, she wanted to learn more, but unexpectedly found a place that makes kipeos, which was a nice surprise. She would ask Lu Hehe in the next few days if she was interested. Their family must be short on money. Her father had passed away, and with so many military medals, there should have been compensation, but for some reason, they were living in such difficulty. The wind blew through Qinghe Alley, and a gentle, serene woman walked with a sparkling little girl, the wind lifting her long hair. The child said something to the side, and she bent down to pick up the little girl, smiling warmly and teasing her. The child grinned, showing her little white teeth, laughing joyfully. That night, Lin Xuyan did not return to Suyuan to sleep. After all, the noodle shop was opening the next day, and she worried that Lin Xianglian and the others might not have enough experience to manage the situation. However, after just one day away, Zhang almost overwhelmed the home phone with calls. He had a small task and hadn't returned to the military district for 3 days. Just as he arrived, he hadn't even sent his things back to the dormitory before he ran to the office to make a call. The timing was exactly 8:05. He tried calling once, but no one answered, so he called again, and still no answer. He decided to put down his things and sat in the office, calling every 5 minutes, unable to relax. He thought that Yang Xiaoshan had already left work, so he could only call Fu Yang to see if he could get through. He called directly to the police station. Director Li had already left, but fortunately, Fu Yang's office was right next door, and he had the privilege to answer calls, so they were able to talk. Fu Yang pinched the bridge of his nose and listened to the man on the other end speak urgently. He then said that Zhang hadn't called him in ages and was now looking for a wife. Their noodle shop opens tomorrow. Is there any chance they are staying in the courtyard? Fu Yang had heard this from Xiuyu. As soon as the opening date was set, Xiuyu rushed to tell him to make sure to support them. Zhang thought for a moment and realized it was quite possible. With the busy opening, they probably stayed in the courtyard. He should have installed a phone there earlier. The voice on the line calmed down. Okay, got it. I'll hang up now. Only the busy signal remained. Fu Yang shook his head. When did Commander he start caring about someone? Now that he was married, he seemed to have a bit more warmth. On this side, after Zhang hung up the phone, he finally felt relieved. After returning to the military district for 20 days, he finished the task report and had 2 days off. Thinking about it, he simply took some paper and stayed in the office to write the report. Bang, bang, bang. Early the next morning, the sound of firecrackers was deafening. Lin Shuyan didn't care much about it, but Chen Dewan and Lin Xianglian insisted on setting off firecrackers, having specially gone to the state-owned store yesterday to buy a string. After the firecrackers were done, they returned to the courtyard to continue their busy work. Li Meifong stood in the shop, just placing the freshly steamed buns on display. While no customers were around, she grumbled to herself. What's all the noise for? Setting off firecrackers so early. It's so annoying. Then she thought about how Lin Shuyan would definitely lose a lot of money today, and she felt pleased. When Lin Shuyan lost money, she would have a good laugh. That woman, who was just like a fox, was making money off her man. Why did she have to pretend to open a noodle shop? It was ridiculous. Feeling proud, she set up a table in front of the shop, stacking 5 large steamers together. Her spot was great, facing the street, right in front of 3 schools. Students passing by would buy 2 buns and take a bag of soy milk with them. The food wasn't very tasty, but it was convenient, so the business was just okay. Just as she finished setting up, a few students came running, chattering excitedly. The noodles were being cooked in the kitchen, while breakfast was definitely meant to be served outside. Lin Shuyan also set up a table by the door, but they only mentioned that the noodles for lunch and dinner would be free, fearing they were too rushed, so they didn't plan to prepare breakfast today. At this moment, they were just creating some excitement. With 1 table and a few bamboo baskets lined with steaming cloths, all empty. Sister, since it's quiet now, can you fry some savory pancakes and cut them into small pieces to put in the breakfast basket? Sure. Lin Xianglian had made so many pancakes lately, her hands moved quickly as she kneaded the dough and rolled it out, then fried it in oil. Both sides turned golden brown, and using long chopsticks, she lifted them out, brushed them with the prepared sauce, and finally sprinkled sesame seeds and chopped green onions on top. The freshly made savory pancakes smelled delicious. She chopped them up and placed them in a bowl, while Chindawan took them to the door and poured them into the bamboo basket. After the savory pancakes were ready, she fried 2 batches of steamed bun slices and put them in a second bowl. They had also bought a small stove with a pot on top containing tea eggs, which they took to the door. The tea eggs were still warm, simmering and releasing steam and aroma. Lin Xianglian was busy inside and out, and during a break, she asked little sister, "Didn't we say we wouldn't prepare breakfast today?" "It's okay," Lin Shuyan said as she covered the 2 baskets with a steaming cloth to keep them warm. "If someone comes, let them try some. If no one eats, we can take it with us for lunch when we have noodles." More to give away. Lin Xianglian felt dizzy every time she heard the word giveaway lately and wanted to pinch herself. Isn't this just giving away noodles and pancakes? This is about unity. Seeing her expression, Lin Shuyan smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll earn this money back soon." Everyone was busy, and Xiaoyu and Xiao Shu finished packing their bags to go to school. Before leaving, they each took a full pancake and 2 steamed buns, wrapping them in oil paper. "It smells so good. Sister-in-law, we're off to school." Xiaoyu took extra portions, insisting on sharing with her classmates. Chundawan exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, don't say that first thing in the morning." Haha. Xiaoyu grinned and ran off. As soon as she stepped outside, she couldn't wait to poke at the pancake with a bamboo skewer to eat. Her sister-in-law is so clever. This skewer works great. Xiao Shu couldn't resist either and started eating as they walked. Students at the restaurant were looking around, having come to buy buns and soy milk, but they caught a whiff of something delicious that made them curious. They all stretched their necks to peek into the alley. Li Meifong also smelled it and grumbled to herself, then said sternly, "If you're buying, hurry up, there are others waiting." As soon as she finished speaking, a few students ran over to Xiaoyu. "What are you 2 eating? Where did you get it?" Xiaoyu understood immediately. Meeting Li Meifong's gaze, she defiantly lifted her chin and said, "Just at the courtyard up ahead. They're giving it away for free today since it's opening." Free. The students' eyes lit up, and after saying thank you, they dashed off. Xiao Shu watched them leave, frowning. "What are you looking at, Xiao Shu?" Xiaoyu, feeling proud of her promotion, was in high spirits. Xiao Shu stuffed a pancake into his mouth and said nothing. Before, only family got to enjoy what Aunt made. Now, it seems they have to share with others. He was determined to earn a lot of money, so Aunt wouldn't have to run the shop anymore or share with anyone. Thinking this, he hurried to the bus stop, eager to get to school and study. Xiuyu looked at her suddenly motivated brother, confused, and took another bite of her pancake. Forget it, forget it. It's not my concern. Xiaoshu's elementary school is just one bus stop away. Xiaoyu isn't in a hurry. She even sways over to Li Meifong and shakes her head. Tiesfe, not tasty, I don't want to eat. You little brat. I swear I'll make you pay today. Xiaoyu huffed, not your business. My sister-in-law has her reasons for everything. Only a fool wouldn't understand. After saying that, she quickly ran away before Li Meifong could respond. She ignored the fact that she didn't understand the free offer either. A fool is a fool. Who cares? It felt good to insult Li Meifong. She felt completely refreshed and at ease. Li Meifong stomped her foot, watching the customers run away, gritting her teeth. She held back her anger until noon when she could see Lin Shuyan crying. When Xiaoyu entered the classroom, her classmates surrounded her. The girls chattered excitedly. Xiuyu, you said the noodle shop is free. We can go at noon, right? Really? Is there such a good deal? Yeah, who loses money before making any? I'm still a bit skeptical. Xiuyu set down her bag and took out her books. Of course it's true. It's my sister-in-law's noodle shop. I advise you to go early at noon. Otherwise, you won't get to eat anything.
Great.
We'll go with you at noon. Take me too, take me too. A few girls who were close to Xiaoyu eagerly wanted to join. One girl in front, with a braid and a trendy hairpin, scoffed, "What's so exciting about a free bowl of noodles?
It's not like we can't afford to pay."
They didn't get along. Last time, when Xiaoyu sold that snow cream, the girl mocked her for being greedy. Later, when she saw classmates praising it, she tried to buy it again, but Xiaoyu said it was sold out, deepening their rivalry. The girl sitting next to Xiaoyu poked her and whispered, "Miss Hong is about to lose it again." Xiaoyu raised her chin. She and Hong Miao never got along. They were in the same class. One was the daughter of a high-ranking official, and the other was the daughter of a wealthy merchant. Hong Miao thought her family was richer, especially since her father often sought help from his family, but Xiuyu's father was unyielding, which made Hong Miao dislike her. As for Xiuyu, she didn't understand family matters. Since Hong Miao disliked her and always had something to say, she didn't like Hong Miao either. Xiaoyu blinked, "Then don't go. We love free food. It's the best." She is no longer the kind of person who just stomps her feet when upset. Spending time with her sister-in-law has made her more confident and sharp-tongued. After saying that, Xiuyu took out an oil paper bag and handed it to everyone. "I brought you all some savory pancakes and steamed buns. We will sell breakfast from now on." "Wow, Xiuyu, you are so nice. I want some. I haven't had breakfast yet. It smells so good."
What kind of pancake is this?
I've never tried it before. As soon as the oil paper bag was opened, the classroom was filled with a delicious aroma that made everyone's mouths water. They each took a skewer and quickly finished the food in just a few minutes, still wanting more. Hong Miao couldn't help but swallow, but she stubbornly refused to eat what they had and buried herself in her book instead. At the fragrant noodle shop, everyone was busy preparing. There were 2 pots of braised beef, minced meat with green beans, stir-fried pig liver and prepared sesame sauce and scallion oil. The kitchen was almost overflowing. Fortunately, Lin Shuyan had planned well and added an extra table yesterday. In the yard, there was also a small vegetable table with several white porcelain bowls containing vinegar, soy sauce, chili oil, and various side dishes like diced radish, pickled cabbage, and sour green beans. Everything was colorful and looked so appetizing. Lin Xianglian was still kneading dough, and the pieces of dough dusted with flour were piling up on the bamboo rack. She felt anxious. It was the first day of opening, and she didn't know how it would go. Her legs were shaking. "Sis, take a break. No need to rush," Lin Shuyan said as she came in from outside. "Just take your time. It's only boiling noodles. This was also Lin Shuyan's first shop. Although she was excited, she wasn't as nervous as the others. Just then, a little girl from next door, Lu Hihi, came in. Sister Shuyan, I brought over some plates for you. Is Dong Dong here? Lin Shuyan took the plates. Yes, he's in the backyard playing with Fubao. Since it would be busy out front later, she decided to let the two kids stay in the backyard. Oh, good, Lu Hihi whispered. Grandpa said there's nothing to do at the shop, so he asked me to come help you. You must be busy today. Having an extra pair of hands was great, and Lin Shuyan needed help. Sure, that would be great. Thank you. It's no trouble, Lu Hihi said, then went into the kitchen to find something to do. Meanwhile, Li Meifong stood in front of her house, arms crossed, munching on sunflower seeds and leaving a pile of shells on the ground. Just wait. Maybe no one will come to eat. Who even knows that a noodle shop opened in this alley? Even if they do go, they won't dare to eat for free. They would definitely end up losing money. While thinking about this, a group of students ran over from the other side, shouting, "Come on, hurry up, let's go eat noodles." Hey, don't pull me. Good thing we slipped out first. School still had half an hour until it was over, and they had intentionally escaped. Li Meifong couldn't imagine how quickly gossip spread among students. 1 tells 10, 10 tells 100. Free noodles. How could anyone not know about such a good thing? With the first wave came the second wave. She watched as students rushed in groups to the fragrant noodle shop, feeling frustrated. Then she thought, with so many students, once they finish eating, she can close up for the day. In the yard, the first wave of students suddenly stopped at the door. Is this really a place to eat noodles? Is that the owner? The noodle shop owner is so pretty, with fair skin, wearing a dress, and her long hair tied up, looking like she stepped out of a painting. Those boys wouldn't be lying, would they? Where can you find a free lunch? This place looks so fancy. A bowl of noodles must cost at least $1. Lin Shuyan straightened the chopstick holder on the table, and when she heard the noise, she looked up to see 7 or 8 students in blue student uniforms from Capital University standing at the door. She gently said, "Want to eat noodles?
Come in and sit."
The students were lightly invited inside, took their seats, and ordered the noodles they wanted. When they saw the owner hang a small sign at the door, it felt real. It really is free. The small wooden sign had a paper attached, written in crayon. Piaoxiang Noodle Shop opening today, free noodles. 300 servings, while supplies last. After hanging the sign, Lin Shuyan returned to the yard, where Lin Xianglian had already cooked the noodles. 3 bowls of beef noodles, 1 bowl of chicken soup noodles, and 2 servings of mixed noodles. Lu Hihi brought the noodles out and placed them on the table. Beef, chicken soup, and mixed noodles with minced meat and green beans. Each bowl was filled with real ingredients, making mouths water, and the aroma was incredible. Even the state-run restaurant had noodles, and some classmates who had gone with their parents remarked, "This bowl of noodles would cost 80 cents at the state-run restaurant, and it doesn't have this much filling." Lin Shuyan smiled. "There are side dishes on the table. Feel free to help yourselves." The students were already enchanted by the smell and didn't care about anything else. They just wanted to eat. As they started eating, another group of people arrived outside. 119 hire a little helper, and so, one wave after another. When He Xiaoyu arrived, she brought half a class with her. The yard quickly filled up, and soon people had to sit near the main hall, while those arriving later had to wait in line at the door. Fortunately, most of the students were lively and didn't mind squeezing together in groups. The kitchen was busy boiling pot after pot of noodles, preparing 200 servings for lunch. The noodles had to be made fresh, and Lin Xianglian's hands were almost on fire from the effort. Chun Dewan was in charge of cooking the noodles and adding ingredients, while Lu Hihi helped serve the noodles and collect the bowls. He Xiaoyu welcomed classmates to sit down and joined in to help. The classmates were surprised to see He Xiaoyu, who usually acted like a princess, working so hard. He Xiaoyu chattered, "Just sit tight, and I'll bring you the noodles. What do you want? I love beef noodles and tomato egg noodles, and mixed noodles are great too. Anyway, all the noodles at my house are delicious." The classmates quickly ordered what they wanted. The whole courtyard was lively yet organized, with even those in line behaving well, just watching the others eat and smelling the delicious aroma, not knowing how much saliva they had swallowed. The noodles made with spring water were chewy, and the braised meat was fragrant, creating a taste that couldn't be found anywhere else. Is it really that good? People in line asked those eating noodles, watching a boy devour half a bowl. It's incredibly delicious. I've never had noodles this good in my life. Oh no, this is the best food ever. This made those outside even hungrier. With so many people eating, someone soon asked about the price. Lin Shuyan pointed them to the sign where everything was written. After one person checked, they shouted to everyone, "It's not expensive. I can afford it." Laughter erupted, all in good spirits. Exactly. Even when it's not free, we can still come and eat. I'll have different dishes every day. It's way better than the cafeteria. The line outside stretched from the courtyard to the street, and curious passers-by, who didn't know there was a noodle shop, couldn't help but ask, "What are you students doing?" "There's a noodle shop inside giving away free food today. My classmate said it's really good, so we rushed to line up." As the line grew, hearing that only a few bowls were left made everyone anxious. Li Meifong had never seen such a scene, with free noodles, who would come to her house for a meal. Not a single person had entered her door all afternoon. She could only pinch her fingers, telling herself she was losing out. Hopefully, tomorrow there won't be free noodles, and her customers will return. In the kitchen, they didn't know how much firewood they had burned, and they had to fetch 2 large bags of flour from the backyard. Beef was the first to run out, followed by minced meat and green beans. At first, no one wanted to try the pig liver noodles since not many people eat pig liver these days, and there are tastier options. However, as more people ordered it, its reputation quickly changed, and it became very popular. Lin Xianglian felt a pinch in her heart. She bought a lot of beef, pork, pig liver, eggs, flour, and vegetables. After a whole day, she worried they might lose 100. By 1:30 p.m., most of the prepared ingredients were used up, and the students gradually left as it was time for class. A few of them cooked some noodles with the leftover ingredients. Too hungry to talk, they focused on eating. Dong Dong and Hee stayed to eat, and Lin Shuyan asked Hee to take a bowl to her grandfather. After finishing their meal, they finally had a chance to rest and quickly tidied up the kitchen before heading to the backyard for a nap. The evening was much easier than the afternoon. Perhaps many students had already come for lunch, so they felt shy about returning. The first day ended smoothly, but Lin Xianglian and Chindawan sighed, lamenting how much meat and noodles had disappeared. Lin Xianglian went to the back room to count the flour again. 3 bags. We used up 3 bags of flour today. And the meat. Lin Shuyan laughed. She hadn't been too busy, serving dishes and noodles at a relaxed pace, her dress still clean, though she felt a bit tired. "Don't worry, we'll collect money tomorrow." Chun Dawan frowned. "What if no one comes tomorrow? They already ate today. Will they want to come back?" "Don't worry, they will," Lin Shuyan replied. When she was a student, she often visited a noodle shop and loved the taste, going there regularly. Students are a stable group. They stay for several years, so there's no need to worry. Plus, the students graduating from these schools will be some of the best talents in the capital, excelling in various fields. This isn't just a simple noodle shop. It's a great place for networking. Hee, come here for a moment. Lu Hee had just washed her hands and shook them off as she ran out of the kitchen. "What's up, Shuyanjia?" Lin Shuyan took out $1 and handed it to her. "Thank you for helping today. You really worked hard." "No way, Shuyanjia, I can't take your money for just helping a little." Even though her family needed money, schooling in the city was expensive. If she went to the nearby elementary school, the tuition would be $8 a year, plus they needed to buy Dong Dong a backpack, notebooks, and pens. Their tailor shop only mended 20 pieces of clothing a month for just $2, and they still had to cover living expenses. It was tough, but they couldn't refuse the money. "Take it, Hee. If you don't accept it, how can I ask for your help in the future? Besides, it's especially busy today and you're tired." Her voice was gentle, and her warm hand made Lu Hee's eyes turn red. They were short on money at home, and she had to stop her studies after middle school because her grandfather scolded her once. She understood how important money was. Thank you, Sister Shuyan. Lin Shuyan was only 3 years older than her, but in her past life, she was already 28. To her, Lu Hihi was just a child. Their family of 3 lived modestly, but never wanted to be a burden to others, proud and simple. The wall full of military medals, a wall of glory, contrasted with their current poverty, deeply moved Lin Shuyan. Hihi, starting tomorrow, we need to keep track of the money here. My sister and my mom aren't good at it. If you're willing, you can come help collect and count the money during lunch and dinner, and the rest of the time, you can still help your grandfather at the tailor shop. Giving them things was a burden. The noodle shop needed someone reliable who could handle money, and Hihi was just right. Count money. Hihi's eyes brightened, and she bit her lip. Can I really do it?
Why not?
Just come tomorrow to try it out. Tell your grandfather at home. As for the pay, I'll give you $12 a month, and you can eat noodles at the shop every day, with more to come later. Although this pay wasn't as good as working in a factory, Hihi wouldn't be able to get a job there anyway. Working at the noodle shop was close to home, and she could still help at the tailor shop, just needing to come by during mealtimes, which was perfect. Lin Shuyan smiled. What do you think? That's too much. I'm just counting money. I don't need that much. The girl waved her hands, unable to believe she could earn money. It's not too much. That's the standard rate. If business gets better, I'll raise your pay. Lu Hihi's face turned red with excitement. Okay. I will make sure to count it well. Thank you, Sister Shuyan. All right, go home and tell your grandfather. Watching Lu Hihi leave, Lin Shuyan took the child back to Suyuan. After a long day, she just wanted to go home, take a hot bath, and sleep comfortably. If Zhang didn't call soon, she would have to call him. Li Meifeng's family only sold 2 bowls of fried rice today, and she was so angry that she felt like she could break a tooth. She stood at the entrance of the alley, hoping to see if the noodle shop was still open. But that didn't happen. As it got dark, the old man next door had already sent his granddaughter away, and there was no sound of arguing from inside. Just then, someone came out the door, and the light from the yard cast a long shadow outside. Then Lin Shuyan appeared with 2 children. The kids followed her, one on each side, and Li Meifeng found out that they called her aunt, meaning they weren't her biological children. She thought Lin Shuyan was special, but it turned out she was just taking care of someone else's kids. Those men she was with weren't even her partners. For such a big deal as opening a shop, her partner had never shown up. Either he didn't care about her, or maybe she was just someone on the side. Li Meifeng pieced together her own story. She couldn't stand seeing others do better than her. In this alley, she had a good spot with her little restaurant, and business was okay. She had a son just 2 years after getting married, which was enough for her to hold her head high. Now Lin Shuyan came along, with both a son and a daughter, looking beautiful and wealthy, making her feel inferior. At least they weren't her own kids. She was just a woman without a son. Without a son, she felt she had nothing to rely on. Humph. Lin Shuyan turned her head to listen to Xiaoshu talking. He said he received praise for writing on stage today and was the first to finish reciting. She already knew Xiaoshu was a smart kid in school, but he had taken a wrong turn. Now that he was back on track and loved learning, he would surely succeed in the future. That's great. Is the school almost at the end of the term? He brightened up at the compliment, trying to hide his joy, and replied seriously, no. The final exams are in December, more than a month away. Good, just don't overwork yourself. Balance studying with fun. Enjoy your playtime and focus in class. Xiaoshu nodded, feeling like the happiest child in the world. Okay, I'll remember that. As they walked outside, they passed the little restaurant and heard a sneer. Li Meifeng caught the last 2 comments. TSK, TSK, TSK. Of course, if they're not her own kids, she wouldn't mind if they didn't do well in school. She really has bad intentions. Lin Shuyan looked up, not wanting to engage with Li Meifeng. She had heard a lot about her from the neighbors lately, and it was best to avoid such people to stay out of trouble. But she didn't expect Li Meifeng to keep bothering her. Xiaoshu gritted his teeth and said, Be careful with your words. A half-grown child stared at her, making Li Meifong momentarily stunned, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Hey, you little rascal, treating kindness like it's nothing. I'm not your real mom, who would truly care for you. Xiaoshu wanted to say something, but Lin Shuyan stood behind him. Li Meifong, you are like a real mom, and this is how you treat your own son? Your restaurant seems to make good money, yet you can't even give your son a clean outfit. I thought this child was picked up from a trash heap. Fan Xiaoming was lying at her feet, his clothes so dirty that the color was unrecognizable, especially compared to the two clean children next to Lin Shuyan, making him look like he was found on the street. Li Meifong looked down at her disappointing son, picked him up angrily, and said, "It's none of your business. My restaurant is doing so well that I didn't have time to change his clothes today. You, who just lifts your skirt for money, know nothing. You don't even have kids, and if you can't have a son, you'll be kicked out by a man one day." Lin Shuyan almost laughed. Times are changing. Women can stand on their own. Who needs a man to survive? And treating having a son as a bragging point? They were clearly on different wavelengths. Arguing was just a waste of time. Lin Shuyan offered a blessing. "I hope your business continues to thrive." After saying that, she walked with the two children toward the bus station. Li Meifong, whose business had been poor all day, felt her face flush with anger. "Humph, you, a woman who can't even have a son." Back home, Xiaoshu did his homework while keeping an eye on Fubao. Lin Shuyan went upstairs to take a bath. Her body ached. Indeed, she was not used to hard work. Just doing a little made her tired. Adding spring water to the hot bath, as soon as she stepped in, it felt like her pores opened up, and she instantly felt refreshed. She leaned back, enjoying the relaxation, then remembered that Zhang hadn't called in days, which made her fume. If he called today, she would definitely act aloof, ignoring him to show her displeasure. Absolutely. Just after finishing her bath and changing clothes, she heard Xiaoshu's voice from downstairs. "And are you ready? Uncle is on the phone." Lin Shuyan jolted, hurriedly buttoning her shirt as she rushed out. "Okay, I'm coming." She hurried down the wooden stairs in her slippers, making a thud-thud-thud sound, and rushed to grab the phone. Zhang. She was still catching her breath, completely forgetting her earlier thoughts of being aloof and showing her dissatisfaction. A familiar voice came through. "Why are you in such a hurry? Be careful not to fall." Hearing his voice, Lin Shuyan felt wronged. They usually called each other every day, but this time it had been 3 days. "Isn't it because of you? You only called me now. What have you been doing? Are you really that busy?" In those short videos, it was said that when men say they are busy, it's not true. Who is so busy that they can't spare 2 minutes for a phone call? "Humph," Lin Shuyan ground her teeth. Zhang sighed. "I'm sorry, I had an unexpected task and didn't have time to let you know. Military tasks can come up suddenly. When an order is given, no matter what you are doing, you have to grab your things and leave immediately." That day, he received the task while at the training ground and didn't even have time to call from the office. Hearing he had a task, Lin Shuyan became anxious again. "A task? What kind of task? Is it dangerous? Did you get hurt?" Some tasks are confidential, and many in Area 18 are secret, so even phone calls need to be monitored. "It's a small task, I didn't get hurt." Lin Shuyan sighed in relief. "Really? Don't lie to me." "I'm not lying." After he said that, they both fell silent. Lin Shuyan reassured herself that Zhang's job was special, and since they were only on the phone, it was understandable that he didn't have time to call. She shouldn't listen to those short videos. Seeing she didn't respond, Zhang thought she was upset. Yan, I'll try to let you know whenever I can." Lin Shuyan replied, "Okay, but it's fine. If you don't call me for more than 3 days, I'll call you. But no matter what task you have, just don't get hurt, okay?" Zhang was a man of his word, and getting hurt was something he could only try to avoid. He said softly, "I'll do my best." All right, knowing this was his limit, Lin Shuyan didn't say more and started talking about the opening event today. "Were you tired today? Get some sleep early." "I'm okay. I just took a bath, and I'll sleep after I finish talking to you." Listening to his breathing, Lin Shuyan suddenly thought of Li Meifong's words. He Zhuang, do you only want a son?
Uffed.
He Zhuang had just taken a sip of tea and almost choked on her unexpected question. Cough, cough. Why are you asking that? Lin Shuyan didn't know either. Maybe she was a bit frustrated with some old-fashioned ideas of people in this era. She was worried He Zhuang might think that way too. After all, He Pingwa only had one son, and the He family was only passing down to him. I was just asking. The man said in a low voice, it doesn't matter if it's a son or a daughter. Yes, as long as it is Lin Shuyan's child, he likes them. After a few more words, when he hung up the phone, He Zhang suddenly remembered. He got distracted by her and forgot to mention that he would be back the day after tomorrow. The next day, Lin Shuyan unusually slept in and woke up at 9:30. She took her time, pouring a glass of spring water and sipping it slowly. Then she changed Fubao's clothes and took the child to the bathroom to wash up. They brushed their teeth together, and little Fubao showed her a mouthful of tiny white teeth, saying, Fubao, white. Yes, 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 our Fubao is white. Lin Shuyan tied Fubao's hair into little braids. The little girl, knowing she looked pretty, tilted her head in front of the mirror to admire herself for a while, clapping her small hands in satisfaction. Downstairs, Lin Shuyan prepared a cup of milk powder for Fubao to fill her tummy before they headed to the noodle shop. When they arrived at the noodle shop, it was already 11 o'clock, just in time for lunch. Lu Hehe was already there, at a small counter set up under the osmanthus tree by the kitchen. She had a small notebook and a pen, and there was a coin box in the drawer. Seeing them, she cheerfully called out, Sister Shuyan, Fubao.
Wow.
Fubao wiggled her little body and ran to the counter to greet Lu Hehe. Lin Shuyan smiled. You're here so early. Yes, the shop isn't busy, and Grandpa asked me to come early, Lu Hehe said, excited and eager on her first day of work. She was determined to handle the money well without making any mistakes. Grandpa told her that she would be in charge of counting the money, which meant Sister Shuyan trusted her, and she didn't want to let anyone down. Good, if you have any questions, just ask me, Lin Shuyan said, thinking for a moment before stopping by the small counter to quickly write something down on paper. Look, you can number the tables. I'll make some bamboo tags to put on the tables later. When a table orders noodles, you write a letter for what they ordered, followed by the quantity, and then report it to the kitchen. Okay. Lu Hehe's eyes sparkled. This was much easier than trying to remember everything one by one. The two chatted for a while, and Fubao went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Chundawan soon brought out the savory pancakes saved from the morning and freshly cooked noodles topped with beef. Yen Yen, hurry and eat something. I didn't know when you would come, and these pancakes will get cold. It's fine, they still taste good cold, she said, placing Fubao on a small stool, and they both enjoyed their meal together. Chundawan didn't leave and said, business was really good this morning. We made 17 or 18 pancakes, and the pot of tea eggs is all gone. The steamed buns were popular with the female students. Lin Shuyan smiled, as she expected. With so many people at the school, if 3 schools have 5,000 students, just 1% coming by is already a lot. Besides, as far as she knew, there were at least 7,000 or 8,000 people here, so the conversion rate wouldn't be that low, and business would naturally be good. Mom, thank you and sister for your hard work. Chundawan patted her shoulder. It's not hard at all. We are just happy to have something to do. Back in Linjia village, working all day in the fields was 100 times tougher, and we didn't earn this much money. Now, we are very content. When will you find a good match for your sister? Mom's life. Lin Shuyan looked up at her, and Chundawan stopped talking. Oh, what am I saying? Anyway, I'm very happy now. That's good. After chatting for a bit, some students arrived outside. Chundawan went back to the kitchen to cook noodles, while Lu Hehe greeted the students to take their orders. After Lin Shuyan finished her noodles, she washed her hands to help out. The autumn wind was getting chilly, and she wore a light, open front short coat and a pleated skirt, slightly rolling up her sleeves to reveal her fair wrists. The green jade bracelet made her skin look even more delicate. The students, both boys and girls, couldn't help but glance at Lin Shuyan. The owner was truly beautiful. The female students thought how nice it would be to be as elegant and calm as her in the future. The male students had even more romantic thoughts. After all, Lin Shuyan was younger than many students at Capital University. With the college entrance exam just opened, many had waited years to take it, and those who got into Capital University were already 24 or 25. Lin Shuyan gracefully moved around the tables, speaking softly, with a gentle smile. Many years later, those students who graduated would remember the owner of Fragrant Noodle House as a beautiful moonlight that sparked their first feelings of love. Seeing these students, Lin Shuyan felt inspired to study again. Fragrant Noodle House was getting on track, and Fubao could stay here during the day while she attended Jingyi Middle School and prepared for the college entrance exam. At this time, education wasn't as crucial, but in a few years, as these students entered society, it would matter. Lin Shuyan knew that with the Zhang family's background and the spiritual spring system, whether or not she had a degree, she was already ahead of others. However, she felt a bit embarrassed thinking that she wasn't even a college student. As a modern person, it weighed on her mind. Anyway, getting into college shouldn't be too hard. The people eating noodles quickly filled the courtyard, but thankfully it wasn't as crowded as yesterday. At least there wasn't a long line outside, just a few waiting at the door occasionally. On the other side, the small restaurant was quiet. There were only 2 tables occupied, and after ordering 1 or 2 dishes, the customers left right away. Li Meifong gritted her teeth and glanced at the neighboring courtyard. So annoying, stealing my business and cutting off my income. She paced back and forth in front of her door, saw her son playing under the table, and, frustrated, gave him a scolding to vent her anger. All you do is play. Your father is never home, and you just add to my troubles. What good are you to me? Fan Xiaoming, being so young, cried loudly after being scolded, making passers-by even less willing to enter her restaurant. After the mealtime passed, Lu Hihi excitedly started counting the money. Looking at the amount, she roughly calculated that they sold over 100 bowls, including vegetarian and meat noodles, with some customers adding fried eggs and extra meat. They earned a total of $43.45. Sister Shuyan, that's a lot of money. Not bad, replied Lu Hihi as she counted the bills and organized them. Sister Shuyan, should I keep the money here? Just give the exact change to the older sister, and keep the rest here for change. Okay? Lu Hihi followed her instructions, tidied up the loose change, locked the drawer, and looked up. By the way, Sister Shuyan, Grandpa said your chi pao will be ready this afternoon, and you can go pick it up. So soon. Talking about the chi pao made Lin Shuyan excited. Yes, since there was nothing else in the shop, Grandpa focused on making your chi pao first. The yellow one he saved is beautiful. Lin Shuyan had been calling it goose yellow, but Lu Hihi explained that the color is called huanglu, a traditional shade. Let's go take a look. When they arrived at Lu Hihi's house, they immediately saw the finished chi pao neatly placed on the table, already ironed and clean. Lin Shuyan loved it at first sight. Considering the weather, the chi pao had an extra layer inside, with a circle of soft fabric at the collar and cuffs. Lu Hihi said, this soft fabric is called zhihuang, which perfectly matches the huanglu color. It not only keeps you warm at the cuffs and wrists but also complements your skin tone. To Lin Shuyan, zhihuang looked like a light camel color. The entire chi pao was flawless, with every detail carefully crafted, and just looking at Lin Shuyan made one imagine how beautiful she would look wearing it. It's so pretty. I want to wear it tomorrow. Lu Hihi took her to her room to try it on. Wearing just the chi pao felt a bit chilly, but with her own lightweight coat, it looked great together. How beautiful. The chi pao outlines her perfect figure. The curves are full where they should be, slim where they need to be, and her waist is so slender it can be grasped with one hand. Above that, the curve of her chest is perfect, something every woman would envy. Lin Shuyan is also very pleased and smiles. Thank you, sir. I would like the next outfit to be the same. I think I will trouble you for my future clothes as well. I had many styles in mind before, but couldn't find them. Grandpa Lu nods. As long as Miss Lin is satisfied, we should thank you. Not only have you brought us business, but you've also found a job for Hihi. Hihi did very well. It's her talent. After bidding farewell to the grandfather and granddaughter, Lin Shuyan returned to the noodle shop. In the afternoon, she tidied up a bit and filled a jar with spring water. Lin Shuyan wasn't tired, but the shop felt empty without her. She wanted to wash the qipao today so it could dry and be worn again tomorrow. So, Lin Shuyan headed home first. On the way, she took Fubao to the state-run department store to buy some notebooks and pens, and also got Fubao new crayons. Last time, she saw He Xiaoshu's notebook was almost used up, and she had been busy with the shop lately, neglecting the two kids a bit. After shopping, Lin Shuyan bought 3 candied hawthorns. One for Fubao, one for He Xiaoshu, and one for He Xiaoyu. If she didn't get one for her, there would be trouble tonight. Lin Shuyan also didn't understand why, even though He Xiaoyu was 3 months older than her, she felt like she was raising another child. When she got home, Fubao sat by the coffee table munching on his candied hawthorn while Lin Shuyan carefully washed the qipao. While hanging it out to dry, she ran into someone. It was the girl who had helped her during the trouble with Lin Dayo. As she passed by the gate, she saw Lin Shuyan hanging the qipao. "Oh, you're drying clothes." Lin Shuyan had a good impression of her.
Yes.
"I'm Tang Meng, what's your name?" Tang Meng was friendly, but only with those she liked. She showed no kindness to those she didn't. Lin Shuyan walked to the door. "I'm Lin Shuyan. By the way, I still want to thank you for standing up for me last time. Would you like to come in for a bit?" Tang Meng's eyes lit up. "Sure. Every time I pass by, I think your home must be really nice." Lin Shuyan asked, "Why do you say that?" "Of course, it's because you're beautiful. I've seen you from afar several times, and your outfit is lovely. The qipao looks great, so your home must be nice too." Lin Shuyan laughed at her lively personality and invited her inside. Looking at the decor of the house, Tang Meng couldn't help but think, "You should move out. Let me live here." The room is warm and cozy, with a light-colored carpet on the floor and light blue curtains. There are also nice furniture and flowers in vases that any woman would love. "I knew it. Your home looks great." "My home?" Lin Shuyan casually replied, "What's wrong with your home?" "Hee. The furniture is made of mahogany, the sofa is black, and the curtains are a dull yellow. My husband's taste is questionable." Lin Shuyan imagined it and nodded in agreement, thinking it was similar to the taste of a certain someone. She silently thanked Yang Xiaoshan again. Lin Shuyan made her tea with hot spring water, using new tea leaves brought back by Zhang. She didn't know what kind it was, but it tasted good. The tea turned a bright green, and the aroma was delightful. She also took out some red bean cakes, osmanthus cakes, and milk cookies she had made a few days ago, placing them in a small wooden tray with 4 compartments. With many kids at home, she often makes little snacks. Tang Meng was not shy. She picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and said, "This is so delicious. The osmanthus flavor is so fragrant and sweet. Where did you buy it? I want to get some. I made these. If you like them, take some home later." "Wow, Shuyan, you are amazing." Tang Meng's way of addressing her changed from Miss Lin to Shuyan. They chatted for a while longer, and seeing the little girl sitting at the table, Tang Meng sighed. "Your child is already this big. I've been married for 2 years and still have no kids." "Cough, cough. This is my husband's niece, but she's just like my child," Lin Shuyan said, holding the little girl, who was eating a candied fruit and looked at Tang Meng sweetly when her name was mentioned. "Ah, so you don't have kids?" "No, but you're still so young. Why rush?" Tang Meng shook her head. "It's just some annoying matters. I don't want to talk about them." After chatting for a bit, they felt a good connection despite just meeting. Before leaving, Lin Shuyan packed a small bag of osmanthus and red bean cakes for her. Tang Meng happily bounced out, saying, "I'll come back in a couple of days." "Sure, come whenever you want." Lin Shuyan didn't have many friends her age. Most around her were family. Meeting someone like Tang Meng made her a bit happier. In District 18, Zhang had just finished training. Instead of going back to the dorm, he went to see Political Commissar Li to get his leave request approved. Political Commissar Li looked at the report and shook his head with a sigh. "I used to advise you to get married, and now I realize I was wrong. In the past, when you took a couple of days off, You wouldn't go home and help me out, but now I'm all alone here. Zhang raised his eyebrows, ignoring Commissar Li's words as if he hadn't heard them. Commissar Li, not believing he could get nothing from him, leaned in closer, curious. Just 3 days? You drive for 4 hours to see your wife? Last time my sister-in-law came to the team, she took your wine, right? My wife doesn't take anything from me, so of course I want to see her. Zhang smiled slightly, hitting the mark perfectly. The only good thing about Commissar Li was his wine, but the military district had strict rules. Any drinking had to be reported. Last time he managed to report it, but his wife happened to come to the military district and it caused a scene. He really didn't want to see her. He was completely uninterested. Commissar Li almost choked on his frustration. Well, you dare to make fun of me. After saying that, he signed the document with a flourish. Hurry up and go. I'm tired of this. Zhang stepped outside, but Commissar Li called him back. Aren't you bringing your wife along? Let's wait until the new dormitory is built. Remember to save me a room, he said, already disappearing at the door. Commissar Li rubbed his nose, knowing he would bring her, but he was curious about who this wife was that had such a hold over Zhang. As evening approached, Xiaoshu returned home. Recently, Xiaoyu might not come back, so he usually returned alone. After getting off the bus, he walked from the state-run restaurant towards Sioux Garden. His once small frame had grown taller. However, he usually walked quickly, but today he was slow and limping. He had gotten into a fight today, but he felt justified. He had done nothing wrong. He took a few steps, then stopped to look at the large scrape on his knee. He pulled up his pants to cover it, brushing off the dust to ensure it wasn't visible. He slowly walked home, and by the time he entered the yard, he appeared normal again. Xiaoshu, you're back. Lin Shuyan saw him come in and picked up the candied hawthorn on the table. Come eat some. Your sister has turned into a little raccoon. Fubao shyly laughed and hid in Lin Shuyan's arms, her face covered in candy coating. Xiaoshu put down his backpack, sat on a small stool by the coffee table, and took a candied hawthorn. Aunt, do you want some? Aunt doesn't want any, you all enjoy. Did you have a tiring day at school? She reached out and picked a small piece of grass from his hair. How did you get grass in your hair? Xiaoshu's face stiffened, and he looked down, nibbling on the candied hawthorn. Lin Shuyan sensed that the child seemed unhappy. What's wrong, Xiaoshu? Xiaoshu pressed his lips together and told a little lie. I didn't do well in writing today. That doesn't matter. Just do your best next time. A few people talked for a while, and then Xiaoyu returned. Lin Shuyan took her upstairs and gave her 15 bottles of snow cream, which made her very happy for a while. The next morning, Lin Shuyan excitedly put on her qipao and found a white cardigan to wear over it. The outfit was elegant, bought from a store in Hong Kong, with matching glass buttons that had delicate patterns. Wearing it over the qipao looked great and highlighted her figure nicely. With nothing to do at home, Lin Shuyan decided to go to the noodle shop. When she arrived, she saw a crowd gathered outside. It wasn't mealtime yet, so she wondered where all these people came from. As she got closer, she finally understood the situation. On the left side of the courtyard entrance, there was a pile of garbage, including spoiled vegetables and other messy trash. A few people wearing red armbands were criticizing the situation. How can you dump garbage at the entrance? It needs to be taken to the dump. Leaving it here will get you fined for littering. Lin Xianglian, who had never faced such a scene, turned red and argued. We didn't dump it here. We take our trash to the dump every night. There's no way we would leave it here. At that moment, they were promoting new standards of cleanliness and civility, especially in the capital, where schools were strict about it. Li Meifong, watching the scene with her arms crossed, kept glancing at the ground. Oh, come on, comrades. How could it not be them dumping it right in front of the noodle shop? It's so unhygienic. If it were dumped in the alley, it would affect everyone's lives. If it gets blamed on you, you might even get criticized. The sanitation workers, who had been in the area, glanced at Li Meifong. Go on, stop causing trouble. Your little restaurant hasn't been dumping trash lately, right? Last time it was you. Li Meifong's expression changed, and she huffed. I didn't dump anything. You all said I had improved, so of course I did. Today, I reported them. They must clean the streets, or everyone will follow their example. The neighbors gathered around, looking at Li Meifong with suspicion. Usually, when the sanitation inspectors came, she was the first to run away, scared. Today, she dared to report someone. They didn't quite believe her. The people at the noodle shop were friendly, and the place was clean. How could they have dumped trash there? An older lady across the street couldn't hold back and muttered, "Who knows who dumped it? No one saw it, so you can't just blame the noodle shop." "Hey, could it be you who dumped it?" Li Meifong glared at her. The old lady was not easy to provoke and retorted, "I think it looks more like you did it. You dumped garbage in front of my house last time. Don't think I don't know." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing that the two were about to argue, Lin Shuyan spoke up. "What's going on? This noodle shop is mine, so if there's an issue, talk to me." The crowd parted, and the old lady quickly said, "Miss Lin, I don't know who dumped garbage in front of your house." When Lin Xianglian saw her arrive, she felt reassured. "Sister, it definitely wasn't us. I personally took the garbage to the dump last night." Lin Shuyan glanced at her and nodded slightly to comfort her. "Sister, go get a pair of tongs." Although she didn't know why, Lin Xianglian ran to get them. Li Meifong felt a bit intimidated by Lin Shuyan but couldn't help wanting to see her embarrassed. "What are you doing? Hurry up and admit your mistake to the sanitation worker and accept the punishment." "Accept punishment?" Lin Shuyan looked at her with a mocking smile, her voice sweet. "Li Meifong, what's the punishment for dumping garbage? I'm new here and not very clear." Li Meifong thought she was about to admit to dumping it and felt pleased. "Of course, you have to clean the streets. Sweep from the beginning of Wenshu Street to the end, and clean up Qinghe Alley inside and out." After saying that, she added, "Yes, for 10 consecutive days." Lin Shuyan chuckled softly. "I also think it should be for 10 consecutive days. What do you think, sanitation workers?" The sanitation workers looked at the pretty woman in front of them and thought, if such a beautiful woman really had to clean the streets, it would be quite something. But since it had come to this, they nodded yes, 10 days. "All right, neighbors are here. Let's see who really threw the garbage." Lin Shuyan approached the pile of garbage with the tongs, rummaging through it, ignoring the rotten vegetable leaves and specifically looking for packaged items or papers. Everyone leaned in to watch, except for Li Meifong, who felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Lin Shuyan took her time, covering her nose with one hand, looking calm. Finally, she found a few pieces of paper at the bottom of the garbage, torn but still readable. "Fried rice? This is spicy stir-fried vegetables?" Lin Shuyan examined carefully, then picked up another piece. "Oh, stir-fried meat slices." Lin Shuyan looked up with an innocent expression. "Sanitation worker, we are a noodle shop and we don't have these dishes, so the garbage definitely isn't ours."
Whose is it then?
As neighbors, everyone knew that these dishes were from a small restaurant. The old lady was the first to shout, "Hey, Li Meifong, you're just trying to cover up your own wrongdoing. This is too much. I knew it was you." Whispers started, and everyone began to scold Li Meifong. "How could you be so heartless? Are you jealous of others? Today it's at the noodle shop. Tomorrow it could be at our door. You're so bad. This person is terrible." Li Meifong had been bad before, but no one had scolded her like this. Now, under everyone's accusations, she trembled. "I didn't do it. It's not me. It's not like my family is the only one with these dishes." Lin Shuyan kindly suggested, "The health inspectors can compare the handwriting on these papers. We can't wrongly accuse a good person, right?" The health inspectors weren't foolish. They looked sternly at Li Meifong. "You, go to your shop for an inspection. This behavior is unacceptable. We will check the cleanliness of your shop too." Li Meifong almost collapsed, being led away by 2 inspectors. Lin Shuyan clapped her hands, just about to return with Lin Xianglian when she heard a voice from the alley. "Yan Yan." By the jeep stood a man in military uniform. In the morning light, he stood tall and straight, like a solitary pine, having watched for a long time. A wave of immense joy spread through her heart, like fireworks bursting brightly. "Zhang." A petite figure rushed toward him, her light yellow dress flowing through the old alley, as if bringing a fragrant breeze. She fell straight into his arms, and the man wrapped his strong arms around her waist, holding her securely. The coolness of his military uniform mixed with the morning mist, but Lin Shuyan seemed not to notice as she leaned closer to him. "You're back." She hugged his strong waist, her soft voice teasing and sweet, making his heart flutter. Zhang looked down at her lovely face, her eyelashes fluttering, and his heart was instantly filled. He had set off before dawn, driving back while chasing the rising sun across endless fields. It turned out it was all for this little person. The longing of more than half a month seemed to materialize, and at the moment he saw her, it vanished without a trace. "Yes, I'm back." Lin Shuyan looked at him with sparkling eyes, her hands wrapping around his neck, their closeness feeling natural and instinctive. She missed him so much. "Next time, tell me in advance. I would have waited for you at home. Are you cold? Have you been here long?" A series of questions made Zhang's expression soften, like ice melting. "I just arrived." Her unique fragrance wafted through the air, and Zhang helplessly raised his hand to lower the little girl's hand. Lin Shuyan was momentarily stunned. Then the man leaned in and whispered, "We're still outside. Be mindful of our surroundings." Her face quickly turned red as she remembered that in this era, kissing in public could get you in trouble. Feeling a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. She noticed the man's calm demeanor and felt a bit defiant, mumbling, "Got it." Then his warm, dry hand wrapped around hers, and he tucked her wind-blown hair behind her ear. "Shall we go to the shop?" As they turned around, they noticed everyone in the alley was standing still, not leaving. Everyone thought, "We want to leave too, but our feet won't move." Who could resist watching such a delightful scene? Before, they thought Miss Lin was like a fairy, beautiful and smart. Whoever married her would be incredibly lucky. Now, looking at the man driving a big jeep in military uniform, he was quite handsome, though he seemed a bit cold. However, he looked different when he gazed at Miss Lin. Like attracts like, a delicate girl naturally belongs with such an outstanding man. Seeing the couple turn back, everyone scattered. "Hey, time to cook, time to go home. I think it's going to rain. I need to do laundry."
What are you looking at?
"Hurry up and leave," the nurse urged Li Meifong, secretly shocked that she hadn't misjudged the noodle shop. The owner's husband was actually an officer. Li Meifong was stunned, her eyes filled with envy. Her man worked in a factory, and she thought that was good enough. But looking at others, he was an officer with a big jeep. Why did this woman get all the good fortune? She felt jealous. Lin Shuyan brushed past her without a glance, pulling Zhang toward the noodle shop. "Have you eaten? Can I make you some noodles?"
Sure.
They entered the noodle shop and Lin Shuyan said, "Mom, I'm going to make noodles for Zhang. You all sit for a bit. Fubao, go call your uncle." Fubao tilted her little head, looked at Zhang for a moment, then ran over with her little arms open, kiss, kiss. Zhang picked her up and bounced her gently. "You've gotten heavier." Fubao looked at her little hands. Wow. The pot was boiling, and Lin Shuyan quickly cooked the noodles, adding 2 fried eggs on top and a plate of sliced beef with some pickled vegetables. "Eat, and if it's not enough, I can make more." After saying that, she sat down at the table, looking at him affectionately. Chundawan took Fubao away and noticed Zhang in military uniform. Feeling a bit shy, she asked, "You arrived so early. It must have taken a long time to drive here?" Zhang replied softly, "Not too bad." After not having Lin Shuyan's noodles for a long time, Zhang finished his bowl and asked for more. After driving for several hours, he was indeed hungry. Having his lovely wife sitting beside him made him feel warm inside. After they finished eating, Lin Shuyan showed him around the courtyard. The back rooms were numerous and very tidy. "Mom and my sister live here, and sometimes Xiaoyu sleeps here too. The osmanthus trees smell nice. Look, I even raised koi fish. They seem to have gotten a bit chubby from being fed by the students. Here's the menu." His deep voice matched her pace as they walked. Every corner of the courtyard showed her careful thought and attention to detail. Before long, the courtyard became lively. At mealtime, students came to eat noodles. Lin Shuyan pulled him forward, her voice filled with a hint of pride. The business is great. We have many customers every day. Their closeness was obvious to anyone watching. The students eating noodles widened their eyes. At that time, respect for soldiers was very high among the Chinese, especially among intellectuals. Thanks to the efforts of soldiers, the country became strong, providing a peaceful environment for studying. Seeing Zhang in uniform, they felt both respect and admiration. Is that military uniform from a regiment? Is he the husband of the shop owner? They look perfect together. Oh my, what a match! Students chattered excitedly. After a few days of opening, Chen Dewan and Lin Xianglian could handle everything well. Lin Shuyan decided to head back with Zhang first. As they got into the car, Fu Bao sat obediently on her lap. As the military jeep drove down the street, they saw Li Meifang sweeping the road with a large broom, supervised by a sanitation worker. Lin Shuyan felt no sympathy. It was her own doing. Does this person often cause you trouble? Zhang glanced at her, a hint of coldness on his face. Not really, when business is good. It's normal to encounter troublemakers. I can handle it. Zhang responded lightly, but glanced at Li Meifang again. The car drove toward Su Garden. Lin Shuyan turned to look at him. After not seeing him for half a month, he hadn't changed at all. He was still as handsome as ever. However, seeing him in military uniform was rare and truly tempting. As they passed the state-run restaurant, the young woman's gaze lingered on him. Zhang couldn't help but smile slightly. What are you looking at? Look at you, I haven't seen you in such a long time. If you don't come back soon, I might forget what you look like. She said it dramatically, pouting a bit like she was being playful.
I'm sorry.
His job meant they could only see each other occasionally, which was frustrating.
Don't say sorry to me.
Once I join you, I'll be able to see you every day. He replied, the family building is under construction. I'll ask Comrade Li to approve a unit for me. It will be ready soon, but don't you want to study first? That was true. She was already 19. Since the family building wasn't ready yet, it made sense for her to focus on her studies and prepare for the college entrance exam. Otherwise, she might miss the opportunity after joining him. The older sister at the shop can handle things for now, so I should go study. Okay. The man agreed to everything, always supporting her choices seriously. The car drove into Su Garden and stopped in front of a small building. They got out, Lin Shuyan holding onto Fu Bao, while Zhang went to grab his backpack. Back home, Fu Bao blinked his big eyes and started drawing with crayons he found under the coffee table. Zhang went upstairs to take a shower, and by the time he came down, he had changed into his usual white shirt. He saw Lin Shuyan had taken off her light jacket and was wearing a light yellow qipao, leaning to the side while watching Fu Bao draw. The qipao hugged her slim waist and highlighted her curves, showing that even though she was thin, she had a lovely figure. Of course, Lin Shuyan wasn't really focused on what Fu Bao was drawing. A short separation felt like a new marriage. While Zhang was showering, her thoughts were filled with him. After such a long time apart, she just wanted to be close to him. She rested her chin on her hand, feeling soft and happy inside, unable to hide her excitement. The sofa sank slightly behind her as his arms wrapped around her waist, leaning down to ask, "What are you drawing?" His voice whispered in her ear, bringing a warm rush. He wasn't asking Fu Bao. Lin Shuyan replied, "I'm drawing a rabbit. I've been loving to draw little rabbits lately." Zhang looked at the white paper, where circles connected to circles, and honestly couldn't tell how it looked like a rabbit. He stayed to watch for a while, his hand resting lightly on her waist, his long fingers unconsciously stroking her. It was a natural closeness between lovers, their bodies yearning to touch. Lin Shuyan felt a tickle and shifted her waist. She was always sensitive. Half a month wasn't too long or too short, and she easily recalled her longing for him. She sat up a bit straighter and turned to meet Zhang's deep gaze. She swallowed and whispered, "Don't do that, it tickles." Zhang's gaze fell on his fingertips, and he realized what he was doing but didn't let go, pulling her a little closer. Lin Shuyan's eyes widened in surprise as she said a few words, "Be mindful of the impact." He Zhuang's stern face softened into a smile. He was indeed a bit vengeful, returning her words. That said, Lin Shuyan still shifted back a bit, her body almost in his embrace. In front of the child, they couldn't even share a kiss, so they could only sneakily hold hands and lean against each other. Fu Bao drew on one piece of paper, then took out another, showing determination to create more masterpieces. He Zhuang's voice was low. How long is she going to draw? Maybe. Probably 2 more? The little girl had great patience and could lean over her paper for a long time. After a while, He Zhuang went upstairs to handle some work. Lin Shuyan felt a bit sleepy while waiting for Fu Bao to finish her 3rd piece of paper. Finally, Lin Shuyan reached out to hold her small hand. Fu Bao, it's time for bed. Upon hearing bedtime, Fu Bao put down her crayons and obediently followed Lin Shuyan upstairs, washed her hands in the bathroom, and then went to her bed. Once the child was asleep, Lin Shuyan went downstairs to wash a plate of grapes that Tang Meng had given her yesterday. In a good mood, she hummed a tune while washing the grapes and popped one into her mouth. It was very sweet. As she approached the study, her heart raced for no reason. Who brought the grapes? Of course, it was to see her husband. She adjusted her clothes and pushed the door open.
He Zhuang.
The man looked up at the sound, his brow slightly furrowed in concentration. Lin Shuyan stepped closer and placed the grapes down. You should eat something before you get back to work. Okay, he replied, glancing toward the door, but not seeing the little tail following. He reached out, his large hand easily grasping her wrist and pulling her closer. Lin Shuyan stood obediently, aware of the strong man sitting down, and teasingly asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing," he said, but with a firm tug, he pulled her onto his lap. Lin Shuyan thought to herself, he's so stubborn. She was petite, and one leg was enough to sit comfortably. He Zhuang held her wrist, his fingertips soft and smooth, making her feel drawn to him. "Aren't you supposed to be working?" Lin Shuyan blinked, and the man replied softly, "Not urgent." Their eyes met, and the tension that had been building suddenly broke. They both knew they wanted to touch each other. Lin Shuyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. His lips were just as she remembered, cool and faint, with a unique scent that belonged only to him. They just touched, and it felt like thunder and fire. He wrapped his hand around her slim waist, taking control as he captured her soft lips, moving in confidently. His grip on her waist tightened gradually, and the silence of longing for over half a month felt heavy, like mountains and seas. At some point, she found herself in his lap, her arms around his neck, breathing heavily. He wanted to be gentle, but couldn't help himself. After a deep kiss, their noses touched, and Lin Shuyan's gaze was dreamy. Just one kiss made her feel weak. "Do you miss me?" he asked in a low voice, tempting her to respond. Lin Shuyan nodded obediently. "I miss you." His grip tightened a little more, and he lifted her slightly, showing great affection. After a moment, she quietly said, "I want grapes, I'm thirsty." Feeling thirsty from the kisses, he fed her grapes, watching her red lips bite into the green fruit, releasing a bit of juice, and leaned in to give her a quick kiss. "Is it sweet?" she asked playfully.
Sweet.
Lin Shuyan ate one herself, then slowly peeled another and put it in his mouth. When two people in love are together, even the simplest things feel satisfying. She turned to get more grapes, sitting up straight, her petite body twisting against him until he tensed up. Then he picked her up, striding towards the bedroom, unable to resist what he had planned for later. Lin Shuyan's eyes widened as she looked at him. When they reached the bedroom door, she managed to say, "Fu Bao." Fu Bao had been sleeping with Lin Shuyan and had just taken a nap, so naturally, he brought the pet back to his room. His expression darkened, but he opened the door and placed Lin Shuyan on the other side of the bed before picking up the sleeping Fu Bao and taking it to the next room. When he returned, Lin Shuyan was still sitting on the bed. He closed the door behind him, started to take off his watch, and then unbuttoned his shirt one by one. The simple actions he performed were pleasing to the eye, and Lin Shuyan watched openly. After all, he was her husband. A gentle breeze blew outside, and the shadows of the trees swayed. He unbuttoned the last button, leaned down, and pulled her close, his serious face showing a wildness. Lin Shuyan wrapped her arms around his neck. "I thought, Captain," he had great self-control. As he held her waist and pulled her closer, she pressed against his chest, his shirt open, and through her thin dress, she could feel his intense warmth. "Shouldn't we be careful? It's broad daylight. How embarrassing." "I'm not allowed to say a word," the man said hoarsely, then asked about something else. "Where did you buy that dress?" "You won't wear it again." Lin Shuyan looked down and said, "What's wrong with wearing a cheongsam? What's wrong with it? It fits her curves perfectly, and her waist is so slim, it's very eye-catching. It's too tempting." "No way, Zhang. I have the freedom to wear what I want. You can't interfere with me," Lin Shuyan replied playfully. The cheongsam looks so good that not only does she want to wear it, but she also made a new one. The man gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. "Then you have to wear an outer garment." "I already did." He couldn't argue with her at all. He used to think she was gentle and quiet, but now he saw her as lively and full of clever arguments. He leaned down to silence her, laying her back on the bed. The buttons were undone, revealing her fair skin, and the soft quilt sank beneath her. The man's hand, with veins showing, gently followed her hand, pressing it tightly into the quilt. After not having meat for half a month, the man's self-control was completely gone. Lin Shuyan underestimated his ability. Her body trembled, and her delicate waist bore small red marks.
Ugh. Zhang.
Her mouth was kissed, a weak attempt at comfort. After a long time, the man buried his face in her neck. The heat was intense, and his hair brushed against her face, damp with sweat. But she liked it and felt satisfied. She didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Shuyan fell into a deep sleep. Zhang pulled the blanket over her, looking at her innocent, tired face, and gently kissed her forehead. His hand caressed her face. The sleeping girl seemed to fear he would do something more, mumbling in her sleep, "Zhang, I'm going to die." Her voice was hoarse and full of grievance. Zhang felt helpless. How could she be so afraid of pain? A little pressure made her cry out. He couldn't help but feel sorry for her. When she woke up again, it was dark outside. Lin Shuyan found herself alone in bed. She shook her head, feeling sore all over. Her throat was dry, and after coughing a couple of times, she noticed a cup of water on the bedside table. She added a bit of spring water and drank it. The water was warm. Zhang had stayed with her for a long time. But Fu Bao had woken up, and Xiao Shu had returned, so he had to go downstairs. Lin Shuyan dragged herself up to change her clothes, mumbling to herself, "Men shouldn't be hungry. I won't invite him again next time." In the living room, Zhang was leaning on the sofa, looking at something. The man looked energetic and determined, showing no signs of fatigue. Lin Shuyan sat at the other end of the sofa, keeping her distance. The man glanced at her and said, "Come here." Lin Shuyan ignored him. When she asked him to stop earlier, he didn't listen. Zhang sighed, set down what he was holding, and moved closer. "Have you applied the medicine?" "No." Lin Shuyan rested her head on the arm of the sofa, feeling tired. Zhang's gaze deepened as he gently squeezed her hand. "Don't be upset, Yan Yan." Xiaoshu observed his uncle and aunt, wondering if they were arguing. It must be that his uncle was bothering his aunt again. It was time for dinner, and Zhang didn't want her to cook, so he drove to a local restaurant. As soon as he left, Xiaoshu hesitated, touching a piece of paper in his backpack. The school was having a parent-teacher meeting, and every student needed a parent to attend. He wanted his aunt to help him since his previous guardian, Zhou Heng, had never attended. He was back in the city for school, still in the same class, where a few kids teased him for not having parents. But his aunt was great, much better than their parents. He wasn't a child without love. He had family. Xiaoshu lowered his head, took out the paper, and walked over to the sofa.
"Aunt."
"What's wrong, Xiaoshu?" Lin Shuyan straightened up, wanting to maintain a calm and gentle demeanor in front of the child. Xiaoshu spoke carefully. "Are you free tomorrow?" The teacher said there's a parent meeting, and if you're busy, I can tell the teacher.
A parent meeting?
Sure, I'll go with your uncle tomorrow. Seeing the child's expression, Lin Shuyan understood his feelings. She could empathize with He Xiaoshu, perhaps because of her own experiences. No one ever attended her parent meetings either. Coincidentally, He Zhuang was also there, so they both would go. He Xiaoshu's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, I'll tell your uncle when he gets back.
Great.
When He Zhuang returned with dinner, he noticed the previously quiet child was now smiling and chatting with Lin Shuyan about school. He Xiaoshu was so happy that he even ate an extra bowl of food. Before bed, Lin Shuyan told He Zhuang about the meeting, and he agreed. He was there to support her, no matter where they went. Besides, he hadn't checked in on the child's school situation in a while. Lin Shuyan went to the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, He Zhuang was leaning against the table, looking out the window with a serious expression. He turned when he heard her and said, "Come here, apply the medicine."
That I can do it myself.
Lin Shuyan walked over, and before she could touch the medicine box, the man picked her up and placed her by the bed. Be good. After the medicine was applied, her face turned as red as an apple, and she wrapped herself in the blanket without saying a word. The lights were dimmed, and He Zhuang leaned closer to her. Lin Shuyan unconsciously moved into his embrace, completely forgetting her earlier thoughts of not provoking him. He Zhuang held her securely and let out a soft sigh. What's wrong? Why are you so afraid of pain? You always get hurt. Her mouth was covered by a small hand, and Lin Shuyan felt overwhelmed. This wasn't her fault. She was just an ordinary woman, and He Zhuang was not an ordinary man. Yen Yen. His voice was especially gentle in the dark. Lin Shuyan's fingers touched his chest. Taking care of the two kids must be tough for you. It's not tough. Xiaoshu and Fubao are both very good. I don't have to worry about them. Raising kids nowadays is almost like letting them be free. He Xiaoshu goes to school every day without needing her help, and on weekends, he can even help her with chores. Fubao is also very well behaved, quiet and calm. He Zhang kissed her cheek, without any desire, just wanting to give her a kiss. Do you want to go to school? A girls' school? Lin Shuyan shook her head. Maybe Jingyi Middle School. Girls' schools still carry societal restrictions, focusing more on virtues, etiquette, and specific skills like art, music, or piano, which are meant to cultivate one's character. Lin Shuyan felt that Jingyi Middle School suited her better, with a normal teaching environment and more freedom. He Zhang was silent for a moment. Okay. The next afternoon, the two went to attend a parent-teacher meeting for He Xiaoshu. At Hongxing Primary School, there are 3 teaching buildings. In a small 2-story building, there are 4 classrooms in a row. At that moment, the notice board downstairs in the teaching building displayed the latest test scores of each class. Who is it? Who is it? Let me see who got first place. A slightly plump woman squeezed in, carrying a small handbag and wearing a coat, with a bright red headband on her head that caught attention. In her other hand, she was holding a chubby child in suspenders, who looked very unwilling. I don't want to see the scores. Someone in front shouted, He Xiaoshu. First place is He Xiaoshu, no pushing. Then the plump woman squeezed back out. Ding pang pang, why are you at the bottom again? Everyone else got first. The chubby child had a sad face and immediately complained. It's all He Xiaoshu's fault. He hit me and hurt my hand, so I can't write. Was it really him who hurt your hand that day? The woman's voice suddenly rose. That day, her son came home with a cut on his hand, still wrapped up and bleeding. When she asked, he wouldn't say anything. It turned out he had been hit by a classmate. Her son didn't do well on his exam, and she was sure it was because of that top student. She immediately grabbed her son and headed to the second-floor classroom. Let's go get that little brat. I will teach him a lesson. Just because he has good grades doesn't mean he can hit people. Ding Pong Pong's eyes were darting around. He wanted to make sure He Xiaoshu got what was coming to him. When the teacher asked which parents could come yesterday, he didn't raise his hand. At school, the teachers were always nice to him, and his classmates let him bully others, except for He Xiaoshu. How dare he hit him Humph. It's no wonder Ding Pangfang thought this way. He was the only child in the Ding family. His father used to be a small official in the publicity department, and after the college entrance exam was reinstated, he got promoted and was in charge of enrollment regulations, which meant he had a lot of connections with the school. With these connections, the Ding family gained some power, and the school had to give them some respect. Mom, I heard that He Xiaoshu's dad got arrested and is in jail. He had overheard this once when he was eavesdropping in the office. The teacher said that He Xiaoshu had taken a break from school because his dad was arrested. Really? I knew it. When the foundation is weak, the structure collapses. How dare he hit someone? When they reached the classroom door, many parents were already inside, squeezed into the same space as their children. In the second-to-last row sat a boy in a white shirt and a navy blue jacket, looking lonely. His eyes occasionally glanced out the window. It was He Xiaoshu. Seeing other parents arriving made He Xiaoshu a bit anxious. Even though there were still 20 minutes until it started, he was worried his aunt wouldn't make it. She said she would come. His aunt wouldn't lie to him. He pressed his lips together, feeling a bit more at ease. In the past, he had always sat alone at parent-teacher meetings. Everyone in the class knew he was the only child without a parent attending. He Xiaoshu's small face was determined. He wasn't alone. He had his aunt and uncle. Lost in his thoughts, a loud, angry voice came from the door. Which one is He Xiaoshu?
Come out.
Ding Pongpong's mom stood at the door, hands on her hips, her large frame blocking most of the doorway and preventing many students and parents from entering. He Xiaoshu looked up and met Ding Pongpong's smug gaze.
What do you want?
Didn't you hear me? Get out here, you little brat. How dare you hit my son? At this, everyone turned to look. He Xiaoshu was the top student in the grade, and many envied him. Now that they heard he had hit someone, they all leaned in to see. To avoid affecting everyone, He Xiaoshu walked to the door, her small face tense, and coldly looked at Ding Pangfang and his mother, saying 3 words. He deserves it. You think your group of kids can hit people and have a reason? You must apologize to my son in front of everyone today. If you don't, I'll have the principal expel you. Don't think that just because you study well, you can do whatever you want. He Xiaoshu replied, I did nothing wrong, so why should I apologize? Ding Pongpong's mother pulled He Xiaoshu into the hallway. You hitting someone is not wrong. The jeep passed the state-run hotel. Lin Shuyan frowned and urged, drive faster. Xiaoshu must be waiting anxiously. Before leaving, little Fubao needed to use the restroom, which delayed them a bit. She had wanted to arrive earlier, but now they were just in time. He Zhang glanced at the watch and calmly said, we'll make it. Lin Shuyan sighed, still worried, not wanting Xiaoshu to wait too long, in case other parents arrived. The car sped up and drove straight to Hongxing Primary School. The two followed Xiaoshu's directions to the classroom and went up to the 2nd floor. Up ahead, it was noisy, with a woman's sharp voice shouting, everyone look, this is the top student. Who knows how he got that? His father is in jail for breaking the law. I think he should be expelled. At such a young age, he can hit people. What will happen in the future? The heavy-set woman pulled her son's hand, which was wrapped in bandages. Look, he hurt my son so badly that he couldn't even do well on the exam.
He's a disaster.
You can apologize to us today, or else I'll tell your parents. Oh, wait, you don't have any parents, do you? They're all in jail. Ding Pongpong's mother spoke sarcastically, her words harsh. Around them were other parents, who felt uneasy seeing the children being scolded, and some couldn't help but speak up. Don't make it hard for the kids. Fighting is normal. Ding Pongpong's mother squeezed in front of that person. Are you defending him? Do you want her child in the same class as a delinquent?
I don't care about you.
That person could only fall silent. He Xiaoshu clenched her fists tightly, glaring at the woman in front of her. But she was no longer the impulsive child she used to be. Over time, she had received love from Lin Shuyan, and a loved child naturally gains confidence. Her aunt always said she was well-behaved and sensible, a good child, and she believed in herself that way. The delinquent was Zhou Heng's fault. It had nothing to do with her. She wouldn't lose her temper just because someone provoked her. Maybe she could call a teacher to handle it. On the other side, the teacher, a gentle woman, came over. "Oh, what's all this noise? What's going on, Fatty's mom?" The teacher is here. I suspect that Xiaoshu's top grades are fake. He is not friendly to classmates and even hit my child. I want him expelled." The teacher tried to mediate. "Oh dear, how could this happen? Xiaoshu must not hit others. You should apologize to Ding Fatty." This statement clearly favored Ding Fatty, especially since his father was involved in admissions and might need her help. Hearing this made Lin Shuyan furious. She quickly handed Fubao to Zhang and rushed over, shouting, "Move aside! Move aside!" Her usually gentle voice was now filled with anger, causing those around her to shiver and step back slightly. Lin Shuyan immediately spotted Xiaoshu and walked up to him, her beautiful eyes glaring at the people present. The overweight woman looked her up and down, sneering arrogantly. Lin Shuyan quickly realized she was the troublemaker. "Expel? Who wants to expel my child? Are you the principal? What right do you have to expel anyone?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, noticing the elegant woman in front of her, dressed in expensive clothes. She disliked beautiful women the most.
Who are you?
"What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? You're slandering my child here. Of course, it concerns me." Lin Shuyan was burning with anger.
Be civil?
"Sorry, not today. How dare you insult a child and claim his grades are not earned? Do you have any proof? Can a father be chosen? What does it matter if a father has made mistakes? What did the child do wrong? If you want to argue, argue with me, not a child." She spoke rapidly, her clear eyes wide with anger. "Have you forgotten what it means to be a teacher? You blindly make a child apologize without knowing the facts. I seriously doubt your ability to teach." The teacher's face turned red. She initially thought it was just a matter of having Xiaoshu apologize, since he hadn't mentioned his parents would come. "No, that's not it. Xiaoshu. His parents, this situation. I ask you, who are you? You're his parent, right? Dressed so flashy, thinking being pretty makes you special?" Lin Shuyan sneered. "Just because you're pretty doesn't mean you're special. Our Xiaoshu scored first, which is much more impressive. Are you just upset that others are doing well and looking for trouble?" This left the overweight woman speechless. Nearby parents secretly cheered, having often heard their children mention a bully named Ding, who seemed to fit the description. The woman pointed at Lin Shuyan, her fingers shaking with anger. You rude person. I want to see the principal. If you won't go, I will," Lin Shuyan said, pulling Xiaoshu along, ready to stand her ground. Zhang, standing by the crowd, watched the angry girl and protectively shielded the child behind him, his face flushed with anger. Though he was much smaller than others, he showed no fear. There were too many people and it was getting out of hand. The teacher urged, "Let's talk in the office." Lin Shuyan refused. "No. We haven't done anything wrong, so why should we go to the office?" This little bully dared to bring his mother to pick on Xiaoshu today, but she knew Xiaoshu would never start trouble, so it was clear the fault lay with them. "Is the principal Ji Jincheng? Have him come here." A cold voice came from outside the crowd, and everyone turned to see a tall figure, surprised. Who was this person, and how did they know the principal's name? Zhang approached to resolve the issue using the most effective method, finding someone responsible. The teacher was taken aback. If the principal came, she would surely share some blame. She quickly said, "He's Xiaoshu's parent. I'm his uncle."
Oh, Xiaoshu's onkel,
"What about Xiaoshu's aunt?" Zhang's expression was serious. As a military man and a high-ranking official, his presence made others hesitate to approach. Even the overweight woman lost some of her bravado. The teacher nervously continued, "Let's ask Xiaoshu if he was the one who caused this injury." Xiaoshu stepped out from behind Lin Shuyan, his lips pressed tightly together. Lin Shuyan turned to him. "Xiaoshu, tell the truth." "I did it," he admitted, uttering 3 words. The teacher sighed in relief, and Ding's mother became smug. "Did you hear that, everyone?
He did it.
At such a young age, hitting others. What will he do when he grows up?" "Be quiet," Lin Shuyan shouted, bending down to look at Xiaoshu. "Are you hurt? Why did you hit him?" Her tone softened as she spoke to the child. The overweight woman rolled her eyes and said, "Humph, pretending. Hitting is just hitting." He Xiaoshu gritted his teeth and hadn't said anything yet when a little girl ran out of the classroom, followed by an elderly person. "Teacher, please don't scold Xiaoshu anymore. I'm sorry, it's all because of me that they fought." Lin Shuyan was taken aback and looked at the thin little girl, feeling confused. The two boys fought because of a little girl? She wanted to imagine what happened but turned back to He Xiaoshu. Seeing the little girl, the teacher seemed to find a savior. "Li Wei, can you tell us why they fought?" The little girl, with tears in her eyes, sniffled and said, "Ding Pang Pang bullies me every day. He threw my notebook out the window, put a toad in my drawer, and spilled my lunch. I don't want to worry my grandma." I sniff. Later, He Xiaoshu saw it and told him to stop. She wiped her tears and continued. Then Ding Pang Pang and some classmates started hitting He Xiaoshu, and that's when Xiaoshu fought back. It was their fault, not Xiaoshu's. They even pushed him down the stairs. Lin Shuyan frowned and glanced at Xiaoshu, pulling him closer. The little girl spoke in broken sentences. She didn't have parents, just a gray-haired grandma at home. Even if she told her grandma, it would only make her worry. After she finished speaking, everyone looked at Ding Pang Pang with disapproval. Ding Pang Pang glared back and said, "Who told him to meddle?" The teacher looked at Li Wei and said, "Hey, why didn't you tell me? If you had told me sooner, this wouldn't have happened." With that, the focus shifted away from Ding Pang Pang and onto the little girl, making Lin Shuyan frown. The little girl sniffed and hid beside her guilty-looking grandma. "I did tell you, but you said Ding Pang Pang was just playing with me and not to worry. But he spills my lunch every day, and that food is what my grandma gets by folding paper boxes." Lin Shuyan scoffed. "Does the teacher think this is playing? It seems like he should apologize to us and pay for the little girl's lunch." Everyone was watching, and everyone heard clearly, looking disapprovingly at Ding Pang Pang. Some parents even asked if their children had been bullied. The situation turned against Ding Pang Pang, and some children boldly spoke up, admitting they had been bullied to some extent. Ding Pong Pong's mother was upset. "What are you all looking at? It's just a little scuffle. What kid hasn't caused trouble? Humph. What are you staring at?" Just then, someone shouted, "The principal is coming." Everyone turned to look at the stairs as Principal Ji, in his 40s, hurried over with a hint of panic on his face. Principal Ji's expression was serious as he quickly approached, seeming eager to resolve the situation. He sighed internally, thinking it was unfortunate to have to deal with the grandson of the He family. He walked directly to He Zhang and said He Tuan. But upon meeting He Zhang's gaze, he changed his words. "Comrade He, I will handle this matter." "Teacher Wei, what is going on?" Principal Ji asked sternly. The female teacher shivered. He was usually friendly and had never lost his temper like this before. The female teacher stammered as she explained the situation, no longer daring to hide anything. Principal Wei looked at Ding Pong Pong's mother and said, "Ding Pong Pong's parent, you need to apologize to the children involved." The heavy-set woman looked incredulous. My husband is a school recruiter." Principal Ji repeated firmly, "Please apologize and also come with me to handle the withdrawal procedures. Our school cannot tolerate students who are not united and friendly." "Hey, principal. Ding Pong Pong's mother panicked. Although her husband had some influence, it was not comparable to the principal's authority. Hearing about the expulsion terrified her. "You can just accept our apology, right? If we apologize, you won't expel my son, will you?" Reluctantly, she glanced at Lin Shuyan and the others. "I'm sorry. Is that enough?" Lin Shuyan replied coldly, "Your son should apologize since he was the one who hit others, and he should also pay for their lunch." Ding Pang Pang refused to apologize, feeling it was too embarrassing. "I won't apologize. I want to hit someone. I'll get back at He Xiaoshu for interfering. I'll get you." He threw himself on the ground, throwing a tantrum, and his sturdy body was hard for even his mother to control. The heavy-set woman rummaged through her bag and handed several bills to Li Wei. "Is this enough? Is this enough?" With the situation escalating, the parent meeting was delayed. Lin Shuyan lost interest in continuing the meeting. She had dressed in new clothes today to support Xiaoshu, but things had turned out like this. Aside from the chaos, she felt a strange, unnameable feeling blocking her heart. Her child had been bullied at school and pushed down the stairs, yet remained silent. She wasn't Xiaoshu's real mother. If she were, Xiaoshu wouldn't have hidden this. It was not true that she wasn't hurt. Suddenly feeling disheartened, she frowned slightly and walked over to Zhang. Zhang lowered his gaze and easily noticed her sudden change in mood. Lin Shuyan said gloomily, "I want to go back." "Okay." The man took her hand, a coldness flickering in his deep eyes. "Principal Ji, I hope you can resolve this matter perfectly. Otherwise, I will report the admissions issue to the authorities. Due to the special nature of Area 18, any suspicious matters can be investigated directly by leaders of the team and above. A school cannot be without its flaws, and if Area 18 gets involved, it will bring a lot of trouble. I will handle it, Comrade He." Zhang held the child Fubao with one arm and led Lin Shuyan outside, turning back to sternly look at Xiaoshu. "Keep up." During this time, because of Lin Shuyan, he had been kind to the two children, but now he returned to his strict demeanor. Xiaoshu slowly followed, feeling anxious. When the family went downstairs, they heard the loud cries of Ding Pongpong's mother from the second floor, but they continued walking to the parking area, without looking back. The three stood by the roadside. Lin Shuyan held Fubao, waiting for Zhang to back out of the parking space. She wasn't smiling. Unlike her usual cheerful self with the two children, the wind blew her long hair, and Fubao seemed to sense her unhappiness. With her little hand, she brushed Lin Shuyan's hair aside, her big, round eyes filled with concern. "Auntie." "Boo. Baby is good." "Good." Lin Shuyan ruffled the child's little tuft of hair and held her a bit tighter. After a few months together, even though they weren't biologically related, to Lin Shuyan, who came from another world, they were her family. Xiaoshu nervously tugged at his clothes, glancing at his aunt before quickly looking down. He felt like he had done something wrong again. He didn't want his aunt to be unhappy. If she was unhappy, she wouldn't like him anymore. The jeep turned around and stopped beside them. Lin Shuyan sat in the passenger seat with the child, and Xiaoshu obediently climbed into the back seat. As the car drove off, Zhang glanced at her. She was looking out the window, and her reflection showed her eyes were red. Indeed, he shouldn't be too nice to the little brat. He should discipline her. Just like those kids in the team, they behave once they are firmly corrected. Even if they don't, they won't lose in a fight. That little chubby one could take on 5 at once. His brows furrowed tighter as he started to think about the training for Xiaoshu. The car drove back to Su Garden. Lin Shuyan set Fubao down and called Xiaoshu over. Xiaoshu stood there, already quite tall for an 8-year-old, reaching her waist. He felt anxious, more afraid than when being scolded by his uncle. Afraid of upsetting her uncle, afraid that he wouldn't like her. Lin Shuyan looked for a few seconds and said, "Let me see where you're hurt." Xiaoshu hesitated and didn't move. Zhang glanced at him, and he shivered. "Don't want to tell your uncle? Is it because you don't trust him, or do you think he did something wrong?" In a way, Lin Shuyan understood why the child was hiding things. He didn't want her to worry or get angry. But it still felt bad, a bit sad, like when a child suddenly has a secret from you. Besides, sometimes it's important to teach children a lesson. Otherwise, they might grow up only sharing good news and not the bad, which could lead to trouble later. After Lin Shuyan finished speaking, Xiaoshu looked up, shook his head, and his eyes showed panic. Then he lowered his head and rolled up his pant leg, revealing a large scrape on his knee, some bruises on his leg, and his arm. If that little chubby kid hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have fallen down the stairs. He didn't lose in the fight. Fubao cautiously moved closer to her and looked at his brother with concern, shaking his little head. "Brother, don't. Upset, auntie." Lin Shuyan frowned, turned to get the medicine box, and placed it on the sofa. "Help him apply some medicine." She was speaking to Zhang, and after saying that, she went upstairs. Xiaoshu followed a couple of steps, pouting, but didn't dare to call out to his aunt. He didn't cry during the fight. He didn't cry when he was pushed down the stairs. He didn't cry at school today, but now, because his aunt left, a few tears fell. He had upset his aunt. Zhang rummaged through 2 bottles of medicine and handed one to him, sternly saying, "After you're done, go run around the house. You can't stop until I say so." After that, he walked up the stairs with big strides. The kid was tough. He fell, so what? It wasn't more important than comforting his wife. The room was quiet. Lin Shuyan sat at the table, looking out the window. It was late autumn. Outside, the sky was gloomy and the wind blew the fallen leaves, creating a desolate scene. When she first arrived in this world, it was just the beginning of autumn. Months had passed in a flash, and every day here was simple and peaceful, the kind of days she had longed for in her past life. She felt heavy-hearted, not angry, but pained for the child and filled with guilt. This was her first time caring for a child, and she had poured in so much emotion, thinking she was doing a great job, yet she hadn't even noticed he was hurt. That day, she clearly saw that Xiaoxu was upset. Why didn't she ask a few more questions? Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes as she rested her arms on the table, her throat tight. Then, someone placed a hand on her shoulder. Zhang looked at the silent girl, feeling a slight pain in his heart. In his eyes, she had always been cheerful, facing problems without self-pity, and instead, she worked hard to solve them. Just like today, she stood up for the little tree, arguing and reasoning with others. But her heart was so soft that she felt guilty when a child got hurt. Why are you still sad? The little tree is stubborn. If he doesn't speak, it's because he doesn't want you to worry. Zhang gently ruffled her hair, his voice warm and deep. It's my fault for not caring much about home before. After my sister left, I thought Zhou wouldn't treat the kids too badly, not knowing he doesn't care for them at all, making their lives difficult in the Zhou family. Zhang knelt down, his tall frame allowing him to look her in the eye, his deep gaze filled with tenderness. You've taken care of them well all along, even more than I have as their uncle. The little tree is clever and understands everything. You didn't notice that every time you came close to me, that boy would stare at you with reluctance. He likes you more than anyone. Lin Xuyan's eyes widened slightly as she sniffled. No way. Yes, there is. When Xiaoyu came, they both rushed to help you, afraid you would like Xiaoyu more. This seemed true, and Lin Xuyan smiled through her tears. How do you know everything? Seeing her smile, Zhang felt relieved. He placed his hand on the back of her neck, gently squeezing, because it's about you. Since it was about her, he knew everything. Lin Xuyan reached out and hugged his neck, her voice a bit gloomy. I just felt bad seeing the child hurt. I should have shown more concern when he came back that day. As she spoke about her sadness, tears threatened to spill again. Zhang frowned, wondering why she was crying again. He reached under her knees and lifted her up, his tall frame making her petite body feel weightless, and she gasped, holding onto him tightly. If he doesn't say anything, you wouldn't know. Blame that boy for being so stubborn. Lin Xuyan replied, Is that how you talk about kids? The man kept a serious face. He made my wife cry. I have to say something. Lin Xuyan wiggled her slender legs. Why are you carrying me? Put me down. I won't, Zhang said firmly, carrying her to the bed and sitting down. He looked at her red eyes and gently wiped away the tears. Are you still crying? Lin Xuyan turned her head away, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Her emotions had come on suddenly, and it seemed a little dramatic. I'm not crying. The chin was held firmly, and she turned back, saying, Okay, I didn't cry, just my eyes are red. Zhang looked at her seriously. The family matters rested on her shoulders. Marrying him, the young girl didn't have an easy life. She had to take care of the child without any help, and he felt guilty about it. If the family was still there, living in the military housing area, and the child had someone to look after them, she wouldn't need to worry. He became serious, his brows furrowing. Lin Xuyan blinked. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Once the family housing is built, I'll ask Comrade Li to reserve the best unit for us. The military district has schools for children, and Fubao can go to daycare, so you won't have to tire yourself out. I'm not tired, Lin Xuyan laughed again. Are you trying to pull strings to get the best unit? No, it was supposed to be assigned to me long ago. It was just given to someone else, since I didn't have a wife before. Oh, that's great. The man looked into her eyes. When she smiled, her eyes curved, and there was a faint dimple on her left cheek that made his heart soften. Her eyes seemed to hold stars, and when she looked at him, there was a hint of a little girl's charm and admiration. Zhang questioned himself, believing he wasn't doing well. He couldn't be there often or share the household chores, yet she never complained. She was like a warm spring breeze, easily melting his cold heart. Lin Shuyan lifted her head, her delicate arm resting on his shoulder, revealing a small section of her fair wrist, the jade bracelet making her skin look translucent. He had only been back for 3 days, and each night felt like he was trying to make up for lost time, keeping her in bed all night with no escape. As a result, there were faint red marks on her collarbone, which was slightly exposed. Her rosy lips were still a bit swollen after a day, like 2 full petals. Zhang lowered his gaze and leaned in, his cool lips gently touching hers, kissing her softly without any desire. His icy eyes held a gentle affection. But the one being kissed recalled the previous night's intensity and shivered involuntarily. Although she loved being kissed by him, she thought, not now. Not at this moment. She placed her small hand on his firm chest, pulling back slightly. Don't come back tonight. Her face was flushed. She felt that the strength she had built up over a month was used up in just 3 days with Zhang. If this continued, she would be in trouble. Understanding her thoughts, the man chuckled softly, his voice vibrating through his chest, making Lin Shuyan's face turn even warmer. What are you laughing at? It's just that you have no self-control. No one dared to say that commander he lacked self-control. His soldiers always described him as a tough and unyielding leader. He only lacks self-control around Lin Shuyan. After talking for a while, Lin Shuyan patted his shoulder to get up. Where is Xiaoshu? Zhang replied calmly. He went for a punishment run. He's hurt. How can he run? Why not? From now on, he should run 10 laps downstairs every morning. Lin Shuyan felt a headache. Don't treat the child like a soldier. She quickly stood up and hurried downstairs. Zhang followed, as the soldiers from other teams in District 18 would love to be trained by him. Outside the house, Xiaoshu was seriously running laps, already on his 5th lap. He was panting, his little face red, and sweat was beading on his forehead. 1 lap around the house is about 400 meters, and the child had never run this far before. His legs felt heavy, like they were tied with sandbags, and his arms were too sore to move. But since his uncle didn't say to stop, he kept running. He made his aunt sad, so he had to be punished. Little Fubao stood at the gate, and when her brother ran back, she bounced and waved her little hand. Go, go. You can do it. She cheered loudly, as if calling out louder would give her brother more strength. When Lin Shuyan came down, she saw Fubao bouncing like a little rabbit, her 2 braids swaying. Go, go. It was both heartwarming and funny. Lin Shuyan hurried a few steps across the front yard, saying anxiously, Xiaoshu, come back. She wasn't wearing a coat, and the wind was a bit cold. Her eyes were still red. Xiaoshu glanced at his aunt, feeling conflicted because his uncle hadn't said to stop, but his aunt wanted him to come over. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and ran to her, still in a running posture when he reached Lin Shuyan. Stop running. What are you doing? Are your legs not hurting anymore? They hurt, but... Seeing her red eyes made him feel suddenly wronged and guilty. Tears welled up in his eyes. Aunt, I'm sorry. What are you saying? Hurry and stop, let's go inside. Lin Shuyan reached out to pull him, but Xiaoshu dodged while crying. Zhang approached and said coldly, I told you to go inside, hurry up. Only then did Xiaoshu follow Lin Shuyan inside. As they passed each other, Lin Shuyan shot a reproachful glance at Zhang, who frowned, thinking it was just a few laps. Xiaoshu planned to add 10 frog jumps to his punishment. After bringing the child inside, Lin Shuyan saw his sweaty head and quickly got him a towel. Quick, wipe off the sweat. You might catch a cold going from hot to cold. After speaking, she bent down to check the child's leg injury. Fortunately, the child had followed her instructions, and applied the medicine himself. Lin Xuyan frowned, still feeling uneasy. Go take a warm bath and change your clothes. You know the wound can't get wet, right? Her voice was gentle, just like before. He Xiaoshu looked at her directly, his eyes red. The child rarely expressed emotions, and Lin Xuyan felt a pang of sadness. All right, if you get hurt again, you mustn't hide it from your aunt. He Xiaoshu nodded. He felt bad for making his aunt sad, yet she was still so kind to him. His aunt had not abandoned him. He bit his lip, vowing to treat her well in the future. He wanted to earn a lot of money to buy her delicious food, new clothes, and a big house. He longed to hug his aunt, just like Fu Bao did. When he was little, he could snuggle in his mother's arms, but now he didn't dare. He hesitated, then said again, "Aunt, I'm sorry." The usually stubborn child looked pitiful. Lin Xuyan felt even more heartbroken for He Xiaoshu than for Fu Bao. At least when Fu Bao's mother passed away, he was just a baby and didn't understand. But He Xiaoshu had experienced a mother's love, and then the loss. He was so sensible it hurt. She reached out and pulled the thin child into her arms, gently patting his back. It's okay. Everything will be fine. He Xiaoshu's eyes widened, feeling as if 1,000 fireworks had exploded in his heart. He felt her soft hand on his back and smelled a scent like his mother's. He blinked in disbelief that his aunt was holding him. It felt so warm. He didn't want to let go. Seeing his aunt holding his brother, Fu Bao rushed over. "Aunt, hug me." Lin Xuyan smiled at her messy hair and pulled both children into her embrace. Meanwhile, He Zhang frowned, his deep eyes growing darker. He stepped forward, pinching He Xiaoshu's collar with 2 fingers, and said coldly, "Go take a bath." At 8 years old, he shouldn't be cuddled. When he was 8, he didn't act spoiled. He Xiaoshu glanced at his uncle, then looked longingly at his aunt. Lin Xuyan patted his shoulder. "Go on. Wash up and change your clothes first." "Okay." He Xiaoshu immediately turned and ran upstairs. Seeing the man's dark expression, Lin Xuyan suppressed a laugh. Even the children could be jealous. She picked up Fu Bao. "Oh, our Fu Bao smells so good, like milk." "Wow, so nice." Fu Bao sniffed his little clothes and nodded in satisfaction. He smelled better than his brother. The whole family was a bit jealous. After all this, it was time to eat dinner. Recently, I have mostly been at the noodle shop and rarely cooked at home. Feeling good at the moment, Lin Xuyan decided to make something delicious tonight. She checked the kitchen and found half a chicken, some vegetables, and potatoes. Usually, she makes chicken soup for the kids, but since it's a bit chilly today, she thought about making a chicken casserole in a clay pot. She used to love eating it in winter. It has a sweet and savory flavor and is warm. Without hesitation, she said, "He Zhang." The man came right away, asking, "Can you help me chop the chicken into small pieces? We're having chicken casserole." Although he didn't know what that was, chopping chicken was simple. He took a knife and, with his tall figure standing by the stove, easily chopped the chicken into even pieces. Lin Xuyan rinsed the chicken, sprinkled a bit of salt and cooking wine to marinate it for a moment, and finally added some cornstarch to mix well. He Zhang took the initiative to start the fire and steam the rice. Lin Xuyan focused on preparing the ingredients, her petite figure busy in the kitchen like a little bird, smiling as she moved from one task to another. She found some mild green peppers and cut them into pieces, chopped a few small red onions, and cut the green onions and cilantro into sections, smashing the garlic cloves. "He Zhang, there are oranges in the living room. Can you bring me 2, please?" "Sure," he replied, getting up to fetch the oranges.
"Peel the oranges for me," she said.
He complied, his long fingers skillfully removing the peel, leaving a fragrant piece on the counter. He then fed Lin Xuyan 2 segments of the peeled orange. "So sweet. Let's give some to Fu Bao." The little girl followed her closely, looking up with wide eyes, eagerly moving her mouth. He Zhang handed the remaining orange to Fu Bao, saying, "Here." Fu Bao held the orange, as her uncle didn't feed her. "That's fine. She could eat it herself." Fu Bao was clever. She stuffed her cheeks full and followed Lin Xuyan like a little tail. Lin Xuyan took a small bowl to prepare the sauce. In this day and age, there are few seasonings, but she bought everything she could use. She adjusted the flavors to be sweet and savory. 2 spoons of soy sauce, 1 spoon of honey, 1 spoon of cooking wine, and an additional spoon of mushroom sauce for extra flavor. She placed the clay pot on the small stove to heat it up, added a generous spoonful of oil, and sautéed and garlic until they turned slightly golden, releasing a wonderful aroma. The heat was just right. She added the chicken, spreading it out, and stir-fried until it was cooked and the skin turned a crispy golden color. The scent of rice, wine mixed with the aroma of the chicken filled the kitchen. Lin Shuyan poured in the prepared sauce, stirring it evenly. Next, she added the shredded orange peel, red onions, and green peppers, continuing to stir-fry. After 2 minutes of vigorous cooking, she covered the clay pot and drizzled a bit of rice wine on top. She took a towel to move the pot, but Zhang quickly took it from her, saying, "I'll do it. The little girl has delicate skin. What if she gets burned?" He placed the clay pot on the stove, letting it cool down a bit. She chopped some greens and quickly stir-fried them on the stove. Then, she made a plate of minced meat with eggplant and a tomato egg soup, using 4 eggs. By the time the dishes were ready, the rice was also steamed. Xiaoshu hurried down from upstairs to help bring the dishes to the table and serve rice for everyone. Then, like a little tail, he followed Lin Shuyan. Zhang looked at him, and he turned away, pretending not to see. He just wanted to stick with his aunt today. Lin Shuyan patted his head, saying, "All right, why are we all crowded in the kitchen? Wash your hands, and let's eat." The group sat at the dining table, noticing the sky outside. Xiu wouldn't be coming back today. When the clay pot was opened, a delicious aroma filled the air. Lin Shuyan added chicken to both of the little ones' bowls and thought for a moment before putting the biggest piece in a certain man's bowl. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the juices locked in tightly. One bite made it burst with flavor, incredibly delicious. Eating an extra bowl of rice was the best way to show respect for it. So, the 4 of them finished the entire pot of food. Fu Bao's little belly was full with a big bowl, and Lin Shuyan also had a little more. The rest was all cleared by the man. There wasn't even a drop of soup left in the pot. They mixed it all with rice. Seeing everyone finish their meal, Lin Shuyan felt very satisfied, saying, "Zhang, if you eat like this every day, won't you gain weight?" If he gained weight, he would lose his abs. Just thinking about it was scary. The man raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly. "No, I exercise a lot." That was true. He did move around a lot. Move? Lin Shuyan found that statement a bit strange. After the meal, Xiaoshu volunteered to wash the dishes. Lin Shuyan laughed. "Good, go have fun with your uncle." "Yes, stay active." When the 2 finished washing the dishes and came out, Lin Shuyan sat at the table watching Xiaoshu write. His homework was filled with red stars. No wonder he was the top student. After finishing his homework, Lin Shuyan sat back on the sofa, casually flipping through his books, while Xiaoshu sat close to her, with Fu Bao on the other side. Zhang frowned, a hint of coldness in his deep eyes, staring at the oblivious little boy. Xiaoshu pretended not to notice his uncle's gaze, sitting still as if glued to the spot. Finally, Captain He picked up Fu Bao and happily sat next to his wife. The next day, the 2 went to a noodle shop. Unexpectedly, at noon, Zhang said he had plans to meet someone for lunch. Lin Shuyan thought he was going alone, but it turned out he wanted to take her with him. Fu Bao was still playing in the backyard with Lu Dongdong, so he simply told Lin Xianglian and didn't bring the child along. The car drove out of the alley, turned onto a street Lin Shuyan had never been to, and stopped in a quiet place. There were not many pedestrians, and it was very peaceful. When Lin Shuyan got out of the car, she saw a courtyard gate with white walls and black tiles, an arched entrance that resembled a Jiangnan garden. On the left side of the archway was a wooden sign, intricately carved with elegant characters, Yunqing Cottage. Zhang walked around the front of the car, took her hand, and led her inside. Lu Jingxi likes to meet in places like this. Lu Jingxi? The name sounded familiar, but she couldn't recall immediately. When she saw the person, Lin Shuyan remembered it was a friend from the time they had dinner together at a state-run restaurant. The dishes were very light, In this era, state-run restaurants usually served large portions of meat and fish, so filling up was the priority. It was rare to see such delicate presentation. Besides Lu Jingxi, there was also Fu Yang, and Lin Shuyan greeted both of them. Lu Jingxi, wearing glasses, observed the two of them through the lenses. If last time He Zhuang was taking care of her, this time he was definitely holding her hand, showing a strong sense of trust. He smiled down, realizing that even he was captivated by a beautiful woman. However, this wife was indeed lovely, fresh and vibrant like a flower. She had a good personality too. Yang Xiaoshan praised her every day, saying she managed the noodle shop very well. He Zhuang having a confidant made their group of friends happier than anyone else. He Zhuang, sister-in-law, please sit down and eat first. Even though they were friends, it was still hard to get He Zhuang to meet up. He Zhuang asked, has Xiaoshan not come? He went to the south for supplies this time and hasn't returned yet. He Zhuang nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Once the dishes were served, everyone began to eat, and Lin Shuyan was still unaware of the reason for their gathering today. He Zhuang spoke first. You know someone at Jingyi High School, right? This question was directed at Lu Jingxi, who worked in the government and was responsible for the follow-up work on the college entrance examination restoration. He was certainly at a higher level than that chubby dad from school. Friends of He Zhuang not only had strong abilities, but also came from notable families in Beijing. Lu Jingxi nodded. I know some people. I can talk to the principal. When he said he could talk, it meant he could indeed influence things. In front of He Zhuang, they always spoke frankly. There weren't many matters that would require He Zhuang to seek their help. He Zhuang said, Shuyan wants to go to school. Can you help me with that? Lu Jingxi replied, Does sister-in-law want to study? It turns out this is related to my sister-in-law, no wonder mister. He came to dinner today. Lin Shuyan was also surprised. It was because of her matter that He Zhuang was so proactive. She had just mentioned it yesterday, and today it was arranged. Yes, I want to go to Jingyi Middle School. How can I get in? This wasn't too difficult. Normally, one could enroll, but since the second semester was already halfway through, getting in would require some connections. Don't worry, I'll talk to them. You can just go there to register. Okay, Lin Shuyan thought for a moment and added, you don't need to give me special treatment. With so many people at school, she just wanted to study without causing unnecessary trouble or gossip. Lu Jingxi smiled. Don't worry, sister-in-law. The food on the table was good. After discussing everything, Lin Shuyan lowered her head to eat. He Zhuang started talking to Fu Yang. After a while, Lin Shuyan realized they seemed to be discussing the Yao family. Yao Ling's father was under investigation, which explained why Lin Shuyan had been puzzled. Given the personalities of the Yao family, if Yao Ling was in trouble, her parents would definitely come to cause a scene. But they hadn't shown up during this time. I'm keeping an eye on Yao Jinqing's situation. If it involves their military district, we will need your help, Fu Yang said. He Zhuang nodded and placed a shrimp into Lin Shuyan's bowl. There was a dish of boiled shrimp on the table. She had eaten a lot of meat, but she didn't often have fish or seafood. She wanted to eat it but didn't want to peel the shrimp. The man didn't turn around but was peeling a second shrimp. Lin Shuyan smiled to herself. It was rare in this day and age for a man to peel shrimp for a woman. But she appreciated how he took care of her. He placed the second shrimp in her bowl. Lin Shuyan leaned closer and whispered, You should eat too. He Zhuang wasn't very fond of shrimp. For him, peeling for a bite wasn't enjoyable. You eat first. The two sitting across from them couldn't bear to look, feeling a bit sour. When did the eldest son of a high-ranking official start peeling shrimp for someone? After a meal, the two said goodbye to Fu Yang and Lu Jingxi. Once in the car, He Zhuang said he would take Lin Shuyan to Jingyi Middle School to have a look. He felt it was dangerous for his wife to go to school, so he wanted to see it for himself to feel at ease. The school was close to the noodle shop, so it was a good opportunity to visit before heading back. Lin Shuyan agreed. At Jingyi Middle School, both sides of the tree-lined path were filled with ginkgo trees. During the break after lunch, students were coming and going on the street, and exciting music played on the radio, reminding everyone that knowledge is power. Knowledge changes destiny. Students hurried along, some running out of the cafeteria after finishing their meals, rushing to their classrooms. Some were reading books under the trees, while others walked together, full of youthful energy. A car arrived at the entrance. During mealtimes, people could come and go freely, but driving in required identification. Zhang took out his ID and held it out the window. The guard glanced at it and waved him in. Officers were allowed entry. These days, even in the capital, having a small car or a jeep was something to be envied. As the jeep drove down the path, students looked over, guessing who might be inside. After finding a parking spot, the two got out of the car. The school atmosphere was comfortable, artistic, and vibrant. Passing female students with braided hair chatted excitedly while holding their books. Most boys had short hair, and some were running on the dusty playground. Lin Shuyan and Zhang walked side by side. She wore an outfit from a southern store, a white turtleneck top, a velvet skirt, and a knitted beige coat. The skirt had been altered to fit her waist better, giving her a nice silhouette. The beige coat complemented her skin tone, and her long black hair flowed freely, held back by a light blue headband. Both boys and girls passing by couldn't help but look twice. She looks great. Have you seen a skirt like that? Her waist looks so slim. Haha, she already has a slim waist, unlike us who just had a big meal. She looks like she stepped out of a magazine, and that guy next to her is handsome too. Oh wow, you two are blushing. You look like a couple. So what if we are? Just looking won't get us in trouble. Exactly. The girls were somewhat reserved, but the boys were staring, one almost bumping into a tree while walking. Zhang remained quiet and pulled Lin Shuyan a bit closer. She naturally leaned against him and took his hand. Zhang's hand stiffened for a moment, but he didn't want to let go. In these times, it was rare to see couples being so affectionate in public. Even married couples often kept a distance. But for Lin Shuyan, holding hands was the most normal thing for couples. She felt happy and said softly, "This school is really nice. It looks big and new." "Yeah, it's okay. What's so great about it?" He thought the girls' school next door was nice. At least there weren't a bunch of boys staring at her. "Otherwise, you should go to school with Xiuyu. You two can look out for each other." "Really?" This man changed his mind so quickly. Lin Shuyan frowned. "I don't want that. I think Xiuyu should come to school with me. She can learn more here." That could work. It would be good for Xiuyu to keep an eye on her. Zhang was already considering this idea. Seeing Lin Shuyan's serious expression, he shook his hand. "Let's talk about it after this semester. We need to ask Xiuyu herself." Okay. They walked slowly, and when Lin Shuyan was happy, she would skip a bit. Next to Zhang, she felt like a little girl. After a quick tour of the school buildings, they went to the noodle shop to pick up fubao and head home. As soon as they arrived at the noodle shop, he approached them mysteriously. "Sister Shuyan." Lin Shuyan asked, "What's up?" "That little restaurant has put up a new menu at the door. They also serve beef noodles and chicken soup noodles," Lu He said worriedly. "What if they steal our customers? Their prices are even 5 cents cheaper than ours." Lin Shuyan laughed. "Oh, that's fine. Let them learn. If they make the same dishes, Li Meifeng is just digging her own grave. Their noodles are not just delicious, they also use spring water." Lu He looked surprised, "Huh? Otherwise, do you have a way to manage it?" "We need to be confident. Our noodles are the best." Lin Shuyan teased her, noticing Zhang coming out with fubao. She went to the kitchen to tell Lin Xianglian and then returned. Passing by the little restaurant, they indeed saw the new menu posted. Interesting time flew by, and 3 days passed in a blink. That evening, Zhang packed his bags as usual. Lin Shuyan took out a box of ointment. She had made a few extra boxes while preparing the snow cream last time. "Take the medicine. Does your leg still hurt?" Zhang took the ointment. "It feels much better. It doesn't hurt much anymore." Not hurting much means it can still hurt. You must remember to apply it. "There's also some herbal foot soak downstairs. I'll go get it." Lin Shuyan went downstairs. Zhang looked at the ointment in his hand, his expression dark. He opened it and saw it was the same as before. He had sought treatment for his leg injury over the years, but they all said it needed time to heal, with no immediate results. But the medicine Lin Shuyan gave him worked too well. so well that it seemed beyond current medical standards. He had checked this medicine. Both the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and the military hospital said it was a common gout ointment, but they didn't know what else was added to it. Zhang felt conflicted. On one hand, he thought Lin Shuyan seemed out of place. A person who had been slow for over a decade suddenly became capable and did everything well. Whether it was medicine, opening a noodle shop, or the things she occasionally said, it all felt too different from her previous life. He didn't deny that a person could be smart, but in a place like Lingjia village, without any means or opportunities to learn, it was impossible for her to become this way. Yet, Zhang didn't want to investigate further. He hesitated and felt uncertain. A person who usually acted decisively was now very conflicted about this matter. For the first time, he was afraid the outcome wouldn't be what he wanted to know. Zhang, here, make sure to use it. Don't be afraid of the trouble, Lin Shuyan said as she handed him the wrapped traditional medicine, carefully reminding him. Then she stepped forward and hugged his waist. If you don't use it, I'll worry. Zhang felt a pang in his heart, suppressing his emotions, and kissed her forehead. I will use it. Lin Shuyan sighed. She seemed unable to get used to farewells. It was too painful. You must not sneak away tomorrow. Remember to wake me up. The man replied in a deep voice, okay. Lying is for little dogs. As night deepened, thinking about him leaving early, Lin Shuyan felt heavy-hearted and couldn't lift her spirits. She lay beside him, silent and gloomy. The man gently stroked her back without saying much. When he finally put down his documents, he turned to her and asked, Are you going to sleep? Lin Shuyan nodded, and Zhang reached up to turn off the light. The room went dark, and he lay down, pulling her into his embrace. His firm, warm chest made Lin Shuyan feel safe.
Zhang.
The man replied with a low sound. Her small hand wandered over his body, feeling the hard muscles, while the jade bracelet rested softly on her slender wrist. Her hand traced his jaw, touching the slightly rough skin, the feeling of having just shaved. Zhang patiently adjusted the blanket over her shoulders and asked softly, Aren't you going to sleep? If I fall asleep, when I wake up, you'll be gone. Staying awake meant she could be with him a little longer. Hearing her voice filled with grievance, Zhang felt his heart ache. He truly wanted to keep her close wherever he went. Be careful when you're on a mission.
Stay safe, he said.
Remember to think of me every day.
Call me.
And don't look at other girls. Lin Shuyan chattered, and as she spoke, her sadness grew, her voice trembling. I don't want you to go. He lowered his head to kiss her, feeling her wet eyes. It's okay, I'll call you. Besides comforting her, he didn't know what else to do. The kiss was just the beginning. The two of them stayed close until late at night, and after crying a few times, the little one finally fell asleep with red eyes. However, he couldn't sleep. Using the dim moonlight outside, he watched her for a long time. Her sleeping face looked like a child's, innocent and dependent. Even in her sleep, she hugged herself, as if afraid he would sneak away. After thinking for a while, he gently kissed her pale lips. No matter who she was, once they were married, she was his. The sky was still dark. A tall man stood by the bed, already dressed, his white shirt neatly tucked into his pants, his long legs straight. He was silent, his brow furrowed with the sadness of their impending separation. He put on his military uniform and adjusted his watch. The hour hand pointed to 4 o'clock. His gaze returned to the person in the bed, and seeing her sweet sleeping face made his heart feel soft and heavy. He leaned down, placing his hands beside Lin Shuyan, and gently touched her lips. I'm leaving, Yen Yen. The young girl frowned, her small face still showing the fatigue from a night of excitement. She struggled to open her eyes and let out a soft whimper. Images from her dream flooded back. She dreamt that Zhang had already left, leaving her all alone. Meeting his deep gaze, Lin Shuyan reached out to hug him. Acting quickly, Zhang sat on the edge of the bed and leaned down. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and with a slight effort, he lifted her entirely from the blankets. The collar of her nightgown slipped, and her fair skin met the cool air, causing her to shiver. Lin Shuyan didn't care about that. She held onto him tightly, whimpering, "No, don't go. You're not allowed to leave." The scent of their intimacy from last night lingered on her, sweetly mingling with his fresh scent. Zhang held her waist and gently patted her back to soothe her. "It's okay, I'll be back when I have time off." "I don't want you to go," she cried, still half asleep and only able to think of not wanting Zhang to leave. After being so close last night, waking up meant saying goodbye. Tears streamed down Lin Xuyan's face, dampening the collar of his uniform. The man turned his head to kiss away her tears, kissing her lips, which felt incredibly soft. They separated after a long moment. Her cries turned into sobs as he wiped the tears from her face with his thumb. "It's okay, sleep a little longer. I have to go downstairs now." Zhang hadn't thought about it. One day, he would gently comfort a little girl with his soft voice on a morning like this. In the past, he could never have imagined such a thing. Lin Xuyan sniffed, "I'll walk you downstairs. It's too cold outside, and it's not even light yet." Before he could finish his sentence, the person in his arms started to cry, as if a dam had burst. The man relented. "All right, put on your clothes." He pulled her out of bed, wrapped her in a coat, and knelt down to help her put on her warm slippers. "Let's go." He picked up the backpack from the wall and held her hand as they left the room. It was quiet outside, and the two kids were still asleep. The light from the room cast a small glow behind them. He took a couple of steps forward and turned on the switch on the wall, illuminating the living room downstairs. As they went down, she followed him slowly. His hand was always dry and warm, and Lin Xuyan didn't want to let go. When they reached the door, the tall man stopped and turned to her. "Just stay here, don't come with me." The leaves and grass in the yard were wet with dew and cold, and he didn't want her to get wet. Lin Xuyan bit her lip, tightly hugging his waist, her cheek pressed against his military uniform, reluctant to let go. The slightly rough fabric brushed against her skin, carrying the fresh scent of his soap. Lin Xuyan didn't want him to leave at all. He held her waist. The light from the living room created a beam. The warm yellow light added an unspoken sadness to their separation. He looked at her soft hair. Did he want to leave? Of course not. But he had no choice. He gently pulled away and kissed her forehead. "All right, I have to go now." Lin Xuyan nodded, her watery eyes watching him. With a heavy heart, he turned and took a few steps across the small yard. The cold morning wind blew, and he didn't look back. If he did, his resolve would weaken. As she watched him get into the car, the Jeep started, and the man in the driver's seat had a serious expression as he backed up. Once the car drove away, Lin Xuyan hurried down the stairs to the yard. As the car got farther away, he glanced in the rearview mirror at the little girl who was now squatting on the ground, hugging her knees, feeling an indescribable pain in her heart. Lin Xuyan squatted for a moment, shedding a few tears, before shivering and getting up. There was nothing to see on the road anymore. As dawn broke, she returned to the house and climbed back into bed. The blanket still held his scent. She mumbled, "You annoying guy." Once he left, school became a priority. Mom Chen said that Fubao could stay at the noodle shop during the day, and she and Lin Xianglian could take care of things. The noodle shop is doing well, earning about 70 to 80 each day. For such a small place, making over 2,000 a month was unexpected for Lin Xuyan. With no rent to pay, and after deducting the cost of supplies, there is at least 1,500 in profit. Lin Xianglian and her mother do not take any of this money. Instead, she pays them wages. She initially offered 80 each, but they both refused. Chen Mama insisted on only taking 30. Lin Xianglian also shook her head, saying, "Xuyan, we haven't done much, so we can't take so much money. Factory workers only earn around 40. We really don't need this much, especially since we have food and shelter here. Jia, this noodle shop is supported by you. You buy the ingredients, make the noodles, and cook. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to run this place. You may not want to share the profits, but you can't refuse the wages," Lin Xuyan replied. He keeps the accounts and records every penny." Lin Xuyan gently urged her to sit down and said, "Jia, you will want to get married and start a family in the future. Having some money saved will give you confidence, no matter where you go. Save this money. We are family, and this noodle shop belongs to all of us, not just me. Lin Xuyan's original intention was to provide a way out for them. Now that they can earn money, she is happy, but she also wants to improve their lives. When it comes to marriage, Lin Xianglian blushed and said, "Well, I think it's fine not to get married. I can just stay with Mom and take care of her." Chun Mama did not agree with that. "Mom is getting older. There's nothing for you to take care of. You need someone to look after Mom, and who doesn't get married? In a couple of years, you'll really be an old maid." Lin Xuyan smiled, knowing that in this era, not getting married can lead to gossip. "All right, it's settled then. Jia will still take her 80, and starting next month, give Hehe 20. She keeps the accounts very well. Since Lu Hehe only comes during mealtimes, 20 is a good amount. If they give her more, she might not want to come anymore." Thinking of this, Lin Xuyan remembered she forgot to mention their situation to Zhang, wondering if there are any policies or subsidies for retired disabled veterans. She must remember to do that next time. A couple of days later, Zhang called to say that everything was arranged for Lu Jingxi and she could go directly to report to the grade director. Lin Xuyan agreed obediently. With winter approaching, before heading to school, Lin Xuyan invited He Xiaoyu to visit the Southern Commercial Store. They had a lot of new items, including winter clothes that looked nice and just needed a little alteration to wear. Lin Xuyan picked out 2 simpler outfits and bought winter coats for the 2 children. She had some money, and the noodle shop was making a profit, so she didn't mind spending. After shopping, she carried several full bags and called 2 rickshaws to take them home. Early the next morning, the family of 4 left together. 3 went to school, while Fu Bao went to the noodle shop. The bus was convenient, and Lin Xuyan carried her new cloth bag, made of white canvas with a small flower embroidered on it, which was just right for holding books and stationery. After dropping off Fu Bao, she walked alone to Jingyi Middle School. After registering at the gate, Lin Xuyan found the teaching building that Zhang had mentioned. He remembered it clearly from their visit. She quickly located the office, where 3 to 5 people were present. She knocked politely on the door. "Excuse me, is Director Wu He here? I'm here to report." Everyone turned to look and saw a delicate-looking person standing by the door, dressed in a stylish coat that seemed quite expensive. A serious woman's voice came from inside, "Come in." With a polite smile, Lin Xuyan entered, holding her bag in front of her. Perhaps due to the 9-year compulsory education, she felt a bit nervous meeting the teacher as a student. Wu He frowned upon seeing her. With her appearance, it was unclear whether she was there to study or for another reason. She didn't think the principal would give her any special treatment just because he mentioned her. Wu He was quite strict. She had come from a rural background and worked hard to get where she was. She held some prejudice against students who got in through connections. Therefore, she didn't show Lin Xuyan any warmth. She pointed to a chair, "Sit." Lin Xuyan obediently sat down and introduced herself. "Director Wu, my name is Lin Xuyan. I'm here to report today." "I know," Wu He replied, looking down to grade assignments. As the grade director, she also taught math. She recalled the principal saying, "You can assign this student," but he hesitated and didn't say more. Perhaps there were reasons behind it that were hard to express. Many directors and officials had previously placed students in schools. In such a large capital city, there were many hidden connections. After the college entrance examination was restored, some officials thought having a student with them would enhance their reputation. Seeing how beautiful Lin Xuyan was, Wu He couldn't help but think along those lines. She might come in, attend for 2 semesters, and then claim to be a high school student. Wu He didn't say anything further and continued grading assignments. The stack of assignments had just begun to be graded. Lin Xuyan was not in a hurry. She could wait while others were busy. She held her bag and looked around the office, smiling politely when meeting others' gazes. Her bright eyes observed the office, and she thought about the director's personality, wondering if she would be scolded later for being too quiet. Wu He initially wanted to give her a little time, but as she graded the assignments, frustration grew. Many students had weak foundations, and their ages were too old to go back to middle school, with assignments filled with mistakes. Only a few were acceptable. After more than half an hour of grading, She looked up to see Lin Shuyan still sitting properly in her chair, which made Wu He feel a bit guilty. Usually, students who got in through connections would already be impatient. Wu He cleared her throat and took a sip of strong tea.
Lin Shuyan?
Yes, Director Wu. Have you been to school before? Do you know how to read? Lin Shuyan shook her head. She had indeed never been to school and had been out of touch for many years. I haven't been to school, but I know some words. Not having been to school meant she didn't even have a primary school level of education. How many words could she really recognize?
Sigh.
At that time, middle school and high school only lasted 2 years each, grades 7 and 8 for middle school, and grades 9 and 10 for high school. In the capital, the divisions were quite detailed. Some schools only had middle and high school levels. Wu He frowned. I teach the second year, high school group. If you have no foundation at all, I suggest you start from the first year. In her past life, Lin Shuyan had decent grades because she needed money. Scholarships were a significant part of her income, allowing her to attend a prestigious university. She wanted to earn a college diploma and didn't have much time to spend on studying. If she started from the first year, it would take 2 years to prepare for the college entrance exam. But if she went directly to the second year, she could take the exam next June or July. She also wanted to join her family in the military and didn't want to waste too much time. Of course, at that moment, she didn't know that plans could change unexpectedly. Lin Shuyan said, Director Wu, I want to go to the second year. I can keep up with the courses. The second year is already divided into humanities and science classes. Since you're starting now, you've already missed a lesson. Lin Shuyan, Jingyi Middle School is the best school in the capital. Studying is not easy, so don't take it for granted. Lin Shuyan straightened her expression. I'm sure I can keep up. There's no need to say much. Wu He knows that girls like this often don't understand their limitations. She directly pulled out a math test paper and said to the other teachers, please give me a copy of the Chinese and English tests for this assessment. The teacher over there brought the papers over. 3 test papers were placed in front of Lin Shuyan. Wu He said, you can go do them over there. I have to go to class now and we'll talk to you later. Okay. Wu He shook her head and left the office. She could recognize a few characters in Chinese, but she had no idea how to solve the math and English problems. Author's note: successfully checked in for January. Kisses, and I wish everyone a happy February in advance. Lin Shuyan found an empty seat and took out a pen from her bag. She briefly glanced over the 3 test papers. The content wasn't too difficult, especially the English paper, which was still referred to as a foreign language at that time. It was a new subject introduced in 77, and no one had a foundation, so the questions were about the level of someone just starting middle school. The Chinese and math papers were also not too hard. Lin Shuyan had excellent grades and could get into a key university. If it weren't for her family situation and her serious illness, she might have considered studying for a master's degree. Putting aside her chaotic thoughts, Lin Shuyan lowered her head and began to answer the questions. She wrote intermittently, not aiming for a high score, just completing the most basic questions that didn't require much thought. She could tell that Director Wu was trying to make things difficult for her. These test papers were a stepping stone to enter the second-year class. For someone who had never been to school, she didn't need to do exceptionally well. After about 40 minutes, she finished the simple questions on the 3 papers. She answered some small math problems, but only completed 1 big question, leaving the rest blank. For Chinese, she filled in the characters she recognized, answered some reading comprehension and classical poetry questions, and selected a few answers. The English paper was quite simple overall. Lin Shuyan estimated that the full score was 100, and she aimed for around 40 or 50 points. However, she didn't know that in this semester's foreign language class, 2/3 of the students scored only 20 or 30 points, while the rest, who came from better backgrounds and had some foundation, barely scored above 50. When Wu He returned from her class, she glanced at the girl sitting in the corner. The young girl seemed focused. But that wouldn't help much. Without prior education, she probably couldn't even understand the questions. How's it going? Wu He asked. Lin Shuyan turned around and smiled. Not doing too well. Wu-hee took the test papers, asked the two teachers to take them back for a quick grading, and kept the math paper to look over herself. As she examined the papers, her expression changed from dismissive to serious. Let's not talk about the questions I didn't answer. Surprisingly, I did better on the ones I attempted. A person who hasn't studied can read and write a few Chinese characters, but doing some math. That must mean she has self-studied and worked hard. Wu-hee asked, "Did you teach yourself?" Lin Xuyan, observing her expression, felt she had revealed too much and quickly made up a lie. "Well,
I have someone in my family studying.
my sister is at a girls' school, and I sometimes read with her." This explanation seemed a bit more reasonable. Wu-hee sighed. "Your sister must be very good at her studies." Meanwhile, in the neighboring school, a sister with average grades suddenly sneezed. Xiaoyu rubbed her nose, thinking she wasn't sick. It must be Hong Miao scolding her again. While Wu-hee was still watching, the English teacher stood up, exclaiming, "Oh my, 43 points. 43 points." The office wasn't cold. The teacher wore a red knitted sweater and a plaid skirt, looking very fashionable. Indeed, English teachers everywhere have a stylish flair. But what's there to be proud of with 43 points? The English teacher walked over, examining Lin Xuyan. "Wow, our pretty girl is good at English too. I love pretty girls. Where did you buy this outfit? It's really nice, we should." Cough, cough, Wu-hee interrupted the English teacher. "All right, let's talk about that later. How did you do in Chinese?" The Chinese teacher was a serious person, wearing thick glasses. "It's okay. You recognize quite a few characters, but you need to practice reading comprehension more." Lin Xuyan answered the reading comprehension questions using methods from her past life, so there might be some discrepancies. In any case, the 3 test papers were there. Aside from English being good, the other 2 subjects were average, placing her in the middle of the class. This score would allow her to enter the second-year class without any issues. Wu-hee said, "Realistically, there are 7 classes in the second year. Classes 1 to 5 are for liberal arts, and classes 6 and 7 are for science. Which one do you want to join?" With the college entrance exam just resumed and policies favoring students, everyone was more motivated to study, and there were quite a few students at Jingyi High School. Lin Xuyan thought for a moment. "I choose liberal arts." "Okay, then you can go to class 1. Who's teaching next period?" The English teacher held onto Lin Xuyan's hand. "It's my class, my class. Come on, grab your things and follow me." "All right, thank you, teacher. My last name is Liu, just call me Teacher Liu. Come, let me take another look at your outfit." Teacher Liu brought Lin Xuyan to her desk, smiling brightly. "Wow, that dress looks really nice. How do you take care of your skin? It's so radiant." Lin Xuyan. The enthusiasm was overwhelming, but she didn't dislike Teacher Liu's open and cheerful personality. "By the way, you should go pick up your books from the office on the first floor." "Okay," Lin Xuyan quickly replied and left the office. Once outside, she sighed in relief. It felt like a return to high school. Following Teacher Liu's instructions, she went downstairs to get her books, which weren't many. History and geography were still counted as one subject, along with politics. In total, there were 5 courses. Lin Xuyan took the books back upstairs just as the class bell rang. Teacher Liu stood at the classroom door with the books and waved. "Come here." The classroom was small and newly renovated, with bright windows. There were about 40 students, all seated closely together. Everyone was already in their seats, and Lin Xuyan followed Teacher Liu with her textbooks. After announcing the start of class, Teacher Liu spoke up. "This is our new student. What's her name again?" "Lin." "Lin Xuyan." She stood confidently, her skin smooth, long black hair flowing, and her eyes captivating. "Hello everyone, I'm a transfer student. I hope we can all get along and learn together." "Well said." "All right, everyone welcome her." She stood there, looking graceful and beautiful, making it hard for anyone to look away. The students below stared wide-eyed. Many were still innocent at this age. The girls looked at Lin Xuyan, smiling. "She's so pretty." "Yes." "Did she transfer from another school?" The girls whispered, and even the boys couldn't help but glance at her. They had never seen such a beautiful classmate before. She seemed very gentle. All All right, Teacher Lu interrupted. Everyone quiet down. Shuyan, you can sit in that empty seat. She pointed to a spot by the window in the second row. Lin Shuyan nodded and walked to her seat. The long table fit 2 people, and her desk mate, a girl with short hair, blushed with excitement when she saw her. She whispered to the person next to her, "The new student is sitting with me. You're so lucky." Lin Shuyan gave a slight nod to her and then sat down. Of course, where there are admirers, there are also those who dislike. A girl at the back of the classroom stared intently at Lin Shuyan. What's the use of being good-looking? The semester is almost over, and she just transferred in. I've heard that those who transfer halfway through are usually not wanted by their previous schools. Why is the English teacher so nice to her? She is the class representative for foreign language classes. Outside the window, there is a tall ginkgo tree, and most of its leaves have fallen. The teacher starts the lesson, and Lin Shuyan opens her book, writing her name on the first page. It's been a while since she experienced being in class. She finds it interesting and doesn't feel bored. After the class ends, Teacher Lu packs up and leaves. Her classmate next to her is very friendly. "Hello, Lin.
I'm Lucia.
Please look out for me in the future." Lin Shuyan smiles. "Sure. We can help each other." A few classmates behind her lean forward, wanting to talk, but feel a bit shy because she seems distant due to her beauty. They just look at her kindly. "Hello, everyone," Lin Shuyan greets them first. The boy's face turns red. "Hi, Lin." They are all young, and once they start talking, they chat away, asking her where she studied before and how old she is. Lin Shuyan smiles and answers, knowing they will have more than a semester to get to know each other. After chatting for a while, the bell rings again. There aren't many classes today. After morning reading, there are 2 classes, and in the afternoon, 2 more classes, finishing up with 2 extra PE classes during the week. On her first day back home from school, Lin Xianglian curiously asks her many questions. "How was school, little sister?" Lin Shuyan puts down her canvas bag. "It was good, quite interesting. My sister is so smart. If I had to read those words, I would get dizzy after just a couple." Lin Xianglian says dramatically, sounding proud. In her eyes, educated people are the most impressive. Lin Shuyan being able to study makes her very happy. The school has dormitories, but Lin Shuyan definitely needs to go home. They had noodles for dinner, and Lu Hihi told her that Li Meifang next door really started selling noodles. Just then, a few students come in to eat, chatting loudly. "It's your fault for wanting to eat next door. You said it was 5 cents cheaper, but it's all meat and tastes bad." "Well, I just wanted to try it. I won't go back again." Lin Shuyan can't help but laugh. If Li Meifang focused on making her fried rice and dishes well, without competing with her, she would still have students who prefer not to eat noodles. But with her current approach, what can she achieve? After dinner, Lin Shuyan takes the child home. They arrive home at 6, and after taking a shower, she casually reads for a while. At 8:15, Hejan made the call as promised. On the other end, a soft voice answered quickly, "Hejan." Hejan, it was clear she was in a good mood today. The man smiled slightly. Did you go to school?" "Yes, I had 2 classes today. School is quite fun, and I met a new classmate." Hejan paused, his expression changing slightly. "New classmate?" "Yes, my desk mate is named Lucia. She has short hair and is very cute." The man relaxed a bit. The boys behind me are 2 classmates." He tightened his grip on the pen again. "One of them is actually the 3rd best student in the class. Pretty impressive." Hejan frowned. The subjects at Jingyi High School shouldn't be too hard, right? Lin Shuyan couldn't say they were easy. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she replied, "They are hard. There's a lot I can't do." That was a lie. She could do it all. "What can't you do?" "I'll teach you when I get back." The military isn't just about fighting, especially in Area 18. As a regiment leader, he had to manage everything. By the time you get back, the food will be cold. Lin Shuyan pouted, still unhappy that he had left. After talking about school, Lin Shuyan moved on to other topics. She had learned to forget the operator's presence. The operator could only listen and not speak, so she acted as if no one was there. She wanted to say what she felt. "Hejan, my eyes hurt." How can your eyes hurt? There was a sound on the other end, like a pen being placed on the table. Lin Shuyan tapped her foot on the ground and said playfully, "They hurt from crying that day. I didn't want to see you go." It had been a few days, and Hejan knew the girl was just being playful. He patiently replied, "Put a warm towel on your eyes before bed." "Okay." Lin Shuyan easily cheered up and asked, "Do you miss me?" Hejan pressed his lips together. "Be mindful, Yen Yen."
So you don't miss me.
"I do," Hejan sighed, rubbing his temples. Forget about appearances. Making his wife happy was what mattered. "I really miss you." His voice was deep and gentle, and Lin Shuyan smiled. "I miss you too, especially. I'm in the second year of high school, and I can take my exams next year."
Good.
As they continued talking, the operator was feeling overwhelmed. Maybe she should request a transfer. Listening to others' sweet conversations every day was too much. After chatting for a while, Hejan urged her to sleep since school required early mornings. "Then I'll hang up. Good night." The man replied softly, "Good night." The little girl said that saying good night would lead to sweet dreams, and he naturally hoped that Lin Shuyan would dream of good things. School days were especially fulfilling. Every morning, she would first go to the noodle shop before heading to school. She didn't have to worry about breakfast. Lin Xianglian would prepare it for her. Steamed buns were packed in her lunchbox, and 2 bags of savory pancakes were set aside for Lin Shuyan to share with her classmates. He Xiaoyu felt a bit jealous, "Sister. How come I don't get any with Xiaoshu?" Lin Xianglian realized, "Oh right, I only remembered my little sister, hee." She wiped her apron and said shyly, "You both can take some for now, and I'll make sure to prepare some for you tomorrow." In the past, she took care of Lin Shuyan the most, and without thinking, she treated her like her little sister. He Xiaoshu didn't mind. He was a boy and didn't need to share with his classmates. However, he could bring some for Li Wei, as her family was struggling. Lin Shuyan took the lunchbox. "Thank you, sister." As she walked out the door, she gently patted Xiaoshu's head and said softly, "Make sure to eat well in the morning. Auntie is leaving." Xiaoshu nodded seriously. "Goodbye, Auntie." Fu Bao ran over and hugged her leg. "Annie, see you goodbye, Fu Bao." The morning light broke through the clouds, casting golden rays on the bustling street. Lin Shuyan carried her breakfast and canvas bag, crossing the road on her way to school. Her graceful figure caught the attention of passers-by, who turned to look back at her. When she arrived at the classroom, there were still 10 minutes before the morning reading session. Seeing her enter, Lu Xia quickly leaned in. "Shuyan, is that a new outfit? It looks great." Lin Shuyan smiled and sat down. "Did you have breakfast?" With her hands full, Lu Xia sighed. "I woke up late and didn't have time to buy anything." "Here, take this." She generously handed Lu Xia a savory pancake and shared the steamed buns with the classmates in front and behind her. Many classmates had been to the noodle shop. Lin Shuyan only mentioned that her sister owned it and that she occasionally visited. Morning light streamed through the window, landing on the desk. Her long hair was styled in 2 braids, but they were a bit different from the other girls, thicker at the top and thinner at the bottom, loose and quite pretty, looking fluffy in the morning light. Her classmates thanked her, and she warmly replied that it was no trouble at all. Her kindness felt refreshing. Sitting in the back 2 rows, Su Dongchun was annoyed as she took out her book.
What was so special about it?
It was just breakfast. Everyone acted like they had never eaten before. And that girl always dressing like that, it was inappropriate. She took out her foreign language book and began to read, her voice very low. A few days passed, and Lin Shuyan adjusted to school life. The study tasks were easy for her. In class, she listened when she wanted to and looked out the window when she didn't. She watched the wind and the rain, and sometimes even took a quick nap. Her classmates were nice to her, and Lin Shuyan slowly got to know them. She realized that the students of this era were not as old-fashioned as she had thought. They were lively, full of dreams, and simple in nature. They had a sincere and passionate desire for knowledge and wanted to contribute to their rapidly developing country. Seeing their efforts, Lin Shuyan gradually felt inspired and occasionally helped explain some problems. However, since she had joined the class later, only Lu Xia and the boy sitting behind her, Yan Zoen, knew that she was good at English. In another English class, they were discussing past tense and present continuous tense. Teacher Lu called on her, and Lin Shuyan answered quite well. Shuyan, your English is improving quickly. Great job.
Keep it up.
Thank you, teacher, Lin Shuyan replied obediently. She stood there, and all eyes in the class were on her. During this time, Lin Shuyan received a lot of attention. Her classmates privately called her the class beauty, and soon, students from the other 2 classes on the same floor also knew her, referring to her as the beauty of the second year. Eventually, she was even regarded as the school beauty. Teacher Lu especially liked her cleverness in learning English and often asked her to help in the office with tasks and assignments. Whenever she walked through the hallway, students from different classes would peek at Lin Shuyan. The boys liked her, and the girls envied her. Occasionally, someone would bravely come over to say hello, and Lin Shuyan would smile and move on. After all, she had the most outstanding man in her heart, and no one else caught her attention. The class bell rang. Yen Zoen, sitting behind her, quietly called out, Lin, classmate. Yen Zoen had good grades, ranking in the top 30 out of more than 300 students in the 6 classes of literature and history, though his English was a bit weaker. He studied very hard, always arriving early and leaving last. Lin Shuyan turned around. What's up? Her clear, bright eyes sparkled, and as she turned, her long hair brushed the edge of the desk, leaving a pleasant scent. Yen Zuan quickly looked back at his book. I still don't quite understand the past tense. Can you help me with this sentence? Lin Shuyan took his English book, which was filled with notes. Yen Zuan tried to write down everything Teacher Lu said, whether it was useful or not. Lin Shuyan changed her way of speaking and simply explained, you see, yesterday is a time marker. Here. Yen Zuan was originally focused on her, but as he listened, he became fully engaged. The two discussed quietly, inevitably getting a bit closer. Lin Shuyan had long eyelashes that cast a small shadow, her mind entirely on the book. This was just a normal study exchange, but Su Dongchun, sitting far away, gripped her pen tightly. She came to school wanting to stand out, but on the first day, she was drawn to Yen Zhuan. He was considerate and gentle, and during exams, their rankings were similar. They would discuss any mistakes together. Su Dongchun had secretly hoped that both of them would get into Capital University in the future. Maybe there would be a chance. But now he asked that new girl, Lin Shuyan, everything. Su Dongchun felt furious. She was the class representative. Class 1 had average grades, and there was a gifted class for the top 20 students. She maintained a position in the top 30 of her grade, making her the best in Class 1. What was Lin Shuyan? She even dared to doze off in class, knowing nothing. Yen Zhuan must only be asking her questions because she was pretty. Su Dongchun felt conflicted and suddenly closed her book and stood up. She walked over to where Yen Zhuan and Lin Shuyan were. Wearing a blue outfit, with a serious expression and her hair in 2 braids, she approached. A few days ago, she had seen Lin Shuyan with braids and tried to do the same, but after struggling for a long time that morning, she couldn't get it right. Today, Lin Shuyan had her hair down, and from a distance, Su Dongchun could smell a pleasant fragrance. Lin Shuyan looked up. Is there something you need? The visitor did not seem friendly. Su Dongchun glared and pointed at the blackboard. For the next math class, you need to clean the blackboard. Beside her, Lu Xia chimed in. It's not Lin Shuyan's turn. Why make her do it? Lin Shuyan smiled slightly, looking at Su Dongchun with a questioning gaze. Yeah, why should I do it? I'm the class representative. If I ask you to do it, just do it. Why ask so much? Their voices were not quiet, and many students liked to watch Lin Shuyan, so the whole class turned to look. Su Dongchun usually didn't have much presence in class. The only time she caught everyone's attention was when grades were posted. She rarely spoke to anyone. Yen Zhuan, who could be considered someone she talked to, quickly tried to smooth things over. The blackboard, I'll clean it. No need. Lin Shuyan replied coldly. Su Dongchun was clearly looking for trouble today. If one time didn't work, she would try again. Lin Shuyan wondered what she had done to deserve this. It was so strange. She stood up and looked at a boy. Health group leader. Where's the duty roster? Who is responsible for cleaning today? Her gentle voice was calm, and she faced Su Dongchuan's awkwardness without any sign of worry. The health group leader, a boy who had not spoken to Lin Xuyan before, was taken aback for 2 seconds before responding. Wait a moment. Let me check, he said as he took out the duty roster, flipped through it, and shouted, Zhang Dahai, it's your turn today. Hurry up and clean the blackboard. It's my turn? I completely forgot. Sorry, haraha. The boy named Zhang Dahai quickly ran to the podium and used a rag to wipe the blackboard. Lin Xuyan reminded him, Health group leader, please write the names of the duty students in that little corner of the blackboard so everyone won't forget. The health group leader scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed for needing a girl to remind him. That's a good idea. I'll write it down right now. He ran to the podium, took a piece of chalk, and awkwardly wrote Zhang Dahai's name in the lower right corner, then turned and called out, from now on, check here for your duty every day. Lu Xia, who was close to Lin Xuyan, rolled her eyes. Yeah, get it straight. Don't just boss people around. Isn't the study committee supposed to focus on studies? When did they start managing cleaning? If you like managing cleaning so much, you should switch with the health group leader. Lin Xuyan smiled lightly and sat back down. Unexpectedly, Su Dongchun wouldn't let it go. You're just meddling in other people's business, and you can't even do well yourself. Always trying to please others. Who are you calling a sycophant? Try saying that again. Lu Xia, straightforward and fiery, rolled up her sleeves and was ready to argue with Su Dongchun.
I'm talking about you.
You're so easy to please with just a little food. Lu Xia was furious. Are you sick? You think so lowly of everything. No wonder you have no friends. Who has no friends? I just don't want to be friends with someone like you. Bad elements, acting like a rich girl, dressed so lavishly. Who knows what you're really like? Su Dongchun was hurt by Lu Xia's comment about having no friends, and her expression darkened. Her words were indeed careless. Calling someone a rich girl was a serious accusation. Just like He Zhang's mother, even after her passing, her past was brought up, leading to an investigation of the He family. As soon as Su Dongchun said that, the classroom fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at her in disbelief, wondering what kind of grudge she held against others. Usually, they hadn't seen Lin Xuyan offend her. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Xuyan suddenly laughed. You're the class representative, right? How can someone who speaks so freely and stirs up trouble among classmates be a class representative? Su Dongchun realized she had misspoken. She was no longer the quiet and hardworking class representative in everyone's eyes. Her face darkened, looking somewhat frightening. Su Dongchun shouted, What's it to you? I became class representative because of my good grades. Grades had always been Su Dongchun's pride, but after saying that, she noticed Lin Xuyan's smile was even more annoying. Grades, huh? Well, I hope you can keep up for next week's test. Of course I will. Let's see how many points you can score.
You don't need to worry about me.
Lin Xuyan had intended to stay out of it, but now it seemed that those who were all talk would attract the attention of self-righteous people. Her beautiful face was smiling, confident, and calm, a stark contrast to Su Dongchun's gritted teeth. Everyone was unconsciously drawn to Lin Xuyan. Su Dongchun felt frustrated. If Lin Xuyan had just wiped the blackboard, everything would have been fine, and she wouldn't have embarrassed herself in front of everyone. Not willing to let it go, she wanted Lin Xuyan to embarrass herself too. Lin Xuyan, do you dare to compete? Compete in what? In next week's test. If your score is lower than mine, you'll have to do class duties for a semester. Lin Xuyan felt she was quite diligent, but lately, she seemed to be clashing with chores. Li Meifong had her sweeping the streets, and now someone else wanted her to do class duties. Before she could respond, Lu Xia interrupted. Xuyan hasn't been to school before. She's self-taught. How can you compare your grades with hers? If you're so great, why not compete with the gifted class? It was true that Lin Xuyan had never been to school, and she had never hidden that fact. She would openly say it when asked, which was why Su Dongchun thought she could easily win. Su Dongchun fixed her gaze on Lin Shuyan, ignoring Lu Xia's words. Beside them, Yan Zhuang anxiously said, Su, Lin just joined the class, and you've always been around 30 in rank.
How can you compare?
Su Dongchun shot him a glance, her eyes blaming him for speaking up for Lin Shuyan. Indeed, even Yan Zhuang was on her side. This woman was just trouble. Do you dare to compete? Lin Shuyan replied calmly, if we compete, what happens if you lose? I can't possibly lose. Su Dongchun was used to feeling inferior. She disliked city people, the gifted class, and those flashy women. I really dislike their confidence and calmness, especially Lin Shuyan right now, because she lacks those qualities. Lin Shuyan smiled, who knows? What if you lose? Then the class representative will be someone more suitable. Su Dongchun pursed her lips. Okay. Just then, the class bell rang, and everyone hurried back to their seats. Lu Xia was still worried and tugged at Lin Shuyan's sleeve. Shuyan, what's wrong with her? You haven't offended her. That's right. She hadn't offended her. Lin Shuyan shook her head. Maybe you should just ignore her. Even though your English is good, there are still several other subjects. How can you catch up? This class was history and geography. Lin Shuyan opened her textbook and said with a smile, So, don't talk to me. Just focus on the lesson. The subjects weren't too difficult, but history and geography required some attention. Many terms in the book were different from the last time, probably because the textbooks had been revised for consistency. Lin Shuyan needed to review a bit, but she didn't have to worry about the other subjects. As this bet was set, soon the whole second year heard about it, and it even reached the office. Teacher Lu was concerned. How can our pretty girl do duty for a whole semester? That's so unfair. She took it on herself. It's not unfair. Su Dongchun has always worked hard, replied the Chinese teacher, who rarely spoke and was quite conservative, unlike Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu scoffed. So what if she works hard? Effort is for oneself. Isn't that expected? A week passed quickly. Su Dongchun studied hard in the classroom, arriving early and not wasting a minute after class. She gritted her teeth, tackling difficult problems she couldn't understand. She wasn't a smart person. She had always relied on her immense effort to achieve her grades. Lin Shuyan was carefree, eating and drinking as she pleased. Except for being a bit serious in history class, she mostly relaxed. After all those years of studying for the college entrance exam weren't for nothing. Lu Xia was anxious. Seeing Lin Shuyan resting her head on the desk after class, she urged, Shuyan, please study. Su Dongchun is working so hard. Lin Shuyan turned away and ignored her nagging. Sure, I'm just resting my eyes. The day of the test was Wednesday. Early in the morning, the atmosphere in the classroom felt different. It was early winter, and the wooden-framed glass windows were fogged up, making it hard to see outside. Lin Shuyan realized she could handle anything. But I really can't stand not having air conditioning or heating. I'm extremely afraid of the cold. She rubbed her hands together, took out a pen and paper, and put the rest of her things in the desk drawer. Some classmates in the classroom were cramming, quickly reading books while the teacher wasn't there, while others were sharpening their pencils. Lin Shuyan had nothing to do. The pencil was sharpened neatly by Xiao Shu, all the same length. Lu Xia had already given up on persuading her. Fine, if Lin Shuyan has to do it, she will help too. Sharing good fortune and facing difficulties together. Su Dongchun came in from outside the classroom, passed by her, and huffed, Lin Shuyan, remember what you said. Lin Shuyan replied calmly, no need for your reminder. Everyone remembers. Someone ran in from outside, raised a hand to ask Su Dongchun to move aside, and then placed a bottle of milk on Lin Shuyan's desk. It was a boy from the next class. He ran a hand through his hair and said, Lin, good luck on the exam. No, classmate, I'm getting married. Don't use marriage as an excuse to fool everyone. I've never seen anyone approach you. After saying that, the boy hurried away amid the laughter of everyone. Lin Shuyan sighed. She still wanted Zhang to pick her up, but that wasn't possible now. Su Dongchun looked annoyed, still trying to flirt with Yan Zhuang and others. She really disliked this kind of girl. Shuyan, That person just now seemed to be from the elite class. Lu Xia felt proud. Shuyan is much more likable than Su Dongchun. Lin Shuyan handed the milk to her. You drink it. Really? Then I'll definitely have more energy for the exam today. After they finished talking, the teacher arrived and the test began. 2 subjects in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, and the day ended. These days, the test papers aren't difficult, and there aren't many questions. Except for Chinese, the other subjects only had an hour each. Lin Shuyan focused on her answers. She had asked Lu Xia about the scores of the top 10 in previous tests, and for a paper out of 500, around 450 would get into the top 10. The answering went smoothly, and when the exam ended, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shuyan went back to the noodle shop to pick up Fubao and took the 2 kids home. After the last incident, Xiaoshu had changed. He clung to Lin Shuyan as soon as he saw her. Aunt, was the exam hard for you? A little hard. I'm afraid I did too well. Xiaoshu. He thought his aunt must be joking. The 3 of them got home, and soon after, Xiaoren returned, excitedly running to find Lin Shuyan. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Lin Shuyan had just added a sweater. It was cold at home, and she couldn't stand it. Slow down, what's wrong? Xiaoyu mysteriously placed a stack of money in her hand, looking for praise. I sold everything, 15 bottles of snow cream, and here's 330. Lin Shuyan took out 200 and gave her the rest. Here's some for you. It's getting cold. Buy yourself a couple of outfits. I love you so much, sister-in-law. Xiaoyu hugged her tightly, almost wanting to kiss her. Sister-in-law is so nice, smelling sweet. Much better than my stingy brother. Hearing this, Lin Shuyan recalled the savings book Zhang had given her. He wasn't stingy at all. She patted Xiaoyu's hand, signaling her to go downstairs. As they walked down, Xiaoyu asked again, was the exam hard today? Sister-in-law, do you know how famous you are? Even people at our school know you.
What do they know about me?
They know a beautiful girl from Jingyi High School came, and even college students from the capital are waiting at the school gate to see you. Lin Shuyan was speechless. She hadn't done anything special. There are plenty of pretty girls these days. True, but you are especially beautiful. You don't realize how nice your skin is, how lovely your clothes look, and even your hairstyle is perfect. Xiaoyu showered her with compliments. Lin Shuyan thought about how there were indeed pretty girls now. But being pretty doesn't mean one knows how to dress well, and not all who dress well are necessarily pretty. Most of her outfits were altered by Grandpa He. The styles hadn't changed much, but they fit her perfectly. I wonder if my brother will be upset when he comes back. Lin Shuyan. 2 days later, it was the weekend, a long-awaited day off. The weather was nice, and Lin Shuyan took all the blankets outside to dry. She really couldn't stand the cold. Xiaoshu helped out, running up and down to carry the blankets. Seeing her brother helping, Fubao wanted to join, hugging her little pillow. Mom, let's dry the blankets. Lin Shuyan smiled and pinched her little face, which turned rosy. Such a good girl. Our Fubao and Xiaoshu are so capable. Hearing this, Xiaoshu became even more motivated, standing on tiptoe to help hold one end of the blanket. Having a young boy at home was great. He could do many things. Just as they finished drying the blankets, someone arrived at the door. It was Yang Xiaoshan, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. He drove here with others in the car. Yang Xiaoshan spoke to someone, then looked toward the yard. Although he had seen Lin Shuyan a few times, he was still amazed by her beauty each time. Tall and graceful, she looked pure and elegant. She was wearing a white sweater and a plaid woolen skirt that reached just above her ankles. She looked slim yet very feminine, gentle and serene. No wonder Zhang was so taken with her. If he had such a beautiful daughter-in-law at home, he would surely cherish her. They used to tease Zhang about what kind of goddess he wanted to find. Now he really has found one, making others envious. Lin Shuyan saw her and smiled. Xiaoshan, what brings you here? Yang Xiaoshan entered the yard. Sister-in-law, Zhang asked me to bring a stove. We just made it at the factory. He was on the phone for a long time, saying there shouldn't be smoke in the house, that burning charcoal isn't safe, and that firewood is better. Oh, and he said it should look nice. Yang Xiaoshan was surprised. After knowing him for over 10 years, Zhang had never called for anything as much as the stove. He even went as far as to draw a design for it. With the army busy, he was directing him over the phone. As Yang Xiaoshan finished speaking, a worker outside brought in a heavy iron stove. Lin Shuyan widened her eyes, not expecting Zhang to be so thoughtful. Even though they were married and she knew he was considerate, she didn't think he would be this attentive. It would be a lie to say she wasn't happy. But I don't have firewood to burn. You don't need to worry about that. I'll have someone bring it every 2 weeks. Her fair face lit up with joy, and the two children curiously watched. Just as Lin Shuyan directed the workers to place the stove by the window, the phone rang. She hurried to answer it. The only person who would call home was Zhang.
Hello.
Sure enough, as soon as she picked up, she heard the familiar voice of the man.
Zhang.
Yeah, did Xiaoshan arrive? I asked him to bring the stove this afternoon. Lin Shuyan nodded, then remembered he couldn't see her. He just got here. How did you know I'm afraid of the cold? How could Zhang not know? Last time he came home, even before it got very cold, her hands and feet were icy. If she didn't do a certain activity at night, her hands would take a long time to warm up. Being away from Lin Shuyan made Zhang worry. Your hands and feet are often cold, so I had him bring a hot water bottle. At night, heat water and put it in there to warm your hands and feet. Anyone would feel happy to be cared for, and Lin Shuyan felt sweet inside. Okay, I got it. When will you be back? It will take some time. I've been quite busy lately.
All right.
This was the first time Yang Xiaoshan saw Lin Shuyan talking on the phone with Zhang. She stood there, looking like a bright, fresh flower, both delicate and charming. He wasn't eavesdropping, the phone was just in the living room. Lin Shuyan's voice was gentle, filled with the innocence of a young girl, as if her heart and eyes were completely focused on the person on the other end of the line. Yang Xiaoshan didn't know who to envy at that moment. Since there were others in the house, Lin Shuyan didn't talk for long before hanging up. She turned around and saw that the stove was already set up by the window. The window on the first floor was large and let in plenty of light. There had originally been a cabinet under the window, holding a vase with fresh flowers. They had the workers move the cabinet to the other side, and the stove was installed there because a metal flue needed to go out through a small window above. The stove was well made. It resembled a heated table with a marble top and a round hole in the middle for a teapot or pot. Below was a compartment for burning wood, with a small metal tray underneath to collect ash. When using the stove, water could be boiled or hot pot could be cooked, making it easy for 3 to 5 people to gather and eat. Lin Shuyan was happy. This meant they could enjoy hot pot in winter. Yang Xiaoshan said, "Sister-in-law, once the flue is connected, smoke won't fill the room when burning wood." Lin Shuyan smiled. "That's great. It will keep us warm all day. However, your house is too big to heat up entirely.
It will be comfortable sitting around it."
Lin Shuyan thought that was fine. At worst, they could just stay close to the stove. As long as the living room was warm, it would be fine for the child to do homework at the coffee table. At our factory, we only had iron tables. Zhang was worried you and the child would get burned, so he insisted I find a marble one. I found a dark one, but he wanted a white one. Finding the current piece was not easy. The factory didn't have a cutting area, and it took several tries to get it to this point. "Thank you for your hard work," Xiaoshan, Lin Shuyan said, genuinely happy. Yang Xiaoshan smiled. "It's no trouble at all. Just being able to see Zhang's dedication makes it worthwhile." That made her feel good inside. The workers were quick, and soon the heated table was set up. Before leaving, they checked everything carefully. Not long after they left, firewood was delivered, neatly chopped into small pieces and stacked in the corner of the backyard. With the stove and firewood ready, Lin Shuyan couldn't wait to try it out. "Little tree, help your aunt carry some firewood inside." "Okay," Xiaoshu said as he dashed outside. Lin Shuyan found a small rug to place in the corner and asked Little Tree to stack the firewood there. At first glance, it even resembled a charming American country-style decoration, which looked quite nice. The child was full of energy, running back and forth, insisting on filling the corner. Lin Shuyan let him be and went to the kitchen to find matches to start a fire. She had cooked on the stove many times, so making a fire was easy for her. The firewood was good and dry, and she thought about finding a piece of oilcloth to cover the firewood in the backyard. Once the fire was ready, Lin Shuyan placed the kettle on to boil water and then held Fubao in front of her, giving careful instructions. Fubao, you must not touch this area, and you can't touch the kettle. Where can your little hands go? Fubao tilted his little head, his round eyes blinking. He couldn't answer, but could be cute. Lin Shuyan patiently explained, you can only place them on the marble table. You must not touch anything inside. Do you remember? Fubao nodded. Teaching the younger one also meant teaching the older one. The same goes for Xiaoshu. When your sister is playing nearby, you must remind her not to get too close. Okay, Xiaoshu firmly remembered not to touch the stove. Both children were well-behaved and could remember what they were taught. The fire pit was made with care, so it wasn't too unsafe. After a while, the marble table warmed up just right. Lin Shuyan walked back to the kitchen and asked the children, what do you want to eat tonight? Everything she made, the children loved. Lin Shuyan searched the kitchen and took out a piece of sweet potato noodles, soaking it in hot water. She also took some pork belly from the fridge. The cabbage from the backyard, grown by Lin Xianglian, was ready to eat. She prepared the ingredients, which were simple to cook, and placed them on the fire pit in the living room to stew. Soon, a delicious aroma filled the air. The three of them brought small chairs and gathered around the fire pit for a lovely meal. After resting for 2 days, Monday arrived quickly. Early in the morning, the notice board in front of the teaching building was filled with the results. Students who arrived early crowded around, mostly eager to see the results of the bet between Lin Shuyan and Su Dongchun, even more excited than checking their own scores. When Su Dongchun entered the school, she felt something strange in the atmosphere. Everyone looked at her differently than usual. The notice board was close to the school gate, and she could see a crowd from a distance. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself. This time, Su Dongchun believed she would improve. Lin Shuyan hadn't even read any books, so there was no way she could catch up to her. She admitted it was unfair, but so what? People would only see the final result and laugh at Lin Shuyan. No one would care about the details. Thinking this, Su Dongchun confidently walked forward. As the weather grew colder, Lin Shuyan almost overslept, but it was Xiaoshu who came to knock on the door. She hurried to school, holding breakfast in her hand. The bulletin board was quiet, with everyone gathered around the person in the middle, Su Dongchun. She looked on stubbornly, poking at the red ranking list, getting red paper on her fingers without caring. Why is she even in 5th place? Su Dongchun kept repeating, shaking her head. Lin Shuyan, holding a cloth bag, walked to the bulletin board. Excuse me, please. Everyone turned to look at her as she stepped forward and saw her name in 5th place. She had done a bit better than expected. But it didn't matter much. She continued to look down and found Su Dongchun's name in 28th place. It was an improvement, but still too far behind. She could tell that Su Dongchun, like Yanzhuan, was someone with average talent but worked hard, so a little progress was fine, but a big leap wasn't possible in a short time. Lin Shuyan, feeling proud, huh? You clearly didn't study. Su Dongchun shouted, out of breath, with white mist coming from her mouth in the cold air. Did you copy someone else? She couldn't believe Lin Shuyan could score 5th overall, especially with English first. Lin Shuyan felt helpless. If Su Dongchun hadn't bothered her, she wouldn't want to make a scene. She just wanted to take the college entrance exam. Su Dongchun, no one in our class has a higher score than me. Who do you think I could copy? The other students couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Shuyan was quiet, and everyone knew Su Dongchun was the one who started the trouble. Now she had achieved the score and was still slandering her. Su Dongchun, that's too much.
Rumors hurt people.
Yeah, did Lin copy you? You think you're better in English? Is it that hard to admit you're not as good as her? Accusations came one after another. Seeing Su Dongchun so upset, Lin Shuyan didn't want to say much. All right, I don't think I've offended you. Let's just stay out of each other's way and don't bother me again. And remember how to handle losing. With that, she turned and walked toward the classroom. Once she left, everyone reacted, feeling that Lin Shuyan was very generous and kind. Also, her grades were impressive. From a distance, a male classmate walked over and glanced at the scores on the bulletin board, his gaze stopping at Lin Shuyan's name. "Hey, the top student has arrived. Class leader Yang, your talented class has been beaten by class 1. Are you going to switch classes?" Yes, the top 30 can join the gifted class. The gifted class has a total of 50 students. Besides the top 30, the remaining 20 are called special talent students. They play the piano, dance, play the violin, or excel in sports. In reality, they just have family connections. When the school was established, their families contributed. As for Yang Cheng, who has always been at the top of his class, he excels in 2 areas. He comes from a well-connected family, both parents are officials, he has outstanding grades, and he was selected as a track and field special talent student. Yang Cheng glanced at the name again, and the image of a girl appeared in his mind, her pure and charming face, good-looking, and excelling in studies as well. He nodded slightly to everyone and left the notice board. The first class bell rang. Su Dongchun returned in tears, having gone to the office to give up her position. Seeing Lin Shuyan surrounded by a group, she could only consider herself unlucky, finally understanding what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. After the morning classes, Lin Shuyan packed her things and went to a noodle shop for lunch. As soon as she left the classroom, she was stopped by 2 female classmates. One girl had a short bob haircut, and the other had a long braid tied at her waist, dressed neatly, indicating a good family background. The short-haired girl, looking lively, immediately stated her purpose. "Senior, can you come to the broadcasting station as a host?" Lin Shuyan asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Yang Tingting, and this is Xiao Jingwen. We are students from the grade above you, and we are in charge of the broadcasting station," the short-haired girl introduced confidently. "Our English is really poor and not very standard. We saw that you had the highest English score this morning, so we took the liberty to bother you.
Please don't mind."
The 2 girls looked at Lin Shuyan with starry eyes, admiring her. They had seen the senior around school before. How could they not know the school beauty of Jingyi High? Moreover, the broadcasting station has a small program called Write a Poem for You, and recently they received many letters, most of which were addressed to the senior in front of them. Most of these letters contained romantic poems. However, these letters couldn't be read openly. They didn't mention the sender's name and only read the poems. Lin Shuyan hesitated a bit. Joining the broadcasting station was completely unexpected. But remembering the first day at school when the broadcast said, "Knowledge is power, education changes destiny, study to rise like flowers," it stirred her emotions. Seeing her considering, Yang Tingting quickly said, "Senior, please join us. We really need you. The school encourages learning foreign languages, and we can't express ourselves well." Lin Shuyan laughed. "You haven't heard me speak English. Do you really not want to test it out?" "Well, to be honest, we asked Teacher Liu, and she recommended you to us, saying that your English sounds great when you answer questions in class. These days, it's not just English. Many students from the countryside even have accents in Mandarin, but Lin Shuyan's Mandarin stands out. In her previous life, she was a food broadcaster and practiced her speaking skills, knowing that if she couldn't speak Mandarin well, her fans might complain. Her English was decent thanks to an English group in high school. "Senior, why don't you give it a try first? If you don't like it, we can find someone else," said Xiao Jingwen, who was polite and looked at her with sincere eyes. Unable to resist, Lin Shuyan said, "All right, I'll give it a try for 2 days." She hadn't finished her university studies because of her alcoholic father, so she saw this as a chance to make up for her past campus life by joining the broadcasting station. The 2 girls were surprised by her willingness. Yang Tingting jumped up excitedly. "That's great. Then you are officially a member of our broadcasting station." She stepped forward. "Can we take you out for lunch?" Lin Shuyan smiled. "We haven't even started working yet, and you want to take me out to eat?" Yes. Jingwen and I agreed on this. Please give us a chance." Feeling their enthusiasm, Lin Shuyan could only nod in agreement. Yang Tingting happily said, Then let's go to the cafeteria. I heard they have braised fish for lunch today. Lin Xuyan had never been to the cafeteria before. In the cafeteria, meals require meal tickets, which are different from ration tickets. The school issues a limited amount each month, and if it's not enough, students can eat out or bring their own meals. Yang Tingting came from a well-off family and had plenty of tickets, so treating someone to a meal was no problem. The cafeteria was small, with 3 serving windows, offering 6 or 7 vegetarian dishes, 3 meat dishes, and a vegetable egg drop soup. At this time, it was crowded with students. Yang Tingting finally found an empty table and pulled Lin Xuyan to sit down. As they went to get their food, Lin Xuyan took out a handkerchief and wiped the edge of the table a little. She liked cleanliness, and with so many people, it was inevitable that it hadn't been cleaned properly. After wiping, she looked towards the serving window, patiently waiting. The cafeteria was lively, but she sat quietly, her long hair falling behind her, serene like a painting, drawing attention. Yang Tingting and Xiao Jingwen were ordering, holding 2 boxes, and were about to order a third. The scene looked like they were either feeding pigs or something similar. Lin Xuyan found it amusing and noticed a shadow beside her. A tall boy stood nearby, holding 4 bowls of rice, which he placed on the table. Lin Xuyan looked up at him, puzzled. Yang Cheng felt a bit uneasy under her clear gaze, saying, "I am. Brother, you're here. Hurry up and sit down to eat. I'm starving," Yang Tingting said as she set down the dishes. Lin Xuyan understood now. They weren't feeding pigs, but her brother. "Senior, this is my brother, my real brother. He's also in the 2nd year of the gifted class, named Yang Cheng." Hearing his name, Lin Xuyan looked at him again. Was he the one who ranked first? She thought the top student would be someone studious with glasses, but this guy was different. Seeing Lin Xuyan sizing him up, Yang Tingting laughed. "My brother doesn't look like a bookworm at all. He even competes in track and field for national selection, for that sports event coming up." Indeed, in 1978, the sports education curriculum was introduced, so schools started having physical education classes and selecting athletes for competitions. It seemed Yang Cheng was a well-rounded student. No wonder he looked so strong with all those muscles. But still, He Zhuang looked better. He Zhuang had lean muscles that didn't seem exaggerated when he wore clothes, but just a touch revealed a lot. She maintained a serious expression but couldn't help thinking about her husband. No one could compare to him. "I'm Lin Xuyan. Nice to meet you," she greeted after her thoughts, not minding the situation since it was just a meal. Unexpectedly, Yang Qing said, "I know, you ranked 5th in the last exam. That's impressive." "Well, you're the impressive one, being first." After a few mutual compliments, Yang Tingting poked Yang Cheng's arm. "Brother, stop talking. Let the senior eat." Yang Cheng felt awkward for a moment. "Go ahead and eat." The group focused on their meal, with Yang Tingting doing most of the talking, sharing some stories about the broadcasting station. Yang Cheng occasionally chimed in, asking about her experiences at the new school and offering help if needed. They also discussed some questions from the recent test, and Lin Xuyan found herself interested. After all, the top student knew what he was talking about. The meal ended quickly. Yang Tingting and Xiao Jingwen headed back to the first-year building, planning to go to the broadcasting station with Lin Xuyan after school, which would take about half an hour. Once they left, Lin Xuyan and Yang Cheng walked together. 2 people at school were the center of attention as they walked together, noticed by many. Lin Xuyan, who was modern at heart, didn't think much of it. After reaching the 2nd floor, she said goodbye to Yang Cheng and returned to the classroom. After school, Lin Xuyan went to the broadcasting station as planned. Yang Tingting handed her a stack of prepared English scripts. Some were cut out from recent newspapers, while others were quotes from famous foreign literature. Xiao Jingwen had copied them carefully, filling an entire notebook. "Senior, you can take these home. Just pick 1 or 2 pieces you like to read each day for about 5 to 10 minutes, she said. The request was not too demanding, so Lin Xuyan took the scripts and left. Later that evening, she received a call from He Zhang and mentioned her visit to the broadcasting station. She didn't mention her situation with Su Dongchun or her test scores. After all, telling He Zhang she ranked 5th would be too much. The man's voice was calm. If you want to go, then go. Lin Shuyan felt good. I think it's quite interesting. Oh, they even invited me to dinner.
They?
He Jing's tone was steady, making it hard to tell his feelings. 2 junior classmates and Yang Tingting's brother. A guy? He Zhang raised an eyebrow, spinning his pen on his fingertips before placing it on the table. By the way, I brought the scripts back. The English teacher personally helped me practice a lot, Lin Shuyan lied, unable to explain how she suddenly knew English. She thought He Zhang wouldn't ask, but he said on the other end, "Read it to me."
Ah?
Lin Shuyan was stunned, wishing she hadn't mentioned it. It was her fault for wanting to show off in front of He Zhang.
All right.
She reluctantly picked up the script from the coffee table and returned to the phone, mumbling softly, "Can you understand?" He Zhang pressed his forehead. "Yin, part of my job involves protecting foreign guests, so I know a little." "Okay." Lin Shuyan pretended to read slowly, trying to avoid giving herself away. "Do not give way to useless alarm." He Zhang listened to her gentle voice, which was different from her usual playful tone, showing seriousness and focus. Even though she stumbled, he could tell she pronounced every word correctly. In such a short time, even with a teacher's help, it was hard to reach this level. Lin Shuyan only read a few lines, fearing she would reveal too much, unaware that he was already suspicious. He Zhang, did I read well? Very well. Lin Shuyan clearly noticed that his tone was off today. Putting aside the English issue, she asked with concern, "Are you tired?" Normally, if he were truly tired, He Zhang would say it was nothing. But today, following Lin Shuyan's lead, he simply replied, "A little." With that, Lin Shuyan could only remind him to take care of himself before reluctantly hanging up the phone. After putting down the receiver, the office fell silent. He Jing's gaze returned to the items on his desk. There were 3 test papers: Chinese, Math, and English. These were the 3 papers that Wu He had asked Lin Shuyan to complete on the day of registration, and they were now on He Jing's desk. Yes, he had asked someone to retrieve the papers. During his time back at the military district, He Zhang had thought a lot. On a personal level, he believed that Yen was not a spy. However, as the commander of the 18th district, he needed to understand who this person with so many contradictions really was. Moreover, it was crucial to know why Yen was hiding things from him. In addition to the 3 test papers, He Zhang was well aware of what had happened at school during this time. Before making the call today, he had received another phone call. Her English had clearly ranked first. That wasn't something one could learn in just half a month of school, and how could a person from a rural background learn English? Everything was too confusing, and even He Zhang needed time to sort it all out. He sighed, feeling a rare sense of anxiety for a usually calm and composed man. After reading English on the radio for the first time, Lin Shuyan received praise from Teacher Liu and was liked by many classmates. Her voice was gentle and clear, resonating through the broadcast and making people feel refreshed, spreading throughout every corner of the campus. Exiting the broadcasting station, it was half an hour later than usual when school ended. As soon as she stepped out of the school gate, Lin Shuyan saw He Xiaoshu waiting outside, looking anxious. "Xiaoshu, why are you here?" He Xiaoshu grabbed her hand and said, "Aunt, something happened at home." Lin Shuyan's heart raced, and she quickly walked with him to the noodle shop. He Xiaoshu stumbled over his words, saying that his older brother's wife was in the hospital. Fortunately, the noodle shop was nearby, and they arrived in less than 10 minutes. Lin Xianglian was busy with customers in front, while Mama Chen took Lin Shuyan to the backyard. In the backyard, she saw her brother Lin Yi sitting at a stone table with a frown. The last time she visited Linjia village, Lin Yi was at work, so Lin Shuyan hadn't seen him. This was the first time they met after he regained consciousness. Upon seeing her enter, dressed neatly and beautifully, Lin Yi stood up in disbelief. Previously, their mother and sister-in-law had said that his younger sister was back to normal, but he had always been half in doubt. "Little sister, are you really okay?" Lin Yi, dressed in rough cloth and worn-out shoes, seemed like a very honest person, and indeed, he was in the memories of the original owner. He spoke with a stutter and usually kept his head down to work. In the past, He was the main laborer in Linjia village, supporting the family, but because of the burdens at home, his sister-in-law, Mao Yanping, didn't like the family.
Lin Shuyan nodded, infine.
What happened? How is my sister-in-law? Lin Yi replied, today, there was an argument at home with Dad. They fought for a bit, and Dad pushed her, causing her to faint. Now, she is lying in the hospital. What did they argue about? Is it serious? Lin Yi rubbed his hands, seeming hesitant about how to explain. It was because Dad went into their room looking for something and found the money that little sister had given, which led to the argument. But it wasn't little sister's fault. Well, it's nothing serious. Dad found some money in my room and insisted on taking it, which is why he argued with Yanping. Thinking about the 200 yuan she had given Mao Yanping last time, Lin Shuyan's eyes widened. Is it because of the money I gave my sister-in-law? No, it has nothing to do with you. The hospital said. Mom Chen, listening anxiously, interjected. The hospital said it's not a big deal. She is pregnant and has already been checked.
She just needs to rest for a while.
Pregnant? Lin Shuyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good news. I'm glad she's okay. Lin Yi and his wife had been married for 6 or 7 years without children, so this was a joyful occasion. Yan, Mom Chen hesitated before speaking. Yanping has had a hard time in the Lin family over the years. I know this isn't your fault, but
she needs to rest.
Can she stay here for a few days? Just in the same room with me. Your brother's work can't stop. She and Lin Xianglian both wanted their daughters to help, and Mom Chen didn't want to ask this, as it seemed unfair for the whole family to rely on one daughter. But Lin Shuyan didn't think much about it. She originally opened the restaurant to support them. In this world, she felt a family bond she had never experienced in her past life. Chen Dewan always cared about whether she was warm or cold, and whenever she came to the restaurant, it was always filled with her favorite dishes. Lin Xianglian treated her like the little sister who used to know nothing. Even though she couldn't remember packing breakfast for Xiaoshu and the others, she always made sure to prepare food for herself perfectly. Lin Shuyan enjoys this kind of family bond. There are many rooms here, so it's not a problem at all. Besides, part of the incident this time was her own fault. Out of kindness and reason, it's right for her to stay here for a while. Mao Yanping may speak harshly, but she has a good heart. Brother, when can sister-in-law leave the hospital? We can close the noodle shop for a day and have my sister and Mom bring her over. There are plenty of empty rooms here, so you can rest easy. Hearing this, Chen Mama's eyes turned red. She felt blessed to have such a good daughter after years of hard work. Okay, your mom and sister will go pick her up. You just focus on your studies, don't worry about anything else. Lin Yuan nodded vigorously. Thank you, little sister. Once I finish my work at the end of the year, I'll come to take her home. Lin Shuyan actually didn't want them to go back, but Lin Yuan held on to old-fashioned beliefs and couldn't let Lin Dao neglect his responsibilities in the village. So, she didn't say anything. They could discuss this later. 2 days later, Mao Yanping was brought to the fragrant noodle shop. She was 2 months pregnant, and people in the countryside often lack knowledge about such matters, especially since there were no other women in her family. Although she felt something was off, she didn't think much of it. Thankfully, nothing serious happened, and the baby was still safe. Mao Yanping was too scared to return to Linjia village, fearing Lin Dao might hurt her again. Last time, her younger sister's military husband taught Lin Dao a lesson, leaving him with a shoulder injury that kept him in bed for over a month. Now that he was better, he started taking out his frustrations on them since there was no one else at home. Mao Yanping suffered greatly, but didn't want to leave Lin Yuan. She was still weak, and the blankets on the bed were new. Chen Mama helped her sit up. Yanping, I'm so sorry. Marrying into the Lin family has only brought you suffering. Chen Mama wiped her tears, feeling guilty towards her daughter-in-law. Mao Yanping understood very well that only Lin Dao was a problem in this family. The rest were good people. Mom, don't say that. Look, Yuan and I are having a baby. There's hope for our future now. After so many years without children, they had faced plenty of gossip in the village. If it were another man, he would have replaced her long ago. But Lin Yuan was different. Even when others talked behind their backs, he would stutter and defend her, saying, "No, no, we need both a child and a wife." Otherwise, with a father like Lin Dao, she would have left long ago. Now that the hard times are over, Mao Yanping feels very emotional. This place is great. She has never lived anywhere this nice before. When she was at the Lin family's house, her room with Lin Yuan was so small that it only fit a bed and a cabinet. At that moment, Lin Shuyan arrived. She had gone to the state-run department store to buy some health supplements. The noodle shop had plenty to eat, with eggs, beef, and chicken soup available, so she bought some red dates, longan, and malted milk powder instead. She had never been pregnant, so she asked the salesperson and bought these items, thinking that if she couldn't eat them, she could give them to Mama Chun and the others. However, nothing compares to the spring water here. Mom, sister-in-law, Lin Shuyan walked straight to the backyard, with Fu Bao following her closely. She had taken a day off from school today. Yan Yan is here. Mama Chun opened the door and quickly took the bags from her. Why did you buy so much? Lin Shuyan placed 2 cotton jackets at the foot of the bed and smiled without saying anything. She looked at Mao Yanping and asked, "How are you doing, sister-in-law? Are you feeling better today?" Mao Yanping felt grateful for this younger sister.
I'm fine.
Country folks aren't that particular. A couple of days of rest is enough. Little sister, I'll have Yuan come to pick me up tomorrow.
Don't.
Sister-in-law, you still need to recover.
Stay here for a while.
The house is empty anyway, and if you stay here, Mom and the others will feel more at ease. Mao Yanping reassured her, "Little sister, even if Dad doesn't find the money, he will still cause me trouble.
Don't worry about it.
If it weren't for that money, we wouldn't even have enough blankets for winter." She didn't want Lin Shuyan to feel guilty about money. Lin Shuyan smiled gently and said, "Sister-in-law, it's not just about the money. I never wanted you to live in Linjia village. Now that the noodle shop is doing well, you can recover here and help Mom and sister manage things. In the future, we can help brother find a job in the city. Do you really want my brother to be stuck in that small village, working hard for little pay and being exploited by Lin Dao? When the child is born, will they end up like you, trapped in that village and suffering for a lifetime?" These words struck a chord with Mao Yanping. She dreamed of escaping Lin Dao, and even if life was a bit poorer or harder, she just wanted to live with Lin Yuan. Mao Yanping's eyes turned red, and her lips trembled. "I can't do anything. The solution is right here. You just need to trust me. Sister-in-law, as a family, we can handle Lin Dao. He can make a fuss in Linjia village, but in the city, there are security patrols everywhere. Fighting and causing trouble is not allowed, and he can't create chaos here." Lin Shuyan helped her feel at ease. Since she was using the original owner's body, she wanted to repay those who had treated the original owner well, as a way of honoring her. Moreover, they also made her feel a long-lost sense of family affection. At this point, Mao Yanping had many words of gratitude on her lips. However, Lin Shuyan didn't like being overly sentimental and smiled, saying, "Let's not talk about that.
Come and see what I bought for you."
In the room, there was a table where Lin Shuyan took out the items from the bag. "These are red dates and longan. You can make a sweet soup with them, but be careful with the sugar." In her past life, she had heard that pregnant women needed to control their blood sugar. This malted milk drink can also be enjoyed occasionally. You and your mom can drink it and then buy more later. But honestly, I think it's not as good as the chicken soup we made earlier. At that time, malted milk was considered a good product, similar to a health supplement, but spring water was the best. "Oh, and I got you these 2 cotton jackets. I wasn't sure about your size, so I bought them a bit larger. In a few months, when your belly grows, you can still wear them." As Lin Shuyan walked around the room, her voice was gentle, making Mao Yanping feel both touched and envious. Such a beautiful girl deserved to marry a fine officer, and seeing her happy made Mao Yanping genuinely glad, feeling she benefited from her younger sister's good fortune. The jackets were brand new, one blue and one with a red floral pattern. Mao Yanping looked at the red one and felt her face heat up. "This one is too bright. I don't think I can wear it." The blue one was nice and practical for work.
What do you mean you can't wear it?
Sister-in-law, you're only 26. You're still young, so of course, you should wear red. Once you're feeling better, we should go out and see. The women in the city all wear outfits like this. As they chatted, they overlooked the little girl, Fu Bao, who had gone to the state-run department store with Lin Shuyan. Her little legs were tired, and now she stood in front of Lin's mom, raising her hand to wipe non-existent sweat from her forehead, her big eyes blinking at Chen's mom. Chen's mom found it amusing and gestured to Lin Shuyan and Mao Yanping to notice the little girl, indicating that she was tired and needed a break. Lin Shuyan chuckled and squatted down to pinch Fu Bao's cheek. Are you tired, Fu Bao? Auntie will give you a hug. Receiving attention from her aunt, Fu Bao grinned and leaned into her embrace. Mao Yanping, who is currently pregnant, looked at the child with extra fondness. Such a good girl. So chubby. Lin Shuyan sat in a chair holding Fu Bao and started talking about children. When I first woke up, Fu Bao was sitting next to me, small and thin. Thankfully, we took good care of her. When your sister-in-law's baby is born, we will raise them to be healthy and strong too. Great. Mao Yanping thought about having a child like that and couldn't help but smile. Hearing compliments, Fu Bao covered her face with her little hands and snuggled closer to Lin Shuyan. What's wrong? Is our Fu Bao shy? Lin Shuyan gently encouraged her to come out. Our Fu Bao is so cute. She deserves praise. No matter how you look at it, the child you raise is the cutest in the world. Would you like to drink some malt milk? It's sweet. Upon hearing this, Fu Bao quickly peeked out, licking her lips. Yes, please, Mama. Okay, let's drink. Lin Shuyan took 3 glasses from the table and prepared one for each of them. Little Fu Bao drank the malt milk, leaving a white ring around her mouth, her big eyes squinting.
Sweet.
She tried to lift her cup to share with Lin Shuyan, who took a small sip. All right, Fu Bao can drink by herself. She usually didn't let the kids drink too much of it, just occasionally as a treat, since malt milk is a quick mix drink and not good in large amounts. But in this time, such things were rare and considered a luxury. She preferred to make them some mung bean soup or red bean soup instead. After chatting for a while, Xiao Shu came home from school. He put his backpack away and looked at Lin Shuyan, hesitating to speak. Lin Shuyan didn't ask, waiting for him to say something. He leaned on the table for a bit, played with his little sister, and occasionally glanced at his aunt before awkwardly moving closer to her. Auntie. Yes? Lin Shuyan turned to look at him with a warm gaze, as if asking what he needed. Xiao Shu was wearing a clean blue jacket. They say nephews resemble their uncles. His little face did have some resemblance to Zhang. He fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, finally opening his mouth to show Lin Shuyan. I lost a tooth. At 8 years old, he was at the age for losing teeth. Lin Shuyan couldn't help but laugh when she saw that he had lost a front tooth, leaving a gap that made his face look funny. Lin Shuyan unexpectedly thought of how Zhang looked when he lost his teeth as a child. Just one tooth? Xiao Shu smiled at her, his face turning red, and nodded, then opened his mouth to point at another tooth. This one is loose too. Over there, Mama Chen laughed and teased him. Little tree, where did the lost tooth go? Remember to throw the lower tooth on the roof and the upper tooth under the bed, or else it won't grow back. Xiao Shu stared wide-eyed and quickly ran to the next room to dig the tooth out of his backpack, then threw it to the roof. He ran back and said, Grandma, I threw it on the roof. Good. A new tooth will grow in a few days. Lin Shuyan held his face and looked at the spot where the tooth fell out. Don't keep licking it with your tongue. It will grow back slowly if you do. Does it hurt? Xiao Shu shook his head. It hurt a little when it fell out, but now it doesn't hurt anymore, so his aunt doesn't need to worry. When it was mealtime, things got lively. Mom Chan went to help in the front, and Lin Shuyan followed to serve a few bowls of noodles for dinner. She also brought a bowl of chicken soup without the grease for Mao Yanping and added a big chicken leg. The kids loved beef, so they added another bowl of beef. Mao Yanping had never eaten such a big chicken leg, but unfortunately, after a couple of bites, she felt sick, which startled Lin Shuyan. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Mao Yanping held her chest, feeling nauseous and unable to throw up, leaning over the bed in discomfort. Lin Shuyan quickly twisted a cloth for her. After a moment, she reassured her it's okay. Mom said it's normal to feel nauseous for 2 or 3 months. Lin Shuyan felt relieved. Morning sickness is normal, and as long as she isn't unwell, that's good. She went to get a plate of refreshing side dishes to help ease Mao Yanping's nausea. Once everyone was full, Lin Shuyan took the kids back home. As the year-end approached, Zhang was especially busy with the tasks piling up. Troublemakers often like to cause chaos at the end of the year. Zhang hadn't been at the military district for a few days. He went over 100 kilometers away to Xinwu City, where he took down 2 troublemakers' contact points. He didn't have time to tell Lin Shuyan. After not receiving a call from Zhang for several days, Lin Shuyan called him for the first time, but the call was transferred to Political Commissar Li. Hello, I am Zhang's direct supervisor, Political Commissar Li. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Lin Shuyan paused before speaking. Hello, Political Commissar Li. I am Zhang's family. Is he not here? The voice on the phone was warm and polite, and Political Commissar Li felt a bit more favorable towards her. At first, Zhang was angry and wanted to get a divorce, but thankfully, he didn't make the wrong decision. Zhang is on a mission and won't return to the military district until the day after tomorrow. Lin Shuyan frowned and couldn't help but ask, is the mission dangerous? Hearing her question, Political Commissar Li felt gratified. He regarded Zhang as a son. Although his father is General He was raised in the 18th district, so Political Commissar Li was particularly attentive to him. There is some danger, but Zhang will definitely complete it. He is very capable. Commissioner Li spoke frankly without hiding anything. Okay, thank you. She couldn't ask too many questions about the task in District 18. It was already considerate of Commissioner Li to share a few words with her. Commissioner Li added, he specifically asked me to take your call while he's away. He doesn't want you to worry. Lin Shuyan felt a bit flustered. I do worry, Commissioner Li. I won't disturb you any longer.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Shuyan put down the receiver. Although Commissioner Li said the task could be completed, she still felt uneasy. 2 days later, Zhang returned to District 18. He hadn't been back to the capital all November, partly because the military district was too busy and partly due to his inner conflicts. One day in December, Fuyang called from the Public Security Bureau regarding the investigation into Yao Xinqing, which required District 18's involvement. This task was assigned to Zhang. Along with him, 15 others returned to the capital to follow his orders. Before leaving, Zhang mentioned it briefly on the phone, but didn't specify a time. Lin Shuyan was very happy. She felt that Zhang seemed to have something on his mind lately. He had been calling less often, but he was a reserved person who didn't share much. Finally, when he returned, she could ask him properly. The weather was getting colder. In the morning, everything was covered in frost. It had snowed lightly in the capital, and now the sun was starting to shine again. Mao Yanping stayed at the restaurant to rest during her pregnancy, and Mama Chen didn't let her do anything. To pass the time, she made shoe soles for Lin Shuyan and the 2 children, knitting 2 pairs of woolen shoes. Seeing that she could knit, Lin Shuyan decided to learn how to make scarves. She bought high-quality cashmere yarn from a southern trading company, thin strands that she practiced with at the restaurant on weekends. There was a heating pot in the room with charcoal taken from the stove, covered with a layer of ash, keeping it warm. Little Shu hugged a few sweet potatoes buried in the ash, and soon a sweet aroma filled the air. Lin Shuyan held the crochet hook. She didn't know much, so she started with the simplest patterns, knowing that some people preferred plain designs. Mao Yanping patiently taught her, teasing, "Are you making that for Captain He?" "Of course, who else would I make it for?" Lin Shuyan replied playfully, feeling more comfortable with her. When she first arrived in this world with her 2 children, she had to take care of the younger one. Now, she found herself as the youngest daughter of the Lin family, surrounded by people taking care of her. Lin Shuyan was very happy and saw Mao Yanping starting to knit shoes again. "Sister-in-law, you don't have to work so hard. You might strain your eyes." Chen's mom said that making shoe soles is very troublesome, layer after layer. Most people only want to make 1 or 2 pairs for themselves. Mao Yanping made 3 pairs for them, which took a lot of time.
What's so hard about it?
Can it be harder than my work in the fields? I take care of things here every day, and your brother even said I've gained weight recently. Lin Xuyan laughed. That's not because of taking care of things, you're pregnant, so it's normal to gain some weight. While talking, she accidentally hooked a stitch wrong, and the hook scratched her hand, leaving a small cut. Oh no, be more careful. You're so clumsy. Just tell me what you need, and I can knit it for you. Does it hurt? Mao Yanping spoke quickly, showing her concern despite her sharp words. She quickly put down what she was holding and helped Lin Xuyan hold her finger. The cut on her fair hand was very noticeable. Lin Xuyan frowned. It did hurt a bit, but thankfully, she didn't get the scarf dirty. She had worked hard to knit it to this length. I'm making it for Zhang, so I have to do it myself. Mao Yanping took a handkerchief and wiped away the blood. There's no medicine at home. It's fine, sister-in-law. It will be okay soon. Lin Xuyan didn't mind much and continued to knit the scarf once the pain lessened. On Monday, at school, the 3rd class in the afternoon was physical education. In such cold weather, Lin Xuyan felt a bit lazy and wanted to stay in the classroom. Come on, Xuyan, hurry up. The whistle will blow soon, and I see the talented class is already outside. Lin Xuyan got up lazily, so what if they're outside? There are still 5 minutes until class starts. The school had limited resources, so usually 2 classes had physical education together. But there were many activities since it was a key high school in the capital. The playground had horizontal bars, parallel bars, and a pommel horse for vaulting. Besides that, the girls could play volleyball in small groups, while the boys practiced track and field and high jump. The wind on the playground made the students' faces turn red. Because it had rained a few days ago, the dirt track was full of bumps. When the assembly whistle blew, Lin Xuyan walked quickly and joined the line. Class 1 was in front, and the talented class was behind as the PE teacher began to take attendance. Lu Xia whispered to Lin Xuyan, I just remembered, didn't you rank 5th? Why haven't you been moved to the talented class? In the past, students who ranked in the top 10 in other classes were transferred the next day. Lin Xuyan didn't mind and smiled. What? Do you want me to switch to the talented class and get a new desk mate? Not at all. I'd rather you stay. Lin Xuyan. Here.
Lu Xia.
As soon as their names were called, the 2 fell silent. In the back, Yang Chung from the elite class heard someone's gentle voice. He looked through the line at the girl who was tying her hair. Since their last meal together, Yang Chung occasionally chatted with Lin Xuyan while delivering items to his sister at the broadcasting station. However, she treated it as mere casual conversation. That wasn't enough for Yang Chung. He wanted more. It was rare for him to meet a girl he liked so much, whose hair smelled so nice.
Yang Teng.
Here. The man's voice was short and strong, carrying a sense of determination. After calling the roll, the boys practicing track were taken to the cleanest part of the track, while the others had free time. The girls gathered together. Those specially recruited for the elite class came from wealthy families, loved to dress up, and wore clothes of much better quality than ordinary girls. The difference between the 2 classes was clear. Yet, Lin Xuyan stood out, graceful and captivating, under the bright sun. After some activity, she felt a bit warmer. From a distance, the class leaders from both classes brought over 2 volleyballs. The school had only a few volleyballs, and after being used by various classes, their outer layers were worn out. The girls had to share. About 10 girls played with 1 volleyball, but fortunately, Lin Xuyan wasn't interested. She stood by the track soaking up the sun, rubbing her hands together, her fingers delicate and slender. Her fair face was slightly flushed by the wind, resembling a flower about to bloom. Some other girls who didn't want to play stood on either side of the track, watching the track team run. They were all at a beautiful age, just beginning to experience feelings of love, hoping to find a suitable partner after school. Among the elite class, Yang Chung was the most eye-catching. He was tall, about 6 feet tall, and was moving around to warm up. After warming up, he took off his outer jacket, revealing only a high-neck cotton shirt, showcasing his well-defined muscles. Lin Xuyan. It wasn't that she wanted to look It was just that it was cold, and who would wear only a cotton shirt in this weather? Oh, great. All the track athletes had taken off their jackets, some wore sweaters, which was better. Lin Shuyan put her hands in her pockets, reminding herself to take care of her health. She didn't want to get sick like in her past life. Then the whistle blew, signaling the start of the 100-meter race. Yang Chung crouched at the starting line, his feet apart, hands on the ground. He glanced at Lin Shuyan near the finish line, his heart racing. When the whistle blew, the 4 runners took off, prompting the watching girls to cheer them on. Lin Shuyan casually looked around and occasionally said something to Lu Xia beside her, noticing how she was staring at Yang Chung and shaking her head silently. A few people passed by, creating a gust of wind. Lin Shuyan felt that this spot was not great and was thinking of moving to a better place to enjoy the sun. But Lu Xia pulled her back. Ah, Shuyan, that class leader Yang is coming over. Let him come, Lin Shuyan replied calmly, glancing in that direction. Yang Chung had come in first place and everyone was watching, but he seemed to want to avoid being seen. However, it was fine. He could walk over. Yang Chung approached Lin Shuyan and asked Lin, "Are you going to the broadcasting station tonight?" It was a casual conversation starter. Lin Shuyan went there every day after school. She nodded slightly, yes. Many people were watching the two of them talk. When did Lin Shuyan and Yang Chung get so close?
Did you not know?
I saw them eating together in the cafeteria last time. Do you think they might be dating? Who knows? They do seem to match well. Match? I don't think Lin Shuyan is that great. The whispers from classmates reached Yang Chung, but he pretended not to hear. Lin Shuyan frowned. Did Yang Chung really have feelings for her? But they hadn't spoken much before. Then after class, I'll walk with you, Yang Chung said, wiping sweat from his forehead. At this point, Lin Shuyan thought he might just be a bit clueless. Why did he have to talk to her in front of so many people? She took a small step back, about to refuse, when a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Yang Chung thought she was smiling at him and felt happy, but then he saw the cheerful girl run past him, her excited voice carried by the wind.
Zhang.
It was a voice he had never heard before, soft and playful. He turned around. He saw a man in a black coat, with a stern face and steady steps, walking directly toward him. Zhang raised his hand slightly to stop the girl who wanted to hug him. Slow down, your classmates are here. Lin Shuyan's cheeks flushed as she glanced back, noticing her classmates' eager gazes. Zhang looked past her at Yang Chung, his deep eyes narrowing dangerously. When their eyes met, there was a shadow of gloom in Zhang's gaze. He rarely showed such emotions openly. During this time at the military district, Zhang was troubled by the investigation into Lin Shuyan, while she happily chatted with other men at school. He saw a man standing in front of Lin Shuyan. They were talking in front of others, which made Zhang unable to control his anger. His protective instincts kicked in, and his expression turned from cold to challenging. The female classmates only saw Lin Shuyan running towards a tall, handsome man, but when they looked into his eyes, they were startled. What's wrong? Lin Shuyan asked, confused by Zhang's unusual behavior. He grabbed her wrist, averted his gaze, and prepared to leave with her.
Stop.
Yang Chung called out, rushing forward.
Who are you?
We're still in class. You can't take Lin away. Why can't I take her? Zhang replied coldly, standing at least 5 centimeters taller than Yang Chung. As they sized each other up, Zhang had a tall and lean build, with muscles developed from countless training sessions. In contrast, Yang Chung was shorter but appeared more solid, his muscles evident under his shirt. Yang Chung was taken aback by Zhang's intimidating gaze, but seeing that he was not as strong, he felt a bit more confident. He had always been seen as a standout among his peers, which gave him a sense of pride. There are 20 minutes left until school ends. You can't leave without permission. The gym teacher put me in charge, and no one can leave early. Lin Shuyan wanted to say she would ask the teacher for permission, but Zhang interrupted, coldly stating, "What if I want to take her anyway?" "No way," Yang Chung insisted, raising his hand to pull Lin Shuyan back. Before he could touch her, Zhang swiftly threw Yang Chung to the ground. Yang Chung felt dizzy and landed in a puddle, feeling the cold water soak him. Everyone was shocked. The girls gasped, unable to comprehend how Zhang had taken down someone like Yang Cheng so easily. Just as Yang Cheng was about to shout, he heard Zhang's voice from above. "Are you Yang Xiaoshan's cousin? You should ask him who you can mess with and who you can't." With that, Zhang took Lin Shuyan and strode away, getting into a jeep parked nearby. It wasn't until the car started that Lin Shuyan finally snapped back to reality. She was startled. She had never seen Zhang so angry. But facing Zhang, Lin Shuyan didn't blame him at all. She trembled and asked, Zhang, what's wrong?" The man stared ahead, his hand on the steering wheel, and remained silent. Normally, he wouldn't react strongly to a young kid. But today, he couldn't control his anger. Yang Cheng was the cousin of Yang Xiaoshan, and he had someone investigate Lin Shuyan's situation at school. This person's name had come up too many times, always appearing around Lin Shuyan. Who is Lin Shuyan? She is his wife. How dare Yang Cheng pursue his wife? Who gave him the courage? Zhang used to be a tough guy in the neighborhood. After all, his mother's family was wealthy, and his father was a high-ranking official. In the old days, he would have been like a prince. If he hadn't later gone to the 18th district, he would have remained reckless. Yang Cheng had some pride, but Zhang had much more. On the playground, Yang Cheng got up from the ground, his back covered in mud. He shivered, his face pale, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Cousin?" From that person's tone, it seemed he didn't take the Yang family seriously at all. He needed to find his cousin and ask who that person was. Yang Cheng ran to the railing, yanked off his jacket, threw it on, and ran toward the school gate. The students from both classes were stunned. What was going on? Lu Xia stammered, Who? Who is that to Shuyan? It's so scary. You don't know? We don't know either. A sharp-eyed classmate said, That jeep looks like a military vehicle. Lu Xia slapped her forehead. Oh no, I think that's Shuyan's husband. She mentioned her husband is an officer, and I thought she was joking. It's probably true. Everyone chimed in, feeling that the man and Lin Shuyan matched well, but also worried he might be scary and could be violent at home.
And
the school beauty is actually married. Many male classmates' hearts were broken. The jeep drove into the Sioux Garden. Zhang didn't say a word, and Lin Shuyan was getting a bit angry. As soon as the car stopped, she reached for the door. The man stretched out his long arm, pulled the car door back, and frowned, asking her, Where are you going? Lin Shuyan frowned, annoyed. I haven't finished class, and I didn't ask the broadcast station for leave. What are you doing? You come back and get angry right away. You're so fierce. Last time he came back, she was all sweet, but after just one outing, she had changed so much. Lin Shuyan couldn't understand why she felt that Zhang was hiding something from her. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month. Zhang looked at her deeply and sighed. I'm sorry, I acted impulsively today. Yen, don't you know what he is thinking? His sudden apology caught Lin Shuyan off guard, and she blinked. Yang Cheng is the brother of Yang Tingting from the broadcasting station. We've only exchanged a few words, and I just found out that he... Upon hearing the man's name, Zhang's gaze darkened again. He didn't want to hear any man's name from Lin Shuyan. He didn't want her talking to other men. The thought of Yang Cheng wanting to pursue her while she remained oblivious made Zhang feel angry. If he hadn't come, he wouldn't have known how many wolves were eyeing her. He needed to call Yang Xiaoshan immediately and tell him to keep his cousin in check. Lost in thought, he felt a pair of cool little hands cup his face. Those beautiful eyes looked at him like clear autumn water. Is Captain he jealous? It seemed she had discovered something amusing, and Lin Shuyan smiled, her dimples appearing. Zhang frowned and took her hands down, holding them in his palm. Why are your hands so cold? Don't you know to keep them in your pockets? All the troubles he had been feeling lately were because of this girl in front of him, yet she was also the one he missed the most. As soon as they met, all that remained was his affection for her. Changing the subject, Lin Shuyan thought to herself. However, Zhang's hands were too warm, and it felt like being held by him made her feel cozy. Don't worry, Captain He, after today, Everyone at school will avoid me. Lin Shuyan didn't want to think about what it would be like when she returned to school in a few days. But that was probably for the best. No one would waste time on her with unnecessary thoughts. Thinking back to her past life, she remembered reading novels and criticizing boys who drove fancy cars to pick up their girlfriends, being so showy. But if it were her, well, it felt a bit nice, like a declaration of ownership, which she certainly liked. Hearing her call him captain, he repeatedly made the man feel both helpless and fond. Yen yen. Lin Shuyan chuckled, teasingly scratching his palm, getting closer until her cool lips brushed against his. Zhang didn't pull away. Instead, he used one hand to hold the back of her neck, taking control. Though Zhang rarely expressed his affection, Lin Shuyan knew he liked her. A person so restrained would lose their composure for her. She liked Zhang. Liking and loving were different. Just a kiss could reveal the nuances of their feelings. For instance, right now, every movement he made was gentle and tender. Lips are hard to part, and hands are cautious. This is how it feels when you really like someone. A thin layer of mist covers the car window. After not seeing each other for a long time, even though Zhang has many doubts, he still cannot refuse the person he cares about the most. He just wants to kiss her and touch her. Where did Lin Shuyan find such a captivating person who makes him lose all reason? Knock, 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 the car window is tapped. The two people, close together, jump slightly. Lin Shuyan opens her watery eyes, startled, and pulls back, making a small sound as their lips part. She licks her lips and sees a figure through the misty window. Luckily, she can't see clearly inside. She opens the car door, and a cold breeze rushes in. Standing outside is Tang Meng. Hey, Shuyan, I really saw you in there. I noticed your car parked here from a distance, Tang Meng says excitedly, bundled up like a bear with a big red scarf and leather gloves. Hey, is your husbandy back? Recently, the two have been in touch often, and Tang Meng has heard Lin Shuyan mention her husband, the commander, many times. Lin Shuyan smiles, her face glowing like a peach. He just got back. He came to pick me up from school. Tang Meng leans in to look and sees a tall man in the driver's seat. Shuyan's husband is indeed very handsome. That's great. My man isn't back yet. By the way, here's something for you. Tang Meng raises her hand, holding a rectangular wooden box with decorative metal studs and a string on top, looking quite delicate. Lin Shuyan takes it. What is it, wine? Yes, it's red wine from my father-in-law. Since no one is here to drink with me, I thought you and Commander, he could enjoy it. Tang Meng whispers playfully. After drinking, things will go smoothly.
Take it.
Lin Shuyan laughs at her and doesn't refuse. She knows Tang Meng's personality well. If she doesn't take it, Tang Meng will insist. Okay, I'll take it. When will you come over? I'll make you something delicious.
Great. Let's have hot pot like last time.
As they talk, the other door opens, and Zhang steps out of the car, nodding slightly to Tang Meng. Hello, Commander He. I'll be going now, so I won't interrupt your reunion. Tang Meng wisely slips away. Though being a military wife is good, it's rare to meet, and every moment must be cherished. She understands that well. But why are Shuyan's lips so red? Tang Meng thinks, could it be that they were doing something embarrassing in the car? She didn't notice before. Commander, he looks serious, but privately, he seems quite eager. Surely, he wouldn't hold a grudge. A certain eager captain, he walked over to his wife and took the red wine from her hand. They entered the house, where the fireplace was by the window. He placed the items on the table. Where's the hot water bottle? On the sofa. Lin Shuyan was happy that her husband was taking care of her. He went to the kitchen, filled the hot water bottle, and handed it to her. Warm this up first. I'll start the fire. He casually took off his coat and hung it on the sofa, wearing only a thin white shirt as he crouched by the fireplace. Lin Shuyan hugged the hot water bottle and stayed close to him. After he finally returned, she wanted to be near him. She leaned in closer, and he added some wood to the fire, saying, Yen yen, I can't see inside. Lin Shuyan quietly moved back a little. Captain He, how many days are you back for? He continued working, replying softly, "I'll go back to the team after the new year. I have a mission." Really? Her eyes lit up. The new year was only in mid-January, so if he went back after that, he could be home for a month or two. "I'll be very busy. I'll be joining the 5th Corps. The 5th Corps? Lin Shuyan only knew that he was from the 18th Military District. She was curious about the 5th Corps. He explained, "It's the corps where Yao Zhenxing is." "Ah, so your mission is related to that?" After saying this, she quickly covered her mouth.
Cough, cough, I didn't ask.
He struck a match, tossed it into the fireplace, and pulled her up. Finally feeling warm with the hot water bottle, he brought her to the sofa. As the room warmed up, Lin Shuyan took off her coat, revealing a soft sweater. She sat comfortably on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. For some reason, she felt incredibly safe in his arms. That was the sense of security he gave her. The usually cold man always focused on her when they were together, making Lin Shuyan feel cherished and cared for. "Captain He, did you miss me?" She pressed her face against his chest, hearing the strong beat of his heart. This moment felt special, just for her. His hand rested on her waist, gently squeezing through her soft sweater. "I missed you." Hearing his affirmative answer made Lin Shuyan feel satisfied. They chatted for a while, and as it started to get dark, Lin Shuyan suddenly remembered. The kids aren't back yet. "They can stay at the noodle shop for a day." "It's fine," he replied calmly, then sat her up straight. "Didn't you bring the wine? Do you want a drink?" Two little tails were rarely not at home, and Lin Shuyan's eyes lit up. This was truly a world for just the two of them. "I want a drink. I'll make some snacks. What do you want to eat?" "Anything." He Zhuang was not picky. After more than a month without her cooking, he was willing to eat anything. Lin Shuyan happily went into the kitchen, putting on a small apron that her sister-in-law had sewn for her. The apron had ruffled edges and a cute little bunny she had drawn stitched on the bottom corner. She hummed a song while searching the fridge for ingredients. Her petite figure moved around the kitchen gracefully, looking more like a young girl than a married woman, which was why people at school found it hard to believe she was married. "Steak, steak. Red wine must go with steak, but too bad I don't have any," she mumbled, and He Zhuang, standing by the door, heard her. There was only one Western restaurant in the capital, and she had never been there. So how would she know? "He Zhuang, could you add a pot of water to the stove? Let's have hot pot tonight." There were winter bamboo shoots and pork bones, which her sister had bought yesterday for her to use. The pork bone pot could also be used to cook vegetables afterward.
Okay.
He Zhuang quickly added the water and returned. Lin Shuyan then asked him to pick some vegetables from the backyard. Winter bamboo shoots are crisp and have less fiber than spring bamboo shoots, making them more enjoyable to eat. Lin Shuyan blanched the pork bones and then placed them along with the chopped bamboo shoots into the pot. She carried the pot to the living room just as He Zhuang came back from outside, bringing in the cold air. "Why didn't you wear a coat outside?" It was freezing outside, and Lin Shuyan nagged a bit, but it warmed He Zhuang's heart. "I'm not cold. I'm hot." Move the teapot aside and let it simmer on the stove. He Zhuang moved the teapot and helped her place the pot in the fire pit. Adding hot water and green onions, Lin Shuyan put in the seasonings and covered the pot, saying, "Just let it simmer. I'll go chop some vegetables." He Zhuang washed the vegetables, not letting her touch the water. Lin Shuyan sliced 2 pieces of cured meat and added them to the pot. Soon, the room was filled with a savory aroma. She sliced the bamboo shoots thinly, cut the radish thinly, and prepared some greens and meatballs she had fried a few days ago, all ready to be cooked. The plates were delicate and beautifully arranged, looking nice enough to sell in a store. Lin Shuyan found 2 small dishes and mixed some sauce. Garlic? No, it would leave a garlic smell when they kissed. She quietly set the garlic aside and only added some vinegar, sesame oil, and sesame paste, then sprinkled a bit of chopped green onion. Everything was set on the stove, and the two of them sat on small chairs and started eating. He Zhuang watched her. There is a hot pot restaurant near the state-run hotel, with a copper pot where lamb is cooked in clear water. It tastes great when dipped in sesame sauce. This is my first time trying the bone soup in a clay pot. The room is bright with lights, and the marble table shines. The pot is bubbling, releasing white steam, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Lin Shuyan brought small plates for the two of them, placing the large bone on her plate. The bone was so heavy that she could barely lift it with her chopsticks, like trying to catch a fish in water. "Do you want this?" Lin Shuyan asked, nodding sweetly. Zhang easily picked up the bone and placed it on her plate. "Eat too. Finish that big piece," Lin Shuyan instructed him, and Zhang followed her lead, adding it to his bowl. The meat on the bone is the tastiest. Most pigs are farm-raised, fed with grass and rice bran, making the meat especially flavorful. With no one else around, Lin Shuyan held one end of the bone with one hand and struggled to pick the meat off with her chopsticks. Zhang, on the other hand, rolled up his shirt sleeves and held the bone with one hand, bringing it to his mouth. His hands, clearly defined, looked good even while holding the bone. He ate quickly but gracefully, his lean arms bending as he moved. Seeing the little girl who hadn't even gotten to the meat yet, a smile finally appeared on her lips. Lin Shuyan leaned closer. "What are you smiling about?" "My hand hurts, help me with this." She looked at him eagerly, as if asking for the stars. Zhang hadn't touched his bowl yet, but he had already picked off the meat from his bone and held it out to her. "How did your hand hurt?" he asked, thinking she was just pretending to be pitiful. To his surprise, Lin Shuyan raised her hand, showing her 10 delicate fingers, and pointed to 2 spots. "Look at this, I hurt it." Zhang frowned, putting down the bone and bowl. He wiped his hands with a cloth and examined her fingers. There were 2 noticeable injuries on her soft, fair skin. He gently pulled back when he touched them. "Does it hurt?" "How did this happen?" Zhang stood up to get the first aid kit, cleaned her hands, and applied disinfectant and medicine. Lin Shuyan continued to eat the meat with her right hand, carefree, saying, "I knitted you a scarf, but the needle keeps poking my hand." Zhang paused, thinking about the scarf. "You didn't need to knit one. Just buy 2. That won't do. I want to knit it myself. It'll be warmer than a store-bought one. I thought you would think of me when you wear it in the military, hee. Are you feeling touched and a bit sad?" Lin Shuyan was happy and playfully stuffed a piece of meat with sauce into his mouth. In her relationships, she liked to take the initiative. She preferred to do things rather than remain unnoticed. She wanted to tell Zhang what she had done, hoping he would like her even more. Ideally, she wanted to be his favorite person in the world. After applying medicine to her, Zhang looked at her with concern. How could he not feel sorry for her? The young girl was delicate and afraid of pain. Even a small bump made him uneasy. "Bring the wine." Lin Shuyan pointed to the wooden box on the table with her little hand. Zhang raised an eyebrow. "Can you drink?"
Of course I can.
Who did he look down on? In her past life, when she wasn't sick, she worked hard and even sold beer at a food stall. Zhang stood up to get a cup, and there was a bottle opener in the box. He opened the wine. The 1972 vintage wasn't bad. He poured half a glass of the red wine, which had a faint aroma, for Lin Shuyan. She took the glass, gently swirled it, and thought that wine paired with meat was perfectly fine. She took a sip. The taste was smooth, like silk gliding over her mouth, rich berry sweetness enveloping her tongue, blending with the wine flavor. Lin Shuyan squinted slightly, delicious. Zhang's gaze deepened, and he decided to let Lin Shuyan drink. They initially planned to have just a little to taste, but somehow they ended up finishing half the bottle. After 2 glasses, Lin Shuyan saw double and couldn't focus. In her past life, she could drink, but in this body, she hadn't had alcohol in 19 years, so she couldn't compare. "Zhang, I'm dizzy." She put down her glass and leaned against Zhang's shoulder, clinging to his arm, her face flushed. Her rosy lips slightly parted, like beautiful petals waiting to be picked. Zhang, clear-headed, asked her, "Are you drunk?" His deep voice was close to her ear, making Lin Shuyan feel a little ticklish. Like a playful kitten, she rubbed against him and replied, "Not drunk." With the scent of wine on her lips, she felt like she had no strength and leaned against him. Zhang paused for a moment, then lifted her, cradling the tipsy girl in his arms. If she said she wasn't drunk, She couldn't even sit up straight, swaying side to side. If she was drunk, she still remembered to say, the fire isn't out. There's just a little ember left. It will go out soon. Zhang carried her upstairs and laid her on the bed. Seeing her like this, he knew she wouldn't be comfortable sleeping. He turned to the bathroom and left the water running. The man furrowed his brow, feeling a bit troubled about his plans. He lowered his head to help Lin Shuyan take off her clothes. The cardigan had white flower buttons, and he unbuttoned them one by one. Lin Shuyan twisted her body, not wanting him to touch her. She kicked him, saying, "Don't touch me. Zhang will get jealous." "You're so fierce. Are you angry?" She pouted, still remembering what happened earlier in the day. He held her slender leg, took off her shoes, and then pulled down her pants. She was obedient, knowing to wear an extra pair of long underwear. He held her close, and Lin Shuyan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, trying to keep her eyes open. "Don't take it off, I'm so cold." The room was a bit chilly. He frowned and wrapped her tightly in a blanket, planning to go downstairs to get the heating pot and bring up some charcoal. But the person in his arms wouldn't let go, saying, "I'm freezing. Turn on the heater." "What's a heater?" he asked, feeling her breath on his face. Lin Shuyan shook her head, unwilling to explain, and slid down the bed with the blanket. "You're so silly, just turn it on, and it will be warm." He took the opportunity to shift her a bit further into the bed and hurried downstairs to prepare the heating pot. With the heating pot, the room was no longer so cold. He went back to the bed to get her, but Lin Shuyan was curled up in the blanket, saying she was a snail and wouldn't come out. He felt a headache coming on. When she was awake, she was good, but now she was being stubborn after drinking. He picked her up along with the blanket, and she shook her head, saying, "Where are you taking me?" Her eyes were clear and innocent, like a lost little flower. "I'm not taking you anywhere. I'm taking you for a bath. Don't you love baths?" Lin Shuyan thought for a moment, her dazed eyes looking at him. "I do." "Then let go of the blanket, and let's go take a bath. You'll feel warm afterward." He coaxed her like a child, pulling the blanket off and tossing it onto the bed before carrying her to the bathroom. He tied her long hair up. She had just washed it and smelled nice. He helped her out of her clothes and into the bathtub. Her delicate arms rested on the edge, and Lin Shuyan propped her head up with her hand, trying to look at him. "Don't look, you naughty boy." He paused. "I'm uncomfortable," she said, sliding in the slippery tub, and he reached out to support her arm. He patiently helped her bathe, listening to her chatter. After washing her, he lifted her out, and Lin Shuyan was already feeling parched and obedient. The bathroom was filled with steam, and he carried her out. The fire pit made the room very warm, and his shirt was already soaked, outlining his strong muscles. After wrapping her in a soft blanket, Zhang found her pajamas to wear. The person in his arms squirmed, saying, "You've seen everything. You have to take responsibility." He chuckled coldly, even with a good temper. He was annoyed by the person moving around. "You are my wife. What can I see?" "That's nonsense. I'm still a pure girl." She had only put on half of her pajamas, and her chest was fully exposed. Zhang's eyes showed desire, and his hands lost control. Lin Shuyan gasped and leaned against his shoulder, losing her earlier boldness. "This is uncomfortable. You can't touch me." "If I want to touch, I will." He pulled her out of his arms and started to button her up, his hands inevitably brushing against her. Lin Shuyan felt wronged, thinking he was doing it on purpose. Wherever she felt uncomfortable, he would touch. Tears welled up in her eyes. "I don't like you anymore. You don't care about me." She felt deeply wronged, recalling a time when he had hurt her before, feeling even sadder. This is domestic violence. It's abuse. Modern women need to know how to resist. She pushed Zhang, but he was too strong and didn't budge. He furrowed his brow tightly, holding her restless hands, and with one hand around her waist, he laid her down on the bed. The light blue sheets contrasted with her smooth skin, and due to the alcohol, her eyes sparkled with a hint of allure. Zhang swallowed hard, suppressing the rising heat. His voice was deep. "You are Lin Shuyan." "What nonsense. Who else would she be but Lin Shuyan? Her rosy lips pouted. Of course, I am Lin Shuyan. Which Lin Shuyan? From Linjia village? Her muddled mind slowly processed the question, and she nodded. Yes, from Linjia village. She was Lin Shuyan, and she came from Linjia village. That made sense. Zhang frowned and asked seriously, what else? Why do you speak English? How did you score 5th in the exam? Lin Shuyan blinked, looking confused and innocent, subconsciously thinking she shouldn't tell Zhang. Zhang doesn't know. I like him the most, and I don't want to lie to him. Her eyes were red, and keeping this secret was so hard. But this was the one thing she couldn't share with anyone. If others found out, she would be in big trouble, facing all sorts of dreadful consequences. Lin Shuyan thought of many scary things. She could share everything with Zhang, but this was not one of them. She remembered it clearly. Don't ask me, please don't ask me. Lin Shuyan didn't want to talk. She wondered why he kept asking. She turned away, her hand still held tight, her legs kicking, tears streaming down, warm against Zhang's hand. How could Zhang keep asking? He bit his teeth tightly, helplessly letting go and pulling her into his arms. Lin Shuyan leaned against his neck, crying softly, her nose red, looking very pitiful. Zhang lifted her gently, placing her on his lap. Then he reached out to button up her remaining buttons. The night was deep, and the man gathered his thoughts, recalling what she had said earlier. Do you really like me the most? His voice was low, no longer aggressive, but soft and tender. Lin Shuyan felt satisfied and nodded in agreement. Why do you like Zhang? Her warm little hand reached out, playfully touching his chest, and the girl who had just been crying suddenly smiled. Good physique, strong, really capable, and handsome. And he treats me well, she said, smacking her lips, looking greedy. Zhang's face darkened. He gave up and tucked her back into the blanket. He thought for a moment, recalling some strange stories he had read. There was a foolish person who fell and hit their head, and when they woke up, they were not only smart but also had an incredible memory. Or someone who stuttered suddenly spoke fluently one day, expressing themselves eloquently. Then there were those who were seriously ill but suddenly recovered, looking healthy and strong. People in the village said it was a blessing from the heavens that they had gained wisdom and good fortune. Looking at the sleeping girl, he felt more like she was possessed by a mountain spirit. He closed his eyes, chiding himself for being ridiculous, silently reciting the slogan, promote scientific spirit, eliminate superstitions, and establish a new civilized atmosphere. After all, he was a newly trained leader. He must be losing his mind. Zhang pulled off the blanket, got up to take a shower, and changed his clothes. The cool water cascaded down, tracing over his defined muscles, flowing down his strong waist. He glanced down. Really capable? Agreed. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng walked out of Yang Xiaoshan's house in a daze. He had known for a long time that his cousin had a childhood friend who was a leader in the 18th Army. He was the only son of General He from the capital. When Yang Cheng was young, he would light up at the mention of the 18th Army, eager to meet this General He. But his cousin never took him to meet anyone, saying General He didn't like socializing. Yang Cheng respected and admired him, but he never expected Lin Shuyan to be his wife. After asking today, he received a good scolding from his cousin. The young boy, filled with new feelings, felt lost. He always thought of himself as excellent, above others. But compared to Captain He was just a kid who hadn't even grown up yet. He sat down on the curb, and his budding feelings quickly faded away. After coming out of the bathroom, the person in bed had already fallen into a deep sleep. Captain He, who was meticulous about cleanliness, couldn't stand the mess downstairs. He covered the person with a blanket and went downstairs to tidy up. He threw the leftovers into the trash and cleaned the dishes. After wiping the table twice, he opened the window for fresh air. Once everything was in order, Zhang returned upstairs. The person in bed was sleeping soundly, her lovely face showing the sweetness of a drunken slumber. Zhang lay down and pulled her into his arms. With someone warm beside her, Lin Shuyan slept very well. However, Zhang had been restless all night. After not seeing her for over a month, he realized he should have saved the drinks for the next day. He pulled her slender legs over his waist, seeking comfort through their skin's contact. Eventually, he changed her into a pair of sleep pants. After tidying up, he finally fell asleep. Sunlight filtered through the light blue curtains, casting a soft shadow on the table. The orchids in the vase swayed gently. The room was warm, and Lin Shuyan rubbed her forehead. Did she drink too much last night? She felt confused for a minute, her eyes half closed, a bit dazed. When did she become so bad at handling alcohol? Lin Shuyan felt like crying but remembered she probably handled it well and just fell asleep without making a scene. She got out of bed to find her clothes. The fire pit in the room had fresh charcoal, which Zhang must have added in the morning, explaining the warmth. As she pulled out her clothes, she realized she was clean. Someone had helped her take a bath. But why was she wearing mismatched pajamas? She took off her sleep pants and froze. The friction on her thighs caused a sharp pain, and looking down, she saw her fair skin flushed with a hint of red. She blushed deeply. If she didn't know what that meant, she would be foolish. That man. Lin Shuyan bit her lip and applied some ointment, feeling a bit better. She went downstairs, where the living room was warm. Zhang had woken up early, started a fire to warm the house, and was cooking porridge in a clay pot before heading out. Lin Shuyan went to the kitchen, grabbed a small bowl, and took some pickled vegetables to eat with her porridge. The heated table was cozy, and she slowly enjoyed her meal. Having a man around was nice. Usually in mornings, the house was cold, and she would shiver while getting dressed for school. On the weekend, it's important to come down and start the fire to warm up. Lin Shuyan was in a good mood and had forgiven some people's actions from last night. But it won't happen again. After finishing her porridge, her phone rang. Lin Shuyan rushed to answer it. Are you up? Just got up. Where did you go? Didn't you say you weren't busy today? Last night, Zhang mentioned he would go to the 5th Regiment tomorrow. Her voice was gentle, completely different from the tone she used when she was tipsy and playful. I'll be back by noon. Zhang paused. A few people are coming over for dinner. It was the first time Zhang was bringing people home.
Who are they?
How many? I'll go buy some meat and vegetables. I bought some in the morning. There's plenty in the fridge. Just cook what you need. It's just 5 or 6 of my subordinates, so don't stress too much. Okay, by the way, I'll take a break from school for a while and return to class a few days before the finals. Bring Fubao and Xiaoshu back with you when you come. Zhang agreed right away and would handle the leave request. Lin Shuyan hung up the phone, guessing it was Zhang's subordinates, and she wanted to treat them well. She went to the kitchen and noticed fresh vegetables in the sink. Looking in the fridge, she saw fish and meat packed tightly. With 5 or 6 young men, plus Zhang and 2 kids, she needed to prepare more dishes. She took out the fish and meat, which included chicken, pork, and pig trotters. The trotters were already chopped into pieces, probably because Zhang was worried he couldn't do it himself. He was always very attentive, just like how he didn't make her clean up the mess from last night. Starting the fire to warm the house and preparing the ingredients, it was easy to see how much effort he put in. Lin Shuyan smiled, enjoying this. Soldiers have a lot of physical activity, so they definitely eat more meat and have a stronger taste. Lin Shuyan washed all the vegetables she needed and prepared the ingredients. She lit the small stove, blanched the pig trotters, and cooked them slowly. Then she added soy sauce and rice wine, stirring until fragrant and changing color before adding boiling spring water. She wrapped slices, bay leaves, dried chili peppers, and a pinch of tea leaves in a small cloth she specially bought, tied it with cotton thread, and placed it in the clay pot. She set it on the warming table to simmer slowly. Just like making braised pork, the 2 kids loved it, and Lin Shuyan was very skilled at it. Next, she started making soup, a chicken and mushroom soup, which she placed on the small stove to cook without needing to watch it. With 2 main dishes simmering, Lin Shuyan began preparing the rest. I cut a small piece of pork and minced it, adding soy sauce, a few drops of rice wine, and mixing in some cornstarch and homemade soybean paste. I cut fresh, tender tofu into small pieces and placed them in a small bowl. In a pan, I heated some oil and sautéed minced, then added the minced pork and cooked it until it was no longer pink. I added a spoonful of spring water and brought it to a boil. I poured the pork and spring water over the tofu and steamed it for 10 minutes. Lin Shuyan was calmly preparing the dishes. She enjoyed cooking, especially for her loved ones. She didn't feel tired at all. She sliced potatoes into thin strips with great skill, each piece distinct. After rinsing them to remove excess starch, she added 2 small pieces of dry wood to the stove and stir-fried the spicy and sour potato strips over high heat. Once the dishes were ready, she placed them on the warming table in the living room. She initially planned to make braised fish, but seeing that the fish had fewer bones, she decided to slice it and use the pickled vegetables she had in a jar to make sour fish, adding sweet potato noodles and bamboo shoots underneath. With minced garlic, chili, and Sichuan peppercorns, she drizzled hot oil to release a wonderful aroma. Next, she prepared steamed pork ribs with taro, meat sauce with radish, sweet potato with caramel, and cabbage rolls filled with meat. Each dish was colorful, beautifully plated, and had a delightful mix of sweet and savory flavors, including some spicy dishes to whet the appetite. Compared to the exquisite dishes they had at Yunqing Cottage last time, these were just as impressive, if not more varied. Since they couldn't drink alcohol, Lin Shuyan quickly made a warm bamboo sugar orange tea. With sugarcane, oranges, black tea, and rock sugar simmering together, she poured it into a glass teapot she bought, releasing fragrant steam. 2 cars drove into Wudong Street at the same time. In front was Zhang's car, with Xiaoshu and her sister in the back seat. The car behind was driven by one of his subordinates, with a total of 5 people. Why not take Zhang's car? Oh, because we're scared. At that moment, the 5 were chattering nervously. The driver, shouting, spoke up, "I feel a bit anxious." Someone in the back replied, "Don't worry, I'm anxious too." "So, what should we call her later? The commander's wife? Sister-in-law?" Another person asked, "What do you think the commander's wife looks like?" Driver Zhang had the floor. "Let me tell you a secret." "What secret?" For heads leaned in, eager to hear. "Last time I took the commander to the train station, I overheard political commissar Li advising him not to get a divorce. It seems the commander's wife is from the countryside, a fierce woman with a bad temper who even hits children. Don't tell anyone, or I'm done for." Shouting looked like he might cry. He usually felt intimidated by the commander. What if she's a real tiger? "This meal won't be our last supper, will it?" "Shut up, you. The captain is too pitiful. He hasn't even gotten a divorce yet." "No way. Today we need to show some spirit, so that the captain's wife won't dare to bully him." "That's true." Shouting, "Pay attention and be a bit fierce later." Shouting gritted his teeth, looking serious. "Okay." They joined the army at 16 and trained under Zhang for 3 years. The captain was the person they admired the most. Today, they had to support the captain and not let his sister-in-law bully him. At that moment, the captain, who needed support, had just driven into Su Garden. He should return early to help Yen Yen. Those little kids were really taking advantage of him by eating the meals his wife cooked. If they hadn't been assigned tasks, Zhang wouldn't have wanted to bring anyone back. The jeep stopped in the yard, and Zhang got out to pick up Fu Bao, with Xiaoshu following closely. He slammed the car door and walked toward home, ignoring the car that had stopped behind him. Zhang parked the car, and the 5 of them tiptoed, looking cautious. They crouched by the yard door for a while, then signaled each other, puffed out their chests, and put on serious faces to look fierce. Then they walked in with clumsy steps. The house was filled with the aroma of food, and the clay pot on the heated table was bubbling with steam. There were so many dishes that they could barely fit them all. Sounds came from the kitchen as 2 kids rushed in. Auntie. Mommy, they hadn't come back all night. They had slept at the noodle shop with their grandma and aunt and missed their Annie very much." Lin Shuyan finished cooking the last dish and was about to take the minced meat and tofu out of the steamer. Zhang quickly walked in. "I'll take it out." "Why did you make so many dishes?" "You've worked hard." Lin Shuyan smiled brightly. "It's not hard at all. You go get the square table and put it next to the heated table so we can eat together." It'll be lively. Okay, the man said, taking out the tofu without rushing. Lin Shuyan washed her hands and poured hot water for the two kids to wash up. In the living room outside, several young men had already come in, standing neatly by the door, standing tall and serious, even more so than when they were in formation. But their eyes couldn't help but glance at the heated table. This smells amazing. Did the captain hire a chef? Hey, look at that clay pot. What's in it? It smells so good. Xiao Ding licked his lips. I say, this is a feast. I would love to eat it. Ambitious.
What?
If you have pride, don't eat later. Xiao Zhang, being more composed, said, shut up, you guys. You said you were going to support the captain. Don't let good food distract you. Does the captain even go into the kitchen? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang came out with minced meat and tofu. Seeing the 5 people standing like telephone poles, he frowned. For the first time, he felt that the soldiers he brought looked a bit dull. He placed the tofu on the table and raised his finger, saying, you two, go to that room and bring out the table and chairs. Yes. As soon as Zhang spoke, they immediately forgot what they were thinking and quickly ran to move the table. Lin Shuyan came out and saw the commander giving orders to the guests. Surprisingly, the young men looked obedient. She found it amusing and said, why are you making them work? The young soldiers turned to look at her, and each one froze in place. Who is this? A fierce woman? A strict lady? Someone with a bad temper? The person in front of them had such a gentle voice, was so beautiful, and had such fair skin. She looked like a fairy. Wearing a white sweater and a long skirt, her hair gently pinned back, she still looked pristine even after coming out of the kitchen.